Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 2230 to Chapter 2280. Of course, the floating rune was only an example. The real rune on the wall was not a floating rune. It was a rune about energy expression. The energy expression rune was divided into 3 steps: energy interface, energy conversion, and energy output. The energy interface and energy output were almost all fixed functions of an energy source, so they were not worth mentioning. The second step, which was also the most confusing, was the second step, energy conversion. The reason why the hut could last for 1,000 years was not because of magic crystals, but because of wind. Wind Island had an inexhaustible supply of wind energy, which could be converted into energy to move the runes, and used to maintain the hut for 1,000 years. It sounded reasonable, but in reality, it was very difficult to control. Energy conversion had always been a popular research topic in the wizarding world. When Angor was teaching in Xianxia Academy, he heard that several mechanical alchemy teams were trying to solve this problem. However, they achieved little results. Instead, they created many side products, such as energy stabilizers. When Angor met with the Elder of Books, one of the 3 ancestor souls in Brood Cavern, the Elder was also studying energy conversion. It was obvious that energy conversion was a hot topic in the wizarding world. Energy conversion was not impossible, but it was very difficult to control it. It was very difficult to express it in terms of machine or runes. At least, Angor never heard of such cases before. That was why he was so shocked when he saw the energy conversion process in the rune. In the beginning, he had observed and learned this step of the magic pattern horn with an excited and admiring attitude. But after he finished reading, he only had one thought in his mind: what the hell is this? Just like the floating rune, the rune horn for the energy conversion step was so simple that it made one's hair stand on end. Excluding some useless rune horns, there were only 3 rune horns: wind, energy conversion, and mana. In Angor's mind, if he did not write thousands of rune horns related to energy conversion, he would not be able to face the efforts of his ancestors in the wizarding world. How could the 3 magic rune horns that were casually written down by a beginner mageweth be able to transform the wind power into the energy source that could sustain the magic hut for 1,000 years? This must be a joke. Angor's eyes widened. Was this the energy conversion he was looking forward to? And this was the answer? He would not believe it if someone told him that it was the work of a beginner rune master. But if it was really the work of a mageweth beginner, how did it succeed? No matter how much he doubted it or how ridiculous it sounded, the truth was, the mageweth was usable, and it was still operating stably even after thousands of years. Could it be that my previous idea was wrong? Actually, energy conversion only requires these 3 magic rune horns: wind, conversion, and magic. He sensed the steady supply of mana in the last energy output expression of the rune and thought to himself. According to the result theory, the mageweth was definitely a success. Since it was a success, the 3 mageweth horns related to energy conversion were correct. However, this could only be deduced using the theory of results. If one had a little foundation in mageweths, they would understand how absurd the composition of the 3 mageweth horns was. Angor was the latter. His mind was divided into 2 parts. 99% of him did not believe that the 3 horns could express energy conversion, while the 1% of him doubted that there might be other hidden runes that he did not know yet. Angor had already verified the 1% and confirmed that it was impossible. So the only answer he could think of was the former. Wizards were also researchers, and guesses could not prove anything. So Angor decided to try it out himself. He took out a piece of parchment with relatively good energy conduction, then took out an engraving pen specially used for mageweths, and an energy guidance stabilizer. He planned to copy the runes on the wall onto the parchment to further confirm their effects. The runes on the wall looked crude to Angor. Even the energy connection was crude. However, Angor did not make any changes to the runes. They were exactly the same as the ones on the wall. When he finished the last stroke, the parchment exploded without warning, scattering into countless pieces. This meant that the engraving failed. In order to make the experiment more convincing, Angor tried several more times. He even improved the runes he thought were crude. But no matter how he tried, the result was always failure. Angor was not surprised by the result. It was exactly as he had thought in the beginning. The 3 magic pattern horns were not enough to express energy conversion at all. If it was really that simple, wouldn't it be the same as rubbing the intelligence of the wizards who had spent countless years researching energy conversion on the ground, but the result was the same as Angwar's expectation. However, the energy conversion did work. What was the secret behind it? Angwar sat in front of the wall again and looked at the runes on the wall again. This time, he looked at the runes 1 centimeter at a time like a microscope. After spending more than 20 hours, Angwar finally came up with a guess. It was impossible to tell from the runes alone. There were too many mistakes. Angwar felt that something was wrong everywhere. Ignoring the runes, he quickly found the corner of the rune that was related to conversion. This horn was the core of the entire rune. It was the key to converting wind energy into mana. He didn't care about the craftsmanship of the rune horn, nor did he think about the meaning of the rune horn. Instead, he treated it as a whole and tried to perceive it. It was also at this time that he noticed the abnormality. This demonic rune horn exuded a very strong and mysterious aura. In other words, the source of the mystery energy Angwar sensed was not the work of someone who had reached the mystery stage. It came from this horn. Angwar came up with a theory. The reason why the runes on the wall could work and convert wind energy was not because of the runes themselves. Instead, it was because of some mystery energy. Mystery energy was something that defied logic and common sense. Only an ability like this that defied the norm could allow the crude mageweth to express a mageweth that countless senior magi had failed to do. Angwar called it a guess. However, based on his previous experiments and the strange phenomena here, he was sure that it was the truth. But, then again, that was not the case. Why would a corner of a rune contain mystery energy? It was almost impossible for humans to directly control mystery energy. So there was only one explanation: the rune was drawn on the wall through an external medium. Only a mysterious object could leave behind a mysterious aura on the magic rune horn. Maybe it was a mystery pen. The reason why he made such a guess was because this magic hut was built by Feng. Leaving aside his identity as a wizard, Feng's occupation could be considered as a painter. For a painter, the most important external object was actually the brush. With the rank of a magic art sorcerer, it was reasonable for him to have a mysterious brush. With the help of the mysterious pen, the magic artist adept had been able to construct such a magical hut that would last for 1,000 years with his clumsy knowledge of magical patterns. Angwar sighed in disappointment after realizing this. He thought he could find some treasure here or get some compensation. But it seemed that everything was just a pipe dream. There were no treasures here, and nothing of value was found. As for energy conversion, he would be happy if he could use it. But what was the point of using a mystery item when there was neither enough knowledge nor any way to copy it? All in all, Angwar's only gain was that he figured out that Feng had a mystery pen. And the usefulness of this information was close to zero. In other words, he gained nothing in this tunnel. All he did was waste 30 hours of his life. Feeling frustrated, he turned around and left the secret passage. On his way back, he considered taking the hut as a reward. But on second thought, he realized that the hut needed wind to keep it going. Even if he took it away, it would not provide enough wind to keep it going. In addition, the magic hut itself was not good looking, and there was nothing special about it. What was the use of it? In the end, Angwar could only curse Feng in his mind and leave. When he came out of the secret passage and returned to the palace, he was greeted by an O-shaped mouth. "Your cubby?" Angwar glanced around and saw the little piglet sitting beside Anoto's sand cage. Dangros was sitting in front of it, and they seemed to be discussing something. Cubby nodded obediently. "Yes. Why are you here?" Angwar asked. Xiaobig glanced at the portrait of Princess Gentle Wind on Angwar's back. "Sir Wiseman told me to come here. He said I can serve you wherever you want to go, sir. This is my punishment." Angwar wanted to ask if it was Anoto's task. But after thinking about it, he decided not to say anything. He guessed that Camus had purposely sent this over so that he could take Cub Big away. Angwar did not chase Cubby away. It would not be long before Cubby left Wind Island. It did not matter if Cubby stayed with him during this time. As for whether he should take Cubby with him, he did not know yet. Angwar nodded to Cubby and walked to the side. He found Toby, who was still snoring, and put the bird into his chest pocket. Then he decided to take a look around the palace. He was too focused on the mystery aura to check the palace. Now, he decided to take a good look around. After all, this was where Feng used to live. Maybe there was something important left behind. While observing the palace, Angor noticed that Cubby was whispering to Dankros and Inoto about the secret passage in the portrait. However, Dankros and Inoto did not know the exact situation and did not know anything. While Angor was on the other side of the palace, Cubby sneaked closer to the portrait and showed great curiosity about the secret passage. Angor didn't mind Chobig's sneaky behavior. Instead, he was surprised by how Chobig, Dankros, and Inoto got along so well in such a short time. Dankros' personality was quite compatible with Cubby's, so it was normal for them to get along well. Inoto, on the other hand, was an introverted, sensitive, and gentle child. Cubby had a high EQ if he could get along well with Inoto. Why would a child with such a high EQ ask his friends to come to Wind Island when Angor arrived there? Angor glanced at Cubby, who was still quiet in the distance. Perhaps Chobig also had a different inner world. Angor shook his head and decided not to think about it. The palace was not big, but there were quite a lot of things inside. Apart from the gentle breeze painting at the front, there were other paintings in the palace. They were not murals, but oil paintings like the ones in the exhibition hall. However, these oil paintings were painted with special pigments. Even if they were weathered by the wind and frost of time, they did not change the texture of the paintings. Instead, they gave off a sense of freshness. The paintings here were probably left behind by Feng Yu. Perhaps he could find some information in the paintings. Angor began to study the paintings carefully. An hour later, Angor had gone through 90% of the paintings. Judging from the quality of the paintings and the artistic value, they were all very high. They were all ordinary paintings without any supernatural power. However, if they were put up in an auction in floating Mech City, Feng's signature alone would fetch them a lot of money. However, most of the additional value was related to literature. Angor could not find much information from the paintings. Most of them were paintings of landscapes, and they were not from the Tide realm. Apart from the fake continent, there were also many foreign scenes. Angor even found an oil painting of the hanging mountain in Kaljai Sky, which was several hundred kilometers away from Pat Manor. Angor could not find anything useful in these paintings. But since they were Feng's paintings, Angor decided to memorize them carefully so that he could hold an exhibition in the Dream Wasteland later. Maybe his professor, Rain, and the others could find something useful in these paintings. After a while, Angor stopped in front of one of the paintings. There were spots of white light on the dark curtain. Angor didn't pay much attention to the painting when he first saw it. He thought it was a starry sky. There were quite a few paintings with starry sky in them, so it wasn't rare to see a starry sky. However, when Angor walked closer to the painting, he immediately noticed something wrong. In the other images, although the background of the starry sky was dim, some darker colors could be seen through the starlight, such as dark gray, blue, and misty yellow. However, this painting was different. Its background was pure black, a black that could swallow all the bright and dark colors. It didn't look like a starry sky. It looked more like the endless void. Still, this didn't mean Angor couldn't rule it out as the main reason for the starry sky. The reason why Angor distinguished it from the other starry sky paintings was that the stars on this one didn't look right. To mortals who didn't know anything about astrology, the arrangement of stars in the sky was messy. To astrologers and prophets, the starry sky was chaotic yet orderly. However, the starry sky on the painting was not chaotic, nor was it chaotic yet orderly. It was orderly. On the dark curtain, there was a strip of light that looked like a galaxy extending from a faraway place all the way to the center of the painting. The light spots were small in the distance and large in the distance, but that was only the result of the painting. In fact, the scene in the painting was like a glowing road in the void, which extended from an unknown place to his feet. The painting wasn't a starry sky. It was a glowing road in the void. The so-called glowing stars were just orderly lights on both sides of the road. Or perhaps street lamps. Angor was dumbfounded when he saw what was going on. This painting did not reveal any information just from the content of the painting. But when he combined it with the information he learned in the past, he was shocked. You walk in darkness, and beneath your feet is a path of light. This was a prophecy related to Angor that Floral Sparrow read a long time ago. Angor didn't know if the path of light in the painting was the same as the one mentioned in the prophecy, but the key clue was almost the same. Not long ago, Dodoro also told him that he saw a path of light in the prophecy. Therefore, he believed that the light path in the painting was probably the path mentioned in the prophecy. Where was this road? Where did it lead to? What was at the end? He didn't know either. But since the two prophecy seeds both saw the same path, he couldn't ignore it. Perhaps this path was Angor's ultimate goal in coming to Tide Realm. And this painting might be the key clue left behind by Feng. In Angor's eyes, Feng was nothing but a charlatan who could manipulate the flow of time and influence Dodoro and Floret's prophecies. Through Floral Sparrow and Dodoro's mouths, they left clues for him to find the treasure. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Coincidences could happen in this world, but seeing the same path 3 times in a row in different places was definitely not a coincidence. Feng must have done this on purpose. As expected of Magic Painter. He hid the clue so well. Angor sighed in his mind. Perhaps only someone like Feng, who was a master of prophecy, could hide the clues in the cracks of time and corners of fate. Apart from those who were favored by fate, no one could see the truth behind the clues. Luckily, Angor knew someone from the Baiyuan clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find such a hidden clue. While Angor was thinking, something happened far away in space. Painter Feng, who was thought to be a big boss proficient in prophecy, suddenly sneezed a few times. He rubbed his nose that was itching and asked in a low voice, "Why did you suddenly sneeze?" "It's so cold. I feel like someone's flattering me." Meanwhile, Angor, who believed that his imagination was right, had no idea what was happening in the distant space. He was still carefully analyzing the various details of the path of light, trying to find more hidden clues. However, the painting was too obvious. Angor tried his best and even used the green rune in his right eye, but he couldn't find anything else. In the end, he sighed again and decided to ask Dodoro when he had the chance. Maybe Dodoro could find something. Next, Angor checked the remaining paintings in the palace but didn't find anything useful. However, he did see some pictures of buildings in the remaining paintings, including the city style of the Central Empire on the Land of Revelation. The architectural style of the Central Empire already matched the style of the Silver Heron Royal Palace. When Gentle Wind Uranus built the palace, he must have imitated the buildings shown in the oil paintings. These clues weren't useful to Angor, but they could help him confirm the history of Wind Island, which was a pleasant surprise he found during his travels. After checking the paintings, Angor checked the palace again. He didn't find any other traces left behind by Feng, so he had to give up. "Are you leaving, mister?" Cub Big had been observing Angor all this time, so he knew what Angor wanted to do. Angor glanced at Cub Big and nodded. "Yes. I'm going to White Bay." Cub Big flew into the air. "I'll lead the way then." Angor didn't refuse Cub Big's kindness. It was better to have Cub Big leading the way than to have Anoto lead the way with vague words. Angor suddenly realized that Anoto hadn't cried in a long time. As a strange wind elf who could cry when he was happy or sad, Anoto didn't make a sound when he was looking at the paintings, which gave Angor a great experience. But it also made Angor wonder if Anoto had changed. Angor looked back and saw that Anoto wasn't paying attention to their conversation at all. All of its attention was on the paintings around them. If it wasn't for the sand cage, Anoto would have stuck its eyes on the paintings already. "Let's go." "Why are you still looking at them?" Dankro's voice woke Anoto up from his stupor. Anoto was stunned for a moment before he recovered from the beautiful scenery in the oil painting. He looked at Dankros with some shyness in his eyes. "This is my first time at Taboo Peak. I didn't expect there to be so many beautiful paintings here." "What's so good about them?" "They're not moving at all." "They don't look lively at all," Dankros said honestly. "They look lively. When I look closer, I feel like the trees in the paintings are swaying. I can even smell the fragrance in the air." Anoto was still indulging in his imagination. "You're crazy, aren't you?" Dankros walked to an oil painting and inspected it carefully. "Why don't I feel anything?" "Maybe you're not paying attention. You need to look closer." Anoto was eager to express his feelings about the paintings so that Dankros could also feel the beauty of the paintings. However, Dankros didn't understand Anoto's words at all. Dankros doesn't know how to appreciate art at all. Don't waste your time, Angor interrupted Anoto's words. In Dankros' eyes, the magic painting wizard's astonishing drawing skills were all lifeless, hard, and lifeless paintings. So he didn't expect Dankros to appreciate art. With Angor's forceful intervention, Anoto and Dankros finally stopped their meaningless conversation. At this moment, Xiaobig stepped out and led the way to Baihai Bay. On the way to White Bay, Anoto would look back from time to time, looking at the Palace of Taboo Peak with regret in his eyes. You seem to like those paintings a lot. Why? Xiaobig noticed Anoto's expression and asked curiously. Anoto liked this new friend of his, so he hesitated for a moment and answered honestly, compared to the paintings themselves, I like the scenery inside the paintings more. The scenery inside the paintings? Anoto nodded. I like the scenery that can only be seen from afar. Anoto's tone was emotional. Angor glanced at him and knew that Anoto was thinking about his sister, Salmato. Salmato's dream was to see the scenery in the distance. She was deeply influenced by her sister, and her obsession toward the distance was deeply engraved in her mind. Therefore, when she saw Feng's paintings, she couldn't help but think of the scenery in the distance. No wonder Anoto didn't cry. It was because of the scenery in the paintings. Scenery that can only be seen from afar? Xiaobig was confused. What's the difference between the scenery in the distance and the scenery nearby? I don't know. Anoto lowered his head in disappointment. Why are you looking forward to it if you don't know? Xiaobig continued. Because I don't know. That's why I'm looking forward to it. Anoto looked up with glowing eyes. My sister once told me that the distance isn't the destination. The journey to the unknown is the one that's worth looking forward to. If the destination isn't worth looking forward to, then what's the point? Well, you can always change your destination. When you reach a destination and realize that it's not as good as you expected, you can always change until you find something that suits you. If you don't look forward, you'll never know if your destination is worth looking forward to. At this point, Anoto looked at the cage that locked him up and sighed helplessly. I also want to chase after far away, but when can I leave? Anoto seemed to be answering Xiaobig's question, but he was actually talking to himself. Xiaobig remained silent for a while. You can leave when you're mature. Anoto glanced at Dangros on the other side. He really wanted to say that Dangros wasn't mature yet. But in the end, Anoto didn't say anything. It knew that Dangros was able to travel so far because of Angor's help, not because of itself, but because of Angor. Xiaobig also noticed Anoto's look. He glanced at Dangros and then looked at Angor without saying anything. Whitefish Bay. Despite its name, it was only an area of clouds near Wind Island that was not affected by the strong winds. The wind creatures captured by Angor were all waiting quietly at Whitefish Bay. Of course, Angor came to Whitefish Bay to meet them. Instead of talking to the soldiers, he went straight to their current leaders, the three wind generals. The content of the conversation was mainly about two things. First, he wanted to know the personal information of the three wind generals. Secondly, he wanted them to gather information about other wind creatures so that he could use them in the future. As for the next 20 years, Angor didn't mention anything about their lives. Many things could only be arranged after the people of Brute Cavern moved in. In the early stage, they could even live their own lives. Angor could tell that the three wind generals were showing him respect on the surface, but there was still a hint of hostility hidden in their eyes. For one thing, they were captured. For another, Toby killed Amr because of their hostility. Angor didn't care too much. He wasn't going to train them as elemental companions. He only wanted to use them as tools. No matter how hostile they couldn't do anything to harm Angor under the restriction of the oath. They could only think about it in their minds. If they showed it to others, they would be punished by the oath, let alone actually doing something. Besides, under the influence of the oath, they would do their best to carry out Angor's orders. They were the most qualified tools. After getting the information of the three wind generals, he left. As for the other wind creatures, he would report them to Angor the next time they met. After leaving Whitefish Bay, Angkor returned to Wind Island. As soon as he landed, he felt the ground trembling slightly. Several seconds later, a slender bean vine broke out of the ground in front of him and grew in the wind. Jack. Anoto called out the bean vine's name. A pair of familiar eyes grew on the leaves of the bean vine. The bean vine nodded at Anoto with a smile and called out his name as well. It was Jack, the bean vine who came to visit Angkor earlier. Why are you here? Anoto was excited to see Jack. He didn't follow his sister's footsteps when he left Wind Island, but he did gain something. He met Jack, and Jack didn't mind his crybaby nature. That was one of his gains. I came to see you. Also, Her Highness asked me to send her greetings to Mr. Pat, Jack said. Her Highness? You mean Her Highness? Jack also called Uranus the Gentle Wind Your Highness, but it did not refer to Uranus the Gentle Wind as Your Highness. Also, when Jack mentioned Your Highness, its expression became more serious. Angkor guessed that Jack was referring to flamboyant Grammy instead of Uranus the Gentle Wind. Jack nodded. Yes. Her Highness's seed has arrived at Wind Island. It wishes to see Mr. Pat. As soon as Jack finished speaking, a gentle breeze brushed past his face. At the same time, he heard Gentle Wind Uranus' voice in his ears. Gentle Wind Uranus spoke to Angkor through the wind, inviting him to meet Angkor. He also told Angkor that Flourishing Gram was here as well. It seemed that Gentle Wind Uranus had already made up his mind after watching the movie box. He also summoned Prince Vanshing from the Green Plain to give Angkor an answer. Angkor nodded to Jack. Alright, I'll be right there. Angkor returned to the palace on top of the mountain. This time, he only brought Toby inside while Dankro stayed outside to chat with Anoto, Cub Big, and the others. The first thing Angkor saw after entering the palace was the shadow of a green tree standing among the clouds. It was a lush apple tree. It didn't look strange from afar, but upon closer inspection, one would find that the apple tree was surrounded by a glowing green fog. It was as if the tree was wearing a green armor. Moreover, the fruits it bore were not ordinary either. They were golden and glowing, exuding an alluring sweet fragrance. Even the sleepy Toby was captivated by the fragrance. He opened his eyes and stared at the golden apples hanging on the treetops. The apple tree heard footsteps coming from behind, and its sturdy trunk began to move. The apple tree turned around and revealed its deep-set facial features. It looked at Angkor with a curious look. As Angkor stared at the tree, Gentle Wind Uranus stood up from his throne and slowly walked down the stairs to stand between Angkor and the tree. Uranus smiled gently at Angkor and introduced the apple tree. This is Flourishing Gram of the Green Plain. After the introduction, Uranus controlled the wind and turned the surrounding clouds into a cloud cushion. He then sat down on the spot. Gram Fanatic was going to observe Angkor carefully, but he was distracted by Gentle Wind Uranus' behavior. When soft Wind Uranus talked to it, it was sitting on the throne. However, as soon as Angkor arrived, Uranus walked down from the throne and sat down on the same level as Angkor. Flourishing Gram knew what this meant. Uranus was telling it that Gram respected Angkor very much. Since Uranus had shown his attitude and even secretly warned it, Flourishing Gram did not mind. It began to look at Angkor with more kindness. I heard from Professor Camus that you've been at the Forbidden Peak for 2 days. Did you find anything? Uranus seemed to be making small talk, but Angkor noticed that Uranus did not refer to him as Mr. Instead, it referred to him as you. Uranus was not trying to disrespect Angkor. Instead, he was trying to get closer to Angkor, which was why he made such a fuss. After all, calling him Mr. sounded a bit distant. Judging from the way Gentle Wind addressed Uranus, Angkor could tell that Gentle Wind was not trying to fight him. Perhaps Gentle Wind adopted Mr. Magoo's suggestion. Angkor quickly thought about it, but he did not change his expression. Yes. I've been immersed in Mr. Fang's paintings these days, and I learned a lot from them. But I have some questions about one of them, and I'd like to hear your opinion, Your Highness. No problem. We'll go there together when we're done here. After a simple conversation, the greetings were over. Soft Wind Uranus changed the topic and went straight to the point. He talked about his thoughts after watching the Shadowbox trilogy for the past 2 days. It was very detailed, and almost every song was covered in it. Every time they talked about a song, Uranus and flamboyant Grammy would talk about it and express their opinions to each other. Of course, this was not a review. Instead, it was expressing its and Graham's opinions to show its attitude to Angor, as well as sharing their values. Flourishing Graham did not express much about the first play, Mankind and Civilization. It looked at the rise of mankind from an outsider's perspective and calmly analyzed the pros and cons. Uranus, on the other hand, expressed his high praise for the novel. He repeatedly expressed that this was the most interesting chapter in the trilogy. He did not evaluate humans from the standpoint of elemental creatures. Instead, he regarded himself as a member of the human race. He sighed with emotion as he watched the rise of human civilization. He even tried to replicate human civilization among elemental creatures. From the exchange of viewpoints in Book 1, Angor already felt that flamboyant Graham and gentle wind Uranus had different personalities and thoughts. This was the attitude that Uranus wanted to show by communicating with Angor. In the second part of the wizard's world, both flourishing Grammy and soft wind Uranus were very indifferent. It was not that they did not want to explore the wider supernatural world. It was just that this play clearly showed how wizards needed elemental creatures. Even though Angor described the relationship between wizards and elemental creatures as partners, it was still a human's view. As intelligent beings with high freedom values, neither gentle wind Uranus nor flamboyant Graham believed it. Uranus did not like the idea of elemental partners either. However, he still used objective words to express his rational opinion. Living together with humans, especially powerful humans, meant that they had to pay the price of survival if they didn't want to be exterminated. From the perspective of humans, elemental creatures were aliens, and humans had a tradition of never being united with aliens. Becoming an elemental partner of a human was a price. In Uranus' eyes, this was a good price to pay. No matter how cruel a wizard was, they would rarely kill their elemental companions. Elemental creatures could survive in the wizarding world as long as they did not cause trouble. Therefore, in Uranus's relatively objective attitude, even if he did not agree, he did not reject it. Flourishing Graham, on the other hand, did not say anything. Angor also expressed his disgust. He did not speak for humans. Instead, he explained the basic rules of how wizards treated elemental creatures in a very objective manner. Also, Angor's point of view was mostly about dark wizards, who were eccentric and opinionated. Humans came in all shapes and sizes. Elemental creatures would meet different humans in the future. Saying too many good things now would only make them lose face in the future. In Angor's opinion, many wizards treated elemental creatures as pets or tools. However, it was undeniable that most wizards had a close relationship with their elemental partners. After all, it was easier to communicate with an elemental partner if one wanted to learn elemental spells. In this case, even if a wizard treated an elemental creature as a tool, they would not destroy it for no good reason. Even if there came a day when the tool was no longer useful to a wizard, wizards would still treat elemental creatures well because they had been living together for a long time. In the worst-case scenario, they would only ask the elemental creature to leave. Killing the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness was rarely seen. More importantly, wizards and elemental creatures were basically mutually beneficial. Wizards could obtain shortcuts to elemental spells from elemental creatures, while elemental creatures could grow faster with the help of resources provided by wizards. Compared to slowly growing up in the tidal realm, the elemental creatures could grow much faster. That was why demands and sacrifices were actually mutually exclusive. In fact, it was even possible that the elemental creatures would obtain even more. Of course, this was not an excuse for humans. Most of the time, humans captured their elemental partners. Elemental creatures were indeed afraid of such contracts. Angor understood why Uranus and flamboyant Graham didn't like it. He wanted Brute Cavern to establish a base in the tidal realm and sign a reciprocal contract with the elemental creatures to solve this problem. If an elemental creature voluntarily signed a contract with a human and chose to become a wizard's partner, it would be better than being captured. Besides, the bond between the elemental and the elemental would be strengthened, which could prevent a tragedy from happening. Uranus and flamboyant Grammy remained silent for a long time after hearing Angor's explanation. Angor's explanation was basically an extension of the third book, The Possibilities of Tidal Realm's Future. Uranus did not know what Flourishing Graham was thinking, but he was already tempted. It was not because Angwar's words convinced him. It was because Uranus had a more realistic view. According to the third book, the tidal realm was bound to be open to the outside world in the future. Instead of fighting against humans, Uranus would rather accept Angwar's suggestion and maintain its independence by forming an alliance. It sounded like appeasement, and it was the truth. The other party was strong and they were weak. Under such an absolute disadvantage, compromise was the best way to survive. Besides, Angwar also explained that this was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Uranus did not believe Angwar's words for now. After all, they did not know more humans and did not have more samples. However, if what Angwar said was true, it was not that hard to accept. Perhaps many elemental spirits or elemental creatures who had been stuck for a long time would be willing to become a wizard's partner so that they could grow stronger. Just like how humans had different personalities, elemental creatures were also intelligent creatures with different personalities. There would be plenty of elemental creatures who were willing to accept a wizard's offer. Uranus was really tempted. However, he did not say anything yet. He planned to go with the crowd and meet Mr. Magoo and the visitors from Brute Cavern in the fire zone before making a decision. Because of the previous exchange of views, the third book, The Possibilities of Tidal Realm's Future, was basically finished. However, the two sovereigns still expressed their opinions about the current situation. Soft-Wind Uranus and Flourishing Grandma were both worried about the future of the tidal realm, but they were slightly different in their personal emotions. Uranus was worried, but he was also looking forward to the future. Just like how he praised the first book, he really liked the glorious civilization created by humans. Once the tidal realm was open to the outside world, humans would not be the only ones coming in. Uranus would also be able to leave and witness a bigger and more glorious world. Flourishing Graham, on the other hand, was more worried and less expectant. However, Flourishing Graham was a neutral peacemaker. Just like Uranus, it did not want to fight against the powerful wizard civilization. Since the two realms were connected, working with Brute Cavern was the only option. Therefore, Thriving Graham agreed to meet with Mr. Magoo and negotiate with the visitors from Brute Cavern in the future even though it did not share Gentle Wind's opinion. Angwar felt relieved after confirming the two sovereigns' opinions. Most elemental creatures he met were simple-minded. There were a few exceptions, but that did not stop him from appreciating them. It would be best if they could solve their problems without war. Next, they talked about other things that were not mentioned in the movie box, such as the distribution of factions in the human world, the differences among wizards, and other planes beyond the wizarding world. After satisfying their curiosity, it was time to end the conversation. Grammy Flourishing also bade farewell to Angwar and Uranus and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Grammy left 2 golden apples behind. One for Angwar, and the other for Toby, who had been staring at the apple for the whole afternoon and drooling all over the place. The golden apple was similar to Jack's magic beans, which could provide natural energy. However, the golden apple contained more energy and was of a higher level. More importantly, it tasted good. Toby finished his golden apple quickly and looked at Angwar's hand. The golden apple did not provide much help to Angwar. Since Toby liked it, Angwar gave his share to Toby as well. This is just a golden apple grown from the seed of my doppelganger. If you like it, you can come to the green field and try the golden apple from my original body. After making the invitation, Grim Rebirth did not stay any longer and left Wind Island after bidding farewell to everyone. Now, only Gentle Wind and Uranus were left in the palace. Now, he finally had the chance to ask Gentle Wind about Foam. Gentle Wind Uranus knew a lot of information, especially about Fang's life. He had a lot of information. Of course, he didn't really care about that. He wanted to know what kind of trap Fang set up in Tidal Realm, and what kind of treasure Fang left behind. After leaving the Sea of Clouds, the grey mist that covered Gondola slowly returned to Toby's body. I didn't think the wind on Wind Island would get stronger after the creatures returned. Thank goodness we have Mr. Toby with us. Otherwise, our ship would have been blown away. It was Dankros who was leaning against Toby's arm. He was still expressing his emotions at first, but he quickly switched back to his bootlicker mode and looked at Toby with bright eyes. However, Toby ignored Dankros completely. Instead, he was looking at another elemental fairy on the ship. "Where are we going next, Mr. Pat?" It was a flying boar with a pair of tiny wings. It was cub big. "The sea of gentle waves," Angor replied while looking at the horizon. Cub Big remained silent for a moment and reminded Angor, "Mr. Pat, you're looking at the south. The sea of gentle waves is in the north." Angor didn't know what to say. Gondola continued its leisurely journey. It had been half a day since Angor left Wind Island. Ever since Magoo told him that gentle wind Uranus was one of the elemental creatures who spent the most time with Mr. Feng, Angor had been looking forward to coming to Wind Island. He thought he would get a lot of information about Feng from Gentle Wind, but in fact, the information he got was much less than he expected. And it wasn't important at all. Gentle Wind Uranus did spend a lot of time with Feng, but they didn't get along as well as Angor expected. The so-called getting along was just Feng choosing to rest on Wind Island. According to Gentle Wind Uranus, Angor was able to reconstruct the situation. When Feng Zai arrived at Baibayan village and saw Wind Island, he admired the unique environment and the beautiful and dreamy ecology of Wind Island. Also, he was inspired to paint, so he decided to stay at Wind Island for a while. Therefore, Feng built that palace-like magic hut on Forbidden Peak. During Feng Yu's stay on Wind Island, he spent most of his time drawing in the magic hut, except for the occasional sightseeing. The walls of the palace were filled with Feng's paintings. Therefore, even though Feng had lived on Wind Island for a long time, he did not spend much time with Soft Wind Uranus. He spent most of his time painting. However, Mr. Magoo did not know what was going on. He thought that Feng and Gentle Wind must have something to do with each other, which was why he suggested Angor to come to White Cloud Village. In fact, the relationship between Feng and Soft Wind Uranus was just so. Although they were closer than other elemental creatures, they were not that close. Therefore, he didn't get much useful information from Gentle Wind. Most of it was about Feng Yu's daily life on Wind Island and his occasional sentimental ravings. Among them, the words fate and heavens were often mentioned by Feng. Although Soft Wind had only told Feng about the details of his life, Soft Wind had accompanied Feng for a year. He had heard a lot of sighs, and occasionally, he could get some valuable information. One of the pieces of news revealed why Feng would come to the Tide World. This information might be related to Feng's plan, so Angor listened carefully. At that time, Wind Island had not yet floated above the sea of clouds. Occasionally, there would be storms and lightning. I still remember that there was a rainstorm that lasted for half a month. The Wind Island lake, which was originally a bit dry, was filled with water again. Half a month later, the sky cleared up, and Wind Island Lake reflected the colors of the sky. It was beautiful. Since it was a rare sunny day, Mr. Feng also walked out of the palace on the Forbidden Peak and quietly enjoyed the scenery of Wind Island. After that, Mr. Feng set his sights on Wind Island Lake. Mr. Feng looked at Wind Island Lake and said to me, "A pool of stagnant water can become beautiful after a rainstorm. Just like the Tide Realm. What you see is a disaster, but what I see is a rippling blue water." Maybe the disaster did not bring depression to Tide Realm. Instead, it brought new life to Wind Island Lake. This new life is also a sweet spring that poured into my exhausted lake of inspiration. Mr. Feng sighed and said, "I came here because of the chapter of fate written by that book, but I have to admit that everything here is nourishing my inspiration. I want to paint again." After saying that, Mr. Feng turned around and returned to the palace. He took out a piece of paper and started drawing again. That was what Gentle Wind Uranus had described. Apart from the long background, the most important part of the story was Feng's self-reflection. He clearly stated that he came here because of the book of fate that was written in that book. Although this statement sounded a little mysterious, it clearly explained why Feng came to the tidal realm. Just as Gentle Wind Uranus had said, Feng might not have come to the tidal realm of his own accord. He might have come here under the guidance of fate. And this guidance of fate was related to a book. This book could be a real reference to a book that really existed. It could also be a fake reference that was just using the image of a book to express one's feelings about fate. For now, Angor did not know which one it was. Personally, Angor preferred the second one. Most prophets he met liked to talk about fate, and they often used images like lines, gears, or books to express their ideas. the line represented fate. In fact, it was being manipulated in the dark. It was fate. The gears represented that fate was linked. No matter which direction you turned, you could only follow the indentations and dance with the other gears. This was also fate. As for books, it was a favorite metaphor used by the charlatan because words were bound to form a chapter. If a person's fate was compared to the words in a book, he or she could modify the words in any way, and it seemed that the future would lead to different paths. However, no matter how he or she changed, he or she could not escape from the constraints of the pages. The future seemed to be endless, but in reality, it was bound by the concept of books from the beginning. This was also a kind of fatalism. Angor knew how the charlatan worked, so he guessed that the books Feng mentioned were just a general reference. What Feng really wanted to say was that he did not come here on his own accord. It was fate that brought him to the tidal realm. This piece of information was one of the most useful pieces of information that Feng had provided. Unfortunately, even though it was confirmed that Feng had been guided here by fate, it did not explain why fate had guided him to the tidal realm. This might be the key to Feng's plan in the tidal realm. Later, Angor and Gentle Wind went to the Forbidden Peak to ask about the painting Path of Light. Gentle Wind also looked surprised when he saw the painting because it was the only one in the entire palace that was not drawn on Wind Island. Because of this, Gentle Wind could not tell Angor the story behind the painting. However, Gentle Wind did give Angor a useful clue, which was that Feng drew the painting before he settled down on Wind Island. Before Feng settled down on Wind Island, he had spent a long time with the other two elemental creatures. The two elemental creatures were Azurt the Frost and Naimeitsue. In other words, if Angor wanted to know more about Feng and the Path of Light, he would have to ask Azurt the Frost and Naimeitsue. Angor bid farewell to Gentle Wind and Gentle Wind. Then, he stayed on Wind Island for another day to make arrangements for the wind elemental creatures in Storm Mountain Ridge before leaving. While traveling on gondola, Angor was sorting out his loot from White Cloud Village. He didn't get as much information as he expected, but he still gained a lot from Wind Island. He and Gentle Wind had established a friendly relationship. Even though Gentle Wind did not agree to Angor's plan for the future, Angor could tell that Gentle Wind was planning something from the bird's attitude. Gentle Wind also told Angor that Harry Ken agreed with Gentle Wind's decision after seeing the shadow box. Also, Harry Ken said that he would try to persuade Hurricane Mister when he returned to Tempest Mountain. Angor was surprised by Harry Ken's approval at first, but it made sense after he thought about it. Harry Ken was a ferocious creature, but he cared a lot about the lives of his own kind and subordinates. Once the tidal realm was opened, humans and elemental creatures would become enemies, and a bloody war would break out. He didn't want to see his brothers die. That was why Uranus, the Gentle Wind, said that they should live in peace with humans. That was why Harry Ken agreed. Perhaps Harry Ken had other ideas, but at least on the surface, he agreed with Gentle Wind's decision. Later, Angor gave Harry Ken a chance to meet his subordinates. That was what Angor learned from Wind Island. As for Harry Ken's subordinates, they were the real loot he got from White Cloud Village. Close to 100 wind-type creatures, in addition to 3 powerful wind generals, this was definitely not a small force. However, he couldn't use them for the time being, so he left them on Wind Island and asked Uranus and Carmi the Wise to help him. Of course, he didn't leave all the wind creatures on Wind Island. 2 of them were quite useful to him so that they could accompany him on his journey. One of them was the 3-headed lionhound, Lobel. Lobel's tail was very intelligent, and he was also relatively familiar with the tidal realm. With him by their side, they might be able to avoid many detours. The other one was not a wind general. Instead, he was a small soldier called Soling, who was about as strong as Doting Jack. As his name suggested, Soling's talent was speed. He could fly faster than anyone could imagine. His normal flying speed was only slightly slower than Toby's sequence of gravity. Because of its innate speed and the fact that it was a wind-type creature, it could merge with the wind at any time. Thus, it had traveled through the entire tidal realm a long time ago. Angor brought Soling with him because he did not need to worry about getting lost since the creature was a living map. Also, he could let Soling become Gondola's engine, which could increase their speed several times without using any energy. Thanks to Soling's engine, they reached the Sea of Gentle Waves in half a day. This was several days faster than their original plan. Angor was very satisfied with both Lobel and Soling. Apart from these two, he also brought a wind creature with him, which was Cub Big, who was still an elf. When Angor first met Cub Big, he only thought of it as a naughty kid. When Camus asked him to take Cub Big away, Angor thought that Camus was trying to shift the blame. Angor did not refuse Camus' request, but he did not really want to take Cub Big away either. However, after spending several days with Cub Big, Angor realized that the creature was much nicer than he thought. He thought Cub Big was a naughty kid, but he soon realized that Cub Big was not as naughty as he thought. In fact, Cub Big was much more mature than Dankros. At first, Angor thought Xiao Big was faking it. However, he soon realized that Xiao Big's calm demeanor did not disappear after he let go of his restraint. In other words, Xiao Big's personality was one of the traits that made him more mature. Angor did not know why Cub Big was so naughty at first. Perhaps there was something else, and Angor did not want to find out. After confirming that Cub Big was not a naughty kid, Angor did not consider taking it away. However, when Angor was about to leave, Camus came again. Camus wanted Cub Big to become Angor's elemental partner. This was the first time Angor encountered such a gift situation. However, Angor did not really need a wind creature. Even if he did choose one, he wanted to find one that was compatible with him. Angor did not know Cub Big's talents, abilities, and thoughts. Even if Camus offered Cub Big, Angor could not give a definite answer. Still, Cub Big was the first elemental creature Angor met whose parents willingly allowed their child to become a wizard's partner. To some extent, this was a milestone for Angor. He considered for a moment and came up with a compromise. He would take Cub Big with him for now and observe its abilities and personality. If Cub Big was compatible with him, he would decide if he wanted to become an elemental partner. Even if Cub Big was not compatible with him, Angor would still introduce a good-tempered wizard to Cub Big so that he could fulfill Camus' wish of taking Cub Big to see more of the human world. The Sea of Gentle Waves was located right next to the verdant plain. It was a real sea that surrounded the entire continent. In the eyes of other elemental creatures, the Sea of Gentle Waves didn't have a name. Although it was large enough to cover the entire continent, the water energy contained in the Sea of Gentle Waves was not as strong as the other water domains in the tidal realm. The other elemental creatures only referred to this place as sea without giving it a specific name. The Sea of Gentle Waves was a name given by Uranus the gentle wind. It meant the tranquility of the sea, where the gentle wind ruffles the soft waves. In terms of name, the Sea of Gentle Waves was more beautiful than the nameless sea. Therefore, Angor followed Uranus' example and named it the Sea of Gentle Waves. Since the Sea of Gentle Waves didn't contain much water energy, it didn't have a proper water lord yet, even though it would occasionally give birth to several water elves due to the world echo. Therefore, traveling through the Sea of Gentle Waves wasn't restricted by any rules. Angor's destination this time was Malaya Ice Mountain. He wanted to meet Azert of Frost. To reach the Malaya iceberg, one could either take the land route or the sea route. If one took the land route, one would pass through 6 different elemental regions. If one took the sea route, one would only need to follow the coastline and reach the Malaya iceberg after 10,000 miles. Since each domain had different rules, Angor chose to travel by sea to avoid being restricted by the rules. Since Gondola wouldn't be intercepted by any elemental creatures on the sea, it was a smooth journey. In fact, it was boring. Since Angor had nothing to do, he decided to follow Toby and observe Cub Big in secret. From the moment Toby saw Cub, he was very interested in this wind elf. After Cub boarded the ship, Toby didn't even take his eyes off of him, observing his every move. Toby's stare made Dan Gross, who longed for Toby's attention, very depressed. It also made Cub Big feel puzzled. He did not know why Toby was staring at him. However, before Xiao Big boarded the ship, he had heard from Camus that Toby had a deep relationship with the former ruler of the tidal realm, Caramonkes. Because of this, Xiao Big did not dare to question Toby's undisguised gaze and could only pretend that he did not see it. The elemental creatures, including Dankros, did not understand why Toby would treat Cubby differently. But Angor knew what Toby meant. Toby was just curious. Maybe Toby wanted to see if Cub Big could transform. Yes, it was a transformation. Toby's idea might seem strange to others, but it was easy to understand if one knew the inside story. Before coming to the old Earth from the land of revelation, he made some movies about Earth and showed them to Toby so that the bird wouldn't feel bored. One of the movies was called Flying Pig Girl. It told the story of a pink flying pig girl who transformed into a supergirl to save innocent passersby who were affected by evil forces. It was a fantasy movie for young people. Angor almost fell asleep watching it, but Toby enjoyed it very much. For this reason, Toby even wore a pink lace tutu dress that looked similar to Flying Pig Girl's dress. It could be said that Toby was a small fan of the flying teenage pig. He wasn't obsessed, but he definitely had a good impression of her. With this in mind, Toby met Cubby Big. When Toby saw Cub Big, he was shocked. Cub Big and the maiden flying boar were too similar in appearance. The only difference was that the maiden flying boar's skin was too pink, while Cub Big's skin was more tender. The maiden flying boar's wings were also bigger than Cub Big's. Toby did not show it on his face, but he secretly wondered if Cubby Big had something to do with Flying Pig Girl. As soon as Toby heard that Cubby Big was going to board the ship, he put on the pink lace tutu again to see if Cubby Big would react to it. However, Cubby Big did not look at Toby's clothes at all. It strictly obeyed Camus' advice and did not look at Toby, who had a hidden identity. Toby was disappointed by Cubby Big's reaction. Still, it was his first time interacting with a movie star, so he did not feel too bad about it. He did not give up on chasing after stars either. Instead, he kept staring at Cubby Big, hoping that Cubby Big would take the initiative to talk to his little fan. Unfortunately, Toby did not know that there were rules when it came to chasing after stars. It was always the fans who chased after their idols, not the other way around. If Toby did not talk, Cubby Big would probably ignore him again. Angor did not know what to do about Toby's behavior. He already told Toby that the movie in the illusion was just a play on a special stage and not to take it too seriously. But when it came to reality, Toby still took it seriously. Even when Angor tried to stop him, Toby did not listen. Thankfully, although Toby's brain circuit suddenly became weird, he still retained some of his pride and did not directly contact Cubby, so he did not make a fool of himself. Angor thought about it and decided to let it go. At worst, Cubby Big would just break his illusion. Even if the atmosphere would become a little awkward, at least Toby would return to reality from chasing after stars. Angor did not stop Toby from looking at Cubby Big. In fact, he began to observe Cubby Big himself. Unlike Toby, Angor only paid attention to Cubby Big out of boredom. He wanted to see what kind of pig Cubby Big was and whether he was suitable to become an elemental companion. Angor studied mind illusions for a while. Even without asking questions, he was able to slowly draw out Cubby Big's psychological profile by observing the details of his daily life. As he studied Cubby Big's profile, Angor realized that there was something wrong with Cubby Big's mind. There was an obsession in Cubby Big's mind. Under the influence of this obsession, he would sometimes do something out of line. For example, when Angor first arrived at Wind Island, Cubby Big offended Angor because of this obsession. Without this obsession, Cubby Big was just a normal and steady child. Angor also realized that Cubby Big's obsession must have something to do with Wind Island. Even though they were already far away from Wind Island, Cubby Big would still look back at Wind Island from time to time with longing in his eyes. Such longing must have something to do with his obsession. Therefore, Angor concluded that Cubby Big's psychological problem was related to Wind Island. Combined with what happened on Wind Island and what Angor heard, he could roughly guess what Cubby Big's obsession was. He was probably the wise Camus who wanted to send Cub Big out of this place. Angor remembered Camus' comment about Cubby Big was that Cubby Big was a little naughty due to lack of discipline. However, the real Cubby Big was not as bad as Camus described. What Camus saw was just Cubby Big's way of showing Camus. Cubby Big was not naughty in private. Based on this, Angor now understood why Cubby Big offended Angor as soon as they arrived at Wind Island. It was not because of Angor, but because Camus was standing right beside Angor. Why would Cubby Big act so naughty in front of Camus? From the psychological analysis, it could be because of dissatisfaction, anxiety, and insecurity. Angor did not know which it was. Either way, Cubby Big was showing his love to Camus. Cubby Big wanted to show his existence and attract Camus' attention. However, Cubby Big did not expect Camus to notice him, and as a result, Camus wanted to pack Cubby Big up and send him away. Apart from that, he also noticed something else. "Cubby Big," Angor called softly. Cubby Big was looking at the direction of Wind Island when he heard Angor's voice. "Mr. Pat, are you talking to me?" "Yes." Angor nodded. "What did Wise Camus tell you before you got on the ship?" "Tell me what?" Cubby Big did not understand. Dangaros pursed his lips. "You don't know?" "He's asking you why you got on the ship." Dankro's tone was a little harsh. When he was on Wind Island, he had a very harmonious and friendly relationship with Cub Big. After he got on the ship, he realized that Toby was treating Cub Big differently. This made Dankro start to dislike Cub Big, and even his tone changed. Cubby Big's eyes glowed when Angor mentioned Camus. "Wise Camus told me that the wind needs to pursue freedom and travel far away. To become mature, it's best to step out of the comfort zone and see the world outside like our ancestors did. It's a pity that my strength is still very weak. In the past, Lord Sage didn't dare to let me leave the range of the White Cloud Sea. But this time, Wise Camus told me that I can use your protection to see the world outside. It's good for my growth, so I came." Cubby Big explained everything to Angor, and Angor's eyes showed a "I knew it" expression. When Angor was analyzing Cubby Big's mind, he noticed that Cubby Big did not seem to want to be sent away, nor did it actively want to become an elemental partner. This made Angor think that Wise Camus did not tell Cubby Big the truth. Under this premise, it was possible that Cho Big had been tricked into boarding the ship. After asking around, Angor confirmed Angor's guess. Angor gave Cubby Big a sympathetic look. One wanted love and existence, while the other wanted to send Cubby Big away, even if it had to be coaxed and tricked. How sad. Perhaps out of pity, Angor did not tell Cubby the truth. It would be better for Wise Camus to tell Cubby Big when they returned to Wind Island. As for accepting Cubby Big as an elemental partner, Angor decided not to think about it for now. Even without his obsession, he still liked Cub's personality. However, as far as Angor was concerned, if there was a thorn in the middle of an elemental partner, it might become the root of their friendship in the future. Unless Cub Biggie was willing to become an elemental partner, Angor would not consider it. Besides, even if Cubby Big was willing, it might not be suitable for Angor. "Mr. Pat, why do you keep looking at Cubby Big?" Dankros suddenly asked. Dankros wanted to ask Toby more, but he knew Toby would not answer him, so he decided to ask Angor. Maybe Angor's answer was the same as Toby's. Dankros' selfish question happened to be the same as Cub Big's doubts. Although it appeared to be very calm, its two fat flapping ears slowly turned from their previous natural rhythm to a static state. Angor did not plan to tell Dankros his thoughts. "Cubby Big reminded me of Wise Camus, and Wise Camus reminded me of Wise Camus in Tusk Desert." "Ah? Did you forget?" "Before we left Tusk Desert, Wise Man Bitter Platinum secretly asked me to ask about that rumor when I see Wise Camus." "That rumor?" Dankros was stunned for a moment before he reacted. "Oh, I remember now. Is it Sir Camus' real body?" Wise Camus' true form was a mystery. There were many rumors in the outside world. Some even said that Wise Camus was actually a clone of Gentle Wind Uranus. However, no one knew the truth. Even the wind creatures in White Cloud Village had never seen Wise Camus' true form. This was why Wise Man Bitter Platinum asked Angor to confirm the rumor with Wise Camus if he saw him. "That's right." Angor nodded with a smile and changed the topic. "It's a pity that Mr. Camus has been hiding his true form all this time. We can't help Mr. Wise Camus." Dankros sounded a little disappointed. The moment he lowered his head, he inadvertently glanced at Cub Big from the corner of his eyes, and his eyes instantly lit up. "Oh right, Cubby Big was adopted by Mr. Camus since he was born. You must have seen Mr. Camus' true form, right?" Dankros slowly shifted the topic to Cubby Big. Cubby Big remained silent. "You didn't deny it. That means you know about it." Dankros jumped up and ran to Cubby Big. "Tell us, what is Mr. Camus' true form?" Seeing that Cubby Big did not answer, Dankros added, "It's not a secret, so it won't affect the overall situation. Besides, I'm not the only one who wants to know. Mr. Pat and Mr. Wise Camus want to know too. Don't you want to satisfy their curiosity?" Dankros knew that his request was not very friendly, but he was talking to Cubby Big. Dankros was happy that he could make Cubby Big feel awkward. Facing Dankros' approach, Cubby Big remained silent for a while and finally spoke up. Cubby Big did not want to tell Dankros, but Dankros mentioned Angor and Wise Camus names, which just happened to poke at Cubby Big's weakness. It was not because of Angor or Wise Camus. It was just a reasonable excuse. As Angor suspected, Cubby Big acted so naughty in front of Camus because he wanted to attract Camus' attention and show off his existence. If Cubby Big told Camus about his true form, would Camus look at him? Even if Camus was angry. Under this complicated and subtle state of mind, Xiao Big Gu slowly revealed the truth. Lord Camus' true body is actually. After hearing Xiao Big's answer, all the intelligent beings on the ship were stunned. Even Lobel and Velvet, who were hiding behind gondola in their gusts of wind, were shocked by the answer. It wasn't that the answer was shocking. The answer itself wasn't anything special. What surprised them was what the answer meant. According to Cub Big, Carmi's true form was exactly the same as Cub Big's. In other words, Carmi's true form was also a flying boar. This was something worth pondering. Elemental creatures often clashed with each other, and sometimes with different elements. However, they couldn't possibly look exactly the same. Are there really two identical elemental creatures in this world? Dankros wondered. No. Both Angor and Lobel shook their heads at the same time. One had to know that it was impossible to find humans with similar physical features, let alone elemental creatures with vastly different physical features. However, Cub Big's words were completely the same except for the different proportions, which made everyone wonder what was going on. So there's no such thing as an identical elemental creature. Is it a coincidence? Angor shook his head. No, it couldn't be a coincidence. Considering Carmi's behavior, Angor already had an idea. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked outside of gondola. Lobel, Angor called out softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a three-headed poodle slowly appeared in the wind. My lord. 3 overlapping buzzing sounds came from the 3 heads at the same time. Angor could tell that Lobel's 3 heads were speaking in different tones. The main head spoke respectfully, but it sounded a little impatient. The vice head sounded calmer than the main head, but it still sounded like he was forced to do business. Only the head at the end of the line sounded calm, respectful, and distant. Angor knew about Lobel's 3 personalities, so he didn't mind the impatience of the main head and vice head. In Angor's eyes, the main head and vice head were almost worthless. He was referring to the head at the end of the line when he called out Lobel's name. He skipped the 2 leaders and looked at the calm-looking leader at the end of the line. This caused the main head and vice head, who were clearly ignored, to have some thoughts in their minds. The main head was furious, but this kind of fury was useless fury. The vice head seemed to have thought something through, and did not become angry. Instead, he slowly calmed down. Angor didn't care about the change in mood at all. So, what do you think about Wise Camus' true form? Everyone, including Camus, said that Tail End Head had the aura of a wise man. Angor was curious to know what Tail End Head, the so-called wise man, thought of this. Wei Tu did not challenge the power of Ding Yuan's Mork oath. Instead, he calmly told Ding Yuan his thoughts. There are no creatures that are completely similar in this world. Even if there are, there is a high probability that they were not born in the same place. Therefore, the situation where Sir Camus and Xiao Big are not only similar, but also met each other and were adopted and brought up together, in my opinion, is definitely not a coincidence. If that's the case, what do you think is behind it? Tail End Head's answer was always straightforward. Both Dangros and Xiao Big could understand and agree with him. Angor's second question also piqued their interest. They all pricked up their ears to listen to what Tail End Head had to say. Tail End Head hesitated for 2 seconds before speaking. I don't know what behind it is. But based on the common premise that there are no 2 elemental creatures that are completely similar in this world, the most likely possibility is that the so-called true form Cub Big saw was given to him by Sir Camus on purpose. Xiao Big, so you're saying that Sir Camus' true form is not the same as mine, and what I saw was fake? Tail End Head nodded. Yes. This is the only way to explain why you two are exactly the same. One of you is fake. Big and Dangros both thought about Tail End Head's words carefully and realized that it was indeed possible. However, Angor did not pay too much attention to Tail End Head's conclusion. Instead, he noticed that Tail End Head's conclusion was based on a common assumption. What if the common assumption was not the truth? According to Wei Tu's explanation, there were a lot of things that did not make sense. For example, did Camus really need to hide his true form in front of Cub Big? Even if Camus really wanted to hide his true form and create an illusion, why not just create an image that looked exactly like Cub Big? One had to know that the underlying logic of concealment was to get rid of all the special connections that pointed to himself. As a result, he created a real body that was completely similar to Cub Big. If other creatures found out about this, not only would they not be suspicious, but they would also pay more attention to the truth of concealment. This was not hiding anything. Camus was deliberately misleading people. Or, to be more precise, diverting people's attention. But this did not make sense. Misleading what? Diverting people's attention? At least until now, there was no one who opposed Camus. So Angor could only go back to his original assumption. Camus did not have any other intentions. He just wanted to hide his true form. Angor looked at Tail End Head again. Then, what do you think if we don't follow the common assumption? Tail End Head, if we don't follow the common assumption, we have to admit a subtle fact. Sir Camus and Cub Big are exactly the same. So, what do you think? Angor asked. Tail End Head shook his head. I can't tell. If they really look the same, I can only say that Sir Camus and Cub Big have some special connection. Dangros and Cub Big did not understand this answer, but they did not think too much about it because it sounded obviously unreliable. Since it was said that there were no elemental creatures that were exactly the same in the world, then the assumption of this premise was nonsense. But Angor nodded in his mind after hearing the explanation. Compared to the first conclusion, he believed that the second one might be the truth. Tail End Head did not say what kind of special connection Camus and Cub Big had, but there were only a few possibilities. Family. This was highly unlikely. Even blood relatives could not be exactly the same. Not to mention, elemental creatures did not have such a concept. Clones. This was more likely. Since they looked exactly the same, it could only mean that they were clones. But if Cub Big was really a clone, then Camus should be the main body, and he should be able to control all the actions of the clone. But Cub Big did not seem to be under Camus' control. Otherwise, it would not have secretly sold out Camus' real body. Unless Cub Big lied. But Angor did a profiling of Cub Big's mind, and Cub Big did not realize that he was Camus' clone at all. This was a strange situation. Angor thought of many possibilities, but the only one that seemed reasonable was that Cub Big was indeed a clone, and the main body was Camus. But something happened to this clone, and Cub Big's independent consciousness was born. Only in this way could many things be explained. If this was the case, Angor had to admit that Camus was very careless. There was a subtle connection between the doppelganger and the main body. Some powerful existences could even use the doppelganger to curse and kill the main body. Camus' doppelganger had developed consciousness. Not only was it not destroyed, but it was also raised. This was somewhat strange. Cub Big, can you tell me what happened when you were born? Lorber suddenly asked Cub Big. Angor glanced at Lorber. Judging from the question, they both had the same idea. Cub Big did not hide anything and told Lorber about his birth. Angor was even more certain that Cub Big was a clone. Because Cub Big's birthplace was right next to Camus. There were already too many coincidences, and now there was one more. A flying pig that looked exactly like Camus was born right next to Camus. With so many coincidences, it was clear that something was wrong. Cub Big's original words were, "Mr. Camus was surprised when he saw me being born next to him. He saw that I looked like him, and since I was destined to be born next to him, Mr. Camus said it was fate, so he adopted me." This was from Cub Big's perspective. Angor could tell that Camus was not surprised because Cub Big was born next to him. Instead, he was surprised that Cub Big's clone actually had its own consciousness. If that was the case, then many things made sense. However, this did not solve the other problem. Why did Camus hide his true identity? He considered for a moment and decided that he had to look at the problem separately. The birth of Cub Big was something that happened much later. Camus, on the other hand, had been hiding his true identity for a long time. It was said that Camus did not like others to see his true form. Therefore, Cub Big and Camus were two different things. Now that Angor knew that Camus was also a pink flying pig, Angor began to understand why Camus hid his true identity. Maybe it was some kind of pride. A flying pig was not a big deal, but it was also pink and tender. Perhaps this made the young Camus feel some subtle emotions, so he hid his true identity. At this point, Angor had almost figured out the truth of what he believed to be the truth. He didn't really care whether it was true or not. He only asked about Camus' real body to change the topic. It did not matter whether he knew or not. If he really wanted to know the truth, he could always ask Camus again in the future. By then, he might be able to get Camus to talk by using Camus' deduction as an excuse. Angor did not find anything useful after hearing Camus' story. However, he decided that he would not accept Cub Big as his elemental companion. After all, there were still some parts of his cloning theory that did not make sense. Unless Camus explained everything to him, he would not even ask other wizards to accept Cub Big as an elemental companion. The gondola kept moving forward along the Ripple Sea. Even with the help of the speeder spirit, it would still take some time to reach the Maria Ice Mountain. The sea was beautiful, but looking at the same scenery over and over again would get him tired. While Angor was bored out of his mind, he heard something coming from his bracelet. Angor waved a hand, and a miniature church made of bones with golden runes appeared on the table. Dankros had seen this many times, so he wasn't surprised. Lobel and Cub Big, on the other hand, looked at Angor in confusion, wondering where he got this strange structure from. Angor did not explain. He knew that Dankros would explain everything as long as Angor did not forbid him from doing so. Even if Angor did not ask, Dankros would tell Angor about it on his own. This "I know something you don't" feeling was enough for him to brag about it for an entire afternoon. Angor took out the Church of the Deceased and rubbed it a few times. Next, a humanoid figure wearing a horned helmet poked its head out of the church. "Is Ness gone again?" Angor asked before Taurus could say anything. Yes. With Angor's permission, Taurus quickly returned to the dream wasteland that he had been longing for a long time. Angor sighed and put the Church of the Deceased back into his bracelet. Next, he took out the dream whelk and a stone tablet. Through the whelk, he sent the tablet's location to Ness. When he was done, he heard Dankros explaining to Cub Big what a space was and what a space storage was. While explaining, Dankros glanced at Angor from time to time, as if he was asking if he was right. Angor yawned. "I'm going in for a bit. Call me if you need anything." With that, Angor leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. His consciousness had already stepped onto the Bridge of Dreams. Since the outside world was getting boring, Angor decided to take a stroll in the dream wasteland. He appeared at the top of Heaven's Tower as usual. He planned to check on Freud first. Both the ritual at Silver One Principality and the strange altar inside the mountain were very important to him. Angor wondered if Freud had made any progress in the past few days. He pushed the door open and entered Freud's office from the balcony. Before entering the dream wasteland, he already sensed Freud's presence. To his surprise, there was someone else in the office apart from Freud. Judging from the back, that person was very thin and tall. At this moment, he was standing by the west window, reading a thick stack of documents in his hands under the sunlight. The man turned around when he heard the balcony door being pushed open. After pausing for 2 seconds, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. "So it's a hyperdimensional wizard." He closed the book and walked to Angor. When he was 3 steps away from Angor, he took off his white gloves and reached out a hand. A handshake. This was the traditional etiquette used by nobles and Vensbuyers. Compared to the more traditional kissing on the cheek, the nobles preferred a more restrained and distant handshake. Angor looked at the newcomer. It was a young man wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His voice was clear, his movements were elegant, and his well-tailored suit was decorated with dark gold ornaments. Every detail of his attire gave him a sense of asceticism. At first glance, he looked like an elegant scholar. However, anyone who heard of his name would be afraid of him. In fact, he was even more feared than Sunders in Brute Cavern. This could be seen from Freud's expression. Freud was sitting in front of his desk, but he kept looking at the young man with fear in his eyes. He was afraid that the moment he lowered his head, this refined young man would turn into a monster and swallow him whole. Angor considered for a moment and shook the man's hand. Wizard Bayer. The young man was DeMartin Bayer, also known as Miniature World. Most low-level apprentices in Brute Cavern called him the Butcher of Skulls. An otherworldly adept who was passionate about biological research and had an unparalleled passion for craniotomy. Wizard Bayer? That's a strange name. You can just call me DeMartin. DeMartin grinned. Compared to Angor's unfriendly tone, DeMartin's tone sounded more like he knew Angor well. Angor wasn't familiar with DeMartin. However, when he was still an apprentice, he asked DeMartin to rescue Balba, who was sentenced to death. Seeing that Angor was an alchemist, DeMartin gave Balba to Angor in exchange for a favor. The situation was complicated, but in the end, he owed DeMartin a favor. Angor didn't want to embarrass DeMartin, so he followed DeMartin's tone and said, "Also, I don't think it's appropriate to call me Dimensional Wizard. You can call me Angor." "My pleasure." DeMartin nodded and let go of Angor's hand. DeMartin said, "I didn't see you on the terrace when I came here. So, the place you left last time was the balcony of Firmament Tower? I'm only setting the entry point to this place." DeMartin's eyes lit up. "I see. As the creator of this world, you can set any location in the Dream Wasteland?" "Yes." Angor nodded. DeMartin's eyes lit up. "I wonder if there's a way for us to obtain this ability." DeMartin didn't really want to learn the locator ability. Instead, he wanted to find out where it came from. Angor didn't mind telling DeMartin about it, but it wasn't the right time yet. "Not yet." Angor didn't answer DeMartin's question. "Only for now?" DeMartin quickly swallowed the question. He knew that Angor didn't want to talk too much about this ability, so he decided not to ask. If that's the case, then forget it. DeMartin didn't seem to care at all. Angor was a little surprised by DeMartin's carefree attitude. According to what he knew about DeMartin, the man wouldn't give up so easily. But DeMartin wasn't wrong. This was not DeMartin's way of doing things. However, DeMartin was more interested in using this opportunity to get closer to Angor. Considering Angor's identity as a member of the R&D department, as well as his knowledge of the Dream Wasteland, DeMartin wanted to establish a friendly relationship with Angor. Therefore, he had to control his personality so that Angor wouldn't dislike him. "Angor, did you come here to find Freud?" DeMartin smiled and said, "Well, I won't disturb you. I'll go to the room next door." DeMartin nodded to Angor and looked at Freud. "I'll borrow this for a while. I'll return it later." Freud didn't dare to refuse DeMartin's request. "It's fine." DeMartin turned around and left. Before he left, he said to Angor, "If you have time, come find me next door. We can talk." DeMartin didn't mention what they were going to talk about. However, wizards didn't always stick to one topic. Moreover, since DeMartin had defined it as an exchange, he naturally intended to share some knowledge with the other party instead of gaining it unilaterally. "If I have time," Angor replied in the same polite manner. DeMartin chuckled and left the room. After DeMartin left, Freud finally let out a long sigh of relief. "Seriously?" Angor chuckled. "Of course." Freud nodded like he was pounding garlic. "You don't know how scary his eyes were when he found out that I was a soul in the real world. He looked like he wanted to dissect me on the spot." Freud sighed. "That's why I can't relax for even a minute. Mr. DeMartin has been here for more than 5 hours. Originally, I was still writing a document, but now I've only written 1 page. Even this page is just scribbled randomly. The main reason is to maintain a normal appearance in front of him. Otherwise, if he sees my fear, he might really come forward and dissect me." Angor couldn't help but chuckle when he heard Freud's explanation. "If he saw your fear, he would attack you. This was something that only happened to beasts or undead creatures." Freud was an undead creature, so it was ridiculous for him to say something like that. However, Freud wasn't joking. His voice was still trembling, which meant he was really scared of DeMartin. "So, what's DeMartin doing here?" Before asking the question, he used the power of the Tree of Authority to check when Demartin entered the dream wasteland. Demartin must have used one of the loggers Angor gave to Rain. Angor didn't set up a stranger entry alert system, so he had to check the Tree of Authority to confirm Demartin's entry time. The answer was 1 day ago. Angor was surprised. The logins he gave to Rain were set in the new city, which would make it easier for apprentices to build the city. It would take about half a day to travel from the new city to Foundation City by airship. This meant that Demartin didn't stay in the new city after entering the dream wasteland. Instead, he went straight to Foundation City. According to Freud, Demartin spent more than 5 hours in the dream wasteland, which meant Demartin went straight to Firmament Tower after arriving at Foundation City. Angor was curious about Demartin's purpose. Freud didn't hide anything and told Angor everything that happened after Demartin arrived. Basically, Demartin came to Foundation City to read Angor's book about the dream wasteland. Although Demartin was cruel in some ways, he was a research genius. Unlike the other wizards, who were curious about the dream wasteland, the first thing they wanted to do was to experience it, instead of studying it like Demartin. From this point alone, Demartin would have a much easier time on the path of truth than many other wizards. When Sumesh became a Truthfinder wizard, he asked Sunders if there was anyone else in Brute Cavern who could become the next Truthfinder wizard. Back then, Sunders told him it was Demartin. Back then, Angor didn't understand why. But now, he had a better idea. "There's something I don't understand," Freud said. "I didn't show you all the books about the subject of Nightmare Wasteland. But Mr. Demartin didn't ask me about it either. Maybe he doesn't think I know anything about it." Normally speaking, Mr. Demartin should have finished reading all of them in a short time. But what surprised me was that he took a long time to finish them, and the documents he read after that had nothing to do with the laws of the dream wasteland. Instead, they were. Freud remained silent for a moment. He was looking at the personal data of the residents of Foundation City. Freud collected the data when he first arrived at the dream wasteland. Most of them were descriptions of the residents' physical conditions and changes before and after entering the dream wasteland. Back then, Freud used the data as an experiment to help Angor determine whether John's mind would be damaged after entering the dream wasteland. However, Freud didn't stop the experiment even after John entered the dream wasteland. Although the dream wasteland didn't seem to have any problems for the time being, no one could be sure that it wouldn't change in the future. Only by preparing information in advance could one be prepared for any possible danger. "You're interested in the residents of Foundation City?" Was Demartin going to study the bodies of the natives of the dream wasteland? Angor considered the possibility. Demartin wasn't a Carabit, but he was just as passionate about biological research as any Carabit. The residents of Foundation City might be mortals, but their bodies would change after entering the dream wasteland, which would attract the attention of a mad scientist like Demartin. Angor told them about his theory. "No wonder Demartin was so excited when he heard that I'm a soul in the real world. Maybe he's more interested in studying a new body in the dream wasteland." The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. "No, I need to inform Alda and Sunny later. If Mr. Demartin finds out that they are also souls, he might take them away and cut their heads open." However, Alda and Sunny weren't in the dream wasteland right now, so Freud didn't do anything. "What should we do, sir? Should we inform the karmic hunters and ask them to send more demon hunters to protect the residents of Foundation City?" Angor didn't think Freud's suggestion was necessary. He had considered studying the bodies of the dream wasteland residents before, but he didn't have much experience in this field. Besides, he still needed to find out more about the authority of the dream wasteland. Since Demartin might be interested in the bodies of the dream wasteland residents, Angor didn't mind letting him try. Maybe Demartin could really find something useful. Angor knew that he wasn't omniscient. There were too many secrets in the dream wasteland for him to learn all by himself. For example, Angor would need at least 10 years to figure out the 2 energy-related authorities. Angor would not be able to get anything out of them, let alone explore them in a deeper way. And this was only a small part of the dream wasteland. There were many other similar cases. Angor didn't think he could learn all the secrets of the dream wasteland on his own. More professional wizards like Sunders were needed to enter the dream wasteland so that their research could push forward the development of the wasteland. Only by adopting the strengths of all colors can one dispel the fog and see the truth. Angor wasn't worried about them keeping their findings to themselves because he had access to the Tree of Authority. As long as they found something useful, they wouldn't be able to escape Angor's prying eyes. Just like the mana resurgence Sunders was working on in the Dream Wasteland. Before, Angor had no idea what energy was. But now, if he wanted to, he could use the Tree of Authority to find out everything about the mana resurgence that Sunders created in the Dream Wasteland. Therefore, Angor wasn't against DeMartin's plan to explore the Dream Wasteland residents. Once DeMartin found something useful, Angor would benefit both himself and DeMartin. But the residents of Foundation City are kind people. It's a shame to let them become test subjects. If DeMartin really wants to do something like this, you can send some prisoners to him. I see. Freud nodded after thinking for a while. Now that they were done talking about DeMartin, Angor returned to the topic at hand and asked Freud about the latest news. First, they talked about Sunny and Alda's training. Alda had completed his possession training and finally found a way to release the death aura inside his body. His soul was no longer shrouded by death aura, which made him much more intelligent. Freud didn't mind Alda's training, but he didn't know what to say about Alda's daily life. This was because Alda had been running to Star Lake Castle recently and possessed little Sam or the people sent by Nea to Star Lake Castle. For example, yesterday, a maid was possessed by Alda in the middle of the night and ran to the kitchen to make barbecued meat. Alda, on the other hand, was having a great time eating, while the servant, who was determined to lose weight, broke down in tears the next morning. Freud felt a headache coming on. However, Freud was actually a little jealous of Alda. He wanted to have a taste of barbecued meat as well. End of chapter. Freud knew how to possess people as well, but his ability was a branch of Lady Sheila's dead soul vision. Freud could only possess people whose souls had left their bodies in the dead soul vision. Since the original owner's soul had already left the body, the person he possessed was already half dead. Even if the original owner's soul was summoned back after the possession ended, Freud's ability would still infect the original owner's body with a large amount of death aura. If the original owner wasn't a supernatural, he wouldn't be able to survive. Therefore, Freud's possession wasn't like Alda's, where he could control the degree of possession without harming the mortals. Freud wasn't a bloodthirsty man either, and he couldn't bring himself to kill mortals just to satisfy his cravings. Moreover, the mortals in Star Lake Castle were sent by Nea. Therefore, Freud could only envy Alda in secret. Freud knew that Alda wasn't playing a malicious prank. It was just that he had been an undead for too long and finally got the chance to relive the good times when he was still alive. That was why he secretly possessed people. Freud understood why, but Alda's actions had already made the people in Star Lake Castle tremble in fear. So, no matter what, Freud wanted to give Alda a warning. However, he still needed to wait for the right time. Alda gave him a headache, but it wasn't a big deal. Alda wouldn't harm anyone. What really made him feel bad was Sunny. Compared to Alda, Sunny's state of mind was on a whole other level. So far, Freud hadn't finished cultivating his soul yet. From time to time, Sunny's violent aura would burst out. She was always hovering on the edge of depravity, which frightened Freud a lot. Freud stayed near the altar almost every day, and whenever things went south, he would use Prelude to Reincarnation to pull Sunny back from the brink of falling. The good news was that Sunny was always on the brink of falling, but she didn't really take the first step. Recently, Sunny's condition was getting better. She used to be on the brink of falling every day, but now, she was on the brink of falling once every 2 days. That was why Freud could occasionally find some free time to go to the Dream Wasteland to take care of chores. However, Freud didn't relax even though Sunny's condition was improving. Just because things were getting better didn't mean that there wouldn't be any mistakes. If Sunny made a single mistake, everything would be lost. After telling Freud about Sunny and Alda's recent situation, he talked about what happened after the mass sacrifice in Inyun Duchy. The source and final destination of the sacrifice were still unknown, so he didn't talk to Freud about it. What Freud wanted to talk about was the whereabouts of the soul of the farmer who was killed by little Sam. Nea was doing her surveillance all over the country. Nea's name. Freud's name was to Alda's to be told to the farmer. The first place Freud's to the brink of the duchy. A group of freshly graduated students went to the outskirts for a picnic. They were attacked by an unknown spirit in the Black Forest, and 3 of them died. The students who ran back went to the Night Watch Knight. Based on the description of the students, the Night Watch Knight concluded that it was the spirit of the farm owner. By the time the Freud's team was sent to Black Forest to investigate, the man was already gone. The other sources of information were from Ashel Forest, Whitney Lumber Mill, Wooded Town, and Steel City. According to the reports of the local knights, there were signs of ghosts appearing in all of those places. There might be some misunderstandings, but one thing is for sure. Whitney Lumber Mill was visited by a ghost. The local knights saw the ghost face to face, but they couldn't tell whether it was the farmer or not because of the darkness. The latest news is that a ghost appeared in the outskirts of St. Sem City. This news is basically confirmed because Naya personally went to investigate and sensed the aura of undead. Freud described the locations in detail, which were basically the routes from the Silver Yun Duchy to St. Sem City. If they were to connect them together, it would be almost a straight line. If this spirit is really the farm owner that Sam Jr. killed, he might have already arrived at St. Sem City. That fast? Angor frowned. Traveling from Inyun Duchy to the capital of Central Empire by carriage would take at least 1.5 to 2 months. If Freud's prediction was correct, it had been less than 2 weeks since the farmer's soul was discovered and he arrived in St. Sem City. It was not that the speed of the undead could not reach such a level, but the undead also had to abide by the basic law of conservation of energy. Such a fast-running speed must have consumed its own energy. How did it replenish its energy so quickly? And at the same time, Angor was even more curious about the fact that the ghost was just a newborn, so it shouldn't have stored too much energy in its body. Therefore, Angor believed that the ghost in the outskirts of St. Sem City wasn't the farmer's ghost. It was rare for a mortal to give birth to a soul after death, but it wasn't impossible. Maybe the ghost was just a lucky soul. Of course, Freud's theory wasn't entirely correct. If the ghost was the farmer's ghost, then it was possible that the ghost had some special abilities, or it had a helper behind the scenes. Maybe it was the culprit behind the mass sacrifice. With this in mind, Angor told Freud to pay more attention to Star Lake Castle. If the farmer really did give birth to a soul, it was almost certain that the farmer was an undead, and it was caused by Sam's near-spirit body. The enemy came all the way to St. Sem City just to kill little Sam. Angor had to keep an eye on Sam's surroundings. I understand, Freud said. So does Naya. That's why she sent a group of royal wizards to set up a defense line around Star Lake Castle. Naya herself is also active around Star Lake Castle in order to protect little Sam. As the leader of the Silver Heron royal family, Naya's action wasn't obvious, but it definitely involved the entire country. Naya was trying to please Angor and compensate the Silver Heron royal family for what they did to Sam's family. After chatting with Freud for a while, Lucien asked Freud about his latest research project and said goodbye to him. Since Sunders wasn't around, Angor planned to visit the new city to kill some time. However, when he walked to the balcony, he glanced at the dappled sunlight coming through the window and recalled the scene where de Martin was reading a document under the sunlight. Angor considered for a moment and decided to go to the room next to Freud's office. Since de Martin invited him, Angor would like to know what they were going to talk about. The door to the room next to de Martin's office wasn't closed, so Angor could see de Martin sitting there. Just like in Freud's office, de Martin wasn't sitting in front of his desk. Instead, he was leaning against the window and reading under the afternoon sunlight. From what Angor could see, de Martin looked like a stubborn academic professor. But when he thought about the rumors about de Martin, Angor felt that the peaceful scene was about to be torn apart. Angor shook his head and knocked on the door. The door's open. Come in. De Martin raised his eyebrows. The sunlight shone into his eyes, illuminating his light brown irises. However, the center of his pupils appeared even darker and more profound. Angor nodded to de Martin as a form of greeting. Then, de Martin gestured for them to sit on opposite sides of the sofa. De Martin took a seat and placed a pile of documents on the coffee table. Angor glanced at the title, Records of the 13th Batch of New Residents. Just as Freud said, de Martin was only looking at personal information about the residents of the Dream Realm. You seem to be interested in the information about the residents of Foundation City. Do you know anyone? Angor pointed at the files on the table and started a random topic. De Martin chuckled. I was born on Fake Continent. Most of the residents of Foundation City came from the Land of Revelation and the Old Earth. In other words, DeMartin didn't know anyone from Foundation City. DeMartin paused for a moment. I'm interested in the residents of Foundation City. But I don't care about their identities. I'm interested in their body structure. So you're after their bodies, Angor thought to himself. I've already observed them. Their body structure is very strange. They look exactly like humans. They have hunger and desire, but they can still survive if they don't satisfy their desires. Their physiological cycle looks like it's moving, but it's actually very slow. It's almost like they've stopped moving. If this happens in the real world, they'll either die or fall into a deep slumber. DeMartin's interest was piqued at the mention of the body structure. He changed from a courteous and elegant noble to a scholar who was obsessed with research. He spoke calmly, but there was a hint of madness in his eyes from time to time. Angor could tell that DeMartin's research was nothing more than a small splash on the surface of a lake. The truth was hidden under the surface of the lake. So, you're looking at their information because you want to study their body structure? Forgive me for reminding you, but their body structure is almost exactly the same as yours. Angor was implying that DeMartin should look at his own body structure. I have indeed studied my body to a certain extent, but I can't be sure what will happen if I study my body too much. Maybe I'll break this body and I won't be able to enter the dream wasteland in the future. So, you decided to transfer the damage to someone else and put your research on someone else. That's right, DeMartin said. The corners of DeMartin's lips curled up, and his eyes narrowed into slits. This is also the main purpose of my exchange with you this time. You want me to join your research? I hope you can give me some people. DeMartin pointed at the documents on the table. These will do. Of course, it's better if you can join us. Angor looked at DeMartin. Is this your request? He asked this because he wanted to show DeMartin that he owed DeMartin a favor. DeMartin chuckled. Yes. But Angor, aren't you curious about their body structure at all? DeMartin tossed the ball back to Angor. He knew that Angor was trying to erase his debt, but he also knew that Angor didn't know much about the Dream Wasteland. As the creator of the Dream Wasteland, DeMartin must want to have full control over everything as well. If Angor wanted to share his research data with him, he would still owe Angor a favor. After all, it was a win-win situation. Are you sure I don't know anything about their bodies? Angor pondered for a moment. If you did, you wouldn't have asked Freud to provide such detailed information about the residents of the dream realm. Their physiological changes are also included in the list. DeMartin shook his head. If you need to remember all these details, doesn't that mean you don't know anything about them? Besides, since you're willing to talk to me about this topic, the answer is already on the table. Seeing DeMartin's grin, Angor didn't show it on his face, but he was cursing the old fox in his mind. As he said, he supported DeMartin's research on dream dwellers. However, he was planning to show DeMartin the results of his research to Angor through his authority. But now that DeMartin mentioned it, Angor couldn't do that. He could only share his research results in secret. Angor cursed DeMartin in his mind, but he had to admit that DeMartin wasn't just a sly old fox. DeMartin's observation skills were amazing, and he was also very good at analyzing people's expressions. Angor didn't know what to do. Besides, he needed DeMartin's research too. Angor sighed in his mind. I'm really curious about their body structure. I can give you a group of dream wastelanders for your research. But I can't do that. Angor pointed at the record of the 13th batch of wastelanders. These people were all good people who suffered from terrible illnesses before they died. Moreover, their experimental data had paved the way for John to enter the dream wasteland, which could be considered meritorious. Therefore, Angor didn't plan to let them become DeMartin's research subjects. As for DeMartin's real research subjects, they were the unforgivable criminals in prison. Even if there weren't enough criminals in the dream wasteland, DeMartin could still capture some from the real world. DeMartin hesitated for a moment. The record of the 13th batch of wastelanders contained more detailed records, which would make things easier for DeMartin. But since Angor didn't want to use them, DeMartin nodded. Suddenly, DeMartin said, I heard there are some transcendents in the city. They are the demon hunters. Don't even think about it. Angor cut him off. I'm just curious. I don't need to study their bodies. Dumartin considered for a moment before saying, I'm just curious. I hope so. Angor stood up. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll be on my way. There's one more thing. I'd like to apply for the right to use some of the loggers. Angor frowned. I gave all the loggers to Mr. Rain. If you want to use them, you can ask him. Dumartin shrugged. I went to see Mr. Rain as soon as I entered the Dream Wasteland. He didn't agree to my request. He said the construction of the new city is the most important thing right now, and the loggers will be given to those who have accepted the quest first. Besides, I need a lot of loggers. This was why Dumartin came to Angor. Why do you need so many loggers? Angor was a little confused. For research, of course. Apart from the residents, I also want to study the bodies of creatures that can enter the Dream Wasteland for a short period of time. Not just humans, but monsters, beasts, humanoids, fairies, elemental creatures, and so on. This included ordinary objects, as well as extraordinary beings from head to toe, including their souls. Dumartin wanted to see what kind of body the Dream Wasteland would give birth to after these different lifeforms entered the Dream Wasteland. What kind of differences would there be between these bodies? Angor was a little intrigued by Dumartin's words. It would be difficult to figure out how the Dream Wasteland created human bodies. Dumartin's words were also a part of his research. Come with me, Angor said to Dumartin. About half an hour later, Angor and Dumartin left Foundation City on an airship and arrived at a valley several kilometers away from the city. The canyon was very quiet and secluded. The surrounding trees were not only lush and verdant, but also very dense. The branches and vines intertwined with each other and heavily surrounded the canyon. However, as soon as they entered the valley, the trees around them began to pull up their roots and move to the sides as if they had just met their king. The trees then created a long and narrow path that led to the inside of the valley. Dumartin's eyes flickered as he watched. The concentration of virtual mana in the area was low, but it wasn't completely absent. With his keen senses, Dumartin could still sense the flow of mana around him. However, he couldn't feel any energy flow when the tree made way for him. Both the trees and Angor's body. It was as if the trees had their own consciousness and were willing to let Angor pass. Was it because Angor was the creator? Or was there something special about the trees? What Dumartin didn't know was that all the trees here were under the control of a towering tree in the distance. Angor was the only one in control of the tree civilization. Following the long and narrow path, Angor led Dumartin into the valley. As soon as they entered the valley, Dumartin heard a series of roaring noises. He looked into the distance and saw a group of shadowy figures at the end of the path. They were rushing toward the only path, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. However, before they could reach the path, the trees automatically closed the path and formed a natural barrier, sealing the canyon tightly. Dumartin finally saw what the shadowy figures were. They were all low-tiered beasts, such as sandalwood deer, cliff goat, dragon-tailed iguana, valley giant snail, and so on. There were many types and numbers, but there was almost nothing special about them. The only thing they all had in common was that they were either herbivores or omnivores. Omnivores were the weakest among them. They couldn't hunt other animals in the valley, so they were forced to eat grass. You can hunt the beasts here for your experiments. Angor pointed at the creatures in the valley. All right. Dumartin already knew what Angor was going to do when he saw the beasts. Still, he couldn't help but feel a little excited when Angor agreed. Angor glanced at Dumartin. He thought Dumartin would ask him why there were beasts in the valley, but Dumartin didn't seem to care. As a matter of fact, Freud already proposed to study the differences between living creatures when the tree civilization was created. For this purpose, Freud even brought a bunch of animal samples from the real world and placed them in the valley. However, since the food chain wasn't complete yet, he had to start with herbivores and omnivores, which led to the valley's current state. Unfortunately, Freud was troubled by the aura of death, and he still had a lot of research to do, so he had to put the research on hold for now. Since Dumartin was going to take over the research, Angor decided to let Dumartin have the right to use the valley. Besides, compared to Freud, Dumartin's research skills were much better. Leaving the valley to Dumartin would be a better choice. He took Dumartin and Dumartin around the valley. The valley was quite spacious. There was a lake, grassland, and an orchard, which was more than enough to keep a bunch of beasts. Dumartin looked a little disappointed when he saw the different types of animals in the valley. Are there any supernatural creatures? Not yet. Dumartin considered for a moment. Based on what I've seen so far, the Dream Wasteland's discrimination between mortals and humans should be similar, so there shouldn't be too much of a difference between them. However, their body structure is that of a transcendent being. What changes will there be after entering the Dream Wasteland? This difference will definitely be different from that of ordinary creatures. Therefore, Dumartin was more interested in becoming a transcendent than an ordinary creature. Supernatural creatures. Angor considered. How about elemental creatures? Elemental creatures are the best. Dumartin answered without hesitation. Most monsters used to be supernatural creatures, but when they entered the Dream Wasteland, they would be forced to become mortals due to their lack of control over energy. However, elemental creatures were different. Their bodies were made of elemental constructs. If the Dream Wasteland followed the basic laws, there was a high chance that their bodies would be elemental when they entered the Dream Wasteland. This marked a clear difference from other creatures. Therefore, elemental creatures were the best research subjects. Elemental creatures? Angor couldn't help but think about his subordinates on Wind Island. If he didn't leave, he would consider using them as research subjects. I'll keep an eye out for any suitable elemental creatures and send them to the Dream Wasteland, Dumartin said. Angor considered for a moment. If you don't find any, there are only two options. Wait for me to return to the Dream Wasteland and give you a new set of loggers. You can go and find them yourself, or you can go to Mr. Rain. He should have elemental creatures. Dumartin didn't know where Angor was right now, so he didn't think it would be easy to find elemental creatures in the wasteland. Mr. Rain has elemental creatures? Dumartin asked. You mean the Dream Wasteland? Angor nodded. Dumartin's eyes lit up. Then I'll go there and ask him. Mr. Rain is in the Dream Wasteland right now, and I'm heading to the new city. I can give you a ride. Dumartin was surprised. What did he mean by that? Dumartin logged out of the game with a confused look on his face. When he logged back in, he saw that the scenery around him had changed. The lush valley had turned into a bustling new city under construction. Dumartin glanced at Angor and sighed in his mind. Only the creator of the Dream Wasteland could do something like this in the blink of an eye. Mr. Rain is over there. Angor sensed something and pointed at a 6-story building that was about 20 meters tall. Dumadin nodded and thanked Angor, but he didn't bother to check Angor's power. Instead, he strode toward the direction Angor pointed. Angor also looked up at the building where Rain was. It was a tall building covered in dark rose patterns. Some of the corners of the roof looked oriental, but it didn't look like it was torn apart. Instead, it had a punk feel to it. There was a sign beside the building that read Rose Aquarium. It was inlaid with the finest neon gemstones. Although it was called an aquarium, it was actually a place to drink tea. It was one of Leona's personal tea houses that she prepared for future tea parties. But Rain wasn't drinking tea. Instead, he was absorbed in a strange monolith. Iron Granny was sitting across from him, enjoying a cup of flower tea. The monolith was none other than Monument Loop. Activating the monolith would take one into an entertainment illusion called Monument Valley. He gave one to Iron Granny, and Leona was amazed when she found the Monument of Strangeness in Iron Granny's place. She believed that the game inside the Monument of Strangeness would be a great way to start a conversation among witches, so she asked Angor to add the Monument of Strangeness into the Dream Wasteland as well. The Monument of Strangeness in Rain's hand was exactly that one. What he didn't expect was that the Monument Loop would become a source of entertainment for the wizards in Brute Cavern before it could be used in the tea party. It seemed that the game was as addictive as Salamon's products. Maybe he should talk to John about creating an entertainment game in the Mother Tree Network. Maybe he could use it to bring more people to the Mother Tree Network. It was only a fleeting thought, but he thought about it carefully and felt that it was possible. However, most of the games on Earth couldn't attract the attention of wizards. Only ingenious ideas could help him win the game. As for whether he should do it or not and how to control it, he would have to discuss it with John first. Angor took one last look at Rose Aquarium in the distance and left. He came to the dream wasteland to kill some time while traveling outside. However, he didn't come to the new city for nothing. There was something else he needed to do. Hold an art exhibition. He already had this idea when he was at Wind Island. He wanted to hold a small art exhibition using Feng's paintings in Forbidden Mountain. The reason why he wanted to hold an art exhibition was mainly because he wanted to see if there were any secrets hidden in the paintings on Taboo Peak. With his current knowledge and experience, he could not find anything useful from it. Angor believed that there were no other secrets hidden in the paintings. However, he still needed to verify it. How to verify it was through an art exhibition and let other magi appreciate it together. Through other people's experience, he could make up for what he had missed. He didn't really care if the exhibition would be a success or not. Considering Feng's reputation, even the most ordinary of paintings would attract wizards. Even if the exhibition failed, it wouldn't matter. Angor's reputation wouldn't be affected anyway. To hold an art exhibition, he first needed to find a place to hold it. As far as he was concerned, the exhibition wouldn't last long. It would end when he left Tidal Realm. Therefore, it was best to choose a place that was easy to spot. Wizards from Brute Cavern would see the exhibition as soon as they entered the city. Considering the current state of the new city, as well as the common routes used by wizards, the best place to hold the art exhibition was the Mission Control District near the entrance of the city. The Mission Control District was the temporary command center for the new city. It was not only a place for accepting quests, but also a city planning center where resources were distributed. Because of the need for resources, most wizards would come to the Mission Control District when they came to the new city. It was the most crowded area right now. However, the Mission Control District had many buildings, but they were all temporary structures. It was not easy to find a suitable place to hold the art exhibition. Maybe I should just hold an outdoor art exhibition? Angor wondered. The paintings were created using illusions anyway, so they would not be damaged by wind or rain. While thinking, he walked toward the Mission Control District. He first took a stroll around the Mission Control District while observing the buildings around him. While doing so, he began to assess the situation in his mind. Just as he had expected, the temporary buildings did not take into account aesthetic issues. Basically, they were just passable buildings. Except for the temporary city hall, the rest of the buildings were basically gray stone houses, which had a rather primitive feel. Even though Angor was only using illusions to simulate Feng's paintings, he still felt that it was a waste of art to put them in such a shabby building. Besides, other wizards would probably not pay much attention to the art exhibition if they saw it here. Maybe he should build a more elegant gallery nearby. As he was thinking, he heard someone calling him from behind. "I've been busy building the new city every day, and you're just a hands-off boss." Angor turned around and saw a beautiful witch wearing a rose-patterned royal dress walking toward him. "Good afternoon, Leona." Angor smiled and ignored Leona's grumbling. He could tell that Leona did not sound angry at all despite her complaints. She even had a small smile on her face, which meant she was in a good mood. After all, she was the one who built this unprecedented tea party, which might even change the tide of history. No matter how hard Leona worked, she would gladly endure it. As expected, Leona did not mention hands-off boss again. Instead, she crossed her arms and looked at Angor in the eyes. "I saw you from the window on the 3rd floor of the city hall when you arrived. You've been walking around here for a while. What are you doing?" Leona thought Angor was here to look for her. After all, she was the only wizard in the Mission Control District. However, Angor did not go to the city hall at all. Instead, he wandered around leisurely, which made Leona feel uneasy. So she came to find him. "Huh? What did you say? Art exhibition?" Leona looked at him in disbelief. "Yes. I'm going to hold an art exhibition here." "I'm not surprised that you're going to hold an exhibition or new product release." "You're going to hold an art exhibition?" Leona asked, "Since when did you start focusing on art?" "I'm not going to show my paintings." Using his Celestial Shift ability, he created an oil painting that was supported by rose vines using a mirage spell. "Not your paintings?" Leona looked at the illusion in confusion. You're really good at creating illusions in the dream wasteland, Leona praised while focusing on the painting. The painting depicted a city in the middle of summer, which was viewed from the top of a mountain. The color was very strong, with a lot of saturated bright colors. Just by looking at it, it was as if one could feel the lazy high temperature of summer. However, even after a long time, Leona still couldn't figure out the origin of the painting. In the end, she saw the name on the bottom right corner of the painting, Mirafil Feng. Is this the work of a magic artist? Leona exclaimed. Angor nodded. Yes. Leona looked at the painting again. As a person who had never stepped into the art of painting, she only thought that the painting belonged to the category of good-looking. But when she heard that it was a painting by a magic drawing wizard, she looked at it again, and the more she looked at it, the more she felt that it was beautiful. She did not know what was so good about the painting, but it was more pleasing to the eye than before. Leona pretended to admire the painting for a few minutes before she looked at Angor again. As expected of a painting created by a wizard. It's full of history. I think I can see the flow of time in the painting. Angor did not know what to say. Why do you think it's full of history? Angor looked at Leona, who was talking nonsense with a straight face, and decided not to expose her. I'm going to hold an art exhibition. All the paintings in it are from magic artists. Angor changed the topic. An exhibition like this should attract many adepts who are interested in art like me. Leona paused for a moment. But I don't understand. Why do you want to hold an art exhibition like this? Just to show off the works of magic artists? I found a bunch of Feng's paintings while I was out. They looked like ordinary oil paintings at first glance. But since the artist is a magic artist, I thought there might be some secrets hidden in them. Leona did not ask how Angor found Feng's paintings. Instead, she continued, so, you want to use the exhibition to see if there are any secrets hidden in the paintings? That's right. Angor did not plan to hide it. He could not stay in the dream wasteland forever. If any wizards found something hidden in the paintings, he would need Leona's help. Leona considered Angor's words and felt that he might be right. After all, Feng was a famous magic artist. The paintings of magic painting sorcerers were filled with mysteries. Even the most ordinary oil painting might contain a secret that he had meticulously arranged. You're going to hold an art exhibition in the mission assignment zone? Angor nodded. There are a lot of wizards here, and they'll see my art exhibition more easily. But I don't think there are any buildings nearby that can hold an art exhibition. Maybe I should build a gallery for it. That's true. But the mission assignment zone is only temporary. We'll have to tear it down eventually. Even if it's popular now, it'll become a wasteland. So, I suggest we hold the exhibition in the new city. It's not like it needs to be exhibited for long. This period of time should be enough. Leona shook her head. You can't just show a masterpiece like this for a few days. You should plan it for at least a year. Huh? Angor believed that the exhibition would be held for a few days only. But Leona did not agree. She did not think much about it before. Now that she thought about it carefully, she realized that this was a good opportunity. Feng's paintings, even if they were just ordinary ones without any secrets, could be used as the foundation of art. As the host of the upcoming century-old tea party, Leona believed that this was a great opportunity to show off her knowledge. Imagine a group of witches walking around the new city during the tea party. They accidentally found an inconspicuous art gallery in the depths of an inconspicuous alley. They walked in curiously, only to find that the art in the gallery was actually a masterpiece by a magic painter. What if someone told them that there might be more secrets hidden in the paintings? Leona could even imagine the faces of those witches who loved to collect Feng Yu's paintings. Their faces would turn pale when they saw Feng Yu's painting. Leona was very satisfied with the image in her mind. She was going to hold an art exhibition with such great potential. And it had to be held for a long time, at least until the end of the tea party. I don't think that's necessary. I've examined the paintings myself, and I didn't find any secrets. I just want to prove that I'm not mistaken. It won't take that long. Even if there are no secrets, great works of art like these should be seen by more people. Only then can they live up to their existence, Leona spoke in a firm voice. Angor was a little surprised by Leona's sudden righteousness. Is that so? Yes. Leona spoke without hesitation, so you can't put this art exhibition in the quest zone. It'll be a waste if you tear it down. Let's go to the new city. I'll find you a better place. Leona dragged Angor to the new city. Angor was going to say that the paintings were just illusions. Even if they were going to be exhibited for a long time, they could just put them in the quest zone and move them to the new city after the quest zone was torn down. But before he could say anything, Leona had already led him to a building with a flashing neon sign and a rose pattern painted all over it. Angor was a little surprised to see the building. It was Rose Aquarium, where Rhine was staying. The building was decorated with beautiful patterns all over, which made it look quite artistic. Also, Rose Aquarium was located on the main road of the new city. There was an undeveloped area in front of it. Wizards and apprentices who accepted quests would often pass by this place. Angor thought about it carefully and decided that this place was not bad. It would not be a disgrace to art if he used it for an art exhibition. But before he could finish, he noticed that Leona did not take him inside. Instead, she led him to a dark alley behind the Rose Aquarium. They walked along the empty alley until they reached the end of it, where a manor house was waiting for them. Let's do it here. Leona looked around and felt that this place was exactly what she imagined. Hidden in an inconspicuous alley was an art treasure that would amaze the outside world. Just the thought of it made her excited. Angor looked at the manor house in front of him. The manor house itself was exquisite. Since it was designed by John, it carried a hint of mystery and romance from Earth. It would be more romantic if Feng's paintings were placed there. But no matter how exquisite the paintings were, they could not ignore the fact that this place was so remote. Who would come to an art exhibition in such a remote place? By the time he left Tidal Realm, the number of people who would come here would probably be less than 10. This was completely against his original plan. No, not here. Angor showed his reluctance on his face. Leona didn't expect Angor to reject her so vehemently. But she really did not want to give up on her idea. In the end, after some discussion, they compromised and decided to hold the art exhibition in the Rose Aquarium outside before the tea party. After the tea party began, they would move the art exhibition here to add some mystery to the art exhibition. After reaching a consensus, Leona took Angor back to Rose Aquarium outside the alley and changed the second floor into an art gallery. Leona's actions caused quite a commotion, so Mr. Rain, who was on the 6th floor, also came here. Iron Granny, DeMartin, and Iron Granny also walked down the stairs. When they learned that Leona went to such lengths to help Angor with a painting exhibition, they were all surprised. Only when Angor displayed the hundreds of paintings did they realize what was going on. Compared to Leona, both Iron Granny and Rain had lived long enough to appreciate art. Even DeMartin, who was born in a noble family, had a keen eye for paintings. Therefore, when they saw the first painting, they knew it was the work of a magic artist. As the first batch of visitors, they were very interested in Angor's art exhibition and began to look at the paintings one by one. This was exactly what Angor wanted. Maybe Mr. Rain and the others would discover the secret of the painting after they finished looking at it. At first, Rain and the others thought that this art exhibition would be a gathering of famous artists. But when they saw the 7th and 8th paintings, which were also the work of a magic artist, their expressions changed. All the paintings here belong to a magic artist? DeMartin looked at Angor. Angor nodded. Yes. I know where some of the paintings are kept, but this is the first time I've seen so many of them gathered together. Iron Granny sighed in amazement. Most of their works aren't a secret. I've read about them from wizard magazines, but I've never seen any of them before. DeMartin couldn't help but stare at Angor. Where did you find so many unseen works? DeMartin's question was the same as everyone else's. Even Leona, who hadn't asked before, pricked up her ears. Angor smiled mysteriously. It's pointless to tell you where they came from. Why don't you take a look for yourselves? Maybe you can find something from them. No one cared that Angor was keeping them in suspense. It was Angor's fortune to find Feng's paintings. Forcing them would only ruin their relationship. Besides, what Angor said made sense. Maybe they could find something hidden in the paintings and figure it out themselves. Dumartin was the fastest among them. He didn't care about keeping the paintings a secret. Instead of asking about the painting, he began to tell Angor about his conversation with Rain. I went to the tidal garden and saw a water elemental creature. But, you can't get it. Dumartin sighed softly, his expression was complicated. It wasn't that Ryan didn't want to give it to him, but when he went to the tidal garden, he found that Konoha Hanabi ni Nyethaway, Old White Wallace, and Tree Spirit Sama were all there. Furthermore, the three of them were very serious as they surrounded a flying fish creature and studied it. This flying fish was the only elemental creature in the tidal garden. Dumartin knew that he couldn't get it from them, so he gave up. I guess I'll have to see if I'm lucky enough to find a suitable elemental creature, Angor replied. Dumartin nodded, but he didn't think Angor would be lucky enough to find a wild elemental creature. As far as he was concerned, he could only wait until Angor returned to Brute Cavern so that he could get more registers from Brute Cavern to study supernatural creatures. While they were talking, Rain and Iron Granny were still admiring the oil paintings. With their ability to analyze information, they could decipher a lot of the contents inside and outside of the painting just by looking at it. For example, they were able to analyze the contents of a winter forest by grasping the details, combining the seasons, plants, biodiversity, and even the wind's bias. Even if it was just a guess of the painting's location, they would have a rough idea. Iron Granny was even able to tell that the city in the painting was the capital of the Central Empire on the Land of Revelation based on the architectural style and cultural details. Because of this, they believed that Angor found the paintings in the Land of Revelation. However, as they looked deeper into the paintings, they found many strange things. They saw ice marks on the surface of the water when it was summer. They saw flames on the surface of the water. More and more strange paintings appeared in their view. The location that they were previously certain of was also starting to waver. 10 minutes later, Iron Granny, Rain, and Leona had finished their tour of the exhibition. They gathered at the entrance of the exhibition. What do you think? Angor asked. Leona was the first to give an answer. As expected of a magic painting wizard. Every painting is full of deep meaning and history. The others didn't know what to say. I don't see any history, Dumartin said. However, from the feeling that the painting gives me, the magic artist adept must have been very relaxed when he was painting. As for the story outside the painting, I can't see it clearly. Dumartin then looked at Rain and Iron Granny. While Dumartin was only looking around casually, Rain and Iron Granny were looking very carefully. Maybe they could find something. However, Ryan remained silent. He shook his head and said, I can't tell. Iron Granny's answer was similar to Ryan's. Even Rain and Iron Granny couldn't come up with a solid answer. In the end, everyone looked at Angor. To everyone's confusion, he gave an explanation. However, he only repeated what he told Leona earlier. Anyway, I don't know if there are any secrets hidden in the paintings. Let's leave them here for now. If other wizards find anything, please let me know. With that, Angor excused himself from the exhibition by saying that he had something else to do. To the others, however, it looked more like Angor was leaving in a hurry because he didn't want to talk too much. So Angor is hiding something from us, Dumartin said in a low voice. Maybe Angor found a painting room left behind by a magic painter? It was Leona who asked. However, no one agreed with her question. Instead, they all looked at her strangely. Ahem, I'm going upstairs. The tea will get cold if I don't go back now. Me too. I think I know something about the next level of Monument Loop. Iron Granny and Ryan turned around and walked out the door, disappearing from the exhibition. Dumartin was about to leave as well. But before he left, he looked at Leona's confused face and sighed. The magic painter was a painter, but he only painted during his travels. He never left behind a painting room. Instead of wondering if Angor found a painting room, it's more likely that Angor found a wizard's ruin where he kept his paintings. With that, Dumartin disappeared from the exhibition as well. Iron Granny, who had returned to the 6th floor of Rose Aquarium, suddenly spoke up. Why do I feel that apart from the ones in the Central Empire, the rest of the paintings represent a whole new world? Rain thought about the strange things in the paintings and nodded. You're right. They don't look like something from the wizarding world. Maybe Feng Hua created some otherworldly creatures? Ryan thought about it and denied this answer. From the details of some of the paintings, he could basically determine the timeline of the paintings. Those paintings should be paintings from the same period. Angkor was painting the Land of Revelation a moment ago, and then he was painting otherworldly creatures. That didn't make sense at all. The Land of Revelation, but they don't look like something from the wizarding world. I have an idea. An affiliated plane? Rain asked. Iron Granny nodded. Maybe the secret Feng hid in the painting is actually pointing to a subsidiary realm? Angkor didn't hear the conversation between Iron Granny and Rain. He was now far away from the new city and standing in the middle of a lush forest. He floated in the air and looked down at a small hill. The hill was covered with green grass and a few small white flowers. It didn't look like anything special at first glance. But there was a reason why Angkor was looking at it. A few minutes later, pink mist began to seep out of the ordinary-looking hill. The speed at which the fog leaked out was very fast. In just 10 minutes, the 100-meter-tall hill was shrouded in pink fog. He stared at the mist for a while before disappearing from sight. When he reappeared, he was still near the small hill and was still in midair. But this time, he wasn't alone. Freud was beside him. Freud was working in Foundation City when he heard Angkor's voice telling him to leave the dream wasteland and come back. Freud understood that Angkor was trying to summon him to a certain place. As expected, when he entered the dream wasteland again, he was no longer in his office. Instead, he was standing in the air above a forest. At first, Freud didn't know why Angkor asked him to come here. But when he saw the mountain covered in pink mist, he couldn't help but wonder. Is that the evil mist? Freud spent most of his time in Heaven's Tower and Sinful Demon's Lab. Sinful Demon's Lab was built near the evil mist. That was why Freud thought of the sin mist the moment he saw it. Even though the mist here was pink, which was different from the black mist around Sinful Demon's Lab. However, the feeling it gave him was the same austere, the same maddening feeling. Yes. Angkor nodded. The black mist in Sinful Demon's Lab could be called the evil mist, but that wasn't all. The black fog was just the surface of the evil fog. The evil fog could take on many other forms, such as gray fog, red fog, blue fog, and so on. The pink mist around the small hill was also one of the manifestations of the evil mist. Is the second evil mist here as well? Freud sighed. Since the authority of the evil mist was scattered across the land, no one could tell when or where it would appear. Angkor could, but he had to keep his attention on the tree of authority at all times. Once there were signs of the evil fog being born, they had to suppress it immediately. Only then could they prevent the evil fog from appearing. But Angkor couldn't keep an eye on the tree of authority all the time, so this evil mist wasn't part of his plan. Freud's main concern was that the mist was the evil mist. How far is this place from Foundation City? The evil mist was a type of authority under the law of all things, which could give birth to the evil creatures. Facing the evil creatures, the ordinary citizens of First Heart City were almost completely crushed. If the evil mist got too close to Foundation City, it would become a nightmare. About 500 kilometers, Angkor said after some rough estimation. Freud sighed in relief. 500 kilometers wasn't too far, but it wasn't too far away from Sinful Demon's Lab. It shouldn't affect Foundation City for a while. But Angkor continued, the evil mist is still in its infancy stage, so it hasn't given birth to any evil creatures yet. But I heard from the Tree of Authority that it's called a flying nest because most of the evil creatures it gives birth to are flying types. Flying types? Do you think they'll reach Foundation City? Freud looked at Angkor in disbelief. I can't give you a definite answer for now. But I'm not sure about the future. There's a good chance that Foundation City will be affected. Once Freud confirmed that the pink mist was much more dangerous than the black mist, he quickly arranged for the Sin Hunters to set up camp nearby. The purpose of the evil hunters' existence was to fight against evil creatures and protect Beginning City. Most of the demon hunters responded to the new mist as soon as they heard about it. Within a short period of time, 10 demon hunters had gathered around the pink fog. Relying on their abilities, they quickly built a temporary camp nearby. With the establishment of the camp and the arrival of the demon hunters, the threat level of the pink fog had decreased slightly. However, it was still not enough. In the foreseeable future, the pink fog would continue to give birth to evil creatures. With only 10 demon hunters, it was impossible for them to guard it completely. If he wanted to protect Beginning City, he needed to recruit more members of the evil hunters. This was a long-term plan, so he didn't pay much attention to it. With Freud around, he was confident that nothing would go wrong. Once the camp was set up, Angor bid farewell to the forest and returned to Foundation City. In Foundation City, he chatted with John about the latest news and the progress of the Mother Trees Network development team. Finally, he left a message for Leon and Sunders before leaving the dream. Wasteland. Angor opened his eyes on gondola and leaned against the side of the boat to check what was happening below. He was still looking at the boundless sea. But unlike before, a thin layer of frost had appeared on the surface of the sea. The presence of the frost mist caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Judging from the changes in the environment and the temperature, Angor was sure that they were not far from the Maria iceberg. Lobel, Angor called out softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the three-headed lion hound slowly appeared outside the ship. How may I help you, sir? The hound spoke in a respectful tone. The hound and vice hound didn't say anything because they knew Angor was only referring to Lobel. Tell me what you know about Maria Iceberg and Frosty Azert. Angor already had some information, but he still wanted to know what this wise Lobel had to say about this place and its owner. Lobel considered for a moment and began to tell Angor everything he knew. Maria Ice Mountain wasn't an ice mountain on land. It was a giant piece of ice floating on the surface of the gentle sea. There were countless ice creatures living on it. However, Maria Ice Mountain didn't only have ice creatures. There were also a large number of water creatures in the sea, all of which were under the control of Frost Azert. This was the general information about Maria Ice Mountain. Next, Lobel began to tell Angor about Frost Azert. Angor's expression turned a little strange as he listened to Lobel's description of Frosty Azert. This was because before this, the most detailed information he had about Frost Azert was obtained from Mr. Magoo. The Fire Zone and Maria Ice Mountain had always been enemies. Usually, the ones who knew the most about you were either your family or your enemy. Magoo already told him everything he needed to know about Frosty Azert. According to Magoo, Frost Azert was a proud, indifferent, intelligent, and ruthless predator. Apart from the emotional description and the feud between fire and ice elementals, Angor's basic impression of Frost Azert was that it was a proud and indifferent frost monarch. Angor didn't think it would be easy to convince Frost Azert. In fact, he even thought that his meeting with Frost Azert might end up in a fight. However, Lobel's description of Frost Azert was nothing but good things. Angor could understand what Lobel meant by being courageous and responsible. But he was confused when he heard Lobel saying that Azert of Frost was kind, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Why was it so different from what he heard in the Fire Zone? Before Angor could ask, Dangro spoke first. Nonsense. Frost Azert is the most terrifying and indifferent frost monarch in the world. It doesn't have a warm heart like you said. Its heart is ice cold, without any warmth. After Dankros finished speaking, Chiao Big said quietly, His Highness Frost is an ice creature, so his heart must be cold. Shut up. Dangros turned around. Hubig immediately stopped talking obediently, while Dankros turned his head and continued to glare at Lober angrily. Lobel didn't try to find fault with Dangros' words. You're from the Fire Zone, so I can understand your prejudice. I'm not being biased. It's the truth. Dangros protested. Lober did not argue with Dankros and followed his words. I also agree with you. Your opinion of His Highness Frost may be true, but there must be prejudice in it. Don't be so quick to refute. Listen to me first. Ice and fire are rare elements in the tidal realm that naturally oppose each other. The conflict between you and Frost Azert is something you were born with. In addition to the many conflicts between the Maria Ice Mountain and the Fire Domain, the hatred between the two races has become even more intense. Therefore, the way you look at Her Highness Han Shuang is naturally subjective. Therefore, from your perspective, this is indeed the truth. But from my point of view, I have a completely different answer. As we have no enmity with Her Highness Han Shuang, we can look at her situation objectively. After Lober finished speaking, before Dankros could reply, Chiao Big interrupted, Do you claim to be objective? I don't think so. Angor looked at Cub Big. Why do you say that? Cub Big flapped his wings and landed on the table. His round eyes looked at Lobel, who was outside the ship. I once heard from Sir Camus that the relationship between Storm Mountain Ridge and Maria Iceberg is very friendly. Angor looked at Lobel, who remained silent for a moment. We do have a good relationship with Maria Ice Mountain. Mr. Hurricane once studied at Maria Ice Mountain for a while. Hurricane Thuporio of Stormy Mountain Ridge was studying at the Malaya Iceberg? Angor's eyes widened in surprise. Before Hurricane Thuporio became a monarch, he went to Frost Prince's place and studied there for a while. That's why Storm Mountain and Maria Ice Mountain have a good relationship. Lobel paused a little. But even without that, I still believe my previous answer. Hurricane Thuporio was only a small fry back then. He went to Maria Ice Mountain to study, but he still received Frost Prince's full support and guidance. That's why we can see it. Angor agreed with Lobel's explanation. Different people would get different answers. Still, he was more interested in why Hurricane Thuporio would go to Frost Desert to learn from him. Soon, Lobel gave the answer. Because Frost Desert is a snow queen. She was an ice creature, but she could also control the violent wind. She was a special ice creature. What Hurricane Thubo had learned from Frost Desert was naturally the manipulation of wind. Frost Desert can control wind? And you're a wind creature? That's even less objective. How dare you say I'm biased? Dangros curled his lips. Lobel continued, there are also creatures who can control fire tornadoes in the fire domain. They're not the same. Besides, I've already given some examples. Lobel said a lot of things and gave many examples to prove his point. Even without Frost Desert's connection, his answer was still very objective. But Dangros only replied with a "I don't want to hear it" and denied all of Lobel's words. Lober felt a tightness in his chest. He couldn't reason with an elemental fairy, so he had to swallow his anger. If it was Lord Camus, he would have laughed and not cared about Dankros's anger at the start, Cub Big said. Once you start to reason, you've already lost. Not to mention, you're facing an unreasonable fairy. Not only did Cubig's cold arrow pierce into Lobel's body, it also secretly stabbed Dangros. However, Dangros' attention was all on Lobel at that moment, and he had yet to react. Angor glanced at Cub Big. You know how to take advantage of the situation. Cub Big stepped back and lowered its presence. Angor ignored Cub Big and Dangros' arrogance. He looked at Lobel and said, since Storm Mountain Ridge and Maria Ice Mountain are good friends, you'll be in charge of contacting Frost Desert. With Ding Yuan's Mork's oath, Lobel naturally would not refuse. Moreover, he also wanted to prove that his words were correct in front of Dangros. Therefore, he nodded without hesitation. All right, my lord. Please leave it to me. Angor looked at Lobel's confident face and nodded in a good mood. He was worried that Frost Desert would be the most difficult to deal with. But now, it seemed that it was not that difficult. White Cloud Village, which he thought was the easiest, was now facing a full-scale war. The gondola kept traveling for another hour. The wind around them had begun to pick up frost. The surface of the gentle ripple sea was not frozen yet, but there were some floating pieces of ice floating in the air. Several minutes later, they saw a pure white iceberg in front of them. It was not a big iceberg. It was not Maria Ice Mountain, which was as large as an island. However, there was a pure white snow leopard on top of it. The snow leopard did not notice the gondola because of the thick frost. Angor, however, saw every detail of the creature. No doubt, it was an ice creature. Angor didn't know if it was special or not, but its presence told them that they weren't far from the Maria iceberg. Sir, I'll go down and take a look. Lorber's voice reached Angor's ears. Angor nodded. He knew that Maria Ice Mountain was not far away, but it was always moving. Plus, it was protected by the wind and snow. It would be difficult to find it in such a large area. However, it would be much easier if they had the guidance of an ice creature. While Lobel went to ask the snow leopard about the location of Maria Ice Mountain, Angor observed from above. When the snow leopard heard Lobel's voice for the first time, he noticed that it did not want to talk to Lobel at all. It even got ready for a fight. However, when Lobel revealed himself, the snow leopard's attitude changed. It was not as friendly as Angor expected, but it still talked to Lobel in a friendly manner. Angor could tell that the wind creatures from Stormy Mountain Ridge were not considered enemies in Maria Ice Mountain. This was good news for Angor. He preferred to solve problems peacefully rather than trying to convince people by fighting. Several minutes later, Lobel returned to the sky. He did not come alone. Instead, he brought the snow leopard with him. Of course, Lobel couldn't bring the snow leopard on gondola on his own. He had to ask for Angor's permission before he did so. "Sir, Binkala said he can take us to Maria Ice Mountain," Lobel said. Binkala, or the snow leopard, was standing on the edge of the boat and looking at the people on the boat curiously. It did not pay much attention to Angor or Cubbig. However, when it saw Dangros, its pupils shrank. However, when Binkala discovered that Dangros was a small elf, her pupils returned to their oval shape. Although ice and fire elemental creatures were natural opposites, even if they didn't want to deal with each other, they still abided by the rules of elemental creatures and wouldn't attack elves. Of course, it would be different if an elemental elf provoked them. But Dangros provoked the snow leopard? No way. Binkala could say a few words when there were no ice creatures around. But now that Angor was here, it did not dare to say anything. After all, Angor's subordinates were not here. "Thank you." Angor tried to be friendly with Binkala. Binkala inspected Angor carefully. "You have a strange aura. But since you're Mr. Lobel's boss, I don't think there's anything wrong." Binkala leaned on the bow of gondola and raised its head lazily. It then pointed at a direction with one of its claws and said, "The Maria iceberg is over there." Speed Spirit followed Binkala's instructions and restarted the boat. Angor asked Lobel to chat with Binkala on their way to Maria Ice Mountain. As they chatted, Angor learned that Binkala was not only willing to lead the way for Lobel. It was also going to return to Maria Ice Mountain. The iceberg it was in was originally part of the Malaya iceberg. However, something happened a few days ago, which caused it to drift away from Maria Ice Mountain and float on the sea. When it woke up, it found that it was already far away. Binkala was a lazy person, so it planned to float for a few days and see if the ice mountain would return to Maria Ice Mountain on its own. However, Lobel happened to show up at this time. Binkala knew that Lobel was going to Maria Ice Mountain as well, so it decided to lead the way without hesitation. End of chapter. Here we are. Binkala lazily raised its pure white claws and pointed at the ambush line hidden in the cold mist. As the gondola cut through the white fog, the ambush line was finally revealed. It was an endless stretch of icebergs covered by a large amount of white vapor. The icebergs were not very tall, but they were very dense, like frozen waves that were undulating. However, not tall only applied to the surface of the water. The shadow hidden under the surface of the water was like a lurking ancient beast. Just looking at it from a distance was enough to make people with deep-sea phobia tremble. "This is the Maria iceberg." After saying that, Binkala stood up from the bow of the gondola. She elegantly raised her head, and with a push of her feet, she directly jumped down from the sky. Binkala successfully landed on the iceberg after passing through layers of clouds. Angor slowly lowered his gondola to the ground and stopped at the edge of the cliff line where the wind was blowing. He first looked into the distance before looking at Binkala. He had hoped that Binkala would lead them to the Palace of Frost Desert, but when he looked back, he realized that Binkala had already found a hilltop and was lazily lying down on it. Binkala was yawning as if saying, "I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me." Angor didn't think it was likely that Binkala would lead the way, but he still asked Lobel to test the waters. As expected, Binkala refused without hesitation. "No. It took me so long to come back. I'm so tired. I need to rest for at least 2 days to recover." "Are you sure you came here on your own?" Angor didn't care whether Binkala was right or not. It already made it clear that Binkala didn't want to leave. Angor didn't want to force it, so he gave up. Before Angor could move the boat again, Binkala suddenly said, "A word of advice. Maria iceberg doesn't prohibit flying, but many ice creatures are very sensitive to danger in their territory. They won't mind if you travel on the ice, for Mr. Lobel's sake. But if you fly across their territory and get noticed, they'll be very angry. The same goes for Her Highness Han Shuang." At first, Angor thought that he could just use an illusion to cover it up. But when he heard the last part, he quickly gave up on the idea of taking a flying boat. No one knew how big Azurt's territory was. After Bingkala finished speaking, he lay down on the ice. His eyelids drooped and he fell asleep in the next second. Angor looked at where Bingkala was sleeping. It was right at the edge of the iceberg, and behind it was the vast sea. If the iceberg fell off again, Bingkala would probably drift to the open sea again. However, even if it did float away, there was no need to worry. After all, this place was a paradise for water and ice elements. He put away his gondola and headed toward the frozen mountains. Although he was walking, he wasn't actually moving slowly. With the help of the speed spirit, he could cover 100 meters in one step as if he was flying at a low altitude. A few minutes later, he sensed the presence of a unique frost aura. He could clearly determine that this aura definitely came from an ice-type creature. However, looking from afar, he couldn't see the shadow of any creature, but its aura covered an area. Angor now understood that this frost aura was what Bingkala meant by territorial awareness. It would be difficult to distinguish the aura from the air, which would make it easy to intrude into the enemy's territory. However, the aura on the ice was very pure, and he could easily tell where the frost aura was. If he didn't want to talk to the enemy, he could just go around it to avoid unnecessary conflict. Angor didn't want to waste time. He didn't need an ice creature to show him the way. Lobel had been to Malaya Ice Mountain before, and it didn't know the exact location of the iceberg. However, it knew the general direction of Azurt's palace. There was no need to talk to the ice creatures when there was a path to follow. Therefore, Angor chose to go around the area covered by the frost aura and kept going deeper into Malaya Ice Mountain. It took Angor half an hour to walk. Along the way, he came across the territories of 5 ice-type creatures. Twice, he was spotted by an ice creature in his territory. To his surprise, the creatures didn't pay much attention to Angor's group. All they did was to look at him. Angor felt that as long as he didn't enter their territory, they wouldn't care who he was. This was the first time Angor encountered something like this since he came to Tidal Realm. Even though the elemental creatures in the other territories were not as heavily guarded as the Fangpoling Desert, they were still very wary of outsiders. As long as they stepped into their territory, no matter which route they took, there would definitely be guards stopping them and asking for their intentions. Thanks to his previous experience, Malaya Iceberg now looked at in a different light. He knew that Azurt was a powerful invader, so he thought the rules of Malaya Ice Mountain would be strict. However, the reality was completely different. Angor didn't have to explain his purpose every time he saw an ice creature, which saved him a lot of time. However, he couldn't keep taking detours. There were some places he couldn't avoid at all. For example, Angor had just arrived at the crossing of a frozen river. There was a thin layer of ice several meters in front of him. Under the layer of ice was an unfrozen river. Standing on the bank, Angor could hear the murmur of the river water. The river was so wide that Angor couldn't see the end of it. Angor stopped in front of the river because he could clearly sense the strong presence of water around the river. There must be a powerful water-type creature entrenched in this ice river. It was almost impossible to go around it. Angor considered for a moment and decided to enter the territory of the creature. According to Bingkala, even if he entered someone else's territory by walking on the ice, it shouldn't be too hard for Lober's sake. With that in mind, Angor stepped into the river. This was the first time Angor stepped into the territory of an elemental creature on Malaya Ice Mountain. Unlike his previous detours, as soon as he stepped into the territory, an extremely dense water vapor locked onto him. The water vapor that originally lingered on the surface of the ice seemed to have turned into molten iron mud. Walking on it felt as if there was a heavy burden under one's feet. This must be the doing of a water creature hiding in the river. Angor stomped on the ground and broke free from the water vapor. The weight he felt earlier also disappeared. Angor didn't choose to move forward. Instead, he stood quietly on the thin layer of ice. This was because he had sensed an extremely dense water-type aura that was rapidly swimming in his direction. A few seconds later, the ice surface not far away suddenly cracked, and a white column of water gushed out from the hole. In the water column, a female head with long blue hair emerged from the cross-section of the water column. The creature's eyes were originally closed, but when its facial features gradually became clearer, it opened its eyes, revealing its icy blue pupils. "Oh, it's her, lady. She's Troisa." Lober's voice reached his ears. While the wind was blowing, Lobel quickly introduced Troisa's background. There were 3 main glaciers in the Maria iceberg, namely Moto, Sichin, and Mina. Each of these glaciers had a powerful elemental creature living in it. All 3 rivers circled around the palace in the center to protect the glory of the Frost Kingdom. If one were to compare it to the royal family in the real world, the elemental creatures in the 3 glaciers would be equivalent to the king's personal guards. They were the strongest peak guards. Lober didn't associate this river with the 3 main rivers when he first saw it. This place was still far from the center of the mountain, so he thought it was just a small river. However, when he saw the face of the woman in the water column, Lober was sure that this river was one of the main rivers. Troisa was the ruler of the Mina Glacier. That was what Lober told Angor. The only pity was that Troisa's level was very high. Compared to Storm Mountain Ridge, she was at the same level as Harry. Therefore, although Lobel knew Troy's name, he had never interacted with her and did not understand her temperament. While listening to Lober's voice, Angor carefully observed Troisa. Ignoring her appearance, Angor could tell that she was very powerful just by looking at her water-type aura. She was definitely one of the strongest water-type supernatural beings Angor had ever met. However, she was still weaker than Panis, the succubus he met in the Abyss Plain. Outsider Troisa glanced at everyone on the ice surface with her blue eyes. Her gaze lingered on Dankros for a while before landing on Ruling and Lober. Lober. Troisa didn't know Ruling, but she knew Lober, who had the potential to become a wise one. Mistress Troisa. Lobel lowered his head respectfully. A trace of doubt flashed through Troisa's eyes when she realized that it wasn't Lobel's leader who had replied. She thought to herself, could it be that the last leader has really seized power? If that's true, then the possibility of Lobel becoming the wise one is even greater. Troisa held back her curiosity and looked at Lober. "We haven't received any messages from Mr. Hurricane recently. Why are you here, Lober? And why did you bring an outsider with you?" Lobel stepped forward and explained the reason for his visit to Troisa. "This outsider wants to see Princess Frost." Troisa glanced at Angor and spoke slowly. "Of course. I can even send you directly to Mr. Frost's palace through the river. But I have a condition." "What condition?" Troisa leaned forward and pointed at Angor's shoulder. "Give it to me." Toby was standing on Angor's shoulder, but Troisa wasn't talking about Toby. She was talking about Dangros, who was holding the crimson orb tightly. Dangros had been hiding his body ever since he arrived at the Malaya Ice Mountain, fearing that someone would notice him. But he didn't expect that someone would notice him and use him as a bargaining chip. Dangros' mind went blank. He quickly looked at Angor. "No. I don't want it." Dangros was begging Angor with his eyes. But there was also a hint of uneasiness in his voice. His relationship with Angor had improved a lot recently, but they hadn't known each other for long enough. Dangros wasn't sure if Angor would accept the offer or not. Dangros could not help but look at Toby, hoping that Toby would say a few words for him on account of how much he had sucked up to him. However, Toby simply held his head high and didn't seem to care at all. Dangros' mind went cold. "How about it? If you agree to give Dangros to me, I'll send you to Lady Frost's palace and make sure she sees you." Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he pondered for a while, which felt like years to Dangros. "You know Dangros?" Angor didn't answer Troisa's question directly. "You know Dangros?" "Yes." Troisa nodded. "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes." Angor considered for a moment. "Then what's your answer?" Before Angor could answer, Toby suddenly chirped. Angor glanced at Toby and saw that the bird wasn't looking at him. Toby was busy combing his feathers as if he wasn't the one who called him. Angor chuckled and looked at Troisa. "I refuse." He had actually thought of agreeing because Troy had admitted that she knew Dan Gross. Since she knew Dankro's identity, it meant that Troy could not deal with him. After all, Dangros was born from the ashes of Calamonkeys. Even if Troisa didn't care whether Dangros was an elemental spirit or not, she wouldn't do anything to him for the sake of Calamonkeys. Angor could promise Troisa that he would give Dangros to her for now and meet with Frost dessert. As long as he could gain Angor's trust, he would be able to get Dangros back. But he didn't do that in the end. Dangros was a bit of a brat, but they had known each other for a long time. If he left Dangros in someone else's hands, Angor wouldn't feel good about it. Besides, Angor still hoped that Dangros would help him convince Kurokro to come to him in the future. To avoid hurting the kid's fragile heart, Angor chose to refuse. Tianjin, no. Those elemental creatures from Malaya Ice Mountain are all bad guys. They'll kill me. I'm still an elf. I'm not grown up yet. I'm going to be as handsome as my ancestor when I grow up. I can't die until I see that day. Dangros buried his face into the orb and cried in pain. He didn't dare to look up until Angor rejected his offer. Huh? Dangros finally revealed half of his eye when Angor said no. Huh? Are you sure you want to refuse? Troisa narrowed her eyes. Yes, said Angor confidently. Dangros sighed in relief when he saw Angor's refusal. He looked at Angor with a bright gleam in his eyes. Meanwhile, Troisa's expression changed. If you refuse, then there's no way we can proceed. Since you're brought here by Lobel, I can forgive you for trespassing on Mina Glacier. But you must leave now. Do not take another step forward. Angor expected Troisa's reaction. However, since she didn't start a fight right away, there was still room for negotiation. There's no need for us to fight. I mean no harm to Malaya Ice Mountain. Angor considered for a moment before continuing. Besides, I have something important to tell Princess Frost. It's related to the future of Tidal Realm. Are you sure you can overstep Princess Frost's will and drive us away? Troisa looked at Angor with disdain. Do you think I'll believe you just because you're talking? I've already visited the Lords of Fire Zone, Wildstone Wasteland, Tusk Desert, and White Cloud Sea. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lobel. Troisa's confidence was shaken a little when she heard the names of the sovereigns of different regions. Moreover, the fact that Dangros was in his hands seemed to prove what he had said. Troisa hesitated for a moment, then turned her head and looked at Lobel. Robert immediately understood and said, yes, we came from Bibayan village not long ago. To prove his point, Lobel even introduced Cubbig to Troisa. Storm Mountain Ridge's wind creatures and White Cloud Village's wind creatures gave off a completely different feeling. Naturally, Troy could sense this. After confirming the nature of Cubbig's element, she believed Angor's words a little more. However, she really couldn't bring herself to change her words. Even if you went to see the various sovereigns, it still doesn't prove that what you said will affect the future of the entire tidal realm, Troy said. Unless you can prove it to me. He could see that Troy's had begun to believe him. Her persistence was more emotional than anything else. He wasn't annoyed. If you want proof, I can prove it to you. He then looked at Toby. Angor didn't say anything, but Toby quickly understood what Angor meant. It lazily combed its feathers and slowly put its fluffy white dress that matched the land of ice and snow into its snowy feather. Then, under everyone's gaze, it flew into the air. Just as Troy was wondering about the strange seabird's behavior, her eyes widened in the next second. This was because Toby had expanded into a gigantic flame griffin. Sparks flew out from the creature's body and burned large holes in the thin layer of ice. It was clear that the fire on the griffin wasn't fake. Troy stared at the flame griffin with disbelief in her icy blue eyes. That's, since you've heard about Dangros, I'm sure you know what it looks like, right? After Toby transformed into his griffin form, he looked exactly like Calamankes, the ruler of the tidal realm. Since Troy knew Dangros, she must have heard of Calamankes as well. If Angor wanted to prove that what he said had something to do with the future of tidal realm, he would have to tell Troy what he came here for. Otherwise, he would have to rely on his own free will. Free will depended on one's own judgment, and it was hard to come up with an absolute answer. Angor asked Toby to transform into a flame griffin to tell Troy that this matter had something to do with Calamankes. Considering that Calamankes was the former ruler of Calamankes, Angor believed that Troy would come up with something better in her own mind. As long as Troy could figure out the answer, Angor would be sure of it. As expected, Troy thought about Calamankes. As the only ruler of Tidal Realm after the Cataclysm, Calamankes reorganized the structure of Tidal Realm and restored its former glory. It could be said that calamonkeys had an incomparably high status in any of the tidal realm. Even in the Maria iceberg, where water and fire were incompatible, there were still many water-type and ice-type creatures who respected calamonkeys. Troy was one of them. Calamonkeys might have fallen, but his influence was still there. Now, a creature that looked exactly like calamonkeys had appeared, which could really affect the future of tidal realm. Perhaps Angor really did come to see Princess Frost for something important, just like he said. Even though Her Highness Frost had given her the authority to deal with external affairs, she didn't think she had the right to deal with something that would affect the future of the tidal realm. Indeed, Princess Frost was the only one who could deal with such an important matter. Troyza gave the giant bird a meaningful look before she turned to Angor. "You've convinced me." With that, Troyza waved her arm lightly. The ice surface that had been penetrated by the sparks from Toby's body froze once more, forming a thick ice path that extended into the depths of the white mist. Without a doubt, this path had been deliberately displayed by Troyza to show that she was willing to concede. However, Angor didn't step on the path. Instead, he kept looking at Troy. "Didn't you say that you could send us directly to Princess Frost's door through the Mina Glacier?" Half of Troy's body returned to the water column, leaving only her head above the water. "You want a mile after taking an inch?" "I did say that, but you have to give me Dangros first." Troyza glanced at Dangros, who quickly hid behind Angor's back. "How about we make a deal?" "A deal?" "I can give you a destiny, and you have to send us to Princess Frost's door." "Destiny? I don't think you have anything worth my effort." Angor chuckled and took out something from his bracelet. A strange yet familiar energy wave came from the item in his hand. Troy looked over in surprise and saw that it was a mermaid ornament hugging a tower-shaped conch shell. It looked very ordinary, but for some reason, it was attracted to it. "You're giving it to me?" "It's called Ocean Rhythm." "I don't own it, so I can't give it to you. But I can let you experience it." Troy asked, "Is this the so-called opportunity you want to trade with me?" Angor nodded. "We can start now if you want. If not, we'll leave right away." Troy felt the irresistible attraction and said after a long while, "Are you sure you want to make a deal with me? I'll be frank. Even without my glacier, you can still reach Princess Frost's palace easily. It'll only take you a day or two." "I'm sure." Angor knew that the deal looked more like a one-sided deal. However, some things didn't work that way. As far as he knew, Troy was the only water-type creature among the three ice lords. In other words, she was the best at sensing the essence of ocean rhythm. Once Troy experienced it, she would realize that the deal was unfair and that she was taking advantage of Angor. Naturally, Troy would side with Angor since she was the one who had the advantage. This was actually a psychological compensation effect based on guilt. Even if Angor told her that it was a fair deal, she would still feel guilty. She would think that she was taking advantage of Angor's deal and didn't need to compensate for it. Of course, this only applied to ordinary people who weren't shrewd enough. To the scheming magi, a deal was a deal. Even if one side took advantage of the other, there was no need for compensation. He was willing to give it a try because he could tell that Troyza was just like most other elemental creatures. She was a blank piece of paper, which was why she was easily affected by such simple psychological effects. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Troy didn't feel guilty, it didn't matter. Activating ocean rhythm would only cost him a small amount of energy. In Angor's opinion, it wasn't a bad deal to save a day or two. Troyza had no idea what was going on in his mind. All her senses were focused on the ocean rhythm, so when Angor nodded, she accepted the deal without hesitation. Without hesitation, he activated Ocean's rhyme and covered Troyza in an illusion. 3 minutes later, Troy opened her eyes. Compared to before, Troyza didn't seem to have changed much. However, her eyes were much clearer and more penetrating than before. The raging aura around her had also become much calmer. This calmness didn't mean that she was dead. Instead, it hid the raging aura in the deeper depths of the ocean. It was hard for outsiders to judge. Only Troy herself knew how much of an advantage she had gained this time. It was a shame that she didn't survive to the end of the world of ocean rhythm. But even so, what she gained was enough to push her to an unimaginable height. As long as she had enough time, she believed she could even become a reserve sovereign. Of course, this was just a thought. Even so, it was still extremely shocking. Knowing that she had gained a great advantage this time, she began to look at Angor with friendliness. As Troy digested the fortune brought to her by ocean rhythm in the future, she would feel even closer to Angor. This was what Angor and Troysa got from their deal, a long-term, close relationship. And he only paid a little bit of energy. Thank you, Mr. Troy tried her best to hold back her excitement and nodded. It's just a deal. Angor put away the ocean's rhyme and spoke to Troysa in a calm tone. Troy didn't say anything. But in her mind, she was thinking, it's a baptism for me. It wasn't just a deal. Angor knew what Troysa was thinking, but he pretended that he didn't know and kept acting like it was a fair trade, which made Troysa feel even more guilty about taking advantage of Angor's offer. Since we've made a deal, then, I'll take you to Lady Frost's palace right now, Mr. Troy quickly said. With that, Troysa tapped lightly, and the surface of the ice cracked open, revealing the dark, bottomless river of ice below. A giant bubble appeared in the middle of the frozen river, which Troysa asked Angor to go inside. He didn't mind it at all. Following a series of gurgling noises, the air bubble was pushed into the dark ice river at an incredible speed. Angor's journey under the river continued. He was surrounded by darkness, and he could hear strange splashing noises from time to time. However, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he looked at the glowing mermaid outside the bubble. Yes, it was a mermaid. This was Troy's true form, an elemental creature in the shape of a mermaid. Compared to her normal upper body, her tail was extremely long, reaching more than 10 meters in length. The white scales with a hint of blue contained both the gentleness of water and the sharpness of ice. Because of the tail, this was the most elegant and simple mermaid form Angor had ever seen. Perhaps only elemental creatures could have such a long tail. It was rare to see something like this in the real world. After admiring the mermaid for a while, Angor spoke to Troy, who was guarding the bubble. I've been wondering about something. Can you help me? Troysa nodded without hesitation, and even addressed him respectfully. Please go ahead, sir. I want to know why you are interested in Dangros. Since Troy knew Dangros, she should know how special the creature was. Now that Troy had taken Dangros away, she couldn't possibly do anything to him, right? Besides, Dangros was an elemental spirit. Angor was curious about why Troy wanted Dangros. When Dangros heard the question about him, although he did not dare to stretch his head out to look at Troy, he still pricked up his ears, wanting to hear her answer. Troysa was silent for a while before softly saying, because I have great respect for Lord Calamankes. When I heard that a fire-type creature named Dangros was born from his remains, I always wanted to meet it. Dangros thought to himself. Meet me? Is she worshipping me from afar? I want to see if it's qualified to call itself a descendant of Lord Calamankes. Is that why you're interested in Dangros? Troysa nodded. Yes. So what's your answer now? Do you think Dangros is qualified to call itself a descendant of Lord Calamankes? Dangros also stretched out his palm curiously and secretly looked at Troy. Troysa glanced at Dangros and snorted in disdain. She didn't give a direct answer, but she already knew the answer when she saw how angry Dangros was. As a fire-type creature, Dangros never thought that he would one day come to the home of an ice-type creature. He never thought that he would have to face the ruler of Malaya Ice Mountain when he was still an elf. And now, all of his dreams were coming true. When they leaped up from the bottom of Maina under Troysa's lead, Dangros saw a layer of ice hidden in the valley of the iceberg from afar. Through the sparkling and translucent ice, it could clearly see pillars erected in the ice layer. These pillars extended into the depths of the ice layer, surrounding a palace. That was the core of Malaya Ice Mountain, the home of all the ice-type creatures. In front of the gate of the palace, there was a layer of white mist. Through the mist, Dangros could vaguely see a figure about 4 meters tall. According to Troysa's introduction, the figure hidden in the snow was Frost Desert. Dangros knew that following Angor would eventually lead him to his old friend from the Fire Realm, but he still couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He didn't stop until Angor really stepped into the ice crack and into the blizzard. Troysa said you wanted to see me? For the future of Tidal Realm? This was a voice with a cold tone. It appeared without any warning, and its source could not be heard in the wind and snow. It was as if it came from all directions. Angor stopped and looked up. He couldn't see anything, but he could sense a pair of eyes staring at them from the depths of the blizzard. Yes. Angor nodded. Not only for the future of Tidal Realm, but also for Mr. Feng. The blizzard lasted for about 10 seconds before the cold voice spoke again. Keep going then. I'll wait for you at the end. With that, the blizzard slowly subsided until it completely disappeared. After the wind and snow disappeared, their vision was no longer obstructed. They could see the icicles on both sides of the crevice and the crystal palace at the end of the icicles. The only difference was that the human silhouette that could be vaguely seen in front of the crystal palace had disappeared. The one who spoke just now. Dangros gulped. Was it Frost Dessert? Dangros looked like he was mumbling to himself, but he was actually looking at the mermaid floating in the air beside Angor, Troiza. Troiza glanced at Dangros and slowly said, "Other than His Highness, who else do you think it could be?" Dangros didn't know what to say. He was a bear, but that didn't mean he was stupid. Now that he was in the enemy's headquarters, he had to keep a low profile. Dangros hugged Crimson Shield tightly and pretended he didn't exist. Seeing this, Troy sneered and softly said, "Coward." When Dangros heard this, its eyes turned red from embarrassment and anger again. However, due to the current environment, it did not speak. Troiza stopped provoking Dangros and looked at Angor. Her Highness Palace is right ahead. Please follow me, Mr. Angor nodded and followed Dangros to the other side of the ice. Several minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the Crystal Palace. Looking forward from here, he could vaguely see the shadows of the palace. It looked like there were many creatures gathered inside. Troiza noticed Angor's expression and explained, "They're all elemental spirits." According to Troiza, apart from Asir the Frost and Eskimo the Wise, only the elemental spirits of ice and water could freely enter and leave the Crystal Palace. The other elemental creatures, including Troiza, would have to obtain permission from Azert to enter the Crystal Palace. His Highness didn't let me in, so this is as far as I can go. Troiza lowered her voice and continued, "As long as you come with friendly intentions, I'm sure His Highness won't make things difficult for you." It was obvious that Troiza was trying to warn him about something. "I understand." Troiza nodded and didn't say anything else. She turned into mist and disappeared. Angor glanced at the flying boar, Cerberus, and Velvet, who was still hiding. "Let's go inside." With that, he stepped into the Crystal Palace without hesitation. The interior of the Crystal Palace was much bigger than Angor expected. He was also surprised by the layout of the place. It looked like a giant Four Seasons theater. The four corners of the Crystal Palace were decorated with different scenery for each of the 4 seasons. Flower beds in spring, trees in summer, fruits in autumn, and a frozen lake in winter. Countless ice elemental spirits were wandering around the theater. Some of them were water elemental spirits, but they all stayed near the lake. Angor's group attracted the attention of these elemental spirits. They all stopped playing around and looked at them curiously. However, none of them dared to approach Angor's group. Some elemental spirits who were close to Angor even moved away. No doubt, it was Izerian's doing. Angor wasn't planning to approach the elemental spirits anyway. He looked around and saw something deep inside the palace. It was a giant frozen throne. There was no one sitting on the throne, but Angor could sense some energy ripples coming from it. Elmi was also in Angor's shadow, which was alerting him that there was a powerful supernatural being nearby. If Angor wasn't mistaken, Izerian must be nearby. After confirming the direction, Angor moved forward without hesitation. When he was 30 meters away from the throne, snow began to gather on the throne, which was large enough to support the sky giant. Angor stopped when he was 20 meters away from the throne. The snowstorm on the throne transformed into a 4-meter-tall woman with long silver hair. She was wearing a snow-white robe, a crown of wind, and a frost staff in her hand. Ignoring the difference in body size, this woman looked very pleasing to the eye. However, her expression was so cold that Angor almost thought he was looking at Cenifer from Moonfrost Union. Although Cenifer was cold and had a head of frosty silver hair, she also had the power of fire. Her eyes were as red as blood. While Cenifer's aura was a mixture of fire and ice, this woman with a crown on her head was nothing but ice. To be able to sit on the throne and wear a crown, coupled with the structure of the wind and snow, needless to say, this person must be the monarch of the Malaya iceberg. Greetings, Your Highness. Angkor placed a hand on his chest and bowed. Beside him, Lobel and Kubik lowered their heads as well. The only one who didn't look up was Toby, who was sitting on Angkor's shoulder. Izirian glanced at Angkor, Lobel, Kubik, and the shivering Dangros. Finally, it looked at Toby. Looking at Toby and recalling the message Troy had sent not long ago, an undetectable glimmer appeared in Toby's pure white eyes. You mentioned Mr. Feng, didn't you? Angkor nodded at Frosty there. Angkor nodded. Yes. I followed Mr. Feng's footsteps and came to this world. Yether looked at Toby, then at Angkor. So it's true. Angkor muttered to himself. Angkor heard Izirian's words as well. You're not surprised to see us, Your Highness? Izirian didn't answer. It wasn't because it wanted to show off. It was just looking into the distance as if it was lost in its memories. At this moment, a hunched figure slowly appeared beside the huge frozen throne. Because this is fate, the hunchbacked figure spoke. It was a half-humanoid ice-type creature with a lizard head. It looked very old. Not only was its back hunched, but its lizard head was drooping so low that it was almost parallel to the heel of its shoes. However, it had 2 long whiskers, which supported the weight of its head and prevented its head from touching the ground. Angkor looked at the ice creature. He didn't know who it was, but Troysa mentioned that there were only 2 elemental fairies who could freely enter the Crystal Palace. Izirian was the only one who could do so. You're Mr. Eskimo the Wise? That's me. Eskimo reached out a slim hand and stroked his beard with a smile. Angkor asked, Mr. Eskimo, what did you mean by fate? Eskimo sighed softly. Your appearance was guided by fate. Angkor sighed helplessly. Eskimo didn't say anything important, but Angkor already knew the story behind it. That's what Mr. Feng said? It was a question, but Angkor's tone was firm. You know that too? Well, you're an important part of the closed loop of fate, so it's understandable that you know. Eskimo's answer confirmed Angkor's suspicion. Angkor complained in his mind. Eskimo was just pretending to be wise. Angkor wasn't a clairvoyant, but he had a friend who was a genius clairvoyant. He knew a thing or two about clairvoyance. There was a theory among clairvoyants that only the operator of the closed loop of fate could understand the truth of the closed loop. Once the operator realized the truth, the closed loop of fate would no longer exist. This was similar to observation will lead to collapse. Because of this, Eskimos, you're an important part of the closed loop of fate, so it's understandable that you know, was fundamentally wrong. Eskimo probably picked up bits and pieces from Feng and pieced them together to come up with what he just said. Angkor wanted to complain, but he held back in front of a pretentious old man. He would let the old man finish his act. Of course, Eskimo didn't know what was going on in Angkor's mind. He was still lamenting in a low voice, so this is fate. Fate, the old voice, the expression of someone looking into the distance, and the echoes that surrounded them. If an ignorant person was here, they would probably be convinced by this scene. But Angkor remained expressionless. Willingly convinced? Forget it. This was just good acting. Angkor played along quietly. I see. Mr. Feng, did you see through the existence of fate and foresee this day? Eskimo chuckled and didn't answer directly. If you really want to know, let His Highness tell you. If I do, I'll be overstepping my authority. Angkor nodded knowingly and looked away from Eskimo to the frozen throne. At this time, Frost Aesir seemed to have recovered and sighed softly. Is there something on your mind, Your Highness? Frost Aesir shook his head, his expression still cold. I just remembered some memories. Is it Mr. Feng? Aesir didn't deny it. Yes. Mr. Feng mentioned many things about fate, and he mentioned that someone might follow its footsteps in the future. Angkor shook his head. Well, Mr. Feng mentioned many things about fate, and he mentioned that someone might follow its footsteps in the future. So, are you the person he was talking about? As soon as it finished speaking, its eyes suddenly became sharp. The aura around it changed, and the pressure suddenly increased. It was as if he was trying to see through Angor from inside out. Angor didn't react to the sudden pressure. Elmi, who was always on guard, already showed up in his shadow form and blocked the pressure. Tianjin, Elmi came out of the shadow under the pressure of Isol. Toby, who had been lazy, also let out a cry and turned into a giant griffin. His red eyes were like flames as he stared at the figure on the throne. Even Lobel, who had shrunk himself to less than 1 meter tall, returned to his true form. A giant three-headed lion hound stood in front of Angor. On one side was the Blizzard Queen on her frozen throne, while on the other side was Angor, who was protected by a large number of guards. It was as if the peaceful atmosphere had turned into a tense one in a matter of seconds. Under such a tense atmosphere, the elemental sprites hiding in the Four Seasons Theater in the distance were already trembling. However, Frostisa didn't retract his aura. Instead, he snorted and continued to increase his aura. However, under its pressure, the other side did not show any signs of yielding. Toby roared, and a scorching force field descended from the sky. It resisted the pressure of the frost, and even the wind and snow were blocked outside of it. It did not look like Toby was under any pressure. Just from this scene alone, it could tell that Toby wasn't weak at all. Even if he was weaker than it, it wasn't by much. However, compared to Toby, Frost Yesser was more concerned about the shadow in front of Angor. Even though the other party was just standing there, not moving or emitting any aura, Frostisa felt a sense of threat just by looking at the other party. The shadow was probably as strong as Frost Yesser. Your Highness, Han Shuang suddenly launched an attack. Are you trying to test my strength? Or is this just one of Mr. Fang's closed loops? Just as Frost Isery was sizing up Elmi and Toby, a calm voice broke the awkward silence. Frost Desert slowly looked up at Angor with its pure white eyes under its messy silver hair. In its eyes, Angor was just as calm as before. He even looked a little lazy. Was this kind of fearless confidence because he felt that he had a group of guards around him, so he could sit back and relax? Before it could think further, Frost Yesser noticed something strange happening to Angor's right eye. A tiny, glowing green pattern suddenly appeared in his eye. As the pattern moved, Frost Yesser subconsciously looked away. Frost Yesser's heart skipped a beat when it looked away. Its subconscious mind was avoiding Angor's gaze. This was even more dangerous than when it faced Toby's shadow. When he realized what was going on, he realized that Angor wasn't acting so carefree because of the guards. Rather, it was because Angor himself was the most dazzling existence in the world. Frost Yesser gave Angor a thoughtful look. The green pattern on Angor's right eye did not move any further, but it still felt threatened. When Iserg opened its mouth, it could hear the emotions in its voice. It paused for a moment to adjust its tone before continuing, I know why you're here. Angor stared at Frost Desert, who was sitting on the throne. This is not a trap set by Mr. Feng. I just want to do it, Frost Yesser said. Angor recalled Frost Yesser's question. You want to know if I'm the one you're talking about? The Frost Issel tilted its head slightly, and the dancing silver threads seemed to have a mind of their own. They began to converge and slowly pointed at Toby in the sky. When Troyza told me about you, I knew you're the one Mr. Feng was waiting for. Frost Yesser looked at Toby's griffin form and thought of Caramonkeys. Frost Yesser once spent some time with Caramonkeys. It was a wonderful time. Caramonkeys was the only fire-type existence Frost Yesser did not hate. However, in the end, Caramonkeys chose to live in the fire zone. This was one of the reasons why Frost Yesser did not like the fire zone. Then why did you ask me, Your Highness? Angor asked slowly. Frost Yesser humphed. I just want to see if the one Mr. Feng is waiting for is qualified to follow his footsteps. Angor was speechless. Damn this familiar feeling. So all the elemental creatures in Mariah Ice Mountain like to be judges? Otherwise, why would Troyza of the water element and Desert of the ice element like to talk about whether you have the right or not? Angor suppressed his urge to complain and kept his calm expression. Do you think I'm qualified, Your Highness? Frost Yesser really wanted to say no when it saw Angor's calm expression. But when it thought of the threat it sensed earlier, it decided not to go against its conscience and said, You're qualified. Angor smiled without saying anything. But in his mind, he thought to himself, that's the answer of a judge. No, a judge. After Issa Frost finished speaking, he slowly withdrew the pressure that he had previously revealed. As its aura faded away, the wind and snow dissipated, and the air returned to normal. Angor waved a hand and summoned Toby back from the sky. The flame griffin turned back into a seabird and landed on Angor's shoulder. Ignoring Frost Yesser, Toby took out a small dress from Snowy Feather and put it on. At the same time, Elmi returned to the shadows and disappeared. This meant that Angor had decided to give up his plan. Angor did not know whether Frost Yesser's qualification was real or not. However, he did not sense any hostility from Frost Yesser. For this reason, Angor was willing to accept the excuse. If he chose to fight, he might get an answer. But it was only a possibility, not absolute. If he could solve the problem peacefully, Angor would rather choose peace and reason. Angor's action of calling Toby back also served as a signal to Speed Spirit and Lobel. They both let go of their alert forms. Speed Spirit went back into hiding, while Lobel shrunk his body and slowly moved to Angor's feet. Frost Yesser glanced at Lobel and spoke to Angor. They chose you. Is this Hurricane Thubo's order? Frost Yesser did not say anything before this, but it was still surprised when Lobel and Speed Spirit chose to stand by Angor's side as if they were going to fight against it. Mariah Iceberg had a good relationship with Storm Ridge because of Hurricane Thuporio's teacher-student relationship. The Iceberg could understand if Lauber and Velaine chose not to help Angor, but they still chose to side with Angor. In Yether's opinion, Hurricane Thubonio must have ordered them to protect Angor with everything they had. That was the only explanation for this. Lobel spoke in a low voice, "It's not Hurricane Thubo's order." Oh? Frost Yesser was surprised by the answer. Then why? Lobel did not answer. Angor answered for Frost Yesser, "They just signed a small oath with me. They can't betray me, that's all." An oath? Frost Yesser thought of something. You took them as your elemental slaves? Elemental slaves were a type of elemental companions. They were one of the many relationships between wizards and elemental creatures that needed to be bound by oaths. Such relationships were rare, and they had a high chance of betrayal. Frost Yesser's question proved that it knew a lot about the relationship between wizards and elemental creatures. From this, it could be seen that compared to Uranus the Gentle Wind, Ethel the Frost had a more harmonious relationship with Foam. Angor must have gotten all this information from Foam. They're not elemental slaves. Have you heard of Ding Yuan's oath, Your Highness? Yes. Frost Yesser was confused. They're willing to sign Ding Yuan's oath? 20 years. Frost Yesser finally understood what Angor meant. 20 years was not a long time for elemental creatures. But why would they sign such an oath with Angor? Frost Yesser was curious, but it did not ask any more questions. Frost Yesser finally understood why the elemental creatures chose Angor. Frost Yesser ignored Lobel and Soren and looked at Angor again. Since you're qualified to follow Mr. Feng's footsteps, I can tell you everything you want to know. Frost Yesser glanced at Cub Big and Dangros. But there are some things that are only for you. If you want to know, come with me alone. After Frost Issa finished speaking, he tapped the ice staff in his hand on the ice. After a series of rumbling sounds, a pure white door appeared on the ice wall beside the ice-sealed throne. Frost Yesser glanced at Eskimo, who showed an enlightened look. Using his beard as support, Eskimo staggered to the white door. Eskimo reached out a hand and placed it on the door. The door began to glow faintly. Strands of strange frost energy seeped out and revealed several runes on the door. He immediately recognized the runes as runes. To be more precise, there was a hidden mechanism in the runes that could open the door. The runes were not complicated. Angor could almost see the painting room in White Cloud Village from the simple strokes. Perhaps Feng drew the runes on the door as well. The runes were not difficult, but Eskimo's method of opening the door surprised Angor greatly. Eskimo touched the runes with his hand and injected a large amount of frost energy into the runes to overload them. In the end, the mechanism was activated by the overflowing energy. The most common way to open a door was by injecting a fixed amount of energy at the right place. But Eskimo's method was unorthodox. Fortunately, the runes on the door were too horrible to look at. There were no anti-breaking traps, which allowed Eskimo to open the door. Otherwise, not only would the door fail, but the runes would also backfire. After opening the door, Eskimo put on a mysterious look and slowly walked back to the throne. Your Highness, the door is open. Isel gave Eskimo a look of approval. Thank you for your hard work. Every time you open the door, you have to recalculate your frost energy. Only you can open it correctly. Eskimo shook his head. It's nothing. It's one of the few things I can do for you, Your Highness. Angor did not know what to say after listening to their conversation. No wonder Eskimo put on that mysterious look when he opened the door. He was just pretending. Angor was speechless. At least the door was open. Besides, Eskimo had the right to be proud of such an unorthodox method. Mr. Feng used to live behind this door. If you want to know more about him, follow me. Yes, Mr. Feng, Frost said as he looked at Angor's direction. With that, the huge figure sitting on the frozen throne began to blur. The wind and snow turned into a white line and rushed in the direction of the door. Wait, Eskimo said. Seer of the Frost paused and reappeared. What's wrong? Don't worry about Mr. Feng. Apart from following Mr. Feng's footsteps, there's something else I need to discuss with you, Your Highness. Angor took out the movie box trilogy from his bracelet and handed it to Azert. Under Angor's guidance, Eskimo opened the first movie, Humans and Civilization. The illusions in the box could be viewed individually. But this time, he turned the box on public mode so that all the creatures around the frozen throne would be covered by the illusions. He did this to show Lobel and Soren the potential future of the tidal realm. Once the people from Brute Cavern entered the realm, Lobel would be able to do his job better. Time slowly passed, and the movie box trilogy finally came to an end. After watching the trilogy, almost all the elemental creatures, except for those who had already watched the drama, were in a trance. Among them, Eskimo kept muttering to himself, repeatedly asking himself, is this fate? To Angor's surprise, Eskimo didn't show any reaction. It was as if it already knew what was going to happen. You don't look surprised, Your Highness. Angor decided to ask. The moment you appeared in the Tide Realm, it was already destined that the door would be opened. Even if you didn't tell me, I would have told you. Since you did, and you gave me a good idea, I'll do as you say. Eskimo looked back. You can't be so hasty, Your Highness. Eskimo waved a hand. I'm not being hasty. You said it yourself. This is fate. Eskimo, I was just saying it casually. There was no meaning behind it. Eskimo didn't care about Eskimo's thoughts. Instead, it looked at Angor. I agree. I'll side with you and go to the fire zone to meet Magoo the Wise. He was still in a daze when he followed Frost Azert into the white door. He didn't expect Yether to agree so easily. The other wise men and sovereigns didn't agree to work with Angor right away. Instead, they planned to meet with Magoo the Wise first and wait until they met with Brute Cavern's representative before making a decision. But now, Yether showed its support without any preconditions. Angor was still shocked by what it said. After all, Angor knew that the suggestions and the future possibilities of Tidal Plane were completely different from what elemental creatures were used to. Something's bothering you. Are you worried about your friends? Yether's voice came from the front. Angor looked up and saw a snowball floating in front of him. To be more precise, it was a floating snowball. This was the manifestation of Frost Azert. The white door was designed to fit a human's body shape, and the tunnel inside was very short. Yether couldn't fit inside in its original form. That was why Yether shrunk itself. Angor didn't know why it turned into a snowball though. Don't tell me that this is Azert's elf form? Angor had his own guesses, but he knew better than to ask. What's there to worry about? Angor asked. Only Angor and Elmi, who was hiding in the shadows, entered the door this time. The other elemental creatures, including Toby, did not come inside. If you're not worried about your friends, then why are you frowning? Are you worried about yourself? The snowball stopped and looked back at Angor. Angor looked away when he saw the round eyes on the snowball, which didn't seem to fit his size at all. It was a huge contrast to the cold and noble image of a queen sitting on the frozen throne. Yether's tone was still cold, but it didn't look as threatening as before. Does your highness mean to separate me from them and attack them separately? No. If that's not the case, I have nothing to worry about. I trust you, Your Highness. The eyes on the snowball stared at Angor for a while before it turned around and continued moving forward. You look like him. Half a minute later, Yether's voice echoed in the quiet tunnel. You mean Mr. Feng, Your Highness? Angor asked. Snowball nodded and then said softly, the self-righteousness in you is very similar to him. Yether's words were harsh, but it didn't sound like it was criticizing Angor. Instead, it sounded nostalgic. It was like a girl who couldn't forget her first love. When she thought of him, she wanted to say something bad about him, but in the memories that appeared in her mind, her heart was filled with the good things about him. Angor looked at the snowball's back. So Mr. Feng and Mr. Feng are really close, Your Highness? You're close, right? Yether didn't answer. It only humped as if it didn't care about Angor's question. However, Angor had been keeping an eye on Frost Yether the whole time. He saw the creature's body tremble a little when he heard Angor's question. It quickly adjusted itself, but Angor knew that Yether wasn't as disdainful as it looked. Angor already knew the answer, so he decided to change the topic. Mr. Feng, Princess Frost agreed so quickly just now, right? The snowball glanced at Angor from the corner of its eye. You frowned because you were thinking about that? Angor nodded. I've met many elemental lords on my way here, and Your Highness is the only one who agreed to help me. Before leaving the fire domain, Angor even thought that Yether of Moriah Ice Mountain would be the most difficult to deal with. But now, it seemed that he was wrong. Yether snorted. They didn't make a decision because they'd been living at the bottom of the well ever since they were born. Even if they tried to figure out the outside world, it was only natural. They didn't know that the sky outside is much bigger than they thought. You've left the tidal realm before, Your Highness? Angor understood what Yether meant. No, I've never been to the wizarding world. But I went to the void with Mr. Feng. Yether learned something about the endless void and learned that there were countless worlds bigger than the tidal realm. That was why Yether gradually accepted the fact that the tidal realm was small, and that it was even smaller than the tidal realm. Although Frost Yesser had suffered a blow at the moment and even wanted to escape from this fact, as time passed, the experience in the void had brought him endless returns. The biggest gain was that he learned to be respectful and humble. At the same time, he also jumped out of the current situation and truly saw the world beyond the bottom of the well. It was precisely because of this change in his outlook that he wasn't restricted by the structure of the tidal realm. With this in mind, it understood that if it wanted to completely transcend, cooperating with a powerful human adept was the best choice. Of course, this only meant that Izurg was willing to work with a human wizard. There was another reason why it agreed to help Angor so easily. You said you trust me. Yether looked at Angor quietly. I'll say the same to you. You're the one Feng has been waiting for. I trust Feng, so I trust you too. Angor was surprised. He already guessed that Yether agreed so easily because of Feng's influence, but he didn't expect it to be this big. Yether the Frost followed Feng's words blindly. Could it be that his previous feeling was right? Could it be that Feng and Yether? Angor shook his head to get rid of those nosy thoughts. His question was answered, but what Frost Yasser said just now raised another question in his mind. Mr. Feng, why did you take Her Highness to the void? Angor asked. Why did Mr. Feng take Her Highness to the void instead of the wizarding world? Hearing this question, Frost Issa suddenly smiled. You'll know the answer to this question later. Yether didn't say anything else and continued to lead the way. After walking in the tunnel for about 5 minutes, a bright light finally appeared in front of him. Maybe it was because they spent too much time in the dark tunnel. The light wasn't very bright, but it was hard to see what was behind it. Here we are. Yether stepped into the light first. Without hesitation, Angor stepped into the light as well. When the white light faded away, he could finally see his surroundings. He was in a tower-shaped ice room with a constant source of light at the top, which illuminated the entire room. Because the ice room was quite spacious, Frost Azurd had transformed from a snowball into a 4-meter-tall snow queen. Tap, 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 Yether didn't stop moving. Instead, he walked to the side of the room until he reached the ice wall at the end. Angor noticed that the room was quite empty. There were only some tables and chairs made of ice. Therefore, he followed the creature and approached the ice wall. There was a throne right in front of the wall. It looked similar to the frozen throne outside, but it wasn't as exaggerated. Judging from the size of the throne, it wasn't meant for a human. Angor guessed that the owner of the throne was still Yether. He skipped the throne and looked at the ice wall. There was a painting on the wall. The Blizzard Queen was wearing a crown and holding a scepter in her hand. She was sitting on the throne with her head held high, looking down on all living beings. The artist of this painting was Fong. Without a doubt, the Blizzard Queen in the painting was Yether of Frost. Yether the Frost looked at himself in the mural and sighed. He then turned around and walked to the side of the throne, staring at a certain spot in front of the throne. Angor followed the bird's gaze and saw nothing. It was an empty space. He stood there and looked at me. Then he created this painting, Yether of Frost spoke in a soft voice. Angor was a little surprised. He looked closer and realized that Yether of Frost was telling the truth. The throne in the painting was exactly the same as the one in front of the ice wall. From his perspective, Angor could see that Fong was really standing on the throne and observing the painting while drawing it. It's just that when I was sitting on the throne, I was clearly in a daze, but he drew me with this expression, Frost Yether muttered to herself. So, in his eyes, should I be like this? Angor didn't say anything because he didn't know the answer himself. Besides, Yether of Frost didn't really need an answer. All he needed to do now was to wait for Yether of Frost to wake up from his dream. Half a minute later, Yether of Frost sighed deeply and sat down on the throne. I'm sorry. It's been too long, so I can't help but want to immerse myself when I see the flash of memories, Izzard explained. A monotonous time? You don't seem to be satisfied with your current life, Your Highness. It's just that I've been living a boring life for too long. But now that you're here, I'm sure it'll end soon, Yether of Frost said in a meaningful tone. Angor thought of something and was about to ask. Yether of Frost shook his finger. That's not important. Let's get back to the topic. If you have any questions about Mr. Fong, feel free to ask me now. What is this fate Mr. Fong mentioned? Did he mention anything about me? I've asked Mr. Fong about it before. He told me he couldn't tell me. So, I don't know much about fate. Yether of Frost continued, maybe you can ask Eskimo. He knows a lot more about fate than I do. Eskimo? Forget about it. Yether of Frost continued, but Mr. Fong didn't tell me what fate is. He did mention something else, such as the direction of fate. He said that fate has many paths. Different choices will lead one's fate to different directions. He even used himself as an example, saying that if he didn't open the book, he wouldn't have come to Tidal Realm, and he wouldn't have saved the collapsing elemental vortex. If he didn't do that, the Tidal Realm wouldn't have become what it is today, and... Iasur paused for a second and looked at Angor with his pure white eyes. No one would have followed his footsteps and come here. Angor knew that Yether of Frost was referring to himself. It was obvious that Yether of Frost knew what was going on, which meant Angor did fall into Yether's trap. But, why me? I don't know. Maybe when Mr. Fong comes again, you can ask him and he will give you an answer. Yi Shiwen shrugged his shoulders and said, maybe when Mr. Fong comes again, you can ask him. It's been thousands of years since Mr. Fong left Tidal Realm. Who knows how long we'll have to wait for him to come back? Angor sighed. He wouldn't know the truth for now. At this time, Frost Issel suddenly said, who said that Fong has left the Tidal Realm for thousands of years? Isn't that so? Angor was surprised. Yether of Frost shook his head. Mr. Fong left Tidal Realm for the first time 3,000 years ago, when the calamity was just beginning. But after that, Mr. Fong came back once. Fong came back to Tidal Realm? Angor had been to several realms, but none of them mentioned that Fong left Tidal Realm and came back. Even Soft-Wind Uranus of the White Cloud Village had never mentioned it. Angor believed that they didn't mean to hide it. There was only one possibility. They didn't know that Fong came back to Tidal Realm. When did Mr. Fong come back? Angor quickly asked. Yether of Frost hesitated. 600 years ago. 600 years ago? Angor suddenly remembered something he heard from Izzard. I spent several years with a human called Fong in Ice Valley. During those years, Fong helped me build this ice crystal palace. At the same time, he taught me how to draw. The murals of Bionajon in the palace were painted under his guidance. Feng came to Ice Valley? When did that happen? 600 years ago. This was the conversation between Angor and Odurklas, the Lord of Ice Valley. Did Feng come to Tidal Realm and the Abyss Plane 600 years ago? Why was it so close to the time? Yet her of Frost continued. The path of fate I mentioned is also what Feng said when he came back to Tidal Realm 600 years ago. Mr. Feng mentioned that someone would follow his footsteps. That happened 600 years ago? Angor was surprised. Frostissel nodded, that's right. Even though Mr. Feng has been talking about fate since the first time you came here, it's not that simple. But when he mentioned that someone would follow his footsteps, it was indeed 600 years ago. Angor began to think about something. 600 years ago, Feng Yu made it clear that there would be people following his footsteps. Does that mean Feng Yu's plan started 600 years ago? Feng also set up a similar scheme in the Abyss Plane 600 years ago, and Angor was one of the people involved in it. Then, how could there be such a situation? He did not step into two scenarios. The Abyss and the Tidal Realm scenarios were actually one scenario. As soon as the idea popped up in his mind, it flooded his mind like a tidal wave. And the more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Both schemes were set up 600 years ago, and Angor was one of the people involved in them. There was also another piece of evidence that connected the Abyss Plane and the Tide Plane, the Argus secret key. The Argus secret key came from the abyssal flame dragon, Odurklas. When the dragon gave the key to Angor, it clearly told him that Feng left it behind. Feng didn't tell Odurklas who he was going to give the key to. Perhaps it was the power of fate, but the key still ended up in Angor's hands. Angor didn't know what to do with the key ever since he got it. It was not until he arrived at the Tidal Realm that he saw Feng's message behind the door of the passage. I left the treasure here. But you can't open it without the key. Feng didn't say that the key was the key to the treasure, but all these coincidences and the twist of fate convinced Angor that the two items were related. Because of the key, the Abyss Plane and the Tide Plane were connected. There were still some uncertainties. For example, the message on the door had to be from 600 years ago, or the Argus secret key was really the key to the treasure. But these uncertainties didn't seem so important anymore. His intuition told him that he was still stuck in an extension of the Abyss Plane. Feng's plan in the deep abyss was very intense. In the end, he even faced the Flameless Lord. Not only did he discover a subordinate plane that no humans had ever set foot on, but the value of this subordinate plane was also incomparably high. He even said that there were treasures here. So, the Abyss stage is a battle stage, and the Tidal Realm stage is a reward for clearing the stage? Angor's words were just a joke. But when he thought about it carefully and thought about Feng's ridiculous personality, he realized that it might actually be the truth. What are you mumbling about? Frostissel looked at him in confusion. Angor shook his head. Nothing. I was just thinking that Mr. Feng already knew that someone would follow his footsteps 600 years ago. This is truly inconceivable. Profit. Isn't that what you magi value? Frostissel asked. Not all wizards do this for profit. Most of them do it for the sake of their own survival, Angor explained. I don't care if it's profit or profit, but aren't you following his footsteps because of the profit he left behind? Angor didn't deny it. If I can get it, of course I won't. However, compared to the benefits he left behind, I'm more interested in knowing why he designed the direction of fate in such a way. Also, what role did I play in this scheme? A puppet on strings? Frostissel stared at Angor for a long time. Ever since Angor arrived, he had always been calm. The confidence that came from the bottom of his heart had caused Frostissel to fall into a trance many times. Because Frostissel saw Feng's shadow in Angor. Now, Frostissel finally saw the other side of Angor. Hidden under that calm exterior, there was a heart that wasn't calm at all. The corners of Frostissel's mouth curled up slightly as he laughed. Frostissel's cold expression was melted away by the laughter. At this moment, the eternal winter seemed to have turned into a chilly spring. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Angor asked. If he didn't sense no malice in Frostissel's laughter, he would have thought that the creature was laughing at him. Frostissel shook its head. Then why are you laughing, Your Highness? I just feel like you're not as annoying as before, Xianxia said. Angor frowned. Are you saying that I hated it before, Your Grace? Frostissel waved a hand. You used to look like him. So much so that it annoyed me. But now, you're not like him. Angor narrowed his eyes. Should I say it's an honor? Frostissel didn't answer. Instead, it stopped laughing. Let's get back to the topic. What's your role? I can't give you an answer to that. Maybe I'm also a part of the scheme, and an insignificant one at that. Frostissel paused and continued, profit or not, that's not important. The important thing is, what is this profit? I know that's why you're here, right? Angor neither nodded nor shook his head. Frostissel didn't mind. I can tell you. But the answer might disappoint you. Frostissel rested its elbows on its throne and rested its face on its palm. It began to recall something that happened 600 years ago. He once said that he would leave a treasure behind for someone who followed his footsteps. However, there was a condition to obtain the treasure. He didn't say what it was, but I heard him talking about something related to it. He said, if the person who followed Angor's footsteps was the one mentioned in the book, he or she would be able to open the treasure. Angor frowned a little when he heard this. He didn't pay too much attention to the treasure or the requirements to open it. What he cared about was that Feng mentioned the person who followed Angor's footsteps is the one mentioned in the book. Book? This was the third time Feng mentioned the word book in his fate theme. The first time was in Bibayan village, where Soft Wind Uranus said that Feng Xingyan, my arrival, is the chapter of destiny written in that book. The second time was when Frostissel said that if he didn't open the book, he wouldn't have come to Tide Realm. And the third time was now. At first, Angor thought that book was an image used in prophecies. However, he saw the word book 3 times in a row. Considering the different contexts, he realized that he was wrong at first. The book might actually exist. Also, judging from Feng's words, the book was the reason he came to Tide Realm, and it seemed to have something to do with the person who followed Feng Xingyan's footsteps. Mr. Feng, I've heard the book mentioned by Your Highness twice. Do you know what book is, Your Highness? I don't know, Frostissel replied. Mr. Feng did mention book from time to time, but he never told us what it was. Angor was a little disappointed by Frostissel's answer. However, he had a feeling that this book was not as simple as it seemed. Judging from Feng's tone, Angor had a feeling that Feng Xingyan wasn't the one who set the trap, but the book. If this was true, then it was inconceivable. Gentle Wind Uranus didn't know that Feng Xingyan came to Tide Realm 600 years ago, so when it said that I came here because of the book, it was referring to Feng Xingyan's first visit to Tide Realm 3,000 years ago, not 600 years ago. In other words, if the book set the trap, it already started 3,000 years ago. Of course, this was only Angor's guess. He didn't have any proof. Besides, a book set up 3,000 years ago didn't sound very reliable. Also, the book didn't have the ability to set up a trap. It must be the work of the book's owner. Unless, the book was a mystery item. But if there was such a thing, it must be famous, and there should be something like this in the records of Kullo. But Angor didn't see anything like this. Either Kullo didn't have such a record, or it didn't exist at all. Angor believed the latter. So what's Mr. Feng's treasure? Angor asked, so, what's it? Frostissel didn't answer his question. You only cared about the book, but you didn't think about how to get the treasure. So, you're confident about getting the treasure, aren't you? You already know how to get the treasure, don't you? Angor didn't answer. As far as he was concerned, the most likely way to get the treasure was to clear the Abyss Demon quest and earn Odurkla's favor to get the Argus secret key. If there was a small chance of getting the Argus secret key, he would have to find another way. Since Angor didn't answer, Frost Izard didn't mind. I don't know what the treasure is, but I'm not sure. But I once heard from Nai Matsue that Mr. Feng was reluctant to leave the treasure there. After that, he didn't want to go there again because he didn't want to regret it. Later on, when he left, he looked in the direction of the treasure trove from afar. I can't believe he didn't want to let it go. In other words, no one knew what the treasure was, but the value of the treasure should not be low. Then why did he leave it there? Angor asked. Who knows? Maybe he thinks that it's more valuable to leave the treasure to someone who comes after him than to keep it for himself, Xianxia said. Angor didn't comment on that. Then do you know where Mr. Feng put the treasure, Your Highness? Angor asked the most important question. The void. Angor wasn't surprised. Frostissel already told him about it. So you said Mr. Feng took you to the void to hide the treasure, Your Highness? Frostissa shook his head. No, I went to the void after Mr. Feng left. I asked him to take me to the outside world, and Mr. Feng took me to the void. That void isn't where the treasure is. Then where is the space corresponding to the treasure? The void corresponding to the center of the world, Frostyetter said. The center of the world? Angor quickly checked the map of the tidal realm in his mind. Was it the center of the continent? Or the center of the entire world? Angor asked the question in his mind. Frostissa simply shook his head. Neither. Then where is the center of the world? I don't know either, Frostyetter replied. Angor didn't know what to say. I don't know where the center of the world is, but I know how to find the treasure. Frostissel looked at Angor expectantly. You can go to Xian Forest and find Naimeitsue. When Mr. Feng put the treasure in the void, Naimeitsue traveled with him. Angor rubbed his temples as he felt a headache coming on. He thought he could get all the information from Frostissel, but he didn't expect that he would have to go to Naimeitsue first. This was like clearing one level after another. He was determined to meet all the elemental creatures that were closest to Feng. Could this be part of Feng Yu's plan? So he only gave you the treasure at the end, Angor complained in his mind. He was going to meet Naimeitsue anyway. She was the one who spent the most time with Feng. Now that he knew he had to go to Naimeitsue to find the treasure, he couldn't avoid Naimeitsue. Alright, I'll go to Xian Forest next. Before that, can we talk about Naimeitsue, Your Highness? When Mr. Magoo talked about Gentle Wind Uranus, Cold Frost Desert, and Naimeitsue, he was the most vague about Naimeitsue. His tone was also the most fearful, even more so than Cold Frost Desert. Angor had asked many wise men and elemental lords on his way, but none of them knew much about Naimeitsue. Gentle Wind Uranus was the only one who talked about Naimeitsue, but he didn't say much. According to Gentle Wind Uranus, Naimeitsue was a powerful being who was as strong as any elemental lord. She didn't have a title because she didn't really care. End of chapter. Gondola traveled among the floating clouds. It had been half an hour since they left Maria Ice Mountain. They could no longer see any traces of the ice mountain. Occasionally, several water creatures would jump out of the blue ocean, which told them that they were still within the range of Maria Ice Mountain. Angor leaned against the side of the boat, still thinking about the information Ezer told him. Namaquai. Angor repeated the name in his mind. A moment later, he sat up and pointed at the air with a finger. The illusion nodes at his fingertip quickly created an illusion in front of him. It was a map made of brown paper with the edges of the paper covered in fur. The map divided the extreme environments of the tidal realm into different regions, each of which was marked with the image of an elemental creature. It was Fang's map of the tidal realm. As a matter of fact, it had been a long time since he last saw the map. Wise men from different realms showed him the way, and he also tamed Lobel, who was very familiar with the terrain of the tidal realm. Compared to Feng Luo's half-baked map, Lobel's map was much more reliable. Angor took out the map again because he remembered what Ezer told him in the ice room. Namaquai is the true embodiment of nature. Compared to Lush Leaf Groot, the current ruler of Azure Forest, Namaquai is more respected by nature's servants. Also, Namaquai is an uncrowned ruler. What do you mean by uncrowned ruler? Ezer stood up from its throne and pointed at Fang's painting on the wall. This is the uncrowned ruler. Later, Angor learned that when Feng first arrived at the tidal realm, he traveled to different realms and painted a picture of the ruler of each realm. By ruler, he meant the current ruler of the realm. For example, the ruler of the Land of Fire was Hellfire. Another example was Ezer of Frost, the ruler of Maria Ice Mountain. The entire Tide realm followed this rule, with the exception of the Azure Forest realm. At that time, the king of Xian Forest was Starwood, but the painting that Feng left behind in Xian Forest was not Starwood, but Naimeitsue. Therefore, even though Nametsue did not have a title, the murals left by Feng represented its existence. It was the true uncrowned king of the Azure Forest. Furthermore, in terms of individual strength, it might even be the uncrowned king of all elemental creatures in the tidal realm. These words were also spoken by Frost Yasser. Although there was no direct evidence, there was no doubt that Naimetsue's strength was at the very least at the top of the pyramid, if not the uncrowned king of the Tide Realm. One had to know that when Mr. Magoo mentioned Naimeitsue, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Out of curiosity, Angor used an illusion spell to show the map drawn by Feng. Since Frost Yasser had said that the painting that Feng Yu had left behind in Green Forest was for Namakui. Therefore, Naimeitsue should be on the corresponding map as well. Angor wanted to see what kind of creature Naimeitsue, who was praised but also feared by many, looked like. He checked the map and began to look for Naimeitsue's location. The scale and shape of Feng's painting were all wrong. Fortunately, Angor still managed to find Naimeitsue by looking at the images of the kings of different regions. When he saw the corresponding elemental creatures on the map, he was a little surprised. Most of the elemental creatures on the map were simple, but compared to the other regions, Naimeitsue's painting was not simple at all. It was crude. It was an emerald green, curved line. If he did not notice the two tiny yellow dots at the end of the green line, he would have thought that Feng Luo did not pay attention to the lines when he was drawing. The two yellow dots were the finishing touch to the line. Angor could tell that it was a snake or something similar to a snake. So Naimeitsue, the so-called nature's incarnation, is actually a snake? Angor muttered to himself. This was quite rare. Almost all of the kings he met along the way were in human form or had human features. Of course, this was just a form, which could be changed. Still, it was clear that the elemental kings preferred humanoid forms. Naimeitsue was the only one who looked like a beast without any human features. That's unique, but not necessarily. It's been so many years. Maybe Naimeitsue has changed her appearance. Maybe he could ask Lobel about it. The bird said that it had visited half of Tide Realm before, so it might have seen Naimeitsue. Angor looked up at Lobel, who was standing outside of Gondola. What he saw made him raise an eyebrow. Instead of flying around Gondola like it usually did, Lobel was using its long tail to hook onto the edge of the boat and borrow its power to carry it away. As for Lobel himself, he fell into silence. It didn't mean that Lobel didn't talk. It was just that its three heads were whispering to each other as if they were having a private meeting. However, their conversation was completely covered by the wind. Judging from the expressions on their faces, Angor could tell that they were still having a heated discussion. Angor didn't know what they were talking about. Speaking of silence. My ears are much quieter after leaving Mariah Ice Mountain, Angor muttered to himself as he looked around. Speed Spirit was still attached to Gondola as usual, serving as its driving force without complaint. It was normal for it to remain silent. Cub Big did not flap its wings and fly into the air. Instead, it landed on the table with its tiny front hooves supporting its head. Its eyes were blank. Angor didn't know what it was thinking, but he had a feeling that there were a lot of questions floating around its head. Dankros, the source of all his chatter, didn't say anything either. He didn't even look at Toby like an idiot. Instead, he was leaning on the table and looking down with a troubled expression. Apart from Angor, Toby was the only one who remained the same on Gondola. Toby was nestling inside Angor's pocket while taking out clothes from Snowy Feather. He was using Angor's pocket as a fitting room to try on different clothes. What's going on today? Did all elemental creatures have something on their minds? Angor wondered. Angor considered for a moment and knocked on the edge of the boat with his knuckles. The energy ripples immediately reached Lobel's tail. Lober's three heads froze in place and looked at Angor with a stiff expression. Mr. After a moment of silence, the head at the end spoke first. You look like you're having a heated discussion. What are you talking about? The head at the end of the boat hesitated for a moment and exchanged a look with the two heads. Actually, Angor finally realized that Lobel's three heads were talking about the movie box trilogy they saw in the Ice Palace. Every part of the movie box trilogy had given them a great shock, especially the third part, the future possibilities of the tidal realm, which had given them an unimaginable shock. Mister, are we sure that humans will enter the tidal realm? The head couldn't help but ask. Angor glanced at it and didn't answer. The answer to this question had already been clearly stated in the trilogy. What it was asking was a nonsensical question. The head lowered its head awkwardly when Angor ignored it. The main head fell silent, and the assistant head asked, Master, is it good or bad for the elemental creatures that humans have entered the tidal realm? Some are good, and some are bad. But whether it's good or bad, it's not up to you to decide. Don't worry about it. The head at the end of the boat also spoke up. After watching future possibilities of the tidal realm, I've been wondering if you're going to accept us as your elemental companions, mister? When he finished speaking, Cho Big, who was on the other side, also pricked up his ears. From this, it could be seen that Cubic's previous silence was probably because he was thinking about the problems related to the trilogy. Do you want me to answer yes or no? Angor asked another question in return. The head didn't say anything. Angor could see the reluctance in the creature's eyes. Angor expected this reaction. After all, his first meeting with these wind creatures wasn't pleasant at all. Angor didn't mind. He wasn't going to accept these creatures as his elemental companions anyway. I said I'll sign a 20-year contract, and I won't consider anything else. 20 years later, you'll be free. Angor ended the topic. You've been to Cyan Forest, right? Did you see Nametsue? Angor asked. Tailhead was still immersed in its own thoughts, but it quickly calmed down and began to explain in detail. Several minutes later, the head stopped talking. Angor learned that Lobel did go to Cyan Forest during his travels in the tidal realm, but he didn't see Nametsue there. Lobel wanted to meet this legendary creature as well, but something happened later and forced him to change his mind. Nametsue was located in a remote forest in Green Forest. At that time, Lobel was ready to go to the forest, but before he could get close, he was swept away by a terrifying pressure. Later, Lobel learned that it was Nametsue's way of warning to intruders. The aura left a deep impression on Lobel. It was something he had never felt before, so he didn't want to see Nametsue again. According to Lobel, Lobel wasn't the only one who couldn't see Nametsue. Other elemental creatures in Cyan Forest couldn't see Nametsue either. Even in the mouths of some newborn elves in the Green Forest, the deeds related to Namakui had already become legends. They only heard about it, but never saw it. That meant Nametsue wasn't just powerful, but also mysterious. This also explained why other elemental sovereigns and wise men didn't know much about Nametsue. It had been a long time since Nametsue showed up. I guess I'll have to go to Cyan Forest to find out if Nametsue's real identity is a snake, Angor muttered to himself. After sending Lobel away, Angor decided to stop asking about Nametsue. He put away the illusion map and told Toby to stay alert. After that, he began his daily meditation. While meditating, Angor didn't notice that Dankros was looking up at him with a troubled expression. He seemed to have made up his mind and slowly looked at Angor. 3 hours later, Angor woke up from his meditation. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a hand in front of his eyes. Angor swung his arm out of instinct and slapped the hand out of the airship. Angor only realized that the hand had eyes and eyebrows. Was it Dankros? Angor quickly moved to the edge of the airship and looked down. That force seemed to have slapped Dankros down. He was an elemental creature. Even if he fell from a height of 1,000 meters, he should be fine, right? But there was the sea below. As Angor thought about it, he saw a gust of wind rising from below. Along with the wind, there were screams of agony. When Angor looked closer, he saw a hand made of wind gently holding Dankros up. Dankros didn't realize that he was being held up. He was still screaming. It was only when the hand of wind placed Dankros on the flying boat that it looked around in a daze. Huh? I didn't fall? He thought he was going to fall into the sea and become the first fire elf to drown. While Dankros was feeling lucky, Angor spoke to the hand of wind outside the airship. Thank you for your help. The hand of wind swayed left and right, then disappeared. What was that? Dankros stood up. Speed Spirit. He saved you. You should thank him, Angor said. Speed Spirit is working for me now, so I saved your life. You should thank me for that. Dankros subconsciously wanted to thank him, but just as he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. You were the one who smacked me down. Angor didn't seem to care. I saw you the moment I opened my eyes. Who knew if you were going to ambush me? Of course, I had to do it first. I wasn't going to ambush you. I was going to. Angor raised an eyebrow when Dankros suddenly lowered his head. What are you going to do? After a while, Dankros stuttered, I was going to, thank you. See? You still need to thank me. Angor chuckled. It's not the same. You slapped me down. That's why I'm not thanking you. Angor raised an eyebrow. Then why are you thanking me now? Dangros hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm thanking you for what happened in the Malaya iceberg. What is it? Angor was confused. Seeing that Angor forgot about it, Dangros felt both happy and disappointed. Happy because Angor didn't seem to need anything in return. Disappointed because Angor didn't seem to care about Dangros at all. So be it. It doesn't care about Angor anyway. Dangros shook his head and tried to get rid of his thoughts. However, he failed to do so, and the sense of loss in his heart began to grow bigger. Angor saw Dangros lowering his head and showing a sad face, which made him even more confused. What happened at Maria Ice Mountain? What had happened? Angor quickly recalled everything that happened after he arrived at Maria Ice Mountain. You mean what happened at Mina Ice River? Dangros looked up at Angor with glowing eyes. You remember? Angor nodded. If you're talking about Troyza, I remember now. You're not as good as my little brother. The corners of Dangros' mouth curled up slightly, but the words that came out of his mouth were filled with complaints. I just want to thank you for not handing me over to that great demon, Troyza. Otherwise, I might have. You don't need to thank me. Troyza wouldn't do anything to you even if I gave you to her. Didn't she say that she only wanted to see if you were qualified to inherit the name of Kalamonkis? Dangros pursed his lips. Do you believe her? Angor nodded. Yes, I do. Dangros glanced at Angor in dissatisfaction. I don't believe her. If she took me away, she would have locked me in a dark ice prison and poured ice water on me to burn away my flames. She would have tied me to an ice pillar with a wicked smile and whipped my soft body with an ice whip. She would have tortured me endlessly. The more Dangros thought about it, the more his body trembled. Angor didn't know what to say. I think you're overthinking it, aren't you? Paranoia? I'm not imagining things. Troyza is a great demon. All ice elemental creatures are demons. But Troy is a water creature. As long as it's an elemental creature from the Malaya iceberg, no matter if it's an ice creature or a water creature, they're all great demons, big baddies, Dangros said hatefully. Angor looked at Dangros' expression, which was mixed with anger and relief. He knew that Dangros was telling the truth. Ultimately, it was because of the history of the Land of Fire and the Malaya iceberg. Thinking back to when he had just arrived in the fire territory, Elmi had only displayed the power of ice, and Dangros had attacked him without hesitation. It could be seen that to Dangros, ice-type creatures were his lifelong enemies. However, when Magoo talked about the Maria iceberg, he didn't seem to have such a big grudge. Why did Dangros become the vanguard against the iceberg? Angor shook his head. There was nothing he could say. From Angor's point of view, the Malaya iceberg was a nice place to live, which was why he was willing to believe that Troyza didn't want to hurt Dangros. However, from the perspective of a fire elemental creature, Dangros' caution made sense. Fire and ice were incompatible, after all. It was just that Dangros' reaction was a bit excessive. Alright, I'll accept your explanation. You don't need to thank me. Mr. Magoo asked me to take care of you, and I won't let you get hurt. It's my duty. Angor patted Dangros' hand with a smile. Dangros felt a little embarrassed at the gesture, but he quickly recovered and put on a disappointed look. Just because of Mr. Magoo? Of course not. I wouldn't hand you over even if Mr. Magoo didn't ask me to. Angor chuckled when he saw Dangros' disappointed expression. Dangros didn't ask why. Instead, he lowered his head and mumbled, no matter what, I still have to thank you. After a pause, Dangros raised his head again. Of course, I'm just thanking you for not handing me over to Troy. I won't thank you for taking me down. After saying that, Dankros turned his head with an awkward expression and pretended to look at the scenery outside. Angor moved closer. So, you were thinking about thanking me when you didn't say anything? Dankros continued to pretend to look at the scenery. He was just short of reciting a poem. Angor knew that the kid was feeling a little embarrassed, so he changed the topic. By the way, about the fire zone and Mariah, before he could finish, he suddenly stopped and looked around in confusion. Around them was a clear blue sky. Apart from the gentle wind that blew from time to time, there was nothing else. Even the floating clouds were very far away from them. Lorber noticed the sudden pause and a cautious look on Angor's face. "What's wrong, sir?" Angor considered for a moment. "Did you notice anything strange around us?" "Strange?" Lobel shook his head. "I've been on alert, but I didn't notice anything." After Luo Bo finished speaking, he asked Su Ling, but Su Ling also gave a negative answer. Angor didn't find it strange. He already contacted Elmi before asking Lobel. Elmi also gave him a negative answer. Elmi's answer was the final word. Elmi was a real working machine. Ever since it was given the job of scouting, it had never slacked off. In addition to its powerful strength, its ability to sense danger was a level higher than that of Lobel and Speedy. If it could not sense anything, it was even more impossible for others to sense it. Therefore, Angor trusted Elmi's judgment. But this time Angor still felt a little hesitant. When he was talking to Dankros, he sensed that someone was spying on him. And the feeling wasn't far away. It felt like someone was right next to him. But the feeling was gone as soon as he regained his senses. Was it just my imagination? Angor thought for a moment but still couldn't figure it out. He looked at Lobel and asked, "Where are we now? How far are we from the coast?" "We've left the Mariah iceberg and are now in the middle of the Sea of Gentle Waves. Next to us is the Glittering Mountains, and further ahead is the Black Thunder Pool. Our destination is not under the jurisdiction of the Sea of Gentle Waves, so it'll take us another 2 days to get there." Angor nodded. "Are there any powerful beings in the elemental territories around here? Especially those who can hide themselves?" Lobel considered. "There are several powerful lightning creatures in the Glittering Mountains and Black Thunder Pool. But none of them can hide themselves. Even if there are, it's almost impossible for them to escape the detection of wind." Angor nodded. He believed Lobel's words. As an elemental creature, Lobel was very sensitive to elemental energy fluctuations. If Lobel said so, it had to be true. But Angor didn't think his intuition was wrong. Since he couldn't figure it out, he had to put it aside for now. He glanced at the clear sky and looked at Dankros again. "Is everything all right, Mr. Pat?" Dankros looked around and asked. Angor shook his head. "I'm fine. Let's continue. Come to think of it, I still don't know why the Fire Territory and the Malaya Iceberg became enemies. The Malaya Iceberg is drifting on the sea, while the Fire Territory is far inland. How did you two start fighting?" "Well..." Dankros hesitated. Dankros began to ramble. As he spoke, Gondola leisurely left the area. A long time after Gondola left, a gust of wind blew past. The wind came and went without a sound. On the gondola, Dangros's voice was still going on. "Stop. I already know. You don't need to repeat yourself." Angor quickly interrupted Dangros' rambling. "Did I repeat myself?" Dankros asked in confusion when he was interrupted by Angor's words. He was already very angry at first, but now he couldn't understand what was happening. "That's the third time," Angor said. "I know what happened. You don't need to repeat it." Dankros opened his mouth for a long time before he finally muttered, "All right, I got it." Dankros put on an aggrieved expression, but Angor simply ignored it. He was not lying. Dankros did repeat the same thing 3 times. Dankros didn't notice anything because he was too excited. When talking about the grudge between the Mariah Iceberg and Mariah Iceberg, Dankros wanted to capture all the ice creatures and humiliate them one by one. He even forgot what he was talking about and kept repeating himself. However, Angor still managed to get some important information from Dankros' rambling. The grudge between the Fire Zone and Mariah Iceberg went back thousands of years. Dangros didn't know the details, but he believed that the cause of the grudge was Caramonkeys. This was because Dangros had repeatedly said that the Malaya iceberg had sneaked into the fire domain many times in order to snatch the remains of Calamonkeys. It was precisely because it involved Calamonkeys that Dangros, as the self-proclaimed successor of Calamonkeys, had a deep hatred for all the elemental creatures in the Malaya iceberg. This was why Dangros was already imagining how Troyza would punish him before he was caught. Because if it were him, he would do the same thing to an ice creature if he caught one. Overall, it was a cliché story. Angor didn't want to get involved in the grudge between ice and fire. The grudge between the two creatures was like an internal strife. Once the humans entered the tidal realm, they would have to put aside their grudges. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, they didn't run into any danger and arrived at the coast where they were supposed to land. This coast didn't have a name. Or rather, most of the coast along the way didn't have a name. After all, unlike humans, elemental creatures didn't have a strong desire to name places. Only elemental territories or very special places would have unique names. The other places were all nameless. Such nameless places could be found everywhere on the main continent of the tidal realm. Angor chose to land on a nameless coast. The path they were going to take was nameless. They would cross many nameless rivers, climb over nameless mountains, and finally reach their destination, the Forest of Azure. They chose this path because it was nameless all the way. According to Lobel's travel experience, although not all the elemental territories in the tidal realm were as strict as the Tooth Extraction Desert, there were still certain restrictions. Instead of wasting time thinking about the restrictions of the various territories, it was better to choose an unnamed area that was not under the jurisdiction of the tidal realm. It was more convenient and faster. Besides, elemental territories usually had extreme environments. Even if there were no restrictions, it was still dangerous to enter them. For example, wood elemental creatures would never enter a fire elemental territory. It could be said that the vast majority of travelers and adventurers in the tidal realm would travel through nameless places. Angor didn't want to waste time on these elemental territories. Even if he wanted to deliver a shadow box, he would have to send a messenger from the fire realm. Therefore, he chose to use the nameless road to reach Cyan Forest and solve the problem of Fang's treasure as soon as possible. After that, he would return to the fire realm and invite Kurokuro to become his elemental companion. They re-entered the continent from the Sea of Gentle Waves. Under Lobel's guidance, they continued forward and stepped into the nameless mountain range from the nameless coast. After flying for about half an hour, they suddenly heard a loud rumbling noise coming from somewhere in the mountain range. As the noise reached their ears, they saw plumes of black smoke rising from the source of the noise. "Hey, what's going on over there?" Lobel's head looked over curiously. Lobel glanced at the source of the black smoke and looked back at Angor. "Should we go and take a look, sir?" "There's no need for that." Angor shook his head. Lobel nodded and was about to tell Speed to keep going when Dangros suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Pat, should we go and take a look?" Dangros gave Angor a pleading look. "You're curious?" Angor glanced at Dangros. "You know, curiosity kills the cat." Dangros didn't know why curiosity killed the cat, but now wasn't the time to ask. "No, I'm not curious. I think I saw some sparks in the smoke." "Fire? Maybe it's a fire elemental creature?" There were only a handful of fire-type creatures in the tidal realm, and the fire zone was the largest of them all. Most fire-type creatures were born in the fire zone. Because of this, when Dangros suspected that there was a fire-type creature, his first reaction was, could it have come from the fire region? If it was, Dangros wanted to lend a helping hand if the fire-type creature was in trouble. However, Dangros knew that any fire-type creature that could venture out of the tidal realm was not weak. If the fire-type creature was in trouble, Dangros would not be able to help much. He needed Angor's help. Dangros looked at Angor with a pleading look. Angor considered for a moment and nodded. "Sure. You've been doing well lately." Dangros was stunned for a second before he blushed and said, "I've been doing very well recently." "Thank you." Angor tapped the edge of the boat and signaled Speedy to change direction. Although he said for Dangros' sake, it was only a casual remark. Angor already planned to go check the fire-type creature when Dangros mentioned it. If it was really a fire-type creature from the fire zone, it was likely to be one of the soldiers Mr. Magoo sent to distribute the movie boxes. He didn't want anything bad to happen to the soldiers, so he didn't want anything bad to happen to them. With Speedy at the helm, it only took them half a minute to reach the mountain where the black smoke came from. I can feel it. It's fire energy, Dankros exclaimed as soon as they approached the smoke. Since they were too far away, they could only rely on the flying sparks. They could not be sure if there was a fire-type creature. At this moment, when they sensed it up close, they could clearly sense the flame energy. Angor also sensed the presence of fire energy in the smoke. The energy did not seem to be naturally formed. It seemed to have been manipulated. This meant that Dankro's guess was probably right. There was a fire-type creature in the smoke. Let's check it out. As the gondola landed, they moved closer to the source of the black smoke. It was at this moment that Angor noticed his surroundings. The black smoke came from a valley surrounded by mountains. The lower they went, the stronger the fire-type energy became. Apart from that, Angor also sensed another type of elemental energy. This energy was hidden, but it was spread far and wide. That's a disgusting smell. Dankros frowned. It's the power of water, said Lobbell. Angor nodded. He also sensed the power of water, which was completely different from the power of fire, intertwining inside the smoke. Soon, they reached the bottom of the valley. Their current position was at the edge of the valley. Looking at the black smoke from here, they didn't find any clues. However, they could see that the black smoke was spreading very quickly. It wouldn't be long before it enveloped the entire valley. However, even though the black smoke blocked the naked eye, it could not block the probing of spiritual energy. He used his spirit feelers to check the smoke and saw what was going on inside. He turned to Robert and asked, "Can you blow the smoke away?" Lobbell nodded. "I can. But I think there's a fire-type creature and a water-type creature fighting inside. Won't it cause a misunderstanding?" What Lobbell meant was that once it intervened, it was very likely that both sides of the battle inside would turn their attention to it. He was not worried about losing. He just didn't want to get into trouble. "It's fine. The fight inside is already over," said Angor. When Lober heard this, he did not hesitate any longer. His body suddenly expanded dozens of times in the air, turning into a giant beast that was like a small mountain. It took a deep breath, and with the sound of its bulging bladder, it opened its mouth and spat out the air it had just inhaled. The chi turned into countless white streams of air. They carried the terrifying power of the wind as they blew towards the black smoke in the valley. In just a few seconds, most of the smoke in the valley was blown away into the mountains and disappeared. Only thin streams of smoke were still coming out from the source of the smoke. However, as the wind continued to blow, the smoke gradually dissipated. However, the valley was still filled with strong wind. The wind was so strong that a normal person's skin would be torn open if they walked in. Angor was not affected by the wind at all. He stepped inside. Half a minute later, Angor reached the source of the smoke. It was supposed to be a grassland by the lake. But now, the grass was burned to ashes, and the water in the lake was mostly evaporated. The place looked like a mess. And the ones who caused this scene were the two little fellows. In terms of age, they definitely couldn't be considered small. But in terms of body size, these two elemental creatures were much smaller than other mature elemental creatures. One of them was a red frog that could only reach Angor's thigh when standing up. It was lying on the scorched ground covered in ashes. The other one was a bit bigger than the red frog. It was a small civet cat whose color was light blue and dark blue. It was lying on its back on a rock by the lake. Regardless of whether it was the fiery red frog or the water blue civet cat, their eyes were like mosquito coils. Clearly, they had fallen into a coma. Judging from the situation, both sides must have suffered great losses. Among them, the fiery red frog should be a fire-type creature. At the same time, it was also the creator of the billowing black smoke. Although it was unconscious at the moment, black smoke was still coming out of its mouth. No one knew what had happened. As for the blue civet cat, it was a water-type creature. It was not smoking, but water was flowing out of its mouth. It did not look good either. While Angor was observing the two elemental creatures, Dankros jumped down from Bloody Knight's shelter and quickly ran to the red frog. He carefully checked its face to see if it was familiar. Because the fiery red frog was unconscious, it did not resist when Dankros pulled its face back and forth and tortured it. A moment later, Dankros sighed in relief and jumped down from the frog's belly. I took a closer look. It's not a fire creature, I know. I don't recognize its fire energy either. Angor remembered that most of the fire-type creatures sent by Magoo to distribute the movie boxes were flying creatures. This frog was not one of them. Since Dankros did not recognize it, it was very likely that it was not an elemental creature from the fire zone. I don't know this frog, but this water-type creature has a disgusting smell. I think it's from Mariah Iceberg. Dankros glared at the civet cat in the lake. It's unconscious. Should we? Before Dankros could finish, a light blue hand of spell pulled him up from the ground. It didn't do anything to you. Why did you attack it? Besides, this isn't the fire zone. It's a nameless place where all elemental creatures can enter. Don't you think you're being too nosy? Angor controlled the hand of spell to shake Dankros. It didn't do anything to me, but it hurt the frog. As a fire-type creature, I will definitely stand up for him when I see my own kind being bullied. After saying that, Dankros struggled to break free from the shackles of the hands of magic. However, the hands of magic held him firmly, and it was not afraid of being burned. Hence, Dankros' efforts were completely futile. That creature doesn't belong to Malaya Ice Mountain. If you're mistaken and kill it, you'll attract more hatred from the fire domain, won't you? No, I'm not. Dankros' eyes flickered. Dankros felt that Angor's words made sense. Therefore, although it was still struggling, its movements were much smaller than before. All right, be a good boy. Angor patted Dankros' hand gently. Perhaps Angor's gentle voice calmed Dankros down, because the creature slowly stopped struggling and stayed quietly in the hand of spell. Seeing that Dankros had calmed down, Angor didn't mind. Instead, he summoned 2 more hands of spell and brought the tanuki and the frog to him. I'll check the tanuki, Angor said to Dankros. You go check the frog and see how it's doing. When it came to the life and death of his own kind, Dankros was no longer awkward. He nodded and jumped onto the frog's stomach. He stretched out his index finger to touch the frog's mouth, sensing the situation inside the frog's body. Angor also went to the tanuki and used his spirit feelers to check its condition. Soon, he heard Dankros gasp. Huh? There's a lot of gems in the frog's stomach. Angor looked back and saw Dankros taking out all kinds of gems from the frog's stomach. Some of the gems were elemental, and they glowed faintly under the sunlight. Water-type gems? Elemental creatures won't eat gems that don't belong to them, Angor mused. So this thing likes to collect gems? That's familiar. Why does it sound like the dragons in the stories? Angor shook his head and continued to check the civet cat's condition. However, at this moment, Dankros said, I think I know what this frog is. What? You know it again? Angor looked back. No, I don't. But I know what it is. It's a traveling frog. Traveling frog? Dankros' words reminded Angor of a small fire frog he saw in the fire zone. According to Dankros, fire frogs would become traveling frogs when they grew up. They would travel for their entire lives and bring back many, bright gems from the outside world. This red frog appeared in a nameless place and carried all kinds of gems. It was indeed a traveling frog. Amazing. It's a traveling frog. If I save it, it might bring back all kinds of gems when it travels outside. Dankros' eyes lit up as he became more determined to save the frog. Angor didn't have time to care about Dankros' thoughts. He had already sensed the elemental core inside the tanuki. Inside the tanuki's tail was a crystal that looked like a water droplet. The water droplet was now covered in cracks. As time went by, more and more cracks appeared on it. 5 minutes later, Dankros looked up with a frustrated look. Mr. Pat, this frog's elemental core, it's broken? It's not. But there are a lot of cracks on it. It's almost broken. Dankros lowered his head sadly. We're not in the fire zone. There's no suitable environment, and no fire creatures like Mr. Magoo here. We can't save it. In other words, this traveling frog was basically hopeless. Dangro's dream of obtaining a gem without sowing was also shattered. The tanuki's elemental core is also cracked, just like the frog's, Angor said. Angor also explained the situation of the civet cat. Looks like they had a fierce fight, and both of them died together in the end. Dangros was glad to hear that. But when he thought about the frog's elemental core, his face fell again. What should we do? Should I dig a hole here and use it as a grave? Not yet. They still have a chance to recover. Recover? Under Dangros' puzzled gaze, Angor crouched down and picked out several glowing red fire gems and several blue water gems from the pile of traveling frogs. Use these, Angor said. These gems contain elemental energy, but they're not pure enough to heal the frog. Dangros had collected gems before, so he knew about them. That's because you're using them incorrectly. Angor winked at Dangros. Watch me. While speaking, Angor took out 2 pieces of transparent glass from his bracelet. He burned them and quickly turned them into 2 transparent glass boxes. Next, Angor took out an engraving pen and some blood ink and quickly drew the corresponding runes on the glass boxes. One side was for purifying water, while the other side was for burning. Both runes could create rich elemental energy inside the glass boxes. However, they required the corresponding energy as consumables. Angor's elemental gems could be used as energy sources. The 2 magewiths were not difficult to draw, and they were drawn in a relatively spacious space. Hence, he did not have to control the precision. It only took him half an hour to finish drawing the magewiths. After finishing the runes, Angor placed the gems inside the glass boxes. By the time the glass box began to generate energy, it would be a success. Dangro's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the delicate glass boxes. He witnessed how an inconspicuous stone was turned into a square glass box with mysterious patterns and beautiful gemstones on it. As an elemental creature who had never seen anything created by humans before, Dangro's knowledge of the world was completely overturned. I can make a stone change as I please by burning it with fire? Dangros could not help but look at his finger. It could also release flames. Perhaps it could do the same. With that in mind, Dangros looked around and fixed his eyes on a large black stone on the scorched ground. Several minutes later, Angor looked at the red and blue energy flowing inside the 2 glass boxes with a satisfied smile. It was not difficult to create these 2 boxes, but it was still rare for someone who was proficient in runes to complete the transformation in such a short time. Angor was quite satisfied with his work. The boxes were not beautiful, but they were only temporary places for the 2 elemental creatures to store their energy. There was no need to make them too complicated. Since the energy inside was already circulating, Angor could try to put them inside. With that in mind, he looked at the unconscious frog and the civet cat. Dangros, put the frog in the ruby box, and leave the civet to me. Dangros? Angor looked around but did not see Dangros. He looked around in confusion and did not see Dangros either. When he was about to ask La Belle, he heard a low sound coming from afar. It sounded like a dud. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was still very prominent in the silent valley. Angor looked around and saw a dark gray smoke rising from a black stone dozens of meters away. That was where the sound came from. Just as he was about to use his mental strength to investigate the specific situation, he saw Dangros, who was covered in black ash, stagger out of the smoke. Dangros' pupils were moving. They did not look like mosquito coils yet, but they were not far away. Coupled with his staggering body, it looked like he was drunk. Dangros? Angor did not know what was going on. He did not have time to check the 2 boxes. His night speeder flashed, and he disappeared from the spot and reappeared beside Dangros. He carefully used the hand of magic to help Dangros regain his balance. Next, he quickly checked Dangros' body and found that the creature's skin was covered in soot. But in fact, it was just dust. There were no wounds. Angor did not relax. Most elemental creatures could not be seen from the outside. They had to be observed from the inside. For example, the traveling frog and the civet cat looked normal on the outside, but their inner elemental cores were cracked. Angor reached his spirit feelers inside Dangros' body. Maybe it was because Dangros was still confused, or maybe it was familiar with Angor's aura. Dangros did not stop Angor's spirit feelers from entering. Half a minute later, he withdrew his spirit feelers. Dangros' elemental core was not damaged, but it had consumed some energy. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be alleviated very soon. Angor sighed in relief after making sure Dangros was fine. Magoo asked him to take care of Dangros. It would be hard to explain if something happened to the creature. Besides, Angor was counting on Dangros to trick his minions. Dangros' condition was stabilized. But Angor had another question. What was he doing? Why did he get himself into such a mess? Angor looked at where the gray smoke was. At this time, the dark gray smoke had almost dissipated, and the mess behind the big black rock could be clearly seen. The ground was covered in black rubble. Some of them were still smoking. Some were red and deformed due to high temperature. He could tell that the stones were burned by fire. Considering the broken stones on the ground and Dangros' condition, he had a rough idea of what had happened to Dangros. Dangros hid behind the rock and released fire to burn the rock. But in the end, the rock exploded, leaving him covered in soot. Angor picked up a piece of gravel on the ground and shook it a bit, not sure if he should laugh or cry. The remaining traces confirmed Angor's guess. What's he doing? Angor asked, is he burning rocks for fun? I don't know what he's doing, but his fire must be really hot to make the rock explode, Angor praised. The black rock did not break even when the traveling frog's flame created such a huge cloud of black smoke. Yet, Dangros managed to crack it. This was proof of how powerful the rock was. Angor sighed as he walked back with Dangros in his hand. As for why Dangros was burning rocks for fun, he didn't bother to guess. He could always ask Dangros when the bird came back to its senses. When he returned to the glass box, he saw Lobber poking his head out of the window and looking at the patterns on the surface of the glass box. He seemed to be mumbling something. Did you find anything? Angor walked closer and asked. I think there's elemental energy circulating inside the box. I can't feel it clearly because of the cover. That's right. There's elemental energy inside, Angor said. What else did you find? Weitu thought for a while, then summoned a hand of wind. He pointed at the patterns on the box and said, I feel that these patterns are very mysterious. After looking at them for a while, I feel dizzy. I can't remember where the patterns go. They are very similar to the patterns on the pure white door that Princess Frost opened. Angor nodded. Good observation. The patterns on the white door and the box are both runes. But they're different types, and the patterns on them are completely different. You're quite talented to be able to connect them together. You're curious about the elemental energy inside, right? I'll open it and you'll feel it. Angor opened the box. As soon as the lid was removed, Lobber sensed the rich elemental energy inside. The blue gemstone box contained the essence of clean water, while the red gemstone box contained the smell of fire. Lobber could only sense the purity of elemental energy in extreme environments. Most importantly, even though the lid had been removed, the amount of elemental energy that had leaked out was extremely small. It was still circulating within the box. It was as if there was an invisible force sealing the elemental energy inside the box. Amazing. Lobber's eyes widened in surprise. This is the first time before Lobber could finish, he was interrupted by a scream. When he turned around to take a look, he saw that Dangros, who was lying on the hand of magic, seemed to have recovered from his daze. He let out a cry and jumped up dizzily. Shit. Shit. I'm going to die. Run. Dangros was still shocked by the explosion. He screamed and tried to run outside. But it was currently under the effects of the magic hand, so it couldn't run away and instead fell from the sky. And he fell at a very coincidental location. Coincidentally, it fell into the glass box. Unfortunately, it fell into the glass box inlaid with sapphires. As soon as Dangros fell into the box, he was immediately surrounded by a terrifying amount of water vapor. The water element was so strong that Dangros felt like he had fallen into a sea filled with the world's sound. The fire inside his body was suppressed to the extreme by the water element. Ah! I'm being taken away by the Mariah Iceberg Demon. Someone save me. Gurgle. Mr. Pat. Mr. Toby. Gurgle. Gurgle. Dankros did not even have time to check his surroundings before he began to scream. But the more he screamed, the more the water element was sucked into his mouth, making him feel like he was drowning. While Dankros' fingers were dancing wildly, a translucent hand with a light blue outline reached out to Dankros' side and scooped it up. It then slowly lifted it out of the box. Dankros finally got a chance to breathe. He lay on the hand and panted heavily as if he was trying to get rid of the water vapor inside his body. Lobel, who was at the side, glanced at Dankros and asked worriedly, "Sir, is it all right?" "It should be fine." Angor could not guarantee that Dankros would be fine after falling into the box. However, after thinking about it carefully, Dankros was doing fine in the Malaya iceberg. There should not be any major problems. 2 minutes later, Dankros finally calmed down. He opened his eyes and saw Angor and a familiar hand of spell. "Ah. I'm saved." Angor looked at Dankros' frightened expression and spoke in an annoyed tone, "Saved? No one took you. You asked for it." "Huh?" Dankros was puzzled. "Look down there and you'll see." Dankros stood up and climbed to the edge of the hand of magic. He looked down and saw the sapphire glass box. The power of water rising from within gave him a very familiar feeling. Dankros thought for a moment and realized what happened. "I wasn't taken away by the blue water mermaid from Mariah Iceberg Demon? Inside the box? Blue water mermaid? So you've already imagined the other party's appearance?" "Yes." Angor nodded in a speechless manner. "Good. That scared the hell out of me. I thought I was going to be thrown into the ice prison and treated like. Dankros looked as if he just survived a great disaster. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Wait, how did I end up in the box?" Angor simply ignored Dankros' confused look. Lauber sighed and told Angor everything that happened. After listening to the whole story, Dankros finally understood why Angor told him that it was all Angor's fault. Dankros blushed and lowered his head without saying anything. "Are you okay after falling into the box?" Lauber asked out of concern. Dankros shivered as he recalled the horrible scene of being surrounded by water vapor. But he quickly pulled himself together and shook his head. "I'm fine apart from using up some energy. But that really scared me. I felt like I fell into an ocean of world sound. It's so scary." "World sound? Is it really that strong?" Lauber was a little surprised. He only sensed the elemental energy outside the box, so he couldn't tell how strong it was. But Dankros told him that the elemental energy was as strong as world sound. World sound was a gift from the tidal realm to elemental creatures. It was a gift from the world's consciousness. But Angor only used a short amount of time to create an elemental environment similar to world sound? It was hard to believe. "I've never been to the ocean, so I'm not sure. But I think it's possible," Dankros said. Lauber looked at Angor and asked, "Can I go in and check it, sir?" Angor nodded nonchalantly. A moment later, Lauber came out of the box and frowned. "I'm not a water or fire elementalist, so I can't tell if it's as strong as world sound. But the elemental energy inside is really rare." Angor saw how serious Lauber and Dankros were talking. "You can throw Dankros back into the box and see if it's as strong as world sound." Dankros hesitated and quickly waved his hands. "No, no." Angor ignored Dankros' refusal. He controlled the hand of spell and tossed Dankros into the glass box with the red gemstone after drawing a beautiful arc in the air. At first, Dankros was still wailing, but when he settled down, he was stunned. This feeling? Unlike the water elemental energy, Dankros was now surrounded by dense fire elemental energy. The fire elemental energy kept replenishing Dankros' energy. In just a few minutes, the fire elemental energy inside his body was fully replenished. And it continued to nourish his body. So comfortable. No. A second ago, Dankros was still enjoying being surrounded by the flames, but in the next second, he was pulled out by the hand of magic. This made him subconsciously resist and cry out. Dankros finally realized what was going on when he was back in the air. "How is it? Did it reach the level of world sound?" Lauber asked curiously. Dankros' eyes flickered with a bright light as he leaned on the edge of the hand of magic and looked at the glass box with the ruby in a daze. After a long while, he replied, I feel that I have achieved it, but it's still slightly different from the real-world sound. But I can't tell exactly how. It doesn't feel lively enough. Lauber listened with a puzzled expression. But Angor knew what Dankros meant. To put it bluntly, the fire elemental energy created by Angor's runes could reach the level of elemental tide due to its small size. But this was only the level of density. Compared to the real elemental tide, it still lacked something important, the law. The world sound was the elemental tide. It was a gift from the world consciousness of the tide realm to the land. It contained the power of the world's consciousness. It would strengthen the power of a single element according to the content of different elements in different places. It would also make the elemental energy in the air more lively and lively. This would lead to an obvious result: elemental spirits would be born in the elemental tide. The fire elemental box created by Angor's runes had reached the level of density, but it was almost impossible for an elemental spirit to be born. This was the difference between the box and the elemental tide. The elemental tide contained laws that Angor did not understand. However, even if it was not as strong as the elemental tide, the fact that the elemental density was as high as the elemental tide was still shocking to Lauber and Dangros. Sir, you can create such a dense elemental environment whenever you want. Lauber couldn't help but ask. Angor nodded. As long as I have enough materials, I can do it. Unbelievable, this is unbelievable, Lobbell muttered. Is this the power of a wizard? That's right, said Angor as he looked at Lauber and Dankros' shocked faces. You've all read the future possibilities of Tidal Realm. Now you know why I said that the partnership between wizards and elemental creatures is a win-win situation, right? Wizards can use all kinds of methods to quickly nurture elemental creatures into unprecedented power. The Magewith I used was just one of the means. An elemental sprite lives in a natural environment. If it wants to mature, it will take decades, centuries, or even longer. But if you form a friendship with a wizard, this time will be shortened countless times. This is the inconceivable power that magi possess. Angor took the chance to explain a few more things to them so that they could have a better understanding of elemental companions. He didn't know if it would work yet. However, Dangros, Lauber, and Cub Big and Trotting all fell into deep thought after hearing Angor's words. Angor didn't bother them and went back to his work. He was going to put the traveling frog and the civet cat into a glass box. Dankros was the first one to realize what Angor was doing. Mister, you're saying we need to put them in a box? Angor nodded. The box simulates the corresponding elemental environment. Even if it can't heal the cracks in their cores, it can at least protect them from immediate damage. If there's a chance, send them to a place with water or fire properties and find a powerful wizard to treat them. They should be able to survive. When Dankros heard this, he also came to a realization. The elemental cores of these two elemental creatures were only cracked, but they weren't completely damaged. There was still a possibility of saving them. If they were placed in the nameless land, the elemental concentration here would obviously not reach the standard. As time passed, it wouldn't be long before the crack grew bigger and bigger, and in the end, the two of them would die. However, if they were placed in the elemental environment of the sound of the world, they might slowly recover on their own even if they were not treated. At the very least, it wouldn't be worse. Therefore, Angor's plan was a good one. While Dankros was lamenting the good luck of the two elemental creatures, he was also secretly thinking about another question. It was simply unbelievable that a few elemental gems could create such an environment. If I could learn, Angor nudged Dankros a little. Hey, I forgot to ask you. Why were you burning rocks over there? Are you bored out of your mind? I was, Angor was only asking casually. He didn't need to know all the details. However, Dankros' hesitation and stuttering piqued Angor's curiosity. He looked up and quietly stared at Dankros. Under Angor's gaze, Dankros, who was trying to come up with an excuse, suddenly felt a great pressure on his mind. He panicked and his mind went blank. In the end, Dankros could not withstand the pressure, and told Linley about his thoughts in full detail. You saw how easy it was to make the box, so you want to try it too? Angor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect Dankros to hide behind the black rock to try alchemy. I saw you burn the rock and it turned into a beautiful transparent box. But for some reason, when I tried to burn the rock, it didn't change at all. It even exploded. Since he had already revealed the truth, Dankros did not try to hide it anymore, and spoke of his pain with an aggrieved expression. Angor looked at Dankros' expression and couldn't help but laugh. It took him a while to find his voice again. I'm doing alchemy. Not only did I use fire, but I also used mana to sort and refine it. You're just burning rocks. How can they be the same? Angor explained with a smile. Also, I chose a special magic material called translucent glaze. It's not a black rock you can find anywhere. Dankros was confused. Alchemy? What's that? Angor already put the traveling frog and the civet cat into the glass box. Since he had nothing else to do, he simply sat down and began to explain alchemy to Dankros. From the nature of alchemy, to the choice of materials, to melting and shaping, to energy conduction. Angor used simple words and allusions to give Dankros a vivid lesson on alchemy. Dankros was fascinated by Angor's explanation. He didn't understand much of it, but at least he knew why the rock he burned exploded, while Angor's turned something rotten into something magical. On the surface, Angor seemed to be just casually burning rocks. However, there was a lot of knowledge left behind by wizards, which was completely different from Dankros' playful behavior. I didn't know there were so many secrets to alchemy. Dankros couldn't help but exclaim. Do you understand now? Alchemy isn't something you can do for fun. Dankros nodded in admiration. Angor smiled and glanced at Cub Big and Lob Bell. Alright, the two elemental creatures are fine for now. We've been here long enough. Time to go. Angor summoned Gondola and placed the two glass boxes in a small compartment at the back of the boat. Then, he asked Dankros and Cub Big to board. Cub Big quietly flew to the table. Dankros, on the other hand, seemed to be thinking about something. It took him a while to come back to his senses. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Gondola slowly rose from the bottom of the valley and disappeared into the distance like a shooting star. They crossed the nameless mountain and the nameless river. About half an hour had passed since they left the valley. Dankros, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Mr. Pat, can I forge a box with fire like you? Angor noticed that Dankros had been quiet since he boarded the boat, so he was wondering what was going on. You want to learn alchemy? Dankros pondered for a moment, then nodded. I do, but I also know that alchemy is very difficult, and I might not be able to learn it in my entire life. So, I only want to burn this stone into a box, and not consider anything else. Why are you interested in this? I thought you were only interested in recruiting new followers. Angor didn't answer right away. He was curious about Dankros' sudden change in attitude. You know, when you exchanged tokens with Big Inba, I already felt that you're really good at making a ghost butterfly statue with fire. At that time, I was thinking that it would be great if I could burn a similar token for my underlings. But back then, Dankros didn't get along well with Angor back then, so he didn't tell Angor about his thoughts. But now, he was closer to Angor, and he saw Angor making a glass box. This only served to reignite Dankros' anger. Of course, Dankros didn't want to say it out loud, so he just glossed over it. I just want to make a box out of a stone. Or something else. That's enough. So, you're doing this for your followers? You're really nice to your followers. Dankros didn't refute. He had other ideas, but he didn't want to say them out loud. Alright, I can teach you. Angor didn't refuse. It was rare to meet such an eager elf, so Angor didn't mind teaching him. Moreover, if it was purely smelting and molding, it actually didn't involve too much knowledge. The blacksmiths of the mortal world could do it, and it wasn't a secret technique. Most importantly, he also wanted to see how far Dankros, who had learned the smelting technique, could go in the end. Since he already promised Dankros, Angor didn't delay. He used a neutral energy gem he got from the traveling frog's stomach as an illusion node and created an illusion named A Day in the Life of an Old Blacksmith. A day in the life of an old blacksmith showed the daily life of a blacksmith. From selecting materials in the open field, to returning to the blacksmith's shop to hammering the iron into shape, every detail was shown in the illusion. The old blacksmith didn't say a single word from beginning to end, but as long as one paid attention, they could learn a lot of techniques by observing the details. Besides, this was only an illusion. Even if one went into the bellows or the furnace, they wouldn't get hurt. They could see every step of the process clearly. Dankros was a fire spirit, so he was very good at controlling fire. Through the illusion, he could learn how to control fire faster. In Angor's opinion, a day in the life of an old blacksmith was the best teaching material for Dankros. After setting up the illusion, Angor handed the egg-shaped gem to Dankros. The illusion is powered by the gem itself. Once the gem runs out of energy, the illusion will disappear as well, Angor said. The energy in the gem is enough for you to watch the illusion from beginning to end at least 100 times. If you can't learn it by the end of the process, I suggest you give up. Dankros held the gem in his hand and said confidently, I can do it. With that, Dankros entered the illusion with great confidence. Without the noisy brats, Gondola returned to its peaceful state. However, the peace did not last for long. A few minutes later, a chirping sound came from the side of his ear. It was Toby. The elemental creatures didn't understand what Toby was saying, but Angor did. Toby was asking Angor to look at Cubby. Because he had watched Flying Teenage Pig before, Toby paid a lot of attention to Cub Big when he first met him. He couldn't wait to stick his eyes on Cub Big. Although the popularity of the show had died down, Toby still kept peeking at Cubby from time to time. Angor followed Toby's direction. He realized that Cub Big was staring at Dankros quietly. There seemed to be a big question mark in his small eyes. You want to watch a day in the life of an old blacksmith too? Angor asked curiously. It took Cubby a while to realize that Angor was talking to it. No, I'm not interested in blacksmithing. So you're interested in Dankros? Cubby shook its head again. I see a lot of questions in your eyes. Can you tell me? Cubby hesitated for a moment. I think you're very kind to Dankros, mister. According to the records of the movie The Wizard's World, wizards pursued fairness and equivalent exchange. Dankros didn't pay anything, but you did. Is it because you want Dankros to be your friend? Is that the only answer? Angor didn't answer the question. Cubby shook its head and didn't say anything. I asked you before. Why did you come on my ship? Angor continued, your answer is that wise Camus told you that the wind needs freedom and longs for something far away. He wanted you to step out of your comfort zone and see the outside world. But you're not strong enough to travel alone, so wise Camus asked you to come on my ship. I can protect you for a while. Cubby nodded. Yes. Let's follow the principle of equivalent exchange. Think about it carefully. What did I get from you if I helped you on your way? But didn't you make a deal with wise Camus, mister? I didn't get anything from wise Camus, Angor replied. Cubby remained silent for a moment. So you're just being nice to Dankros, mister? Angor chuckled. I don't know if that's the case, but at least you don't have any utilitarian motives. I still don't get it. I don't know. Let's keep watching. You've been watching, haven't you? Ever since Cubby boarded the ship, it had been keeping its presence as low as possible. It rarely spoke, only observing and thinking in silence. That was the characteristic of a wise man. Thinking back to the possibility that Cub Big was a sentient being born from Camus' doppelganger, this was understandable. I see. Cubby nodded and remained silent. Amidst the clouds, a pure white bat dragon could be seen. Every time it stomped its feet, the air would condense into a cannon and it would use the recoil to quickly charge forward. From afar, every time the bat dragon charged forward, it looked like it was teleporting. After charging forward a few times, the bat dragon suddenly stopped. It felt as if its wings had brushed against some creature when it was charging forward. But when it turned around, it only saw the clouds and mist. There was no creature. Was it just an illusion? The bat dragon thought for a bit and still felt that something was wrong. Thus, it used its pig-like nose to sniff the air, but there was no suspicious smell. It sniffed its wings again, but there was still no smell. As a wind-type creature, it was extremely sensitive to smells in the air. Since there was no smell, it meant that it was just being paranoid. However, the feeling of brushing against a soft creature was too real. As a cautious bat dragon, it decided to use a different method to investigate. It raised its disc-like protruding ears, and waves of high-frequency sound waves spread outwards with it as the center. It wanted to use the feedback of the sound wave to see if there was a hidden creature. However, before it could find the hidden creature, it felt an extremely powerful wind force from the feedback of the sound wave. It was quickly approaching its position. At first, it was still quite far away, but in less than 2 seconds, the wind force had already arrived. The bat dragon raised its head and saw a beautiful, dreamy flying boat piercing through the sea of clouds at an astonishing speed. Near the airship, the bat dragon sensed 2 extremely powerful forces of wind. This was definitely a creature that stood at the peak of the wind element. It wasn't much weaker than the monarch of the wind element. The bat dragon carefully sensed the source of the 2 wind forces. Suddenly, it seemed to have sensed something. Its figure flashed and it directly hid in the clouds, turning into an invisible wind. As a wind-type creature, the bat dragon shouldn't have been afraid of meeting outside. However, it was different this time because it recognized the identity of the newcomer. One of the 4 great wind generals of Tempest Mountain Ridge. Tempest Mountain Ridge's ambition to unify all the wind-type territories had already been made clear. This time, the bat dragon had ended his journey outside and returned to the Long Breath Wind Cave from the nameless place. He wanted to pass on this news to His Highness Yufeng. It did not expect that it would encounter Lobel, one of the 4 great wind generals, before it even reached the Long Breath Wind Cave. Oh no, they're flying in this direction. They must have discovered me. What should I do? What should I do? Hidden in the clouds, the bat dragon's heart was filled with despair. At this point, it had already forgotten that it had stopped to look for the hidden creature. Should I run? Although that was what the bat dragon was thinking, it did not do so. It knew that with its speed, it would never be able to outrun Lobel. Instead, he might offend Lorber even more by running away. As long as he cooperated, there shouldn't be any danger to his life. Just as the bat dragon was thinking this, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the distance. It knew. Lobel had come. The bat dragon subconsciously closed its eyes and put on an obedient expression of submission. However, what it didn't expect was that the hurricane had come and gone. After staying silent for half a minute, the bat dragon opened its eyes and found that its surroundings were completely silent. It raised its head and looked into the distance in a daze, only to see that the dreamlike flying boat from before had already disappeared into the horizon. Not only did the boat not stop, but no wind creatures came to bother it either. The bat dragon did not think that Lobel did not notice it. In the current situation, there seemed to be only one possibility: it might have been ignored. On the gondola, Angor leaned against the railing and looked in the direction they came from. That big bat with a pig nose and round ears hiding in the clouds. Is it a wind creature? Lobel nodded. Yes. It's a wind bat dragon. It should have come from the Long Breath Wind Cave. How do you know that? Angor looked at Lobel in surprise. Lobel explained, the Long Breath Wind Cave is located inside a mountain cave. Due to the environment, there's a high chance of a wind bat dragon being born there. There are almost no records of a wind bat dragon being born in other wind-type territories. Next, Lobel briefly explained the characteristics of the wind bat dragon. Angor was enlightened after hearing the explanation. Although it was called a wind bat dragon, it was actually just an enlarged bat. Angor did not know that bats loved caves so much that they were also elemental creatures. That wind bat dragon looked scared when it saw us, Angor muttered. The gondola should not be that scary. Maybe the wind bat dragon was scared of the creatures traveling with it. Angor, Elmi, and Toby did not release their auras. Cubby and Dangros were only elemental spirits, so the wind bat dragon was not scared of them. The answer was obvious. The wind bat dragon was scared of Lorbel and Soren. Wind creatures, but they didn't feel happy when they saw each other. Instead, they shivered in fear. Looks like Tempest Mountain really doesn't have much of a reputation. Angor sighed. Not long ago, Dangro sensed the presence of a fire creature in the valley and went to check it out. Despite knowing that the creature was not a traveling frog from the fire territory, Dangros was still worried about it. This was completely different from the situation of wind-type creatures. They won't understand Mr. Hurricane's grand plan, Lobel said. No matter how grand the plan is, it won't be worth mentioning when the tidal realm opens. Lorber sighed and remained silent for a long time. Wait, that wind bat dragon was hovering in the air when we saw it. Is that a wind bat dragon's characteristic? Lobel shook his head. Wind bat dragons don't hover in the air. It seemed to be sensing something. Maybe it sensed our arrival. Encountering the wind bat dragon was just a small interlude, so Angor did not think too much about it. Time flew by. The sky was dyed with the color of dusk. Evening soon arrived. Angor glanced at Toby, who was still observing Cubby. He patted the bird's head and said, "I'm going to take a rest. Wake me up if you need anything." Of course, he didn't mean to sleep. Instead, he meant to enter the dream wasteland. Toby knew what Angor meant and chirped to show that he understood. Next, Angor asked Elmi to stay alert. Next, he disappeared from where he was and reappeared at the cabin door behind Gondola. After closing the door, Angor looked at the 2 glass boxes embedded with rubies and sapphires. Of the 2 glass boxes, one contained a fire-type traveling frog, and the other contained a water-type civet cat. Of course, Angor did not make the glass boxes out of kindness. He even brought them along with him to help with the treatment. He also wanted to use this chance to bring them into the dream wasteland. Firstly, he wanted to fulfill his promise to Dumartin. Secondly, he wanted to see what would happen to elemental creatures in the dream wasteland. I saved your lives, so it's time for me to reap the rewards. Angor reached out a finger and released a ray of dark light. Nightmare illusion technique, the ray of light shot out from his finger and went into the foreheads of the 2 creatures. Angor waited patiently. He knew that elemental creatures would rest when they were tired, but he never heard that they could dream. He wasn't sure if Nightmare Dream would work on elemental creatures or not. He didn't have to wait for long before he saw 2 white tentacles coming out of the foreheads of the 2 creatures. Dream tentacles. Angor sighed in relief. The tentacles meant that the 2 elemental creatures could reach the dream bridge. As long as the tentacles entered the dream bridge, they would be transported to the other side. When the tentacles came out of their foreheads, nightmare aura slowly covered their bodies. The tentacles slowly disappeared as if they had entered a bottomless abyss. Angor couldn't tell from their appearance, but he knew that the 2 elemental creatures' consciousness had entered the dream bridge. Angor quickly closed his eyes and focused his mind on the power of Dream Gate. Using the power of Dream Gate, he could clearly sense 2 dream bridges leading to the dream wasteland that was floating in the darkness. Angor accepted the connection. The dream bridges immediately extended until they reached the light gate of the dream wasteland. About a minute later, 2 figures stepped onto the bridge at the same time. It was the traveling frog and the civet. However, Angor was surprised to see that the 2 creatures had the same body shape. One of them was emitting a strong flame, while the other looked normal. However, water droplets were dripping from its body. This was completely different from when a human stepped onto a dream bridge. The characteristics of elemental creatures were already shown on the dream bridge. Will they also show the characteristics of elemental creatures when they enter the dream wasteland? Angor pondered. If they could really display their elemental properties, wouldn't they be considered supernatural creatures in the expanse as well? Even wizards would be no different from mortals in the dream wasteland without the help of artificial mana. However, if elemental creatures could also control elemental energy, they would be different from the beginning. Angor gave the 2 creatures a meaningful look and entered the dream wasteland with great anticipation. Angor appeared on one of the streets of the new city. Although there were the silhouettes of tall buildings on both sides of the street, they were basically just foundations. The upper floors were still just skeletons. A large number of apprentices stood on the skeletons, looking at the construction plans while holding magic scrolls and controlling the power of earth to perfect the appearance of the buildings. Some skilled craftsmen were also doing their best to carve the decorations on both sides of the street. Angor's sudden appearance attracted the attention of the apprentices. As a legendary figure in Brute Cavern, Angor quickly rose to the top of the pyramid and became an idol among the apprentices. Therefore, his identity was recognized by all the apprentices. Because of that, the apprentices became even more excited. After all, Angor rarely showed up in Brute Cavern. Every time someone saw him, he would become a hot topic among the apprentices. However, their excitement didn't last long. A pair of cold eyes looked up from below. You don't like construction tasks, do you? Do you want me to give you a few? It was clearly a smiling expression, but coupled with the elegant tone of a noble, it made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. Almost all the apprentices knew who the speaker was. However, unlike Angor's fame, Angor was someone they admired, wanted to get close to, and followed. But this man who just spoke was someone they wished they would never see again. It was Miniature World de Martin. Even though de Martin's job rewards were great, 9 out of 10 of them would end up with their heads cut off. Even a simple glance from a head-cutting maniac like de Martin was enough to silence all the apprentices. The uproar caused by Angor's arrival was instantly silenced. None of the acolytes dared to look down. Angor stepped forward. Just a glance and a few words. That's Wizard Bayer for you. Like I said last time, Wizard Bayer is too formal. Just call me de Martin said. After a short pause, de Martin continued, you didn't show up earlier or later, but instead appeared in front of me. Do you have something to tell me? Angor nodded. He came to this street because he sensed de Martin's location. I do have something to tell you, Angor said. Do you have time? You're already here. I don't think I have time. De Martin said, so, what do you want? Angor didn't speak right away. He looked around and said, this isn't a good place for them to come. Come with me. With that, Angor summoned a gust of wind using his celestial shift ability, which carried him and de Martin away. With the help of the wind, Angor and de Martin arrived at a grassy area in half a minute. They were at the outskirts of the new city, where there was a bubbling stream nearby. De Martin didn't ask why Angor brought him here. Instead, he tidied up his messy clothes and waited for Angor's explanation. However, Angor didn't say anything. Instead, he asked de Martin to wait patiently. About 2 minutes later, their wait finally paid off. However, de Martin didn't know what to do. In just a few seconds, there was a 360-degree change in the originally bright and beautiful sky. The dark clouds rolled over. Although there was no thunder or lightning, the dark clouds were only a few hundred meters high, which gave de Martin an inexplicable pressure. Drip. Drip. The first drop of rain fell from the sky. Soon, the rain changed from a drizzling state to a torrential downpour. Luckily, they were in an energy zone, so de Martin used his illusory mana to create a small, waterproof force field. Otherwise, they would be completely soaked. De Martin looked at Angor with a puzzled expression. You asked me to come here just to watch the rain? Wait a little longer. You'll see. De Martin gave Angor a puzzled look. Angor's answer didn't sound strange. It was just that Angor sounded like he was trying to hold back his emotions. De Martin also noticed that Angor wasn't looking at him. Instead, Angor was looking in a certain direction with glowing eyes. Both Angor's expression and tone told de Martin that he was excited. But why? What was he looking forward to? De Martin's confusion was replaced by curiosity. Angor didn't wait for long. About 10 seconds later, de Martin saw something shocking. A ray of blue light flashed through the dark clouds. Next, the downpour became even more violent. A familiar energy came out of the dark clouds and began to fall from the sky. De Martin widened his eyes in surprise. With a simple thought, the rainwater around him gathered into a floating water snake and circled around him. Such rich water energy. Just the mana of a water purifier is enough to trigger the condensation of the water energy. De Martin exclaimed in amazement. The density of water energy here was already comparable to some of the lakes and seas in the mirror world. Although it was only comparable to the lake and sea in the mirror world, this was the dream wasteland. It was very rare to have such a high concentration of water in the dream world. During de Martin's stay in the dream wasteland, he had only sensed the power of water in the core area of the tidal garden. That was why he was so familiar with the power of water. Why is the water energy here so dense? De Martin suddenly thought of something and looked up at Angor. Ever since he came to the dream wasteland, he had only met Angor twice, including today. There was no way Angor would bring him here for no reason. De Martin thought about the last time he saw Angor. You ran into a water-type creature? The rain didn't drown out de Martin's voice. He didn't say anything because he could tell that Dumartin didn't sound like he was asking a question. Dumartin didn't pay much attention to Angwar's answer because he already knew what Angwar was talking about. In the distance, the concentration of water energy doubled again. The blue light finally formed the outline of a figure. At first, it was just a water shadow. But as more and more strings of light appeared out of nowhere and joined the water shadow, the figure became more and more real. A sequence of laws? Dumartin looked at the strings of light in confusion. Why is there a sequence of laws here? Angwar didn't know what was going on either. But he didn't want to look into it right now because the water shadow had fully materialized. It was a raccoon cat with a mix of light and dark blue. It's a water-type creature. Dumartin looked at the blue raccoon cat in awe. Angwar let out a long sigh of relief. He had been wondering if water-type creatures that entered the dream wasteland had a physical body or an elemental form. Now, he was sure that it was an elemental form. However, judging from the fluctuation of water energy on the civet cat, it shouldn't be as strong as it was in the outside world. It was estimated that its strength was only slightly better than the elven stage. This was to be expected. After all, the dream wasteland's energy level was still limited. After the civet cat appeared, it still closed its eyes and did not move. Angwar sensed that the raccoon was absorbing the remaining sequence of laws in the area. This should be of great benefit to it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have impatiently absorbed the veins of laws without even checking if the surrounding environment was safe. Angwar didn't bother the raccoon. Instead, he turned around and looked at the newcomers. It was Rain and Iron Granny. They came from the new city as soon as the water shadow appeared. Angwar was still busy watching the birth of the raccoon, so he didn't greet them immediately. Now, he bowed to them. "Granny, Mr. Rain, what brings you here?" Angwar asked out of curiosity. Although there were rolling black clouds and torrential rain here, it wasn't too extreme of a change in weather. It would usually happen. Also, the water energy here wasn't strong enough to reach the new city. He didn't think Rain and Iron Granny would be able to sense the change of the water energy in the dream wasteland, considering how powerful they were right now. Angwar was curious about why they showed up here. Since Rain was still looking at the raccoon, Angwar turned to Iron Granny first. Iron Granny gave him a kind smile. "I'll let Rain explain it to you later." "Is that a water creature?" Iron Granny pointed at the raccoon. Angwar nodded. "The little guy looks charmingly naive, but he's quite cute." Iron Granny looked at the tanuki with a smile. "Where did you get it?" Iron Granny asked with obvious fondness in her eyes. "I met a water-type creature on my way, so I decided to bring it into the dream wasteland." Iron Granny's eyes lit up. "You can bring an elemental creature into the dream wasteland?" "It's my first experiment. I didn't think it would work." While they were chatting, Rain also stopped staring at the raccoon and chuckled. "You're lucky. You ran into a water creature on your way here." "Well, it's normal. You're at Marginalized Island, which is surrounded by oceans and Devil's Water. It's normal to run into one or two water creatures," Rain said. Angwar listened to Rain's explanation with a smile. "Did I guess wrong?" Rain raised an eyebrow. Angwar still did not answer. This time, Rain spoke with confidence, "So I was wrong. Did you find this little guy in the inland waters?" "We can talk about that later. I'm just curious. Why did you suddenly show up here, Mr. Rain?" Rain gave Angwar a thoughtful look. Judging from Angwar's expression, Rain realized that he was wrong again. This wasn't the ocean or inland waters. Where did Angwar find such a pure water creature? Since Angwar did not want to talk about it now, Rain decided not to ask further. "I'm here for a simple reason. Something happened at the Wizard Tower in Tidal Garden." "Something happened?" Angwar frowned. Rain nodded and explained. Not long ago, Ryan and Iron Granny were exchanging their insights on Legacy Guard in Rose Aquarium. Ever since the Dream Wasteland was created, they had been exchanging their insights here almost every day. While they were talking, Ryan suddenly noticed a large number of water veins gushing out from Tidal Garden. Rain went to Tidal Garden and saw that the Wizard Tower where the Law Core was kept was overflowing with a watery light, which was intertwined with the changing weather above. Rain didn't find anything strange in the tower, so he followed the direction where the water patterns disappeared. That's how they came here. So the law that created this raccoon came from Tidal Garden. Angor finally figured out something that had been bothering him for a long time. At this time, de Martin walked over from afar. Elemental creatures in the dream wasteland must have a corresponding network of laws in reality. Does that mean that apart from water creatures, elemental creatures of other attributes can't be brought into the dream wasteland? De Martin hadn't seen any elemental creatures yet, but he had already begun his research. Rain already knew that de Martin was going to study the elemental creatures in the dream wasteland when he tried to steal the flying fish. Facing de Martin's question, Ryan pondered for a moment and then nodded. It is possible. Tidal Garden is brought into the dream wasteland, and its law core is slowly fusing with the dream wasteland. But its law is still different from the one in the dream wasteland. The law of water still has the characteristics of a reality law. If the dream wasteland must have a corresponding law of reality to bring elemental creatures into the dream wasteland, then de Martin's theory is very likely correct. De Martin narrowed his eyes. So, if we want to bring more elemental creatures into the dream wasteland, we need more sorcerer's gardens. The dream whelk could only bring a sorcerer's garden into the dream, but it couldn't directly affect the law of reality. When you come back, I'll find a way to take you to my old friend and borrow the sorcerer's garden from him. Iron Granny suddenly interjected, actually, what you said is just speculation. If we can find another non-water elemental creature to bring into the dream wasteland, we'll be able to confirm whether the law of reality is necessary or not. Rain nodded. That's true. But Angor is alone now. He's lucky to meet a water elemental creature. I don't think it'll be easy for him to find a second one. Suddenly, Rain realized something. Wait, there's Sunders too. He has a non-water elemental creature. When he enters the dream wasteland, we'll let him try it. Angor nodded. You'll see. That's right. Why do you think I won't run into any non-water elemental creatures? Angor asked Rain in a low voice. Everyone was surprised by Angor's words. Iron Granny looked at Angor. You mean? De Martin hesitated. You'll find a non-water elemental creature? Rain asked. Angor slowly opened his mouth in front of everyone. But before he could finish his sentence, he stopped and looked at a certain direction. In the vast wasteland, there was a small shrub swaying in the wind due to the heavy rain. Under this unremarkable shrub, a fiery red shadow began to condense. As the fiery red figure appeared, a fireball about the size of 2 adults slowly rose from the wet grass and enveloped the fiery red figure. Then, it slowly rose into the air. The appearance of the fireball immediately attracted everyone's attention. Why would a fireball appear? Everyone was puzzled. As for that big fireball, it was being blown by the torrential rain and looked like it would be extinguished at any moment. Angor sensed that the fireball would only last for 1 or 2 minutes if the rain kept pouring on it like this. Angor knew that the fiery figure inside the fireball was the traveling frog. If the fireball went out while the frog was gathering its body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Angor decided to intervene. It was not a good idea to control the weather right now. The civet was still absorbing the remaining water essence, and the rain might stop it. This was the civet's destiny, and he wanted to see what would happen to the civet after it absorbed the essence. With that in mind, Angor decided to set up an air wall around the fireball instead of trying to change the weather. An air wall that could repel water wasn't a difficult ability, so Angor planned to use his virtual mana to construct a cantrip model. The air wall was successfully set up, blocking the torrential rain above the fireball, allowing the gradually extinguishing fireball to become bright again. However, Angor didn't pay attention to the air wall or the fireball. Instead, he reached out his hand and sensed the surroundings. The energy around here is getting weaker. Everyone began to test the potion as well. The density of virtual mana around here is not only getting weaker. It's almost gone, said Rain. Angor's air wall was built with the virtual mana stored inside his body, so he didn't need to absorb any from the outside world. However, when he tried to absorb more virtual mana, he noticed that the energy around him was getting thinner. Why is the virtual magic power so thin all of a sudden? De Martin asked in confusion. It's because of that thing, right? Iron Granny pointed at the floating fireball. When they first came here, although the storm was raging, the surrounding energy field was generally stable. Now that the energy field was fluctuating so violently and becoming so thin, there must be something strange going on. No matter how he thought about it, only the sudden appearance of the large fireball was the most abnormal. While everyone was still trying to figure out what was going on, someone spoke in a deep and magnetic voice. Iron Granny is right. The strange phenomenon is caused by that floating fireball. Everyone looked at the source of the voice and saw a tall and handsome man standing beside them. Sunders? Dumartin raised an eyebrow. Why are you here? Sunders glanced at Angor from the corner of his eyes. Angor cleared his throat. Not long ago, I sensed that you entered the dream wasteland, so I told you to come here. Angor muttered, but I didn't expect you to come here at such a coincidental time. It's not a coincidence. I sensed something unusual. Sunders spoke in a plain tone. Sunders had been working on the details of Sumesh's new authority, so he didn't plan to enter the dream wasteland. But just now, Sunders set up a warning line for the energy level limit and sent him a warning. Due to the uniqueness of the new city, I drew energy currents from thousands of kilometers around it and created an area with a radius of about 1,000 kilometers. But just now, the energy field around the new city was reduced from a medium mana level to a weak mana level. As the new authority holder of the Dream Wasteland, Sunders immediately entered the Dream Wasteland to find out what was going on. Since Angor had tagged Sunders before, he immediately knew about Sunders' arrival and sent him to this place. Are you sure the floating fireball is the cause of the lowered energy level? Rain didn't care when Sunders came in. Yes, I'm sure. As the current authority holder of the Dream Wasteland, Rain trusted Sunders' words. What's that fireball? Why did it absorb so much energy? Rain asked. Sunders looked at the young man beside him. You'll have to ask Angor about that. In fact, Sunders already sensed what was going on inside the fireball and had an idea. However, he still needed Angor to explain the details. After all, Angor was the only person who could cause such a huge impact on the Dream Wasteland. Angor chuckled. I already told you the answer, didn't I? Sunders didn't know what was going on since he arrived late. However, the others quickly realized something and began to think. Several seconds later, Iron Granny chuckled. You asked us why we thought you wouldn't run into any non-water elemental creatures. In other words, you ran into more than one water elemental creature, right? And the fireball appeared right after you said that. So the fireball represents another type of elemental creature? A fire type one? You're right, Granny. Angor didn't try to deny it. You're right. Dumartin and the others already knew the answer, but they still couldn't believe it. There were very few elemental creatures in the wizarding world nowadays. Angor was lucky enough to run into a water elemental creature. Now that they heard the news, they couldn't believe Sunders not only did he run into a water elemental but also a fire type one. Did you really encounter a water creature and a fire creature? Dumartin asked. He was still doubtful. Angor nodded. Isn't it obvious? Yours here's is? Most of the places where elemental creatures could be found were occupied by various organizations. Many wizards would travel to other worlds in search of elemental creatures. Angor ran into two different elemental creatures at the same time, which made Rain wonder if Angor had already left the wizarding world. I'm still in the wizarding world. But I ran into a destiny. Because the opportunity involved personal privacy, Rain didn't ask further. However, he couldn't help but mutter, don't tell me you've come across a relic of someone? Those elemental creatures don't have masters. They're all very smart. Don't be fooled by them. It's not a ruin. But I did find it through some information left behind by a wizard. You'll know about it in a few days. Also, I might need your help in the future, Mr. Rain. What kind of destiny? You need my help? Rain was a little surprised. Angor didn't answer, but Sunders' heart skipped a beat when he saw the mysterious smile on Angor's face. This kid couldn't have caused some big trouble again, right? Sunders couldn't help but feel a headache when he thought about all the things Angor had done. Angor might seem like the most easygoing wizard in the wizarding world, but only Sunders knew that Angor loved his work even more than Sumesh and Flora. As for Sumesh and Flora, Sunders didn't care about them at all. He didn't even think about them. However, Angor had left the wizarding world alone. Sunders would always think about him from time to time, fearing that Angor might do something big again. Even though Sunders was known as the conqueror of the southern wizarding world, he was still terrified by Angor's deeds. He even wanted to tell Angor that he was only a level 2 Truthfinder wizard, not a legendary wizard. I can't take responsibility for all the things you've done. Sunders thought about the Queen of the Nightmare Realm, the demon god's descendant, and the avatar of a demon god. These were all people Sunders couldn't afford to offend. Yet Angor kept poking the hornet's nest. The end result was good, but the process was horrible. One wrong move could cost Angor his life and the entire world. The others did not think too much about it, but Sunders felt a little uneasy. However, Angor was still his student, and he didn't want to embarrass him in front of outsiders. He suppressed the urge to shake Angor's shoulder and remained silent. While they were talking, the floating fireball in the distance also began to change. The fireball began to shrink, and a large amount of fire energy was compressed inside. In the end, a fiery red figure was formed in the air. Seeing this, the others finally understood why Angor wanted to block the rain from falling. All the flames on the fireball would become the fire creature's nourishment. If they allowed the rain to extinguish the fire, the creature might not even be able to build itself. Now we have an answer to our question. Even without the support of an elemental law, we can still build the body of an elemental creature. Dumartin looked at the outline of the fire creature in the distance. But it looks like it consumed a lot of energy. If every elemental creature needs this much energy, then we can't just create too many elemental creatures. Currently, too many elemental creatures can't enter the tidal realm at the same time. Every time an elemental creature enters, it has to wait for the energy in the domain to recover before it can enter again. Dumartin nodded. It looks like we can't let a large number of elemental creatures into the dream wasteland. But the water creatures seem to have a different procedure? Dumartin glanced at the civet cat who was still absorbing the remaining energy with a grim look. Sunders also noticed the civet cat and understood the situation from Angor's explanation. The creation of a water-type civet cat didn't consume any virtual mana. When I left, I checked the law core of Tidal Garden. The amount of energy consumed is negligible. Also, the law core has already fused with the power of the dream wasteland. Even if some energy is consumed, it will be replenished over time. Dumartin nodded. So we can let a large number of water-type creatures into the dream wasteland. But the other elemental creatures are limited. I think so. Angor agreed. He was planning to find a chance to bring his wind followers into the dream wasteland, but it seemed that he would have to wait for a while. After another 2 minutes, the floating fireball gradually disappeared, and what appeared in front of them was a small fire frog. So that's the fire creature. It looks like an elemental fairy, Iron Granny said with a hint of affection in her voice. Most creatures were cute when they were still in their infancy. Elemental creatures were the same. Most elemental fairies, except for Dankros. This little fire frog was not much bigger than an adult's fist. There was a splendid red maple pouch on its back, which looked like a small backpack. It looked like a little kid who was about to go on a hike. Compared to the civet cat, which was as big as an adult's chest, the little fire frog was more adorable. Actually, these two elemental creatures are about the same size in the outside world, Angor said. They're both mature elemental creatures. So it's not an elemental fairy. Dumartin narrowed his eyes. So, elemental creatures formed by the power of laws and elemental creatures created by virtual mana have different starting points. No matter how you compare it, this water creature is much stronger than the fire creature. It seems that if we want to bring elemental creatures into the dream wasteland, we'd better bring in more sorcerers' gardens. Rain looked at Angor again. His meaning was obvious. I understand. I'll go back to Brute Cavern after I'm done here. I'll borrow a sorcerer's garden from Mr. Rain. Rain nodded in satisfaction. He knew that he shouldn't restrict Angor too much if he wanted the boy to reach greater heights in the future. However, he was still worried about the fact that someone as talented as Angor had to wander about in the outside world. Rain hoped that Angor could return to Brute Cavern as soon as possible. That little fire frog saw us. Shall we go and check it out? Iron Granny asked. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the little fire frog had already woken up. It jumped onto a leaf and looked at them curiously. Even though the fire-type creature appeared later, it woke up faster than the water-type creature. This also meant that the starting point of a water-type creature was much higher than that of a fire-type creature. They all moved closer to the tree. They were used to seeing elemental creatures in the outside world, but they were still curious about the first elemental creature that came to the dream wasteland from the real world. According to their imagination, the little fire frog was an elemental creature, and elemental creatures didn't have a good impression of humans. Their approach would probably arouse the little fire frog's vigilance. However, what surprised them was that even though they were less than 5 meters away from the little fire frog was still in a daze. The little fire frog didn't show any signs of alertness. Instead, it was looking at them with curiosity. However, when DeMartin was about 3 meters away from the little fire frog, it began to back away in fear. 3 meters. That's its limit. Iron Granny sighed. It's so close. What a surprise. When encountering an elemental creature in the outside world, even 1,000 times closer would be within their range, let alone 3 meters. This little fire frog looked like a newborn baby. It was not wary of the outside world and was instead filled with curiosity. If Angor didn't tell her that the creature was mature in the outside world, Iron Granny would have thought that it was just a newborn. Iron Granny was quite fond of little fire frog. She didn't approach it after it showed signs of alertness. DeMartin, on the other hand, was different. To him, the little fire frog was only a research subject. Without any hesitation, he reached the creature and grabbed it with his hand. Little fire frog was startled. The fiery red sachet on its back instantly released a large amount of flames, burning DeMartin's hand. This level of fire had no effect on DeMartin in the real world, but in the dream wasteland, he could feel the burning pain. DeMartin wasn't afraid at all. His energy level was much weaker in the dream wasteland, but he still had other tricks up his sleeve. With a flip of his hand, he took out a leather scroll with sealed energy and threw it at little fire frog. A cage made of transparent energy enveloped little fire frog. The scroll sealed all the energy inside the cage, and the little fire frog had no choice but to stay in DeMartin's hand. Even though little fire frog was sealed, its pitiful expression made Iron Granny frown. You're too violent. You're going to use it for experiments anyway. Why should I be gentle with it? DeMartin didn't seem to mind. Angor walked closer and took the little fire frog from DeMartin's hand. I agreed to let you study the relationship between elemental creatures and the dream wasteland. However, I still hope that you can get their active cooperation in your research and not force them to do so. Also, try not to hurt them. He wasn't trying to show kindness by saying that. As far as he was concerned, the elemental creatures in the tidal realm would definitely form an alliance with Brute Cavern in the future. Before that happened, it was better for both sides to show their goodwill. Even a little fire frog's opinion might influence the decision of some elemental lords in the future. Of course, no one knew what Angor was thinking. They believed that Angor simply didn't like DeMartin's extreme methods because of his own kindness. That was what DeMartin thought. The first time he saw Angor, Angor was still an apprentice who followed Iron Granny to DeMartin's place to ask for Balba. Back then, Angor saw the living puppets that were about to be injected with the blood of parasites and showed obvious disgust. Back then, DeMartin already believed that Angor was a light wizard. Moreover, he was a light magus from the righteous faction. DeMartin had always thought that light wizards were hypocrites and did not care about them at all. However, he also understood the importance of light wizards. This was especially so in magi organizations that had a strict hierarchy. There were some positions that were best left to light magi to act as the bearings. As a member of the research department, Angor was the one who created the dream wasteland. It would be terrible if he was a dark wizard without a bottom line. Light wizards, on the other hand, were more trustworthy. Even though DeMartin didn't like light wizards, he still hoped that Angor could remain a light wizard for as long as possible. DeMartin considered Angor's request and nodded. Studying elemental creatures didn't need to be too cruel. At least, it wouldn't be as cruel as craniotomy. As for Dumadin, the only thing that annoyed him was that Angor had to ask the elemental creatures for permission first. Angor didn't mention how to do that, so he could always use some unorthodox methods. Of course I'll obey your request. Besides, they can also self-destruct. If I want to study their bodies, I won't be able to do so without their permission, Dumartin said. Dumartin sounded sincere. Angor gave him a meaningful glance and didn't say anything else. The others didn't mind either. Dumartin's research talent was unquestionable. Angor looked at the tiny fire frog in his hand. Due to the seal, it couldn't move at all. In the end, it gave up with a sad expression. Do you remember what happened? Angor looked at little fire frog. Maybe because of what happened earlier, the little fire frog was now very cautious of humans. It didn't answer Angor's question at all and kept complaining about its own misfortune. I know you're a traveling frog. Previously, you were evenly matched with that water-type tanuki. Maybe it was because Angor mentioned two important things in a row, the little fire frog's body stiffened a little. But it still did not look at Angor. Aren't you curious as to why you're here? Why did he become an elf? And your opponent, that civet cat situation, aren't you concerned? The three consecutive questions were exactly the same as the little fire frog's own doubts. As a frog who had never met a human before and had no idea how evil people could be, his curiosity finally overcame his vigilance. Under Angor's gaze, the creature finally opened its mouth. Gwa. Can't you talk? The frog didn't understand why it could only make gwa sounds. It tried again, but it still made the same gwa sound. Angor was now sure that the frog didn't just turn into an elf. Some of its physical characteristics also followed the rules of an elf. You can understand me then, right? Not if you can, Angor said. The traveling frog nodded this time. Although it couldn't speak and it was a little troublesome to communicate with it, at least it could understand human language. This would make it easier to communicate with it in the future. Angor asked about the frog's physical condition again. Through the frog's nods and shakes, Angor confirmed several facts. The frog's physical condition was probably due to the lack of energy in its body, which caused it to turn into an elemental fairy. However, its intelligence didn't deteriorate, and its memory was still intact. Overall, it was the fault of the elven body. If the frog could turn back into an adult form, it would be able to communicate normally. Angor suddenly remembered something else. The water tanuki's body was formed from the power of laws, which meant it was more mature than an elf. Maybe it could talk now. Angor looked at the direction of the heavy rain. Then, he saw a pair of blue eyes. The water tanuki had finished absorbing the remaining power of laws and woke up from its coma. It was lying on the grass and quietly observing the situation. It panicked a little when it saw Angor's eyes, but it quickly calmed down. Its body began to emit a faint blue light as it slowly turned transparent. Invisible water vapor rose from its body and drifted toward the clouds in the sky. Obviously, it wanted to use its body to turn into water vapor and blend into the heavy rain to escape this place. However, what it did not expect was that just as its body disappeared into the rain, the layers of dense black clouds in the sky disappeared without any warning. It was a direct, straightforward, and unreasonable way of dispersing. The dark clouds disappeared, and the heavy rain stopped. The water-type civet cat that was in mid-air, without the cover of the rain, directly revealed its body and fell from a height of tens of meters. Luckily, the tanuki was made of water, so it didn't suffer any damage when falling. After landing, it turned around and tried to escape. However, Angor was already prepared. He waved a hand and summoned a sandstorm that wrapped around the tanuki. With the wind as the kinetic energy and the sand as the cage, the civet cat was securely covered. With a push wave, the civet cat that was trapped in the sandstorm was blown to the front of the crowd. The others weren't surprised at all. They could do it better than Angor in real life. Only the traveling frog in Angor's hand was still in shock. It was shocked by Angor's mastery of different elements, and also by the fact that its enemy was here and was easily defeated by Angor. You want to leave after getting something good? Angor looked at the tanuki. The tanuki blinked and put on an innocent look. What good are you talking about? I don't know. Angor raised an eyebrow at the tanuki's response. Not only could the tanuki talk, but it also had a good mentality. It could also change its expression and adapt to the situation. It was much smarter than the traveling frog. Angor could easily see through the frog's naivety. Good eyesight. You have the talent to become a circus performer. Angor praised. He then changed the topic. But the correct reaction is not to focus on the good I'm talking about. You should ask who I am and why I want to capture you. If that doesn't work, you should say something like I didn't escape or something like that. Angor continued, isn't that an indirect way to prove that you got something good? The tanuki could pretend to be weak, which meant it wasn't stupid. Angor's question made the bird realize that there was something wrong with its answer. As a water-type creature, the tanuki knew how much benefit the remaining vein brought to it. According to Angor's words, it was given to it by Angor. The tanuki didn't know how to repay the favor, so it subconsciously focused on the benefits and ignored other details. Apart from that, the tanuki was smart, but as an elemental creature that had never been exposed to the outside world, it was much weaker than a human. I don't know what you're talking about. The tanuki didn't dare to admit it even though Angor pointed it out. Alright, let's put this aside for now. Let's talk about something else. Angor didn't want to aggravate the tanuki further. Instead, he changed the topic. Are you from Malaya Ice Mountain? The tanuki didn't answer, but Angor could tell from its eyes that it wasn't a water-type creature from Malaya Ice Mountain. Angor didn't ask where the tanuki came from. He only asked to let the tanuki know that he knew about Malaya Ice Mountain. This was because his next sentence was a sky-quaking thunder. You're not in your original world right now. The tanuki and the frog both looked at Angor in disbelief. Angor patted the frog's head and looked at the tanuki. You know this frog, right? The civet cat had already noticed the traveling frog when it sneaked a peek at Angor after absorbing the remaining power of the vein. After careful observation, the tanuki was sure that the frog was the same one from the red maple pouch on the frog's back. The only thing that bothered the tanuki was that the frog it encountered was a mature one. Why was this one an elemental fairy? Also, the tanuki's body seemed to have shrunk a lot. Yes. The tanuki spat, this thing came to my door and stole a gem. I caught it, and now it wants to run away. Croak croak, the frog tried to argue, but it only made croaking noises. The tanuki saw this and said, I know you're going to say that you found the gem on the shore. Think about it. Did you polish any of the gems you found? I polished the edges of all my gems. You can tell they're not something you can just pick up. The civet cat and the traveling frog were yelling at each other, and Angor finally understood why they were fighting in the valley. The frog liked to collect gems from all over the place. When the tanuki found out about the treasure, it started a fierce fight. Judging from the frog's sad expression, Angor could tell that the frog didn't mean to do it. The tanuki could read the frog's mind accurately, so it probably knew the answer as well. Angor guessed that the reason why they fought so fiercely was because of their personal grudges. However, this was not important for the current situation. Angor forced his way in. You can argue among yourselves about who's right and who's wrong later. What I want to tell you now is that you can also see that your current body is different from your previous body. The tanuki and the frog stopped arguing at the same time and looked at their bodies with complicated expressions. Why are we different? I've already told you the answer. This is another world. You can think of it as the dream world. In the world of dreams, your bodies have been reshaped. The tanuki didn't believe in the dream world yet, but it didn't ask about it. Instead, it asked about the reality. If this is the dream world, what happened to my body in the real world? If you still have your memories, you should know, what happened to your bodies in the real world? The tanuki and the frog didn't say anything. They did remember something, but they didn't want to think about it. If they remembered correctly, they were already dead. Judging from your expressions, you should still remember, Angor said. Your memories are real. Your bodies in the real world suffered irreparable damage, your elemental cores are all cracked. The tanuki and the frog already knew the answer. They ignored it because they didn't want to think about it. Angor looked at the tanuki and the frog's sad expressions and continued, but it's only irreparable damage. I used some means to prevent your elemental cores from shattering right away, so they can keep you alive for a while. In the real world, I'm carrying your bodies and trying to find a way to heal them. As for how to treat them, you should be clear. Since Angor mentioned the condition of their bodies, the tanuki started to believe him. It didn't want to die like this, so it quickly said, "I'm from the Forest of Rain, I know Mr. Magoo and Mr. Eskimo. I don't need to go to the Forest of Rain to heal you." The Tanuki and the frog had heard of Magoo and Eskimo before. They were the wise men from the Fire Zone and Mariah Ice Mountain respectively. If Angor knew them, he would be able to heal them easily. First, I need to tell you that I'm a human. In the human world, we follow the principle of equivalent exchange. I won't heal you for free. What's more, I've given you 2 bodies in your dreams. What do you want? The Tanuki asked. Angor grinned. You 2 are the only elemental creatures in the real world. In order to learn more about elemental creatures here, I need your data. Our data? What do you mean? The Tanuki didn't understand. Angor smiled. You'll know soon enough. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Angor added in his mind. Even if you break them, it won't affect your bodies in the real world. While Angor was talking to the 2 elemental creatures, the others remained silent and listened to their conversation. The more they listened, the stranger they felt. They were able to figure out the general story. A fire frog who loved to travel and a water tanuki who was drying gems on the shore got into a fight for some reason. Both of their elemental cores were shattered, and Angor happened to bring them along. It sounded normal at first, but when they thought about it, they realized something was wrong. For such a plot, if the participants were changed from elemental creatures to Chingren, it would be quite normal. After all, similar stories were everywhere in the human world. But it was strange that elemental creatures were involved in such a thing. Wild elemental creatures were rare in the wizarding world, and it was difficult for wizards to find one. But 2 elemental creatures with completely different natures just happened to run into each other and started fighting over something trivial. It was as if there were as many elemental creatures in the wild as rats in the fields. Also, the Tanuki mentioned Forest of Rain, as well as Mr. Magoo and Mr. Eskimo, which seemed to be related to supernatural organizations and creatures. But they never heard of such names in the wizarding world. They even began to wonder if Angor was really in another world. But Angor denied it before. Besides, Angor couldn't enter the dream wasteland even if he was in another world. They didn't get much useful information from the 2 elemental creatures' conversation, but they had a feeling that Angor and the 2 elemental creatures were hiding a lot of secrets. While they pondered, Angor had finished talking to the 2 elemental creatures. With the agreement of the traveling frog and the Tanuki, Angor brought them to the group. I've talked to them. They'll do their best to cooperate with your research. Angor looked at Dumartin. But there's a condition. You have to ask for their permission before you start your research. Dumartin looked at the 2 creatures with a smile. Of course. The Tanuki felt a little uneasy at Dumartin's smile, while the frog quickly hid in Angor's sleeve. Angor comforted the frog, and the frog finally calmed down. Since you want to cooperate with Dumartin's research, you'd better introduce yourselves first, or at least have a code name. He pointed at the frog and said, "This one can't talk for now, so we can call it by its scientific name." He paused and looked at the civet. The raccoon obediently walked forward and nodded in a very human-like manner. "I was born in the rain, so you can call me Yuli." Judging from the cat's cunning expression, everyone knew that Yuli was not its real name. It was just a codename given to it by Angor. However, a codename was just a codename. It just had to say, "I was born in the rain." After Yuli finished speaking, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Because when the sound of the world arrived, the Forest of Rain would begin to drizzle, and the rain contained a terrifying amount of the power of water, which was why it was born. The reason why Yuli chose Rain as her codename was because there weren't any water-type creatures in the Forest of Rain, so Yuli wanted to take advantage of the situation. Everyone who had the surname Yu in the Forest of Rain was a famous figure. However, what Yuli didn't know was that the little scheme she unconsciously revealed a lot of information in the ears of others. Rain, Iron Granny, and the others had lived for a very long time, so they knew a lot of secrets hidden in history. As far as they knew, there were records of water-type creatures being born in the rain in the world of adepts. For example, there was a case where a wizard created a sorcerer's garden, and the world's consciousness gave him the law of water. When the garden was created, it began to rain. Because of the law of water, the rain contained abundant water energy, which laid the foundation for the birth of water-type creatures. There were other similar cases, but all of them had a lot of coincidences. A normal rain would never give birth to a water-type creature. At least, in the past 1,000 years, they had never heard of a water-type creature being born in a rainstorm. You're born in the rain? That's strange. Dumartin grinned. The rain you're talking about isn't normal, is it? Yuli didn't doubt his words. Of course it's not normal rain. It comes once every few years, and it's caused by the world's sound. Apart from Angor, everyone's eyes flickered. Once every few years, Dumartin said, so it's a periodic rain. That's incredible. Yuli didn't understand why Dumartin would say that. Dumartin continued, what's this world sound you're talking about? Yuli nodded. It's the world sound. Every time the tide rises, it will. Suddenly, Yuku felt something was wrong. She noticed that everyone was looking at her with curious eyes except for Angor. Yuli wasn't stupid. She immediately understood. You don't know about the sound of the world? Dumartin admitted without hesitation. This is the first time I've heard about it. Can you explain it to me? Yuli didn't answer. Instead, she looked at Angor. Angor mentioned that he knew Sage Eskimo from the Maria Ice Mountain and Magoo from the Fire Zone. In other words, Angor must know something about the Tide Realm. However, these people didn't seem to know anything about it. Yuli didn't say anything. Instead, she gave Angor a questioning look. Angor blinked his eyes and nodded at the bird. Yuli didn't know much about worldly affairs, but she was smart enough to know what Angor was talking about. Angor was telling Yuli that these people didn't come from the Tide Realm. They might have come to the same dream world from a faraway world because they had entered the dream. Yuli agreed that such a theory was ridiculous. However, the existence of a dream world was already far away from reality, so she didn't need to think about logic. Therefore, these people didn't really know anything about the Tide Realm. Angor was the only one who knew about it, and he was currently in the Tide Realm. From their conversation, Yuli could tell that Angor didn't tell them anything about the Tidal Realm. Yuli didn't know why, nor did she know whether she should continue to answer Dumartin's question. Yuli tried to ask Angor for help, but Angor didn't say anything. Yuli didn't say anything. Subconsciously, it didn't want to reveal the information about the Tidal Realm to the existences of other worlds. Angor didn't think too much about Yuli's decision. No matter what Yuli said, Angor was going to tell Brute Cavern about the Tidal Realm sooner or later. Angor didn't want to keep it a secret. He just wanted to give the elemental creatures some time to prepare so that they could go to Magoo's place for a discussion. But if Yuli told him in advance, he wouldn't mind telling Yuli about the Tide Realm right now. But since Rain Civet chose to remain silent, Angor decided to go along with it. When Dumartin couldn't get an answer from Yuli and looked at Angor again, Angor simply shrugged. Angor's reaction indicated that he wouldn't tell Dumartin about the Tide Realm for now. Yuli made up her mind that she wouldn't tell anyone about the Tide Realm. At the same time, she was glad that the traveling frog couldn't talk. Otherwise, that idiot would probably tell Dumartin about the Tide Realm. Dumartin narrowed his eyes and stared at Angor. He didn't know how to react to Angor's reaction. His Excellency Rhine asked if you were the one who met the creature near the marginalized island, Dumartin said. You denied that answer. Angor looked at Dumartin and realized what he was trying to say. But you only denied that you weren't there. You didn't deny that you weren't at the marginalized island. Dumartin lowered his voice. As for the most famous story in the wizarding world, I'm sure you all know about it. After a short pause, Dumartin smiled and said, Congratulations. Yuli didn't understand Dumartin's congratulations, but the others did. The most famous unsolved mystery in the wizarding world was the mystery of the disappearance of elements at the marginalized island, which was always hanging on the top of the questing halls of major organizations. The fact that Angor found two different elemental creatures at the marginalized island already made the answer obvious. There was a high chance that Angor had solved the mystery of the marginalized island. That was why Dumartin congratulated Angor. Angor didn't say anything about it. He just smiled and let it go. He already knew that they would figure something out when he exposed the two elemental creatures. But even if they did, what could they do? If he didn't admit the existence of the Tide Realm, it would still remain a mystery. Besides, Angor also knew that no one would force him to answer if he really didn't want to. Dumartin, for example, was obviously angry, but in the end, he didn't ask any further questions and only gave up on trying to find out the answer. If Dumartin was like this, the others would be even more so. Rain and Iron Granny, for example, were smiling without saying a word. They knew that Angor must have his reasons for not telling them. When the time was right, Angor would tell them. Angor glanced at Sunders, expecting the old man to smile like Rain and Iron Granny. Sunders was the only one who would support Angor's decision. Sunders didn't say anything, but he didn't smile either. Angor also noticed the strange look in his eyes. It was a mixture of doubt, understanding, lamentation, and helplessness that was both resentful and angry. "Professor, what's wrong?" Angor was going to keep quiet, but the strange look in Sunders' eyes forced him to speak up. Sunders saw his own reflection in Angor's eyes. He also seemed to realize that there was something wrong with his eyes. He coughed and restrained his unnaturalness. Then, he said, "Come with me later. I have something to tell you. It's about Sumesh." "Oh." Angor nodded. It seemed that Sunders already knew what kind of power Sumesh was going to inherit. Due to the strange atmosphere, they stopped talking for now. Angor looked at Rain Fox and Traveling Frog. "You two will stay with Dumartin from now on." Rain Fox and Traveling Frog didn't agree. Dumartin approached Angor. His eyes were no longer showing any emotion. "Iron Granny seems to like them. Let them stay with her for now. They can learn about the Dream Wasteland first. Then, I'll prepare a report first. When an elemental creature enters the Dream Wasteland, it will be affected by the power of law, which is different from when it's created by pure mana. When I'm done, I'll go find them." "I'll be going now," Dumartin said. "By the way, thank you for bringing me here today." Dumartin nodded at Angor and left for the new city. After Dumartin left, Angor introduced Iron Granny to Rain Fox and Traveling Frog. Maybe it was because of Iron Granny's gentle appearance, or because she was a woman. Both Yutani and the Traveler's Frog were less wary of Iron Granny than the others. That was why they didn't refuse when Iron Granny offered to take them for a walk. The Traveling Frog even jumped onto Iron Granny's hand. Yuli, on the other hand, followed Iron Granny's footsteps and left. Since Iron Granny was gone, Rain didn't plan to stay any longer. Before leaving, Rain suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Dodoro came to the art exhibition and said something." "Huh?" He said, "Over there. Watch out for the void." Rain paused. "I don't know what he meant." He didn't explain. "However, since he has already spoken, you still have to pay more attention." Angor considered for a moment and nodded. "I see." Rain patted Angor's shoulder and left without saying anything else. After everyone left, only Angor and Sunders were left in the room. Sunders stared at Angor for a long time without saying anything. After a while, he sighed. "Let's find a place to sit down and talk." The new city, on the second floor of Butterfly Tea Shop. Angor and Sunders sat opposite each other in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window. The gentle sunlight poured in, making the atmosphere more comfortable. A young waiter in a white shirt and black overalls walked over with an exquisite tea tray. Mr. Phantom, super," the waiter stuttered as his hands trembled. "All right, put it down." Sunders waved a hand. The waiter nodded in relief. He put down the tray and brought out a tea set inlaid with golden threads. He then placed milk, tea bags, and sugar on the table. "There are also some snacks. Would you like some, sir?" The waiter's tongue was straightened and he no longer stuttered. However, the sweat on his forehead still showed how nervous he was. "Snacks?" Angor took a look at the list of desserts. There were quite a lot of them. "How did you get the ingredients for these?" Angor remembered that he brought a lot of resources for the new city, but there was no food among them. The waiter lowered his head respectfully. "The ingredients for the snacks came from the breadfruit tree. The milk and saccharin are from a cantrip called Milk Creation. I don't know the details." "Milk Creation?" Angor tried to recall. It was one of the basic gourmet cantrips, just like manna bread. When a gourmet wizard cast Milk Creation, he or she only needed to stir water with his or her finger to turn it into fragrant milk. There were no gourmet wizards in Brood Cavern. As for the possibility of a cross-discipline wizard, Angor could smell the aroma of milk in the air. A cross-discipline gourmet cantrip wizard might not be able to make such delicious milk. Did Greya make them? Angor looked at Sunders instead of asking the waiter. Sunders was the one who brought him here. Sunders nodded. Yes. Greya owns this place as well. Sunders explained slowly. Leona first invited Greya to open a restaurant to prepare for the tea party. Greya didn't want to at first, but when she learned that Iron Granny liked red tea, she agreed. He opened a butterfly red tea shop here and even hired a few apprentices to be the shop assistants. Greya and Iron Granny? Greya's teacher. She's related to Iron Granny. Angor did not ask further because it was unnecessary and inappropriate. He turned to the servant whose ears were pricked up. You're done here. You can leave now. What about refreshments? No need. Angor shook his head. The attendant left with a regretful expression. He had thought that he would be able to eavesdrop on some of the big shot's secrets. You really don't want refreshments? I heard from Leona that the milk and honey cake here is pretty good, eh? His tone turned slightly upward. His dark eyes flashed with a mischievous glint. I don't like these desserts anymore, Angor protested. Then what are you drinking now? Milk? Angor looked up. There was a layer of white foam around his mouth. It seemed he was still in a daze. Milk is added to black tea. Sunders raised an eyebrow. Angor blinked. I don't like milk in my tea. It's a waste to leave it here, so I'll just drink it. Sunders gave Angor a thoughtful look. Fine. I'll accept the reason. Sunders did not give Angor a hard time. He knew Angor well enough to know that Angor did not care about other things. Only when it came to whether he could drink milk or not, Angor was very sensitive. Let's talk. Sunders took out a spoon and stirred his tea. Mr. Rain, you mentioned an art exhibition. What is it? Sunders hadn't entered the dream wasteland for several days, so this was the first time he heard about an art exhibition. Since it was just an art exhibition, Sunders did not mind hearing about Dodora's prophecy, which piqued his curiosity. Angor briefly explained the art exhibition to Sunders. All of them are paintings by magic artists? Yes. I came across a bunch of them by accident. I'm not good enough to see if there's anything hidden in them. So I decided to show them to other wizards and ask for their opinions. Sunders pondered for a moment. Do the two elemental creatures you created have anything to do with magic artists? Angor didn't tell Sunders about Feng in the Abyss Plane. But he did mention that Feng set up a trap in the Abyss Plane, and Angor was the one who broke it. Sunders had a feeling that Angor was going to do something big this time. The Abyss Plane had something to do with Feng. Now that Feng showed up again, Sunders felt a little uneasy. If something as big as what happened in the Abyss Plane happened again, Sunders was worried that he might not be able to help Angor. Angor hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, a little. I encountered the elemental creatures because I received some information from Feng. What information? Can you tell me? Angor considered and nodded. Sure. When Angor nodded, Sunders tried to keep a calm expression, but his mind was already stirred up by something. He had a feeling that what Angor was going to say next would upset him. Angor didn't say anything in the end because Angor had already entered the illusion. By manipulating the weather patterns and using mirage, Angor created an image on the table. It was a rolled-up piece of leather with rough edges. Sunders reached out a finger and unlatched the scroll. The soft scroll unrolled smoothly due to inertia. You did a good job simulating the kinetic energy of an object, praised Sunders. He then began reading the scroll. After a closer look, Sunders noticed that there was a map drawn on the scroll. The general appearance of the map was like a blooming flower, but also like a white dove spreading its wings. Why does this look so familiar? Sunders felt like he had seen this somewhere before. Sunders pondered for a moment and unlocked his memory box one by one. Every scene of his life flashed across his mind like a merry-go-round. Soon, Sunders captured a particular image. When he was only 30 years old, he was going to explore an island at Devil's Water with a group of friends. Before going to Devil's Water, he first went to Brood Cavern's base in White Clam Sea to rest. At the corner of a staircase in the white Xianxia stronghold, he had seen a sea map. The map started from the southeast coast of Fei continent and went all the way south. The names of the continents, islands, and seas were all marked. For on land, Land of Revelation, Magic Eve's Promenade, Valhalla Island. These places could all be found on the map. Since he was going to explore Devil's Water, Sunders memorized the map. On the map, there was an outline of a continent that looked like a blooming flower or a white dove spreading its wings. That continent was the marginalized island, which was also known as the Old Earth. Sunders never thought about going to the Old Earth, so he didn't pay much attention to what it looked like. Now that he thought about it, he realized something was wrong. The Old Earth as a whole was an irregular oval-shaped continent surrounded by dotted islands. It was definitely not a blooming flower. What's wrong with it? Sunders stopped thinking about the past and looked at the map in his hand. There was always an answer to his questions. First, he needed to check if there was any information left on the map. Sunders took a closer look and realized that the person who drew the map wasn't very good. The scale of the map was messed up, and the landforms were also randomly marked. There were many zones on the map, each of which seemed to be a different tribe or country. What puzzled Sunders was that there was a simple drawing on each compartment. Monkeys, snakes, winged people, and so on. Different worlds? Sunders didn't know. He studied the map for a few more minutes and didn't find anything else. The map didn't give him much information. Apart from a general description of the landforms and the drawings of different creatures in each zone, there was nothing else. What's this map about? Sunders looked at Angor and asked, "Where is this map? What's so special about it?" This map doesn't look that special at first glance. But if you use Narda's vision on it, you'll get information hidden on it. Narda's vision? You mean alchemy's eye? Is this a map for alchemists? Asked Sunders. Maybe it's not for alchemists, but, for me. Angor sighed and waved his hand again under Sunders' puzzled gaze. Next to the map, rows of words slowly appeared. These words are the information Narda's vision gave me, Angor explained. Sunders glanced at the list and saw a name that annoyed him before he could read the whole message. Creator, Mirafiel Vaughn. This map was left behind by Feng, and the hidden information could only be seen through alchemy's eye. He began to understand why Angor said that the information on the map was meant for him to read. Did Feng set up another trap? Angor was the one who played the role. Sunders calmed himself down and continued reading the rest of the information. Name, title realm map, omitted, creator, Mirafiel Feng. Description, approximate distribution of the creatures in the title realm. Note, I'm not good at drawing maps. Just look at it. There wasn't much information on the map, but Sunders was still surprised when he read it. He thought the map was referring to a hidden continent. But now he realized that it wasn't referring to a continent. It was referring to the tidal realm. With the name world, this was a hidden world that had never been discovered by anyone. Sunders' heart began to race. He understood all too well what an undiscovered world meant. When he thought about the disappearance of elements from the old earth and the two elemental creatures Angor brought into the dream wasteland, he already had a bold guess. No, not a bold guess, but a real guess. Sunders held back his thoughts and asked two questions in a calm manner. Is the tidal realm a world? Yes. Is the tidal realm a vassal world of the wizarding world? Yes. Sunders already had this idea. If the tidal realm was an independent world, Angor wouldn't be able to cross the void and enter the dream wasteland. There was only one possibility left. The tidal realm was a vassal world of the wizarding world, which was why Angor was able to enter the dream wasteland. He already guessed it, but he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. The value of a world that had yet to be discovered by anyone was already terrifying. An undiscovered world that was a vassal world of the wizarding world was worth 10 times or even 100 times more than the previous one. Of course, this wasn't the only way to measure the value of such a world. However, Sunders didn't just refer to money. There were many other benefits involved. If there was something special in this world, it wouldn't just be valuable in itself. It would also represent the right to speak for itself. Sunders already had a feeling that there was something special in this world. After a moment of silence, he asked with great difficulty, "Is the tidal realm related to the disappearance of the elements in the old earth?" Yes. Sunders closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Are there any elemental creatures in the tidal realm? Yes, there are. Sunders didn't ask how many elemental creatures there were in the tidal realm, because many answers were gradually coming to the surface. The rain civet said that it was born in the rain. Sunders was still wondering where the rain could give birth to elemental creatures. Now that he thought about it, if a world was filled with unparalleled elemental energy, its rain could probably give birth to water elemental creatures. How could there be so few elemental creatures in such a world? The answer was obvious, so Sunders didn't ask. Besides, Sunders didn't want to ask now. He just needed some time alone. He already knew that Angor was going to do something big, but this time, he couldn't help himself. Now that the tidal realm was confirmed, he couldn't handle it all by himself. In order to solve this problem, they would need the entire brute cavern's power. Sunders took a deep breath. Tell me, are you safe now? Is there anything in the tidal realm that can threaten you? Angor thought that Sunders was worried about him, which warmed his heart. I'm safe. Nothing can threaten me. Plus, with Elmi by your side, even if you really encounter danger, you'll be fine. Good. Sunders didn't change his expression. Let's talk about Sumesh. Huh? Angor was puzzled. Are we going to talk about the tidal realm? Since Angor already showed up the map of the tidal realm, he was going to tell Sunders everything. He could also ask Sunders for help. No need. As long as you're safe, Sunders said calmly. As for the rest, I'll come up with a plan when I get back. It wasn't that Sunders wasn't curious. He just wanted to do something else first. Alright then. Sunders knew Angor too well. He knew what Angor was thinking just by looking at his expression. But Angor misunderstood. Sunders didn't want to do anything. He was just stunned by Angor's bomb and needed some time to rest. Forget about the tidal realm for now. Besides, he couldn't afford to lose his composure in front of Angor. Let's talk about something else first. Sunders didn't really want to talk about Sumesh anymore. Compared to Angor's bomb, Sumesh was nothing. Sunders wasn't in the mood to talk about Sumesh right now, but he still had something to tell Angor. Do you have any suggestions for Sumesh's new power? Sunders wanted to ask for Angor's opinion first. Sunders already had a plan in mind, but if Angor had any opinion, or if Angor believed that the Dream Wasteland needed a new power, Sunders wouldn't hesitate. If it was within the scope of Sumesh's power, Sunders was willing to change his mind. Angor shook his head. He didn't spend much time in the Dream Wasteland, so he didn't have time to think about this. Besides, he didn't know much about Sumesh compared to Sunders. He believed that Sunders would choose the best option for Sumesh, which was also the most useful one. Since you don't have any other suggestions, I'll tell you my own. Sunders didn't tell Angor the answer right away. Instead, he explained why he chose this option. You've read The Mystery of Nightmare Domain, so you should know what Sumesh's Nightmare Domain is, right? The Mystery of Nightmare Domain was one of Phantom Island's private teaching materials. Sunders was the chief editor, while Flora and Sumesh also contributed to the compilation. The book would be updated as people learned more about Nightmare Domain. Angor also wrote something about the Dream Wasteland, but since the Dream Wasteland wasn't open to the public yet, his knowledge was only shared between him and Sunders. Yes, the Abyss Nightmare Domain. According to the Mystery of Nightmare Domain, Sumesh obtained his Nightmare Domain from the Abyss. Whenever he killed an Abyss monster with his Nightmare Domain would become more powerful. In other words, the more Abyss monsters Sumesh killed, the stronger his Nightmare Domain would become. It sounded like a good Nightmare Domain, but everything in this world had its own rules. The more benefits one received, the more effort one had to put in. At first, Sumesh only needed to kill common Abyss monsters to increase his Nightmare Domain's Nightmare Domain. Later, he needed to kill more powerful Abyss monsters until he had to kill something like a demon. As for the demons, they gave Sumesh an unprecedented boost in strength. Every time Sumesh found a demon that matched his strength, he would become much more powerful. But at the same time, every time he had to deal with an Abyss demon, he would have to face a lot more danger. The first time Sumesh's Nightmare Domain was damaged was when he ran into an awakened demon in the Abyss plane. He thought he could beat it, but it turned out to be an awakened demon. He managed to escape, but his nightmare domain was damaged. If Sumesh decided to return to Brute Cavern and seek help from his professor, he might be able to find a way to heal it. However, Sumesh's breakthrough was delayed for another decade before he returned to Brute Cavern. By then, his nightmare domain was beyond repair. Sumesh's nightmare domain was on the verge of collapsing due to all the problems he had to deal with the Red Plague believers with Flora. In other words, the destruction of the nightmare domain was all Sumesh's fault. If Sumesh's nightmare domains to begin with, he wouldn't. Sumesh's abyss nightmare domain is a combination of reality and illusion to create the ability to control unreal creatures. This also means that Sumesh is very talented at manipulating unreal creatures, said Sunders. Based on this theory, I suggest Sumesh should try to take over the authority related to dream creatures. Angor considered for a moment and agreed with Sunders' suggestion. The dream wasteland had dream plant sprites and evil creatures, but it still lacked variety. If he could find more creatures, the dream wasteland would become more prosperous. However, Angor was still worried about such powers. Dream creatures weren't easy to deal with. Freud used to be a dream manipulator apprentice, and he told Angor many stories about dream manipulators. The worst thing a dream manipulator could do was to encounter dream creatures. Usually, there were two kinds of dream creatures. First, they were strange creatures that humans or other races would dream about. Second, they were native creatures of the dream realm. The first kind of dream creatures was slightly better. This was because humans and other races could never escape from their own knowledge. For example, the monsters and myths and legends created by humans might look strange, but they were actually pieced together based on what humans knew. Here was a deer's antler, there was a horse's hoof, a snake's tail, a goat's horn, and so on. Everything was within the scope of human knowledge. It was hard for humans to imagine what unknown creatures looked like. Without seeing them, one would never know how to imagine them. For this reason, most dream creatures were within the scope of human knowledge. No matter how strange they looked, they could be dealt with as long as they didn't deviate from basic logic. However, the dream realm covered a vast area, and some intelligent races had even seen gods before. If they saw a god in their dreams, with the strange power of creation in the dream realm, the power of the gods might really appear in the dream realm. If a wizard ran into a godlike dream creature, he or she would have to run. The second kind of dream creatures was even more troublesome. These creatures were native to the dream realm. Sometimes, their strength and size were so great that people couldn't even look at them directly. For example, when Angor was constructing the dream wasteland, he encountered a dream creature that was as large as a continent. It was definitely a native of the dream realm. Without Shava's help, Angor might not have been able to construct the dream wasteland. Some dream creatures could even reach the level of miracle wizards. Of course, this kind of power only existed in the dream realm and couldn't affect reality. However, there were too many dream creatures in the dream realm. Whether it was the first or the second kind of dream creatures, most wizards would run away if they could, and if they couldn't, they would return to reality. He had received a lot of similar information from Freud, which was why he was always on high alert when it came to dream creatures. Although he really wanted to diversify the creatures in the dream wilderness, it would not be worth it if he had to introduce dream world creatures that could destroy the world. Angor told Sunders about his concern. I know what you're worried about. But the creatures you're worried about are still in the dream realm. The nature of the dream realm is that it's elusive and ethereal. The dream wasteland, on the other hand, still follows the basic logic of the dream realm. It was just like how humans dreamt. In the dream realm, they could imagine themselves as the creator, or even gods. This was due to the nature of the dream realm. However, the dream wasteland didn't allow people to do as they wished. The dream wasteland was more like a real world. That's why I think we can consider releasing the dream creature's authority. The dream wasteland has the main authority, or rather, the consciousness of the world. This way, the dream creature won't go out of control and go beyond the threshold. Of course, this is still a speculation. The dream wasteland is a very important place, and we can't afford to gamble. Even if we're just speculating, we still have to follow the basic rules. So, even if we want to release the dream creature's authority, we still need to put some restrictions on it. First, the dream creature couldn't go beyond its energy level. In other words, the dream wasteland's current energy environment would only allow it to reach the level of an intermediate apprentice. Second, the dream creature couldn't leave the dream wasteland on its own. This was to keep the dream creature inside the dream wasteland so that it wouldn't leak any information about the dream wasteland. Third, the dream creature could form a complete ecosystem. This was actually a kind of feedback for the dream wasteland. Only by doing something beneficial to the dream wasteland could the dream wasteland survive. In addition, the weak consciousness of the dream wasteland could also adjust the nature of the dream creatures so that they could better integrate into the dream wasteland. For example, in order to benefit the dream wasteland wouldn't allow the dream wasteland to be born in the early stages. With these restrictions in place, I think we can use the dream creature's authority, Sunders said. Also, I don't think Xianxia can fully take over the dream creature's authority without any restrictions. Angor agreed with Sunders' explanation. With these restrictions in place, the dream wasteland shouldn't have too many dream creatures. Besides, these restrictions only removed a part of the dream creature's authority. It didn't affect the dream creature's essence. If the dream wasteland could support more powerful dream creatures in the future, it wouldn't be a problem for the dream wasteland to take over more dream creatures' authority. Angor nodded. Then we'll do as you say, Professor. Then when will you take over your authority? Angor asked. I need to do a few more calculations, and Xianxia needs to rest as well. Wait for a few more days. I'll leave a message in your tree group when there's news. Sunders wanted to say something else after talking about Xianxia, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Accepting such a student was both a blessing and a test for him. It was better to take some time to calm down. Under the gentle sunlight, the two of them immersed themselves in their own worlds. Since you're in the tidal realm, you're planning to take in elemental creatures, right? Angor nodded. You're going to collect fire creatures first? Sunders knew that Angor's weakness right now was fire. As an alchemist, Sunders had to rely on a lot of items to reach the required level to craft intermediate and advanced items, which was not an easy task. If he could learn an advanced fire alchemy spell, he would be able to improve his power greatly. Yes, I already have one in mind. It's a small fire elf. It's born with a stutter, but it already knows how to speak when it's still an elf. Plus, its fire level is quite high, and it has a great talent. Angor briefly explained Kurokra's situation. Sunders nodded in agreement after hearing Angor's explanation. Kurokra was one of the most talented fire elemental creatures in the outside world. Fire elemental wizards would probably fight each other to get their hands on it. But in the tidal realm, it was as if Angor was just picking up a new general. He could easily meet them. It was amazing. Even Sunders felt a little jealous. If Angor could really tame Kurokra, it would save him at least 10 years of training time. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. Sunders regretted bringing up this topic in the first place. However, this topic didn't last long. He sensed Toby entering the dream wasteland and then leaving it. This was a secret signal he left with Toby. If anything happened outside, Toby could use this method to warn Angor to leave the dream wasteland. Angor didn't know what was going on outside, but since Toby already sent him the message, he didn't want to stay any longer. He bid farewell to Sunders and quickly left the dream wasteland. Sunders was the only one left in front of the window. Sunders slowly finished the last bit of his tea and looked at Angor's tea tray. The tea bag was still in the cup, which was overflowing. Sunders didn't take a single sip. The candy beside him didn't even touch it. The only thing Angor finished was the milk that was supposed to be added to his tea. Sunders looked at the glass of milk and recalled Angor's words. I don't like milk in my black tea. It's not that I don't like milk in my tea. I just don't like it at all. Sunders couldn't help but chuckle. For some reason, he felt a lot better now. Sunders stood up and looked at the bustling city outside the window. The gloomy future was now brightening up like a city with a golden edge under the warm sun. Sunders' figure slowly disappeared into thin air. He opened his eyes and tried to listen to what was going on outside the door. Everything was calm. Apart from the sound of the wind, he could only hear Dankros muttering something. It sounded like a very normal atmosphere. If the situation outside was normal, why would Toby suddenly send him a signal to remind him to leave the dream wasteland? Puzzled, he opened the door. He looked around and saw nothing unusual except for the surprised greetings from the elemental creatures. The weather was fine, and Gondola was still traveling in the sky. There was no disturbance, and there was no danger. Nothing was wrong. Wait, Angor suddenly stopped and looked at a certain direction. As far as Angor's eyes could see, the sky was clear. Clouds were floating in the distance, while the area around him was empty. Everything was the same as usual. However, Angor clearly sensed that someone was spying on him. Even now, the other party still hadn't moved his gaze away. Angor didn't show anything on his face, but he had already contacted Elmi. 2 seconds later, before any of the elemental creatures could react, the color of the world within a dozen miles around them suddenly changed. Everything turned gray, as if they had entered a foggy, ruined world from the bright and clear real world. Gondola was the only thing that still retained its bright color. It was the only living thing in this world. Angor jumped out of the airship and hovered in the air. "Who's there? Come out." No one answered him. Near Gondola, Lobel, who was caught off guard by the sudden change, looked around and murmured, "What's going on? Did someone ambush us?" Dankros also looked serious. He waved a hand and explained, "The change in the sky is caused by the shadow. It's not an ambush. But Mr. Pat seems to have noticed something. Is there anyone nearby?" Angor slowly descended from the sky with a frown. "What happened, sir?" Lober asked. Angor considered for a moment and looked at Lober. "Did you sense anything strange just now?" Lober tried to recall what happened and shook his head. "I've been controlling the wind to keep an eye on the surroundings. I only saw some elemental creatures on the ground. Nothing else." Angor's expression did not relax. Instead, he frowned even harder. Lober's answer was exactly the same as what Elmi told him. Angor asked Elmi to create a special force field to cover the sky in a radius of several kilometers to trap the spying entity. However, when the gray world was set up, the spying disappeared. Angor contacted Elmi, and Elmi told him that everything was normal. There was no trace of the spying entity, nor were there any traces left behind by the spying entity. The sky was as clean as it could be seen with the naked eye. But he did not believe that everything was normal. Ever since he left the Malaya iceberg, this was the second time he felt that he was being watched. For the first time, he could still convince himself that he was wrong. But this time, he could not convince himself that he was overthinking. One had to know that the feeling of being peeped at by his spiritual perception had lasted for at least 3 seconds. After such a long time, he definitely wouldn't be wrong. There must be some kind of creature spying on him in the dark. However, the other party's concealment ability was very powerful. Even when Elmi activated the Ashen World's force field, he could not detect any trace of the other party. He couldn't even tell if the creature was hiding somewhere or had already escaped from the gray world. He pondered for a moment and looked at Robert. Stir up a storm. Lorber was still confused, but he believed Angor must have his reasons for doing so. Lobel did not ask any further questions. He immediately joined forces with Speedling and set off a terrifying storm in the Ashen World. The power of the hurricane was so great that it even caused the formless wind to show visible trajectories. In such a violent hurricane, as long as the energy level did not exceed Lobel's, anything would be cut into countless pieces. The hurricane went on for 3 whole minutes, but no living creature showed up. Angor believed that even if there was a hidden creature, it would not be able to hide in such a violent storm. There was only one possibility left: the creature hiding in the dark had already escaped. Considering how fast and how well it could hide, it probably did not enter the Ashen World in the first place. After so many minutes, Angor had no idea where it had gone. Angor's expression darkened. This was the first time he encountered something like this since he came to the tidal realm. Judging from the current situation, the other party was a creature that came and went without a trace, without leaving any traces, and without causing any waves. Considering the characteristics of elemental creatures, only a wind elemental creature could be it. But it was strange that Lobel, a wind elemental creature, could not detect the presence of the other party. Angor's expression changed. In the end, he sighed helplessly and ordered Elmi to withdraw the Ashen World. Let's keep going. He returned to his seat after giving the order to speed. First, he talked to Toby and asked what Toby's secret signal meant. Toby's answer was that it also sensed someone spying on them. Angor was puzzled by Toby's answer. Why was he and Toby the only ones being spied on? None of the other elemental creatures on the ship sensed anything. Among them, Lobel's strength was about the same as Toby's. Even Lobel couldn't sense it, but Toby could. Did the spies purposely let Toby and Angor notice them, or were the spies only interested in Toby and Angor, and did not care about the other elemental creatures? Angor couldn't tell which one it was, but he was more inclined toward the second one. If the intruder purposely let Angor and Toby find him, he should have left some clues behind. However, Angor already confirmed that there were no traces around. The spies were trying to avoid detection, which did not match the first possibility. But if it was the second one, why were they only interested in Angor and Toby? Was it because they were not native creatures of the tidal realm? Angor did not have enough information to figure it out. The only thing he could do now was to stay on high alert and wait for the slightest sign of trouble. He didn't plan to enter the dream wasteland again. Instead, he sat quietly on his seat and used his spirit feelers to observe his surroundings. Because of this, the silence on Gondola lasted for several hours, and no one uttered a word. What happened, Mr. Pat? Dankros asked when he saw Angor's frown slowly calming down. What happened just now? Is there someone hiding nearby? The other elemental creatures all perked up their ears at Angor's question. They did not know what happened, but Lobel and Elmi's gray world all pointed to one thing: Angor was trying to use this opportunity to force someone out of hiding. Angor did not hide anything and told them what happened. Do you know who in the Tide Realm is capable of coming and going without a trace? Angor did not say who he was talking to, but he only looked at Cub Big and Lobel. Cub Big grew up with Kemu the Wise, so he must know a lot. Lobel, on the other hand, was a wise man himself, so he might know something. If you're talking about disappearing without a trace, then it must be a wind-type creature. But I didn't sense any wind creatures along the way, said Lobel. The one who spoke was Lobel. He thought for a while and said, besides, no matter how fast a wind creature is, it's very difficult for it to escape before the world changes just now. Perhaps only the Black Lightning Pool and the Lightning Monarch of the Sparkling Mountain Range can achieve such speed. But those two lightning lords are fast, but they also caused a lot of commotion. There's no way they could leave no traces behind. In other words, Lobel did not know who it was. Cub Big said, Mr. Kemu told me that there are many powerful beings hiding in the tidal realm. Some of them are as strong as the elemental lords. You're going to meet Namakui, sir. She's one of them. Cub Big was implying that they might have run into a powerful being in hiding. If there's such a powerful being, they must be here somewhere. You can ask Mr. Lushleaf or Lady Namakui when we reach Azure Forest. You should find something. Lobel's suggestion was not without reason. As far as Angor knew, the strongest beings in the tidal realm could sense other beings of the same level when they were absorbing elemental energy, even if they were very far away. If there really was such a powerful being, they might be able to find the answer from the elemental lords. How far are we from Azure Forest? Angor asked. Lobel looked around. We'll reach the Azure Forest in half a day at most. Angor nodded and did not say anything else. If the hidden being could stay hidden for half a day, Angor would follow Lobel's advice. However, if the hidden being was hostile, Angor believed that they would find a way to kill them as soon as possible. He didn't do anything on the surface, but he was already on high alert in his mind. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. They did not run into any trouble along the way. During this time, Angor did not sense anyone spying on them either. He did not know if the hidden being had left yet. But it wasn't that important now, because they had arrived at Azure Forest. Azure Forest was located in the middle of a mountain range. It was a lush forest that stretched endlessly. It was different from the forests in other places. Although they were all called forests, one could tell the difference with just a glance. First of all, the forest here was covered in thin mist. The mist was not caused by natural phenomena. It was a natural aura so dense that it almost materialized. Under the shroud of this aura of nature, not to mention wood-type creatures, even ordinary beasts and magical creatures would be nourished to become plump and strong. If a nature sorcerer was here, he would be able to grow in an instant. Furthermore, the plants in this forest were abnormally tall. Moreover, it was filled with an ancient taste. This was a truly pristine forest that had never been desecrated. The biggest difference between this place and other forests was the presence of countless wood-type creatures. Angor already saw a lot of elemental creatures before he even set foot on the forest floor. There were running treants, snake-like vines, floating cattail plants, and dancing butterfly flowers. These wood-type creatures not only kept the mist away from death, but also made the forest more lively. The only thing that puzzled Angor was why they were getting closer and closer to Gondola. A while later, a furry creature that looked like a dandelion appeared on the bow of Gondola and began to explain something. That's it. Lord Lushleaf is waiting for you at Sunlight Lake. After listening to the explanation, Angor finally understood why the creatures were heading toward them. A few days ago, when Angor was still at Mariah Ice Mountain, he received a visitor from Azure Forest. This guest came from Stone Forest Canyon. He was the sage of Stone Forest Canyon. The sage brought a message. Both the sage and the sage of Stone Forest Canyon received Mr. Magoo's invitation to travel to the Fire Zone. Because Stone Forest Canyon was not far from Green Forest, this wise man came to Green Forest to discuss with His Highness Lushleaf. To put it simply, one of the messengers Demon Fire Meteor had sent out had already passed the message to Stone Forest Canyon. The wise ones in Stone Forest Canyon brought the news to Cyan Forest. Therefore, Lushleaf Groot already knew that Angor's group would soon arrive with an invitation letter from the Fire Zone. Therefore, Lushleaf Groot sent Tardina to wait outside Azure Forest so that Angor and his group could be led to the center of Azure Forest, Sunlight Lake. Angor considered for a moment. Since Lushleaf Groot told Tardina to wait outside, these creatures seemed to be friendly. Moreover, with the help of the wise sage of Stone Forest Canyon, it would save him a lot of time to explain. Please lead the way, Angor said to Tardina. Tardina swayed its fluffy fur. It would be my pleasure. Please follow me. With Tardina accompanying them, they didn't need to disembark from the boat. Instead, they drove Gondola into the depths of Azure Forest. Angor winked at Dankros as they traveled. After spending some time together, Dankros quickly understood what Angor meant. Dankros cleared his throat to attract Tardina's attention. Then he put on a curious expression and began to observe Lushleaf Groot's reaction after meeting the sage of Stone Forest Canyon. He wanted to know what Lushleaf Groot was thinking. Tardina had heard of Dankros' name before. It was showing its friendliness to this fire-type creature who was born in the ashes of Calamonkeys. Tardina didn't hide anything from Dankros and told him everything it could. Angor listened on the side, and the information he gathered was basically the same as what he thought. Since Lushleaf Groot was willing to send a servant to welcome them, it meant that the creature didn't mind. However, Angor had to meet Lushleaf Groot to know if he was as honest as he appeared. Apart from Ygritte's attitude, Dankros also tried to change the topic to Namaquai while talking to Tatnal. Tatnal smiled and changed the topic. I'll wait for Lord Ygritte to tell you about Lady Namaquai. I don't want to overstep my boundaries. Besides, I really don't know anything. Tatnal already knew that Dankros was trying to get information from him. Tatnal was only able to answer Dankros' questions because it did not involve any secrets. However, when it came to something it could not answer, its refusal was obvious. After spending 10 minutes together, Angor could tell that Tatnal was a very intelligent elemental creature. It was sensible, and prudent. No wonder Ygritte sent it out to greet Angor. A short while later, Gondola passed through a cloud of mist and was greeted by the sight of a mountain with clouds and mist at the top. The shape of the mountain was quite unique. It looked like the top of a cone was cut off, which made it look like a volcano. It looked like Mount Fuji, which Angor saw in his hologram tablet. However, there was no snow at the top of the mountain. Under Tatnal's guidance, Gondola flew toward the top of the mountain. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, Angor noticed that the top of the mountain was indeed sunken. Instead of looking like a volcano, it was actually a large lake. At this time, the sky was clear. Although the peak of the mountain was surrounded by clouds, it did not block the sunlight. The lake sparkled under the sunlight as if it was covered with a layer of golden powder. It looked quite dreamy. This is Sunlight Lake, Tabnel said. He then pointed to the other side of the lake. That's where His Highness is. Angor looked at where Tabnel was pointing and saw a towering tree standing beside the golden lake. On the trunk of this big tree, there were human-like facial features. However, under the cover of layers of bark, it looked a little old. Is that His Highness Ygritte? Angor asked. Tabnel nodded. Yes. His Highness is waiting for you, sir. Angor already knew that Ygritte's job would be easy, and it turned out to be true. As soon as Angor arrived at Sunlight Lake, he was welcomed by a warm welcome. Flowers and leaves danced in the air, and vines emerged from the ground to form seats. Ygritte even summoned a heavy rain filled with the scent of nature himself. Luckily, Angor activated his force field when he sensed the rising humidity in the air. Otherwise, he would have become a drowned rat. After the special and warm welcome ceremony, the conversation between Ygritte and Angor went smoothly. Angor gave the movie box to Ygritte and watched the movie with him. After reading it, Ygritte sighed with emotion at the power of humans. At the same time, he also expressed that he would accept Mr. Magoo's invitation and would definitely go to the fire domain. However, Ygritte himself was a treant, so it was not easy for him to travel long distances. In the end, he decided to send Mayo the Wise. Ygritte's quickly, which saved Angor's too. This was the most relaxing conversation Angor had with Ygritte so far. Ygritte did not directly agree to Angor's request like Yosei, but he still showed great kindness. Angor assumed that Ygritte had more time to think because the wise man from the stone forest came earlier. Ygritte had already made up his mind before Angor arrived. That was why Ygritte could make such a quick decision. However, compared to the movie box mission, Angor was more interested in meeting Naimetsue. However, when Angor mentioned Namakui, Ygritte, who had always been straightforward, hesitated for the first time. Do you really want to see her? Ygritte asked after a long moment of silence. Angor nodded without hesitation. Of course. I want to know more about Mr. Fong. Seeing Angor's stubbornness, Ygritte considered for a moment and said, Actually, I haven't seen Miss Naimetsue in a long time. Miss Naimetsue? This was the first time Angor heard that Ygritte was Naimetsue's student. Ygritte's wrinkled face showed a hint of embarrassment. I'm not Miss Naimetsue's official student. I just learned a lot from her, so I called her Miss Naimetsue. But Miss Naimetsue doesn't recognize me as her student. Angor nodded and asked Ygritte to continue. He didn't want to ask too much about it. The last time I saw Miss Naimetsue was 300 years ago. Actually, I didn't see her in person. I only heard her voice. Ygritte's eyes grew misty as he recalled the past. When Ygritte became the Lord of Cyan Forest, he was not a true elemental overlord yet. However, the previous Lord of Stars, Woodwood, died too quickly, and Naimetsue did not want to take on the responsibility. Ygritte was forced to take over the position. After a long period of time, Ygritte's original body had undergone the baptism of many elemental tides. Finally, 300 years ago, he was promoted from his current level to a true elemental monarch. When he became a lord, Ygritte went to the Lost Forest. The Lost Forest was where Naimetsue lived. Ygritte wanted to invite Naimetsue to the event. Ygritte did not see Naimetsue when he stood outside the forest. However, he heard Naimetsue's voice transmission, which was a simple blessing. Since then, Ygritte never received any more news about Naimetsue. Before Angor could say anything, Dankro spoke first. It's been a while since Miss Naimetsue showed up. Aren't you worried? Not really. The Lost Forest has always been covered by Miss Naimetsue's aura. The aura did not weaken over the years. Instead, it grew stronger. Nothing happened to Miss Naimetsue. At this point, Ygritte sighed, however, because the aura of the Lost Forest is becoming more and more terrifying, no elemental creatures can enter it. Not even me. Any creature that wanted to step into the Lost Forest would be forced away by the terrifying aura. No one could enter. Because of this, the Lost Forest became a forbidden place in Cyan Forest. No one wanted to go there, and no one wanted to talk about it. After so many years, many of the newly born elemental creatures in Green Forest didn't even know who Naimetsue was anymore. Naimetsue's deeds had become nothing but legends. Ygritte looked at Angor. So, even if I agree, you might not be able to see Miss Naimetsue. Ygritte's territory was vast, but the Lost Forest was an exception. Even if Ygritte told Angor that he could see Naimetsue, it would be useless. This is a bit troublesome, Angor muttered. I want to know if Lady Naimetsue has ever said that she won't see any visitors? After knowing that Naimetsue was much stronger than Ygritte, Angor did not want to call Ygritte by his full name. Ygritte thought for a moment. I don't think he did, but the aura that shrouded the outside of the Lost Forest is actually a kind of declaration. Not necessarily, Angor said. Maybe this is a test Miss Naimetsue left for you? A test? Ygritte was puzzled. Angor continued, I mean, Miss Naimetsue didn't set up the aura to stop people from entering the Lost Forest. She wanted someone to enter the forest. But you have to find a way to avoid or ignore the aura to meet her. Is that so? Ygritte felt that this logic was a little strange. I don't know. But since Miss Naimetsue never said that she won't see anyone, Your Highness, you can't deny that it's possible, right? Ygritte thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. So, I want to try the Lost Forest. If I can't, I'll accept it. Ygritte considered Angor's suggestion carefully and decided to give it a try. Over the years, many elemental creatures accidentally entered the Lost Forest, only to be forced away by Naimetsue's aura. They did not get hurt. Besides, Naimetsue was not really angry at those intruders. Otherwise, she would not let them come back alive. Ygritte didn't mind letting Angor try. Thinking of this, Jaludar nodded. Alright, when do you plan to go? I can take you there. Ygritte believed that Ygritte would be able to heal Angor if he got hurt. Now, if you have time, Your Highness. Ygritte, alright then, let's go now. Ygritte gave the trilogy's shadow box to Mio the Wise. He slowly transformed from a towering tree into a slender treant. Due to the shrinking of the tree trunk, Ygritte's old face also looked younger. After turning into a slim treant, Ygritte pulled out some roots from the ground and used them as legs to signal Angor to leave. Ygritte was much slimmer than before, but he was still not petite enough to ride gondola. Still, gondola would only save some time. Since Angor wasn't in a hurry, he put away gondola and followed Ygritte to the Lost Forest. Along the way, Angor asked Ygritte a few questions about Naimetsue. However, Ygritte didn't know much more than Ygritte did, so Angor didn't learn much from him. Apart from Naimetsue, Angor also asked about other things. Of course, the one he was most interested in was the one he saw on his way here. Invisible? Stronger than wind creatures? Faster than a lightning overlord? Ygritte thought for a moment and shook his head. I've never heard of such an elemental creature. Could it be a hidden powerhouse? Dangros asked curiously as he hung on the Blood Knight shelter. A hidden powerhouse? No. Ygritte replied very confidently, under the breath of the world sound, no expert can hide. That is, unless the other party doesn't absorb the dissipated elements while using the world sound. The world echo was a celebration for all elemental creatures. Even elemental fairies would stop doing anything else and quietly absorb the gift from the world. Telling the elemental creatures not to absorb the world sound would be akin to a starving person on the verge of death being indifferent to a delicious meal that had no owner. Obviously, it was impossible. Because of this, Ygritte was very certain that if there really was such a powerhouse, he would have discovered it long ago. If it's not a hidden expert, then what could it be? Previously, Dangros had thought that the hidden powerhouse was the answer. However, now that Ygritte had given a negative answer, he was also confused. Ygritte thought for a moment and replied, in my opinion, there may be two possibilities. Everyone looked at him and waited for his explanation. First, it's a special talent. Although some elemental creatures aren't strong, they have very special talents. In some cases, these talents are even more powerful than some elemental monarchs. For example, Kurokro's talent was elemental self-detonation, which allowed him to regain his consciousness. Elemental self-detonation was the trump card of all elemental creatures. After using it, they would die completely. Kurokro's talent gave it the possibility of unlimited self-detonation. After it left the elven stage, its every self-detonation was comparable to an elemental overlord's attack. If it advanced further, it was even possible for it to surpass an elemental overlord's attack. Therefore, the special talent that Ygritte mentioned did exist among elemental creatures. However, at this moment, Lobel raised an objection. "I've thought about it before. Maybe it's a special talent, but after thinking about it carefully, I don't think it's possible. Because even if it's a special talent, it still needs to follow basic logic. Just like a pure water elemental creature, its talent can't be fire element," Lobel said, "and that hidden one can fly, be invisible, and have extraordinary speed. In my opinion, only the special talent of a wind element creature can achieve that. But if that hidden one is a wind element creature, it's impossible for him to hide from my and Swift's perception." Everyone nodded. What Lobel said made sense. No matter how special the talent was, it still needed the corresponding element to control it. If the hidden one was a wind element creature, once he used the power of wind, he would definitely be discovered by Lobel. Ygritte said, "As for my second guess. Is it possible that the hidden one isn't an elemental creature? Due to the presence of the world voice, it was impossible for elemental creatures to hide their energy signature. That was why Ygritte came up with such a theory. Of course, this was only possible because it saw Angor, a visitor from another world. Only elemental creatures could be found in the tidal realm, while non-elemental creatures could only be outsiders. Without Angor as an example, Ygritte would never think of such a possibility." Lober didn't say anything to refute Ygritte's theory, but he actually agreed with it a little. If it wasn't an elemental creature, it could only be an outsider. Even Dangros and Cub Big were thinking about this possibility. However, Angor shook his head and said, "That's impossible. The passage to the tidal realm is located in the fire zone. You'll know the exact location in the future." Angor considered for a moment. "I left a special mark on the passage, so I'll be able to sense it if someone enters it. So far, I haven't sensed anything from the mark, which means no one has entered the tidal realm yet. Is there another passage you don't know about?" Ygritte asked. Angor hesitated and shook his head. "Usually, there's only one passage between an affiliated world and the main world. There are affiliated worlds with multiple passages, but that's a special case. Besides, the tidal realm hasn't been invaded for many years. Personally, I'm more inclined to believe that there's only one passage. More importantly, no one had entered the tidal realm for so many years. But now, Angor was here, and someone was following him through the second passage. It was a little too dramatic. Angor didn't believe that such a coincidence could exist. Unless, all these coincidences were part of Fang's plan." Ygritte didn't refute Angor's words. However, he was still curious about the current situation of the tidal realm. In other words, outsiders can only enter the tidal realm through the fire zone? Angor shook his head. "There's only one passage, but you don't have to use it. If anyone knows the coordinates of the tidal realm, they can directly travel through the void and come here. For example, if Angor wanted to leave tidal realm, he could use a plain passageway to return to tidal realm without going through the fire zone. Because he came to the tide realm, he naturally knew the coordinates of this place. This was why he never planned to take over tidal realm for himself. He only wanted Brute Cavern to gain the upper hand and become one of the major forces in tidal realm. Because there was no way to hide it. As long as an outsider entered the tide realm, they would be able to enter the tide realm with just a flash of the void. How could they defend against this? How could he hide it? Even if Brute Cavern kept the information about the tidal realm a secret, it would not last long. Firstly, the sorcerer organizations were not a monolithic entity. There were spies within each sorcerer organization. For such a big matter, they would not hesitate to use their lives. Secondly, the existence of prophet sorcerers made it impossible to hide such a big issue. Unless, no one from Brute Cavern came to tidal realm. But it was unreasonable to leave such a big piece of cake untouched. Even if everything was done perfectly, the tidal realm's existence would not be hidden for long. The current tidal realm was in a very strange state. It was like a blood-sucking insect that clung on to the main world. It was eating away at the elemental energy of the main world and developing its own laws. However, it did not give the main world any benefits. blindly taking without giving anything in return. This obviously unequal state would not last long. Perhaps it was Fang's doing to hide the existence of the tidal realm. But it would not last long. Even if Brute Cavern did not reveal the existence of the tidal realm, the consciousness of the wizarding world would reveal it on its own. In any case, the existence of the tidal realm could not be hidden. So it's possible to cross the void and come here? Meoyagrote was surprised. Could it be that someone used this method to come here? Angor shook his head. The tidal realm's coordinates are not exposed yet. No one can travel through the void to get here. Unless, of course, the other party was lucky enough to stumble upon the tidal realm while roaming the void. This situation, as mentioned before, was too much of a coincidence. Angor did not believe that the tidal realm had been hidden for 3,000 years. I don't know. Both of Meoyagrote's guesses were denied. He could not think of anything else. After a moment of silence, Qiu Big, who had always been an observer and did not like to speak, suddenly said, "Actually, there is another possibility." Qiu Big's words attracted everyone's attention. "Mr. Meoyagrote," Cub Big said, "you know who it is, but you subconsciously ignored it." "What do you mean?" Meoyagrote asked. "Based on Mr. Pad's description, if the hider isn't gifted, then he or she must be very powerful." Qiu Big nodded. "Let's assume that the hidden entity is also an elemental creature that breathes during the world echo. It's also extremely strong, perhaps even stronger than all the sovereigns. All the sovereigns know who it is, but they subconsciously ignored it. Mr. Meoyagrote, who do you think it is?" How could Ygritte not understand what Qiu Big was trying to say? After a moment of silence, Ygritte slowly said, "Are you trying to say that the hidden one is Namakui-sensei?" Cub Big flapped its little white wings. "That's the only possibility, isn't it?" Meoyagrote frowned. "But the hidden entity's abilities are different from Miss Naimetsue's. How many years has it been since you last saw Miss Naimetsue, Your Highness?" Meoyagrote remained silent. "And how many years has it been since you last saw Miss Naimetsue, Your Highness? If you haven't seen Miss Naimetsue in action for so many years, why do you think she's still at the same level?" Cub Big continued, "Miss Naimetsue is stronger than the sovereigns, so we don't know what she's capable of. Maybe she can really spy on us without us noticing?" Qiu Big's words were more of a guess without any evidence. Angor did not agree with Cub Big's point of view. However, when he thought about Miss Naimetsue and the hidden entity, some of his doubts did make sense. His first concern was that no one was spying on him when he left Mariah Ice Mountain and headed to Cyan Forest. Also, the hidden entity was even more obvious when he was near Azure Forest. Second, the hidden entity was only interested in him and Toby. This was because the entity knew that they were outsiders, not elemental creatures. Only someone who had been in contact with outsiders for a long time could tell this. If Miss Naimetsue was the hidden entity, these two doubts would make sense. But if it was Naimetsue, why didn't she show up? Besides, Angor could not think of a reason why Naimetsue was spying on them. Different guesses filled Angor's mind. In the end, they all agreed on one thing. "We'll know when we meet Miss Naimetsue," said Angor. "If it's really Miss Naimetsue, I'm sure she won't refuse to see me." Cub Big nodded and did not say anything else. They were going to Lost Forest on foot, but it did not mean they were slow. With the speed spirit lingering around them, not only did they save energy, but they could also leap a few meters with every step they took. It only took them half an hour to reach the shady side of another mountain from the Sunlight Lake at the peak of the mountain. At first, they encountered all kinds of wood-type creatures along the way. They were chirping as they jumped through the forest and shuttled back and forth around their feet. They were full of vitality. However, when they reached the shady side of the mountain, perhaps because of the lack of sunlight, or because they were getting closer to Lost Forest, there were fewer and fewer wood creatures around. The ones they saw were all large or decaying creatures that had lived for God knew how long. As they got closer to Lost Forest, there were fewer and fewer wood creatures. When they walked from the shadow of the mountain to the bottom of the valley, there were only ordinary trees left in the surroundings. Each of these trees was very large, blocking the already thin sunlight, making the path even darker. There was also a damp, rotten smell in the air. This creepy situation continued to spread all the way to Lost Forest. However, the creepiness of Lost Forest did not change at all. Instead, it seemed to be getting worse. As far as the eye could see, the sky above the Lost Forest was covered with a fog barrier. It was different from the vibrant fog in other places. The fog barrier in the Lost Forest was dark gray and gloomy. Just looking at it gave off a gloomy feeling. When he got closer, Angor felt his blood boiling inside his chest. A fishy and sweet feeling of nausea rose from his throat. Angor stopped and quickly constructed a cantrip structure in his mind space. A cool feeling quickly spread across his body. The discomfort he felt earlier was quickly gone. What's wrong? Ygritte noticed Angor's sudden movement and asked. It's nothing. Angor shook his head. I'm just affected by the poison mist. The miasma surrounding the Lost Forest was a poisonous miasma that had been accumulated for many years. Perhaps it was also affected by some supernatural factors, causing the power of the poisonous miasma to be quite impressive. Even as a wizard, Angor's body was only slightly affected by the spell, which was more than enough proof. If an ordinary person or an apprentice were to come here, they would basically die. However, the mist had been here for a long time. It was not targeted at them. Angor did not think too much about it after getting rid of the poison. After walking for a few hundred meters, they stopped in front of an obvious intersection. They were in a gloomy forest, and in front of the intersection was a forest covered in thick, poisonous mist. Up ahead is the Lost Forest. Ygritte looked at the dense fog in the gloomy forest and said softly. Even without Ygritte's explanation, Angor already knew that it was not just the poisonous mist. The mysterious yet tenacious aura inside the forest of the Lost Woods was also showing its existence. Ygritte saw no reaction from Angor and continued, You can't feel the pressure from the aura here. But once you step into Lost Forest, the pressure will follow. And the deeper you go, the greater the pressure. Even I can't go too far. It's easy for you now, but it won't be so easy later. Angor knew that Ygritte was telling the truth. He had not entered Lost Forest yet, but according to the feedback he got from Triangular Space Energy Locator, the pressure inside Lost Forest was terrifying. If the pressure kept increasing, the center of the forest might reach the level of a level 3 Truthfinder wizard. Even in the outside world, it was extremely rare to see such a powerful aura. No wonder even an elemental lord like Ygritte could not enter Lost Forest. How about you rest in Cyan Forest for a while, and I'll try to contact Miss Naimetsue through Konoha's communication method. Ygritte suggested sincerely. You tried to contact Miss Naimetsue before I came here, right? Did you get any response? Ygritte hesitated and shook his head. Before this, he would try to contact Naimetsue every once in a while, but he never got any response. Not long ago, when the Sage in Stone Forest brought him the information about Shadowbox Trilogy, Ygritte also tried to contact Lost Forest. Still, he did not get any response. If that's the case, why bother? I'll go in and see for myself. But, Ygritte wanted to say something else, but when he saw Angor's confident look, he decided not to say anything. If Angor wanted to try, so be it. He would only get hurt a little. Since Ygritte did not try to stop him, Angor did not plan to stay either. He quickly moved toward Lost Forest. However, before he stepped into the mist, he suddenly stopped. Oh, I almost forgot. You stay outside so you don't get hurt. Angor summoned Hand of Spell and removed Dankros from his crimson shelter. Actually, I can go with you, Dankros whispered with a hint of worry in his eyes. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Just wait for me outside with Lord Ygritte. Before Dankros could refuse, Angor tossed Dankros onto Ygritte's branch. Next, he looked at Lauber. You, Soren, and Cubby, wait outside as well. I'll be out soon. With that done, Angor looked at Toby. Toby yawned, jumped off Angor's shoulder, did a few circles in the air, and returned to Angor's chest pocket. Clearly, Toby did not plan to stay outside. He was going to follow Angor into Lost Forest. Angor smiled and did not try to stop Toby. He lifted his foot and walked toward the Lost Forest that was shrouded in poisonous fog. As soon as Angor stepped into the woods, he sensed a powerful aura coming at him like a tidal wave. Angor stood still and sensed the aura. Judging from the energy level, the aura here was at the level of a formal wizard. However, this aura was not as destructive as a wizard's aura. It was not because it was not destructive. It was because the aura was fundamentally different from a wizard's aura. A wizard's aura was meant to shock someone from the inside out, from the soul to the body. As long as one did not have any means to resist the aura, they would suffer severe internal injuries in no time. However, the main purpose of the aura here was not to shock but to expel. It was more like a repulsive force, which was meant to drive someone out of the woods instead of killing them. This feeling was very obvious. As long as one kept moving forward, the aura would continue to grow stronger. However, if one stepped back a little, the aura would weaken. It was as if the aura was encouraging one to step back instead of moving forward. When one reached the upper limit of the aura, one would still be injured, which meant the aura was not completely harmless. However, it was not as destructive as a wizard's aura. "Mr. Pat, let's take our time," said Dankros. Dankros saw Angor standing still for a long time as soon as he entered the forest. He was worried that Angor was having a hard time moving because of the aura, but he didn't want to leave. Dankros wanted to help Angor get out of this situation. Angor did not know what Dankros was thinking, but he still felt relieved. "It's fine. I'll step back when I can't take it anymore." With that, he finally moved forward. His pace was neither too fast nor too slow. It did not look like he was having a hard time. Instead, it felt like he was just taking a stroll. Several seconds later, Angor's figure disappeared into the mist. Maoyagrut saw that Dankros, who was hanging on his branch, still had a worried look on his face. He could not help but say, "Don't worry, the pressure outside isn't too strong. If he can't withstand it, he'll feel better after retreating. Don't worry too much." Dankros was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have realized something and curled his lips. "I'm not worried." Dankros glanced at the direction of the lost forest to make sure Angor did not hear him before he sighed in relief. Ygritte did not understand Dankros' arrogance and asked, "I thought you were close to Mr. Pat. Did I misunderstand?" Dankros hesitated for a moment before he said, "My relationship with Mr. Pat is actually not bad. But I like Mr. Toby more than Mr. Pat." "Sir Toby? You mean that bird?" "Master Toby is not an ordinary bird. Birds are just his form. His true form is the descendant of our ancestors." Dankros' tone was rather proud, as if he was proud of Toby. "Oh?" Ygritte was already curious about the bird that followed Angor into the lost forest. "Tell me more about it," asked Ygritte. At the mention of Toby, Dankros' arrogant expression disappeared, and he became straightforward and excited. "Since your highness wants to know, then all right." Angor had no idea what was going on outside the lost forest. He was still wandering in the misty forest. The aura outside the forest did not affect him at all. In fact, it was not even as troublesome as the poisonous mist. At least, he had to cast a level 1 cantrip, Poison Dispel, to deal with the aura. However, he could easily resist it with his physical strength alone. Still, he did not let his guard down. He could clearly feel the aura around him growing stronger as he ventured deeper into the forest. It would not take long for the aura to reach Truthfinder level. As he expected, about 10 minutes later, the aura reached the level of a Truthfinder. Angor had to be more careful when facing such an aura. It was not enough to cause him any trouble yet, but he was sure that he was still at the outer edge of the forest. If the aura kept increasing, he would not be able to deal with it easily. Also, Angor had been using the energy formula to calculate the aura of the aura. As he updated the formula again and again, his estimation of the aura at the center of the lost forest was getting better and better. As a result, Naimetsue's power level was increasing rapidly in his mind. Earlier, Angor heard from Yozir that Naimeitsue was the uncrowned king. At first, Angor did not think much of it. But if his estimation was correct, the title of uncrowned king was well deserved. Also, it might not be limited to the Indigo Forest. She might become the uncrowned king of the entire tidal realm. As he entered the middle area of the lost forest, this thought became stronger. The aura around him had already surpassed Wallace's level and was approaching Sunder's. It was the aura of a level 2 Truthfinder wizard. Angor was still not at the center of the lost forest, which meant the aura had not reached its peak yet. According to Angor's estimation, the strongest elemental creature in the tidal realm was at most a level 2 Truthfinder wizard. But now, it seemed that he had to change his mind. Perhaps the strongest creature in the tidal realm was a level 2 Truthfinder, or even higher. And this strongest person was, without a doubt, Nameitsue, the uncrowned king of the tidal realm. Angor began to slow down. When he was outside the forest, he still had time to observe his surroundings. But now, apart from moving forward, he had to maintain his defensive force field and focus on resisting the aura around him. He did not pay attention to his surroundings at all. It was only when Toby suddenly screamed that Angor turned his attention to the outside world. He looked up and checked his surroundings. The fog was still thick, and the visibility was even lower than before. But strangely, the trees around him suddenly became sparse. No, there were no trees in his sight at all. He did not pay much attention to the outside world, but he could still see the dense tree trunks around him. But when he came here, the trees were all gone. What was going on? Was it an illusion? But Angor did not sense any ripple of illusion. He looked back and was surprised to find that compared to the dense fog in front of him, the view behind him was actually quite clear. It seemed that the person who released the aura was also using this method to lure or force him to go deeper into the forest. Angor could clearly see that there were a lot of trees behind him. But the closer he got to his current position, the fewer trees there were. Thus, this vast and empty region was not an illusion. Instead, it was like this to begin with. There was definitely something wrong with this abnormal situation. Toby suddenly jumped out of Angor's pocket and landed on Angor's shoulder to whisper into his ear. "You want to go ahead and check?" Angor refused without hesitation. The aura outside was terrifying, and Toby was safe inside his force field. Once Toby left the force field, he would be suppressed by the aura. Besides, there was no need for him to do that. He was not going to explore an unknown ruin. Toby flapped his wings and took out a snack plate covered in a special glass from his snowy feather. Toby pointed at the plate and chirped at Angor several times. Angor could not translate the name of the dish, but he understood what Toby was trying to say. Toby told Angor that the food in the plate was prepared by Greya, which could temporarily reduce the negative effects on him. Plus, Toby could transform into a griffin or a snake bird with great resistance. With the food in the plate, Toby could basically ignore the aura outside for a while. "I'll eat it then." Angor looked at the plate. Toby flapped his wings again and explained that Greya made the dish according to his body condition. Angor tried it, but it did not work. This was the first time Angor heard that food could be cooked to fit someone's body. But considering that Greya was a gourmet wizard and knew Toby's condition like the back of her hand, it might be possible. "Be careful then. Don't act rashly if anything happens. Come back and tell me. We'll talk about a plan together." Angor agreed to Toby's suggestion. He did not think it was necessary for him to do so, but since Toby wanted to do it, he might as well give it a try. He believed in Toby's judgment and strength. Moreover, even if it was Nameitsue in front of him, based on the information he had obtained from Frost Yasser, Nameitsue had a close relationship with Calamonkeys. Encountering Toby would not be too difficult. Toby nodded and removed the plate's glass cover. He took a bite of the delicious-smelling food inside. Then, he dashed out of Angor's force field like an arrow. As soon as he left the force field, Toby transformed into a giant griffin covered in flames. He looked back at Angor and leaped into the mist ahead. Angor didn't stop moving even though Toby had already left to check the situation. This time, Angor asked Elmi to activate the force field while he sensed his surroundings. As he did so, he began to notice some details that he did not notice before. The repulsive force that covered the entire lost forest was still there, and it took up most of his senses. Apart from the repulsive force, he also sensed a faint energy ripple in the area. The energy ripple was not as powerful as Angor's, but it was filled with aggression. Angor was familiar with this kind of aggression. It was a kind of territorial declaration. Just like how a wild beast would mark its territory by using the pheromones in its body fluid. The intrusive aura he sensed was a warning to anyone who entered this area. Angor thought about it and realized that this area was the territory of an elemental creature. Because of this, it did not allow any other plants to enter. Did that mean this place was empty? Was it Nameitsue? Judging from the energy ripple, it did not seem like it. Was it another elemental creature living in the lost forest? Angor regretted not asking Ygritte if there were other elemental creatures in the lost forest because he was too focused on Naimatsue. He did not mean to forget. Ygritte kept telling him that no elemental creatures could enter the lost forest, which led Angor to believe that Naimatsue was the only king in the forest. But now, it seemed that he was wrong. As Angor was thinking about this, a ball of fire broke through the mist and flew at him. Angor did not try to dodge and allowed the fire to reach him. The reason for that was because he had already seen that familiar figure within the flames. It was Toby, who said he wanted to investigate. The griffin stopped in front of Angor, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. Toby did not transform into a seabird. Instead, he remained in his giant form and told Angor what he saw in a low voice. According to Toby's description, the surrounding area was very empty and there were no plants. The only plant was a tree about 600 or 700 meters away from them. There was only one tree in this vast area. Toby did not need to analyze it to know that. There was something wrong with the tree. Toby remembered Angor's warning. He only glanced at the half-hidden tree from afar and returned. Actually, Toby didn't see the exact situation of the tree clearly. After listening to Toby's explanation, Angor was sure that the tree was the source of the invasion. It was probably the first elemental creature he encountered in the forest. According to Toby's suggestion, they should avoid the tree. They were currently in a narrow depression. Due to the terrain, they had to move forward if they wanted to go deeper into the forest. However, according to Toby's description, the tree did not look very big. It was probably only 1 or 2 meters taller than Toby in his griffin form. Since the tree itself wasn't that big, it was completely possible to bypass the tree and go around the fog on the side. This was why Toby came back in such a hurry. The tree was not far ahead. If they wanted to go around it, it was better to leave the path now. Toby's suggestion was based on what he saw. Angor shook his head and rejected the idea. When we sense the other party's energy fluctuation, it means that we have stepped into its territory. Which means it already knows we're here. Angor paused and lowered his voice. Besides, its true form is not as small as it looks. Toby tilted its head with a puzzled look. Let's go. You'll know soon enough. Toby just ate Grea's gluttony and was still immune to pressure, so it did not turn back into a bird. Instead, it folded its wings and followed Angor. About a minute later, Angor suddenly stopped. He looked down. In his shadow, a glowing blue flower emerged. The blue flower swayed gently, and at the same time, a transparent bubble escaped from the stamen of the flower. The bubble slowly rose into the air and stopped in front of Angor's eyes. Suddenly, an image appeared on the surface of the bubble. Under the dark ground, thick roots were slowly wriggling, silently surging towards them. Toby also saw the image on the bubble. It widened its bell-like eyes and looked at Angor, then at the ground. It seemed the bird was trying to confirm something with Angor. Angor did not say anything. Instead, he nodded. In this seemingly calm land, the roots had already arrived directly below them. Although the roots didn't attack them, there was no doubt that they came from the tree that Toby had seen. Angor was not lying when he said that they were already discovered by the tree. Earlier, Angor only knew that something was moving under the ground. Now, the image sent by Elmi clearly confirmed it. After confirming the information, Toby's sharp beak glowed with flames. Its eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous look. It looked up at Angor and landed heavily on the ground with its hind paws, which made a loud sound. Angor understood Toby's intention even though the bird did not say anything. It was asking Angor if they should attack now. Angor shook his head. Not now. Let's go check it out. From a rational point of view, they were the intruders. The tree was in its territory, so it could do whatever it wanted. Besides, the tree did not seem to be attacking them yet. That was why Angor asked Toby to wait and see. Blue Lantern's bubble disappeared. Blue Lantern went back into its shadow. Angor and Toby kept moving forward. They did not encounter any attacks along the way. Angor and Toby successfully reached a spot about 50 meters away from the tree. Here, they could already see the shadows of the lonely trees in the fog. Since Angor had already decided to meet the tree, he did not hesitate and kept moving forward. However, as soon as he moved his feet, the flat ground suddenly began to roll, and thick brown tree roots rose from the ground. Angor and Toby quickly took several steps back and prepared themselves. Even Elmi revealed half of his body from the shadows, ready to open his shadowy fangs at any moment. However, to their surprise, the roots did not attack them even though they came out of the ground. Instead, they intertwined with each other and formed an arched door made of roots. As more roots broke out of the ground, more and more arches like this were created until they reached the tree in the distance. A path made by arches? What did that mean? Welcome to Palisania's home. Let me take a look. Who's this? Angor was puzzled by the question. A slightly sharp and somewhat theatrical voice entered their ears. As he spoke, a crack on the door opened and formed the shape of an eye, which looked at the two of them from head to toe. It's actually a human. Too tiring. The mouth suddenly opened wide, and the green tongue inside was like a spring, trembling non-stop, as if it was expressing some kind of excitement. This is. She kept gasping, her eyes fixed on Toby. It's him, but it doesn't look like him, it confirmed after a long while. You're talking about Calamonkeys? Angor asked after watching Calamonkey's monologue. Of course, human. The tree glanced at Toby and asked, Can you come closer? I want to take a closer look at you. Toby glanced at Angor, as if asking for his opinion. Angor nodded. The tree hadn't shown any hostility so far. Besides, if the tree knew about Calamonkeys, it wouldn't do anything to Toby, considering what happened in Tidal Realm. Toby was more sensitive to emotions than Angor, so he could tell that the tree was friendly to him. Therefore, after some thought, Toby still took a step forward. Not enough. Closer. Toby kept walking. Closer. Toby was already standing under the door, but the voice was still calling him. He looked up and saw that it wasn't the first door that spoke this time. It was the door behind them. As Toby hesitated, Angor joined him. Let's go in together. By closer, it means we're in front of its main body. Toby nodded and moved forward with Angor by his side. Every time they reached a door, the mouth on it would repeat, Closer. Closer. It wasn't until they walked out of the last arched door and stood in front of the big tree that the repeated voice finally stopped. I haven't done this for years. Good thing it's not rusty, ritual of guarding? Was it referring to the corridor formed by those doors? Angor looked up to ask, but before he could, he was attracted by the tree's appearance. He couldn't see it from afar, but he noticed that the tree looked very old. It was even older than Leaf Groot, who lived by Sunlight Lake. The bark was full of bruises, and there were many lumps on the trunk. Together with the old face, the tree looked like an old man with age spots and warts. In addition, the trunk of this tree was also special. It was covered with colorful marks, which looked like mottled wounds. Angor looked at the scars and felt that they looked familiar. Human, are you interested in my Medal of Honor? The tree asked. Medal of Honor? You mean these scars? Angor pointed at the scars. Of course. It's Palisania's proudest medal. Angor pondered for a moment. But they look like some kind of paint to me? Hee 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 hee. The tree chuckled. You're right. They're paint. Too bad there's no reward. The old tree named Parashania joked and glanced at Angor, only to find that Angor didn't seem to care about it at all. Palisania humphed. Human, you don't seem to care. Can't paint be a medal? It's the paint left behind by the great savior when he painted on me. That was the most glorious moment of my life. Angor's eyes widened. He already felt that the paint looked familiar, and now he was sure that it was oil paint. And according to the tree, it was left behind by Fong when he was painting. Left behind by Mr. Fong? Then it's a Medal of Honor, Angor said in a sincere tone. Hee 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 hee. Palisania didn't notice Angor's perfunctory tone and laughed out loud. Angor quietly analyzed the tree in front of him. If this was Fang's paint, it meant that this tree creature called Palisania had lived for more than 3,000 years. The fact that it had lived for a long time meant that it was not weak. Also, it seemed to be close to Nametsue. After all, Nametsue didn't even want to meet Maoya Groot, but she allowed this tree to live in the lost forest. While Angor was analyzing Palisania, the tree creature looked away from Angor and looked at Toby. Can you come closer? Palisania's voice became gentler when talking to Toby. Toby didn't mind at all and walked to the tree. Palisania carefully observed Toby, not missing a single inch. After a long time, he sighed deeply. It's very similar to him, but it's not him. Palisania's expression became a little gloomy. I was wondering how he came back to life. Not only was Palisania's tone low, but his eyes were also a little empty. It was obvious that he was lost in his own thoughts. He was either wallowing in his own thoughts or mourning. Angor didn't want to disturb him when he was sad, so he could only wait quietly. After a while, Palisania finally pulled himself out of his thoughts and looked at Toby. You're one of Kalamonkey's, aren't you? Toby didn't nod, but he didn't deny it either. Palisania took it as a yes and continued, since you're one of Kalamonkey's kin, I didn't lose anything by using my protection on you. But I'll give you a piece of advice. Turn back. You know why we're here? No matter what you're here for, going into the Lost Forest isn't a good choice. It's not too late to back off. Since you know I'm a human, you must know that this tree is one of Kalamonkey's kin. Maybe you can guess that we followed Mr. Fang's footsteps and came here. I need to see Lady Nametsue and ask her something about Mr. Feng. Palisania gave Angor a thoughtful look. You won't see Lady Nametsue. Why do you say that? Palisania didn't answer. Do you know why I'm here? Why? Angor was also curious about why Palisania was in the Lost Forest. What was his relationship with Nametsue? Palisania didn't try to hide it. The answer is simple. Because I'm not qualified. You're not qualified either. I'm not qualified. At first, Angor thought Palisania had something to do with the hierarchy or something else. But after listening to Palisania's explanation, Angor realized that it was actually quite simple. He was not strong enough. Palisania and Namaquai were born at the same time. They were both born in the Lost Forest. That was why they knew each other since they were still elves. However, due to the difference in their talents and the different encounters they had later on, the difference in their final strength was like heaven and earth. Still, this did not affect their friendship. Palisania had been living in the Lost Forest for a long time. A long time ago, Palisania lived in the center of the Lost Forest. But 600 years ago, Namaquai suddenly told Palisania that she was going to go into seclusion to reach a higher level. Palisania supported Namaquai's decision. However, as Namaquai went into seclusion, a powerful aura began to spread out from her place. The Lost Forest already had a powerful aura, and Palisania could ignore it with his own strength. But now, the aura was getting stronger day by day, and it felt like there was no end to it. Palisania began to feel tired. Palisania could not talk to Namaquai about it, so he had to hold on. Palisania endured for more than 300 years, but he was defeated in the end. Unable to withstand the increasingly terrifying aura, he left the center of the Lost Forest and lived in this area. Palisania already knew that the oppressive aura that Nametsue emitted was actually an aura that would unconsciously be emitted when one's strength exceeded a certain limit. Namaquai could control her aura, but it would take a lot of effort. For this reason, Namaquai chose to live alone in the Lost Forest. She did not need to control her aura to avoid causing trouble to her own kind. Palisania mocked himself for being unqualified because he knew that if he could not withstand Namaquai's aura, how could he stay in the center of the Lost Forest? As for Angor, in Palisania's opinion, Angor was much weaker than him, so he was not qualified to stay in the center. Angor did not get angry after hearing Palisania's words. You're not wrong. I'm not as good as you in terms of energy. However, Magi are a group of people who are good at creating miracles. If the energy level is not high enough, it can be made up through other means. Tired? Palisania sneered. Are you trying to say that you can defeat Lady Namaquai's pressure with your so-called wizard skills? It's not that I want to win against the pressure, I can't win against it. I just need to be able to move freely under the pressure. Palisania noticed that Angor's expression was as calm as ever. Such calmness was normal in the past. However, the fact that he could remain so calm in such a situation meant that he had absolute confidence in himself. At least, he was confident that he could keep his promise. In other words, he had a way to move under Naimetsue's pressure. Since Palisanya lived in the Lost Forest, he was no stranger to the savior. It also knew that wizards had many tricks up their sleeves. Back then, Mr. Feng was able to save the tidal realm not because he was more powerful than the world itself, but because he had many tricks up his sleeves. Even though Palisanya was still sneering at Angor, he actually believed that Angor really had something that allowed him to move freely under the pressure. Even if you can withstand the pressure, I won't let you go any further. When Palisanya said this, the determination in his eyes seemed to materialize. It didn't say it out loud, but Palisanya's attitude was clear. If Angor wanted to enter the core of the Lost Forest, he had to go through Palisanya first. I'll say it again. Since Toby is a member of Calamonkeys, I'll let you go if you leave now, Palisanya said. Then why can't you let us in for Toby's sake? How do you know Lady Namakui doesn't want to see us? After all, Toby is a member of Calamonkeys, isn't he? Palisanya understood Angor's words. Palisanya wouldn't stop Angor if it was 600 years ago. However, Namakui was training in seclusion now, and Palisanya wouldn't allow anyone to disturb her. Angor noticed that Palisanya didn't reply. However, judging from Palisanya's determined gaze, Angor knew that the spirit wasn't going to change its mind. Angor also believed that if he refused to leave, he would have to face a fierce battle. And his opponent would be Palisanya. Since Angor dared to approach Palisanya with Toby, it meant that he wasn't afraid of fighting Palisanya. However, he still had to consider Namakui's attitude. According to Palisanya's story, Palisanya was close to Namakui. However, this was only his own account after all. Perhaps his subjective emotions were magnified, so no one could judge whether it was true or not. But it was undeniable that Namaitsue allowed Palisanya to live in the Lost Forest. Just this point alone showed that the relationship between them was not shallow. What would Namakui think if he fought Palisanya? Also, judging from Palisanya's attitude, it might end up as a fight to the death. After all, Palisanya was an elemental creature. If Palisanya decided to self-destruct to stop Angor, there would be no turning back. Angor didn't want to make a big fuss. Have you made up your mind? Palisanya looked at Angor and raised its voice a little. Can I ask you a few questions before I answer that? Yes. Angor considered for a moment. Palisanya didn't know what Angor was trying to do, but it didn't refuse. It had been living alone in this place for hundreds of years, and it was eager to talk to other creatures. If Angor didn't come for Namakui, Palisanya would be more than happy to talk to him. Sure. But I won't answer questions that I don't want to. Of course, I respect your decision. Angor considered before he asked his first question. What if Namakui's subconscious didn't completely fall asleep and sense my presence? Do you think Miss Namakui will want to see me? Palisanya didn't answer. Inside, it was more inclined to see Namakui. After all, Namakui and Mr. Feng were close friends. Angor followed Feng's footsteps here, and Toby was a kinsman of Feng's former master, Calamonkeys. Namakui would choose to meet Angor either way. Angor didn't mind Palisanya's silence. Same question again. But I'll set a condition. If it was 600 years ago, not now, do you think Miss Namakui would want to see me? After a long moment of silence, Palisanya nodded. Maybe. Angor grinned. The two questions he asked before were actually the same question. He just wanted to figure out the reason behind Palisanya's resistance. At the same time, he hoped that Palisanya wouldn't be so stubborn as to think from his perspective. Instead, it would think from Namakui's perspective. Next question. Do you think I'll disturb Lady Naimeitsue's training if I go deeper into the forest? Angor asked. Of course, Palisanya answered without hesitation. What if it's you? If you enter the depths of the Lost Forest, will you disturb Her Excellency Naimeitsue's seclusion? Palisanya hesitated. I don't think so. I've stayed in the forest for 300 years, and I've never disturbed Miss Namakui. Will you disturb Lady Naimeitsue if we go into the forest together? That's right, Lady Naimeitsue. Together? Palisanya frowned and didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "What are you trying to say?" Angor didn't beat around the bush. "I know you don't want me to go in because you don't trust me. You don't want me to disturb Miss Namakui's training. Then I can go with you. I'll stay with you the whole time, and I won't do anything. What do you think?" Palisanya considered for a moment. Angor was right. Palisanya didn't trust Angor, but it would be fine if Angor stayed with Palisanya all the time. However, even if Angor followed him into the forest, Palisanya was sure that Palisanya wouldn't bring Angor to Miss Namakui's training spot. What's the point of this? Palisanya was a little confused. What's the point? Why don't you think about my first question? First question. If Miss Namakui's consciousness is still awake and senses my presence, do you think Miss Namakui will want to see me, Palisanya? You want Lady Namakui to sense your presence? Angor nodded. Like I said, if I go into the forest, I'll follow you and won't disturb Miss Namakui's training. But if Miss Namakui sensed my presence and wants to see me, you won't be able to stop her, right? This was Angor's plan. And the premise was that Miss Namakui would still react to the outside world even though she was training. Angor was quite confident about this. Ygritte mentioned that he invited Miss Namakui to his grand event when he became a monarch 300 years ago. Miss Namakui didn't meet Ygritte directly, but she did send him a congratulatory message. Therefore, Miss Namakui wasn't completely isolated from the outside world. If an outsider entered Naimetsue's restricted area, which was the deepest part of the Lost Forest, Naimeitsue would definitely sense his presence. As long as Miss Namakui paid attention to him, Angor was confident that Miss Namakui would come to see him. Palisanya considered and agreed with Angor's suggestion, but it was still a little hesitant. Letting Naimeitsue sense your presence will also disturb Naimeitsue's seclusion. So, you stayed in the core area of the forest for a long time and disturbed Lady Naimeitsue's training? Double standards won't do. Palisanya didn't know what to say, but he still didn't make a decision. Angor mumbled in a helpless tone, "Is it really okay to make decisions for other people under the guise of caring for them? Are you sure Miss Namakui will agree with your decision when she wakes up and finds out that you kicked me and Toby away?" Palisanya listened carefully to Angor's words. Angor seemed to be right. But why did it feel like going against its original plan? Wait, what was Palisanya's point of view? Palisanya felt like he had been tricked into Angor's trap. In the end, Palisanya sighed deeply. Fine, I agree. Shall we go now? Angor quickly put away his grudge and smiled. Shall we go now? Palisanya waved his branch and said, "Although I agree with your point of view, the premise is that we have to enter the depths of the Lost Forest together. Like I said, I don't have the right." "I can give you the right," Angor said. "I can take you inside." Palisanya didn't believe Angor. "You can really take me inside?" "Yes. I have a trick that can make the aura ignore you." Palisanya said, "Don't tell me you're going to cancel this technique and kick me out after I enter the Lost Forest?" "I won't. I can make an oath." Palisanya gave Angor a thoughtful look. "Fine, I'll trust you. Forget about the oath, but if we really enter the depths of the Lost Forest, you can't leave my sight." "Of course." Angor chuckled. After confirming the plan, Palisanya didn't waste any time and directly drilled out of the ground. Toby now understood why Angor said Palisanya's true form was not small. Palisanya pulled out several hundred meters of roots from the ground, and there were more than one of them. They looked like giant serpents that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws to show their existence. When the roots came out of the ground trembled as if an earth dragon was turning over. When all the roots were pulled out of the ground, Palisanya's body began to change rapidly. First, its body shrunk. Then, its roots began to slowly entangle with each other. Finally, it turned into two alien legs that supported Palisanya to stand and walk. When everything was over, Palisanya had turned into a treant about 3 meters tall. Similar to the previous Ygritte, the wrinkles on the trunk of the Palisanya were significantly fewer after it transformed into a treant. In addition, there were also traces of colorful paint on the trunk. Not only did it look much younger, it even had a bit of childlike charm. Palisanya looked at Angor. "Let's go. I'll take you deeper into the forest." With Palisania leading the way, they were able to move through the mist without any obstructions. They reached the end of the mist. The core area of Lost Forest is just ahead. Angor followed Palisania's words and looked ahead. The core area of Lost Forest was a ring-shaped forest with a small hill at the center. There was no thick mist in this area. Just like other places in Green Forest, there was only a thin layer of mist formed by the power of nature, which was evenly distributed throughout the forest. The sunlight of dusk shone through the mist and painted the forest with a soft golden edge. The gentle wind rustled the leaves of the trees as if someone was playing a song of praise for dusk. Angor was quite surprised to see this. He never thought that after going through the gloomy ancient rotten forest, they would end up in such a beautiful place. While Angor was still in awe, Palisania was also looking at the forest in front of them. Its eyes were filled with expectation, surprise, and fear. All of these emotions eventually became profound. Then, Palisania trembled as he raised his roots one by one. With an expectant look, he tried to touch the sunlight in front of him that he had not seen for a long time. However, as soon as the root reached the ring-shaped forest through the mist, it was quickly attacked by a terrifying aura. Even Palisania, who used to live here, quickly retracted its root. Sir's aura got stronger again. The pressure from the root seemed to have engraved itself into its soul. Even after retracting its root, Palisania still couldn't help but tremble. 300 years ago, Palisania left the core area of Lost Forest because it couldn't stay there for long. It could still walk around freely if it wanted to. But now, the aura was much stronger than it was 300 years ago. Under this kind of pressure, not to mention walking freely in the core, even stepping into it had become an extravagant hope. Palisania looked at Angor and questioned, "Are you sure you can take me in?" Angor also noticed Palisania's action. He couldn't feel it himself, but judging from Palisania's trembling body, he could tell how terrifying the aura was. Earlier, he tried to fool Palisania by telling the truth. But now, he wasn't sure if he could handle such a terrifying aura. Earlier, he used the triangular space localization method to estimate that the pressure coming from the core of Lost Forest was at the level of a level 2 Truthfinder or a level 3 Truthfinder at best, which was about the same level as Sunder's, if not higher. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated them. Palisania's strength was estimated to be at the pinnacle of a level 1 Truthfinder. According to the basic energy laws, even if it faced the pressure of a level 3 Truthfinder wizard, it would not retreat in an instant. But the truth was right in front of him. The pressure at the core of the Lost Forest might have far exceeded the level of a level 3 Truthfinder expert. This also seemed to indicate that Naimatsui's strength was unfathomable. Huh? Palisania was puzzled by Angor's silence. "Don't worry." Still, he pretended that nothing was wrong. "Don't worry about it." Palisania heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this answer. But Angor quickly added, "If I can't do it, we'll just retreat." "That's what you want." Palisania turned around abruptly. "That's not what you just said." Angor took a step forward and said, "I'll try." There was no way Palisania could stop Angor now. It allowed Angor to pass through the mist and enter the core of Lost Forest. Although Angor looked relaxed, he had already activated all his defenses. Elmi also quietly crept out of the shadows and activated a special force field around Angor to protect him. As soon as Angor stepped out of the mist and into the range of light, the terrifying pressure came as expected. Also, this aura was different from the one he experienced in the mist. Back in the mist, the pressure grew stronger as Angor ventured deeper into the forest. However, it took time for the pressure to accumulate. The pressure at the core of Lost Forest, however, was completely different. It had directly risen to a whole new level, just like how an apprentice had become an official magus. This was a qualitative change that was completely different from the past. Even with Elmi's protection, Angor still felt something he had never felt before. The pressure made him feel as if he was facing an entire sea of mountains hanging upside down over his head instead of a normal aura. Compared to this kind of pressure, a single individual seemed incomparably small. Angor was sure that if it weren't for Elmi's force field, he would have fallen to the ground already. Besides, Elmi's force field couldn't completely block the pressure. Angor had to bear some of it himself. The weakened pressure was still terrifying, but at least it wasn't enough to scare Elmi. However, he also noticed that even Elmi couldn't withstand the pressure for too long. Elmi's warning was getting weaker and weaker. Elmi's force field could only last for 3 to 5 minutes at most, and it couldn't expand further. In other words, Elmi's force field was only enough to protect Angor alone. It was not enough to protect Palisania as well. Since Angor agreed to go to the core of Lost Forest with Palisania, he wouldn't break his promise. Angor had another way to deal with such pressure. The force field in his right eye. Angor had fought with Sunders many times, and Sunders would often use his aura to interfere with Angor's training, and every time he did so, he would succeed. Later, Angor activated the green tattoo in his right eye, which allowed him to completely ignore Sunders' aura. That was when Angor learned that force field could block auras. During the banquet in the Astral Pool ruin, Angor also used his force field to alleviate Boiling Gentleman's aura before Spotted Puppy showed up. Angor believed that force field would be useful. However, he couldn't tell what the limit of the force field was. It would be best if he could resist the pressure from the Lost Forest. Even if he couldn't, he should at least be able to relieve some of the pressure. Then he could ask Elmi to activate his force field again. The worst-case scenario was that he couldn't resist the pressure at all. Angor would have to give up and wait for Brood Cavern to enter the tidal realm before he came back. As he thought about it, the green tattoo hidden deep inside his eye was activated. The dense green tattoo danced around his right eye. In an instant, Angor's right eye began to emit a faint green glow. With the appearance of the green glow, Angor's force field, which he had been accumulating for a long time, was finally activated. As soon as the force field was activated, Angor sensed that the pressure weakened by Elmaze's force field was gone. It works. Angor was delighted. He expanded the invisible force field a little. By now, it was already bigger than Elmi's defensive force field. With that done, Angor contacted Elmi. He wanted to know how Elmi was doing right now. Elmi's reply was simple: the aura coming from Elmi's force field was gone. In other words, Angor's force field was able to withstand the aura and completely block the negative effects of the aura. Angor sighed in relief. He put away his fluctuating expression, turned around, and pretended that nothing had happened. He said to Palisania, "Let's go." Several minutes later, Palisania walked under the familiar sunlight in a daze. How did this human do it? Palisania was sure that it was walking in the depths of Lost Forest, but it didn't feel any aura at all. It was as if the aura didn't exist in the first place. It couldn't help but look at Angor. Angor didn't look any different from before, and Palisania didn't sense any elemental energy ripples around Angor. The only difference was that Angor's right eye seemed to be glowing with a faint green light. Palisania wanted to take a closer look, but when it looked at Angor's right eye, it couldn't help but look away. Palisania didn't know why it felt that way, but it knew that Angor's right eye must be a way to ward off the aura. It was as if the aura was forbidden. Palisania didn't dare to think too much. It didn't dare to ask too many questions either. They walked along the edge of the forest for another few minutes before Angor broke the silence. "Is that where Lady Naimetsue is training?" Palisania looked at where Angor was pointing and saw the only high ground in the forest. It was a small hill. Palisania was stunned. How did you know?" Before Angor could say anything, Toby, who had transformed back into a seabird, rolled its eyes at Palisania and made some tweet sounds. Palisania asked, "What is it saying?" Angor couldn't tell Toby that it was calling him an idiot. Instead of explaining, he pretended that he didn't hear Toby's question and answered the bird's first question. "Because you've been leading us around the edge of the forest. Isn't it obvious that there's something wrong at the center?" The small hill was located at the center of the forest. That was why Angor assumed that Naimetsue was training near the small hill. Palisania panicked a little when Angor saw through his plan. He was worried that Angor would go to the hill if he knew where Naimetsue was training herself. It hurriedly said, "You promised me before. Wherever I go, you will follow me." Angor looked at Palisania's anxious expression and shrugged. "I didn't say we're going to the small hill. We'll just walk around or stop here." Since Angor said so, Palisania didn't continue to lead Angor around. Instead, they stopped near a large flat rock. "Then we'll wait here." If Lady Naimatsue is still conscious and willing to see you, she'll show up. Palisanya hesitated. If she doesn't show up, we'll leave. The time limit is just before midnight. That's all I can do under this pressure. Palisanya nodded. Time passed by minute, second by second, and the sky became darker and darker. Stars began to appear in the sky that was still white. They didn't talk during this time. Angor was meditating quietly, while Palisanya kept a close eye on Angor, fearing that Angor would do something to wake Naimatsue up. Palisanya kept an eye on Angor until the night was almost up. Angor finally opened his eyes. He stretched his body and took out a chilling cup from his space storage. Palisanya frowned. What are you doing? Don't forget what you promised me. Just like plants need water, humans need it too. Angor waved his finger and cast a create water spell. A small stream of water was poured into the transparent cup. Angor finished the water in one gulp and put the cup down. Palisanya glanced at Angor to make sure the young man was not trying to do anything else, so he relaxed. If Lady Naimatsue really left her consciousness outside, she must have sensed you when you entered the core area. Since she hasn't shown up yet, either she doesn't want to see you, or she didn't leave any consciousness behind, Palisanya said. So, I suggest you leave now. Since Angor had been following the rules, Palisanya's tone was much friendlier than before. Angor didn't mind. Didn't we say we'll wait until midnight? It's not completely dark yet. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe she'll be here soon. Palisanya was about to say impossible, but before it could speak, it heard a rustling sound coming from afar. That's... Palisanya quickly turned around and stared at the forest. Nothing changed in the depth of the forest, but the rustling sound kept coming. As time went by, the rustling sound grew louder, as if something was approaching them. When a cold gust of wind blew, Palisanya saw something bright in the distance. An elegant figure slowly walked out from the depths of the forest. What kind of figure was that? It was emitting a faint green light. Its slender body swayed in the wind. Every step it took was accompanied by a rustling sound. As the figure showed up, the surroundings began to release a soft green light. It was an emerald green snake. Angor had seen a lot of snake-like creatures in the tidal realm. Most of them were gigantic. Outside the tidal realm, they could easily be described as giant pythons of destruction. Snakes of normal size were extremely rare in the tidal realm. The snake in front of him was one of those rare encounters. It looked just like a normal snake in the outside world. Its body was green in color, and its scales were fine and shiny. Under the soft glow of the setting sun, the snake's scales shone like a gem. Its eyes were bright yellow, while its pupils were pure gold without any impurities. It gave off a solemn and dignified aura. What surprised Angor the most was the faint green light around the snake. The green light was the aura of nature that was so strong that it couldn't be ignored. Wherever the green light shrouded, all the plants appeared to be flourishing. In this environment, it was as if the green snake was walking on the path of life. Everything came back to life, and flowers bloomed. It was like the ruler of all plants. When it arrived, the wilted plants would flourish again, and the withered plants would bloom again. Amidst the flowers, the emerald green snake slithered gracefully before finally arriving in front of him. It was Naimatsue, no doubt. Naimatsue was about 5 meters away from Angor. It lifted its head and quietly stared at the human in front of it. Angor did not feel uncomfortable under Naimatsue's stare, but he felt as if the snake had seen through him. Besides, Angor was standing, while Naimatsue only lifted its head slightly. Judging from the difference in height, Naimatsue could not even reach Angor's knees. Normally speaking, Angor should be looking down at Naimatsue from the top of his head. But Angor did not feel like he was looking down at the snake. Instead, he felt like he was standing in front of a mountain. An unreachable mountain. "You're a human," Naimatsue studied Angor for half a minute before speaking. Its voice was pleasing to the ear, but its tone was solemn. "Yes. You're the one Mr. Feng mentioned." Naimatsue spoke again. It did not sound like a question. Instead, it spoke in a flat tone as if it already knew the truth. "You know who I am?" Naimatsue's golden eyes slowly moved away from Angor and looked at the glass on a rock nearby. The cup that Nametsue was staring at slowly floated into the air as if it was being summoned. Finally, it landed in front of Nametsue. Nametsue lowered her head and stared at the cup quietly. Ripples like water suddenly appeared around the cup. After the ripples appeared, the cup that was emitting cold air disappeared, revealing a blue ice circle that was about the size of a baby's palm and engraved with strange symbols. Nametsue lifted her head and looked at Angor. Izer wouldn't give away his keepsake for no reason. You're the one who got it, so I'm sure you know who you are. Since he was a human and had the token from Azert, Nametsue could easily guess who he was. Before Angor could say anything, Palisanya gave Angor an angry glare and pointed at the blue ice circle with a branch. You told me you wanted to drink water. But your real purpose was to use this thing to disturb Mr. Azert's training? I didn't mean to disturb her. I just took out Princess Azert's keepsake and did nothing else. Angor's tone was obviously mocking Palisanya's words. Palisanya was right. Angor had been in the core area of the Lost Forest for a long time without seeing Nametsue. He was worried that Azert was really meditating, so he used an illusion spell to wrap the keepsake into a cup and took it out of his space. This token was given to him by Frost Azert when he left the Malaya Ice Mountains. According to Azert, Nametsue was a very stubborn person. The only person it respected was Mr. Feng, and this keepsake was given to Azert by Mr. Feng. If he accidentally offended Nametsue and took out the token, Nametsue would at least forgive him for the sake of the token. Angor didn't know whether Nametsue didn't want to see him or she really didn't care about worldly affairs. So he took out the keepsake to attract Nametsue's attention. And in fact, it was very successful. Of course, Palisanya wouldn't listen to Angor's explanation. It glared at him angrily, but Nametsue was right beside it, so it couldn't really attack Angor. It only humped and explained to Nametsue, I didn't mean to bring him here. I didn't think he would use this method to attract Mr. Azert's attention. Nametsue shook her head and interrupted Palisanya. It's fine. He's the one mentioned in the prophecy. I'll come out to meet him no matter what. Palisanya sighed in relief when Nametsue didn't mind. Still, it didn't stop glaring at Angor. Since Angor achieved his goal, he ignored Palisanya's glare and bowed to Nametsue. Mr. Nametsue, I'm here to follow Mr. Feng's footsteps. I want to know something about Mr. Feng, as well as the prophecy you mentioned. Can you tell me about it? Azert told Angor a lot of information about the prophecy, but most of the details were still vague. Since Nametsue was close to Feng, it might know more secrets. Nametsue gave Angor a thoughtful look and didn't answer right away. Instead, she lowered her head and swallowed the keepsake. Then she turned around and looked at Angor from the side. Follow me if you want to know. With that, Nametsue wandered into the woods. Soon, Nametsue's figure disappeared from sight. However, the path of blooming flowers on the ground showed Angor the way forward. When he was about to follow the path, a blue lantern flower suddenly showed up in the shadow. It was Elmi sending another warning to Angor. Elmi's message was brief. It secretly assessed Nametsue's strength and said that she was unbeatable. It then told Angor to stay away from Nametsue for safety reasons. After all, even if Elmi were to face a rank 2 Truthfinder wizard, he would still be able to put up a fight even if he would lose. So far, Elmi only said unbeatable to one person, and that was Mr. Rain. Nametsue's rating was the same as Rain's. It didn't mean that Nametsue was as strong as Rain, but in terms of energy level, Nametsue definitely reached Rain's level. A level 3 Truthfinder wizard's energy level, only such a level of power would cause Elmi to send out a warning even before the other party showed any malicious intent. Just standing in front of Nametsue was enough to make Angor feel unsafe. Of course, Angor understood Elmi's warning. However, he still didn't plan to leave. Nametsue had not shown any hostility yet. Leaving the forest now would only bring him more trouble. Also, he already had a hunch about Nametsue's strength when he entered the forest. He still chose to go deeper into the forest because he had something to rely on. There was no way he could beat Elmi. But with his current strength, he could buy a few seconds to escape. Nametsue was only an elemental creature after all. She didn't know as much about space crevices as Angor. If Elmi was a knowledgeable wizard, Angor might actually listen to Elmi's advice. After comforting Elmi, He followed the path of flowers on the ground and headed toward the center of the forest. Palisania followed behind him. However, it didn't look at Angor as kindly as before. Following the path, they arrived at a small hill in the center of the forest. Angor already saw Naimatsue when he was still at the foot of the hill. Naimatsue was standing on top of the hill, looking at the stars in the night sky. Her golden eyes seemed to be filled with longing. Naimatsue didn't move even after Angor and Palisania reached the top of the hill. Angor and Palisania had no choice but to wait quietly behind Naimatsue. A snake looking at the stars, a visitor seeking knowledge, and a guardian tree. This scene was like a painting. After a long time, Naimatsue finally spoke again. "What is at the end of the sky?" Naimatsue didn't look back. She didn't ask anyone to answer, but Angor was sure that she wasn't talking to Palisania. Angor didn't know what Naimatsue meant, but he still needed her help. "There is no end. It's an endless void." "Is there really no end to the void?" Naimatsue asked again. "If the edge of the universe is the end of the void, then so is it." Angor paused. "But there might be other universes beyond this one." "There's still no end." "What's a universe?" Naimatsue asked again. "It's the concept of a grand unification," Angor explained casually. Angor didn't know whether Naimatsue understood or not. However, Naimatsue didn't ask about the universe. Instead, she asked another question: "What are the stars in the sky?" "They're reflections of general planes." "How far are we from these general planes?" Naimatsue asked. "They look close, but they're actually very far away." "But we can save some time if we travel through the void," Angor answered Naimatsue's question honestly. Angor thought Naimatsue would ask more questions, but she only looked at the sky without saying anything. After a long time, Naimatsue sighed softly. "This world is really big." Angor tried to think of a way to answer the question. But before he could say anything, Naimatsue continued, "I once asked Mr. Feng the same question, and he gave me the same answer. He saw that I'm interested in these things, so he asked me if, you want to see more wonders of this world as well? My answer is no. I'm not interested in those beautiful sceneries." Naimatsue seemed to be lost in her own thoughts and began to talk to herself. Angor didn't bother her because it seemed that she was talking about something related to Feng. "After Mr. Feng heard about it, he told me that there aren't many people in the sorcerer world who look up at the starry sky like me but don't think about the wider scenery. He asked me what I'm thinking about when I look at the stars. My answer is, I feel so small." Naimatsue's voice drifted into his ears along with the evening breeze, along with the fragrance of flower petals. "Compared to this big world, I'm too small," Naimatsue said. "I don't care about the beauty of the void, but I want to be less small. I want to become as dazzling as those stars in the void." After saying that, Naimatsue still remembered that Feng had turned to her and said, "You are indeed very interesting. You are completely different from that slow-witted starwood. Do you want me to draw you a picture? What do you want in exchange?" Naimatsue asked. Hearing this, Feng laughed out loud. After laughing, he said to Naimakui in a serious tone, "I can make you not so small." That was all Naimatsue could say. Naimatsue finally turned around and looked at Angor with her back facing the stars. "This is how I met Mr. Feng for the first time." "Sounds good." Naimatsue's eyes reflected the stars. "I think so too. It's the best deal I've ever made in my life." After the deal was made, Feng stayed in Lost Forest and taught me a lot of things. It was during this time that I began to grow stronger, and I soon reached the level of an elemental monarch. That was when the gap between him and Naimatsue became bigger and bigger. That's when the gap between him and Naimatsue became bigger. They had clearly grown up together, but because of their different encounters, they had parted ways on the same path. Naimatsue didn't know what Naimatsue was thinking. But I still wasn't satisfied. Every time I looked at the stars, I still felt so small. So, I continued my training. It took me nearly 2,000 years to surpass my past self and reach a new realm. According to Mr. Feng's classification, I'm now a level 3 wizard. Even so, I still can't get rid of the feeling of insignificance in front of the endless void and the shining general plane. I yearn for it, and I want to become stronger. But I seem to have reached a bottleneck. Before this, the improvement of my elemental cores was going smoothly. But when I reached a certain point, no matter how hard I tried, I could only get a quantitative increase. This sort of situation continued for a very long time. It also caused me to feel vexed for a very long time. Until 600 years ago, when Mr. Feng came to the tidal realm for the second time. He gave me hope. Naimatsue's words reminded Angor of what Palisanya told him. Naimatsue suddenly went into seclusion 600 years ago. Now that he thought about it, Naimatsue must have met Feng again 600 years ago and learned how to improve herself from him. That was why she went into seclusion to cultivate. After so many years, Naimatsue grew stronger and stronger, which was why the aura in the Lost Forest was so terrifying. However, as Naimatsue continued her explanation, he realized that he was wrong about something. Mr. Feng brought me hope. Naimatsue remained silent for a few seconds and spoke in a low voice, but the hope was different from what I expected. What's different? Naimatsue, I told Mr. Feng about my bottleneck. Do you know what Mr. Feng said? Angor shook his head. Naimatsue's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Her memories kept rewinding, and the past slowly overlapped with each other. It was as if time had returned to that day. Seeing Naimatsue's anxiety, Feng smiled and comforted her. I'm not an elemental creature or an elemental wizard. I don't know much about elemental creatures. Naimatsue's eyes dimmed at the answer. She thought Feng could guide her to the correct path and break through her bottleneck, just like how he did when they first met. But now, it seemed that this path was blocked as well. While Naimatsue was still feeling sad, Feng suddenly changed the topic. I don't know how to help an elemental creature, but I know how to help you. Naimatsue's eyes brightened up when she heard Feng's words. Naimatsue looked at Feng expectantly, hoping to hear the answer from him. At this moment, Feng smiled mysteriously. He raised his head and looked at the stars in the sky. Do you believe that everything in the world is inevitable? Naimatsue didn't understand why Feng suddenly changed the topic. Everything in this world, whether it's you, me, the stars, or the void, is controlled by the hands of fate. Feng remained silent for a moment. Do you? Naimatsue shook her head. She wanted to tell Fengyu that she did not know the answer. However, Feng seemed to have misunderstood Naimatsue's words. He raised his voice. You don't believe me? Good, because I don't believe it either. What I said about fate was just something that a certain group of prophets loved to talk about. They liked to elevate everything to the highest level of truth so that they could show their omniscience and omnipotence. This in itself is a sign of ignorance. However, although I do not believe that fate can surpass the truth, fate itself actually exists. As long as one possesses a specific method, it can also be interpreted. Just as I told you before, I came to the Tide Realm for the chapter of destiny written in that book. What I want to tell you now is that your breakthrough opportunity is also recorded in the chapter of destiny. Naimatsue had a close relationship with Feng, so she knew the power of that book. However, she was still confused. Why would my breakthrough opportunity appear in the chapter of destiny? 3,000 years ago, when I came to the Tide Realm and met you, the chapter of destiny had already begun to be written. According to the words of the prophet Magi, your appearance was inevitable. Then what is my breakthrough opportunity written in the chapter of destiny? Naimatsue asked. Feng stared at Naimatsue for a long time and slowly uttered a word, wait. Wait, he didn't really understand what Naimatsue meant by waiting. But compared to finding out the answer, he was more interested in the book Fengyu mentioned. This was not the first time Angor heard about that book. He really wanted to know what it was. He had asked Gentle Wind Uranus and Frosty Frost about this before, but neither of them could give him a definite answer. Angor's own guesses kept changing. At first, he guessed that the book was a symbol of fate, but later on, he wondered if the book really existed. However, he could not come up with a conclusion no matter how hard he tried. Now that Naimatsue mentioned it again, Angor was more curious about the book than the so-called opportunity. What is that book? Angor could not help but ask. Unlike Gentle Wind and Frosty Frost, Naimatsue gave him a definite answer. The book Mr. Feng mentioned is called the Book of Kale. The Book of Kale. Angor muttered. It has a specific name. Is it a mystery item? Matsue also heard about mystery items from Feng. She shook her head. I don't know. Mr. Feng didn't tell me. Then do you know what the Book of Kale can do? Angor asked. Mr. Feng didn't say. But I think it has something to do with writing fate. Mr. Feng once said that the Book of Kale is also called the Book of Fate. Writing fate? Angor frowned. He did not like the idea of writing fate. He always felt that he would fall into a trap and lose control of his own fate. Apart from his personal feelings, Angor believed that the ability to write fate was something that even legendary prophet wizards could not do. Maybe miracle wizards could do it, but Angor did not know anything about miracle wizards. He did not even know if there were any prophet wizards among them. If it was not a prophet wizard, then the ability to write fate was not something that could be done by ordinary alchemy items. So, if the Book of Kale had a physical body and such a terrifying ability, it was very likely to be a mystery item. Anything else about the Book of Kale? Angor asked again. Matsue stared at Angor for a while. You seem to care a lot about the Book of Kale? Because it doesn't feel good to be controlled by something. Matsue remained silent. Mr. Feng rarely talks about the Book of Kale, so I don't know much about it. But I remember Mr. Feng once mentioned something about the power of the Book of Kale. According to him, the Book of Kale and Augustine's twin mirror are of the same level. But I don't know what Augustine's twin mirror is, so I can't tell what level the Book of Kale is at. Matsue's words surprised Angor. Matsue did not know what Augustine's twin mirror was, but Angor had heard about it before. When Angor went to Dark Castle for the first time, Isabel's remnant soul returned, and Angor learned about Augustine's twin mirror from Isabel. According to Isabel, Augustine's twin mirror was a mystery item that could be used to communicate and even trade with people from random worlds. The other world could be countless planes away from the wizarding world. It could also be a world that was beyond the wizarding world. It could even be a world that did not belong to this plane. Isabel was lucky enough to use the mirror once. She saw an alien called Mist Sprite on the other side of the mirror. The spirit whisper Isabel taught Angor came from the Mist Sprite. Augustine's twin mirror left a deep impression on him because according to the description of the mirror, it could go beyond this universe and dimensions, allowing one to interact with beings from another universe. Angor wondered if Augustine's twin mirror could communicate with creatures from Earth. According to Isabel, Augustine's twin life mirror was of a very high level. Even in the origin world, it was considered a top-tier mystery item. If the Book of Kale and Augustine's twin mirror were of the same level, then Angor was almost certain that the Book of Kale was a top-tier mystery item. Considering how unreasonable a mystery item could be, the Book of Kale might really be able to write fate and arrange the future of people hundreds or thousands of years in advance. In fact, he was sure that the Book of Kale was trying to set him up. Also, from the Abyss Plane to the Tidal Realm. But why was it him? Also, would there be a follow-up to this arrangement? Would there be other arrangements after the Tidal Realm? Angor's mind raced as he tried to solve all the unanswered questions. However, as the answers to these questions emerged, more and more questions arose. However, he could not find out the truth no matter how hard he tried, so he had no choice but to put it aside for now. I see. Angor didn't tell Matsue what he was thinking. He only thanked Matsue calmly. Then, he brought the topic back on track. Mr. Feng, what do you mean by wait ? Angor was confused. Matsue noticed that Angor's mind wandered a lot when Angor mentioned Augustine's twin mirror. He must have learned something. Since Angor purposely skipped the topic, Matsue didn't ask. Wait is the answer written by fate, Matsue spoke in a low voice. And the answer should be in the future. The future? 600 years ago, it was the future. But now, it's the present. Matsue's eyes flickered as she stared at Angor. He was not stupid. Judging from Matsue's tone and gaze, he already knew what was going on. But he still couldn't believe what he was hearing. You mean, wait for me? Matsue explained, according to Mr. Feng, my chance lies in the future. When the person who followed in his footsteps appeared in the Tide Realm and took out the secret key to the treasure trove, that human was the key to my breakthrough. I'm your chance? How did I become the opportunity for a breakthrough? Angor was confused. What kind of prophecy was this? How was he supposed to help Naimeitsue? Naimeitsue didn't care about Angwar's confusion. So, you have the key? He hesitated for a moment and created an illusion in front of him, which showed him the shape of the key. Naimeitsue glanced at it and nodded. It is the key. So you're Mr. Feng's prophecy. Even so, how did I become the opportunity for a breakthrough? Angwar didn't doubt that he was part of the plan. But why would Feng say that he was Naimeitsue's chance? Not necessarily you. But Mr. Feng said it must have something to do with you. Angwar was surprised. Not necessarily him? But something to do with him? Sunders also had something to do with him. Sunders' help to Naimeitsue's breakthrough seemed to be true. If that was the case, Brood Cavern could send a wizard to help Naimeitsue break through when they moved to the tidal realm. Thinking of this, Angwar felt a little better. If he was asked to help Naimeitsue, he wouldn't be able to do anything. But if it was someone else, it might be possible. After all, he had Brute Cavern as his backing. Even so, he still felt that something was wrong. He felt that the situation in front of him was inexplicably familiar. If you don't mind, Miss Naimeitsue, what level are you at now? And how far are you going to break through? Naimeitsue didn't hesitate. According to the ranking system in the wizarding world, I'm a level 3 truthfinder. If I want to break through, I need to reach legendary. Angwar didn't know what to say. No wonder Angwar felt so familiar. It was the same for Nightclub Master. However, Nightclub Master had a strong foundation and could break through at any time. As long as he fulfilled Feng's promise and waited for Angwar to arrive, Nightclub Master would break through on his own. Naimeitsue, on the other hand, was still confused. Either way, this sounded familiar to Angwar. It was just like Feng's plan. But, if Naimeitsue wanted to break through to the legendary level, who could he ask for guidance? Brood Cavern didn't have any legendary wizards. Angwar felt like crying. Naimeitsue's words made him tense up again. But then again, the prophecy didn't say that he had to teach Naimeitsue. Maybe he could just go with the flow. While he was lost in his own thoughts, Naimeitsue's voice came again. But I don't want to give up. When I heard from Mr. Feng that an opportunity is waiting for someone in the future, I didn't want it at all. I didn't want my future to be in someone else's hands. I wanted to break through the bottleneck on my own. So, after Mr. Feng left, I began to train in seclusion. But 600 years have passed, and I still can't break through. It's like my fate has already been decided. I can only wait for the opportunity. Now Angwar understood why Naimeitsue suddenly went into seclusion 600 years ago. It wasn't because Feng taught her something. It was because Naimeitsue didn't want to give up so easily. Judging from this point of view, Naimeitsue was a very ambitious snake. But was the so-called breakthrough really in someone else's hands? He wasn't sure yet. He was sure that he couldn't give Naimeitsue too much help. Perhaps Naimeitsue's breakthrough didn't refer to Angwar himself, but the timing of his arrival. If that was the case, Naimeitsue's breakthrough opportunity was still in its own hands, not relying on others. Angwar told Naimeitsue his thoughts. Naimeitsue shook her head silently and did not answer. Instead, she slowly raised her head and continued to look at the vast sky of stars. He could clearly see the sadness in Naimeitsue's golden eyes. She did not seem to be willing to give up. She simply hid it deep inside her eyes. After a while, Naimeitsue lowered her head and broke the silence. Since the chapter of fate has decided its fate, I'll wait and see how it goes. Now, tell me about yourself. Me? Yes, you. Angwar considered for a moment and made a simple self-introduction. Next, he prepared to show Naimeitsue the content of the trilogy as a sign of his intention. However, he didn't have a copy of the trilogy on hand, so he simply used an illusion to show the content. After watching the trilogy, Naimeitsue didn't say anything, but Xianxia expressed his anger first. Not only do humans want to take over the tidal realm, but they also want to enslave elemental spirits? No way. I won't allow it. Angwar didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Naimeitsue and waited for the snake's opinion. Naimeitsue didn't show any emotion in her eyes. Just do as you say. I won't stop you. Lady. Xianxia looked at Naimeitsue in confusion. Na Meizue flicked her forked tongue and looked at Palisanya. You don't want to do that? Do you want the creatures of Tidal Realm to start a full-scale war with the human wizards? Palisanya was stunned for a moment. He shook the branch and said, I don't mean war. Why can't we maintain the current situation? Nai Meizue said, Mr. Feng said a long time ago that there is no way to avoid it. It is only a matter of time before humans enter the tidal realm. This is a fate that was written into history 3,000 years ago. The living beings of the tide realm don't have many choices. They can only resist or merge. Seeing Palisanya's disapproving expression, Nai Meizue said calmly, Of course, there are other options, but the prerequisite is that you have the strength of Fanqing. Palisanya froze in place and did not speak for a long time. Nai Meizue looked at Angor. Apart from that, there's something else you haven't told me, right? For example, treasure. Angor nodded. Yes, I'm interested in the treasure too. I want to know what Mr. Feng's treasure is. Nai Meizue said, I don't know what the treasure is. But Mr. Feng once said that treasures are a form of repayment. Reward? Angor was not sure what that meant. Mr. Feng didn't explain. Nai Meizue explained, but I'm sure that the treasure is something he doesn't want to give up, but he has no choice but to leave it there. Unwilling to give up? In other words, the treasure must be very valuable to Feng. Angor recalled Azurt's words back at the Maria iceberg. Feng too was reluctant to leave the treasure there. Even after leaving the tide realm, Angor could not help but look back at the treasure. Angor was curious. What kind of treasure could make Feng Tu care so much about it? Princess Frost once told me that the treasure is located at the center of the world. Do you know where it is? Angor asked. Follow me if you want to know, Nai Meizue said. After Nai Meizue finished speaking, she gently patted the ground of the hill with her slender snake tail, and a huge emerald green vine rose from the ground. The vine quickly rose into the air and reached the clouds, where a beautiful flower bloomed on top of it. When the vine stopped growing, Nai Meizue leisurely stepped onto the leaves of the vines. Nai Meizue signaled Angor to follow. Angor did not move right away. Instead, he glanced at Parasanya. After Nai Meizue mentioned choice, Parasanya was lost in his own thoughts. Don't mind it, Nai Meizue said. Angor did not want to bother Parasanya either. However, he already made an agreement with Parasanya. Besides, Parasanya would not be able to withstand the pressure if he stayed here alone. Nai Meizue gave Angor a thoughtful look but did not say anything. Instead, she manipulated the force of nature and formed a flower-like barrier around Parasanya. Under the protection of the barrier, Parasanya would no longer be affected by the pressure. Angor nodded to Parasanya, who had already regained his senses, and stepped onto the leaf. Under Palisanya's complicated gaze, the leaf slowly rose from the bottom like an elevator. It continued to exceed the distance in a straight line and finally reached the top of the clouds. At the top of the vines, he saw a beautiful flower growing out of it. However, when he reached the top, he realized that it was not a single flower. Instead, it was a collection of countless flowers. Although these flowers grew on vines, they were surrounded by clouds and mist. It was like a sea of flowers in the clouds, giving off a somewhat dreamy feeling. Nai Meizue wandered among the flowers and clouds until they reached a room made of tiny vines. The vine room was not very tight. There were a lot of gaps, which allowed the moonlight to shine through and sprinkle silver dust on the ground. The wind from the clouds also took the opportunity to sneak into the room, causing Angor's robe to flutter in the wind. The vine room was not big. It was only about 5 square meters. There were no other decorations inside. Apart from the vines, there was only one other object, a painting hanging at the end of the room. It was a painting of a golden-eyed snake looking up at the starry sky. Judging from the flowers under the snake, it was no doubt Nai Meizue. The person who drew this painting must be Feng Yu. Angor thought Nai Meizue brought him to the top of the vine room so that they could explore the void together and find the treasure. But Nai Meizue actually brought him here to see Feng's painting. Could it be that there was something wrong with Feng's painting? Was there a mini passage hidden in the painting, just like the one in the fire domain? Out of instinct, Angor moved closer to the painting to find out what was inside. However, before he could do so, Nai Meitsue's cold voice rang in his ears. Don't touch the painting if you don't want to be torn apart by the void storm. Angor looked at Naimeitsue in confusion. Void storm? A void storm was not a real storm. It was a common disaster that happened in the void. Space collapses would appear in the void from time to time. Once a coordinate collapsed, the collapse would spread rapidly and cause other places to collapse as well. It was like a chain of storms, which was why it was called a void storm. Normally, a void storm would only appear in the void. The space inside the void was relatively stable. Unless it was disturbed by someone, it was very difficult to cause a space collapse. Therefore, Angor did not understand why Naimeitsue said there was a void storm ahead. Naimeitsue explained slowly, Mr. Feng modified the painting slightly 600 years ago and turned it into a space tunnel. Anyone who touches it will enter the void behind it. Angor looked at the painting in surprise. This is a space tunnel? Didn't you ask where the center of the world is? Naimeitsue asked. Yes, it's behind the painting. If the other side of the tunnel is the center of the world, then what's with the void storm? And how do you know there's a void storm behind it? Naimeitsue did not answer Angor's question. You'll find out soon enough. They waited until the wee hours of the morning. The moon was high in the sky. When the soft moonlight shone through the gaps in the vine room, Naimeitsue finally spoke. It's done. Before Angor could ask, Naimeitsue wriggled her serpentine body toward the painting. However, Naimeitsue did not stop there. Instead, she kept her graceful posture and bumped into the painting. There were no signs of collision on the painting. Instead, it seemed to have turned into water ripples. Naimeitsue directly entered the ripples and disappeared. Seeing this, Angor didn't dare to hesitate. He secretly asked Elmi to activate the strongest barrier he could muster. Then, he followed suit. With a sudden sense of weightlessness, he disappeared from the vine house and found himself in a world of darkness. He could neither see the sky nor the ground. He also sensed the familiar energy waves coming from the space around him, which confirmed that he was in the void. Naimeitsue was right next to Angor. Her body was emitting a faint green light, which was guiding Angor's way. Angor approached Naimeitsue. As he approached, he heard Naimeitsue say, "Look over there." Angor followed Naimeitsue's line of sight. It was difficult to see anything with the naked eye in the dark void. However, one's senses were not limited to the naked eye. Since the void was so pure, one did not even need to use spirit power. One only needed to learn a special observation method in the void to sense their surroundings through the feedback of energy waves. Angor immediately sensed a terrifying energy wave coming from the direction Naimeitsue was looking at. The feedback of the fluctuations was like a raging storm that was about to annihilate everything. It was a void storm, however, unlike the ones Angor encountered before, this one was shrinking as if it was about to disappear. However, as soon as Angor thought about it, the void storm began to expand again. And it was expanding at an incredible speed. The endless void storm was spreading rapidly. Get back, Naimeitsue said. Without needing Naimeitsue's reminder, Angor and Naimeitsue retreated to a safe place. By the time Angor regained his footing, he saw that the place where they were standing was already taken over by the storm. In other words, the coordinates of the tunnel in the painting had become the center of the void storm. Not only that, but the void storm was still spreading. It lasted for several hours until it reached a certain limit before it slowly retreated like an ebbing tide. However, it didn't mean that the void storm was gone. It simply returned to the area where the void storm was located and waited for the next eruption. What's going on? Angor looked at the void storm in the distance. It felt like a breathing creature, and every time it breathed, the void storm would rise and fall. I don't know. Not long after Mr. Feng left, the void storm appeared. It's expanding at every moment, and the passage in the painting happens to be within the range of the disaster, so if you want to enter here, you have to calculate the time well, Namakui said. Angor frowned a little. From what he had seen just now and what Naimeitsue had said in the vine house, he had basically guessed that there was a regular fluctuation in the nether storm. But there was something else that made him even more suspicious. Not long after Mr. Feng left, the void storm appeared? You're saying that the void storm here has lasted for 600 years? Naimeitsue said, to be precise, it's been more than 400 years. About 100 years after Mr. Feng left, the void storm appeared. Angor didn't know how to comment on elemental creatures' concept of time. Not long after Mr. Feng left meant more than 100 years. Apart from that, Angor had never heard of such a phenomenon before. It was true that nether storms were a common disaster in the void, but according to the records he had read, nether storms were not a stubborn disaster. There were many ways to cause a void storm. Sometimes, a random rise or fall of dust could lead to a void storm that lasted for months or years. However, once the internal energy of the void storm was exhausted, it would quickly disappear. Although the space in the void was sometimes unstable, there was still some kind of law. This law had the ability to repair itself. After the space collapsed, it would gradually repair itself under the effect of the law. In other words, a void storm didn't just consume the energy inside, it also had to fight against some kind of law. Normally, a void storm wouldn't last for long. Even if there were some dangerous spaces where there were periodic void storms, they wouldn't last forever. Even the longest void storm wouldn't last for years. However, the void storm before his eyes had lasted for over 400 years. This was beyond Angor's knowledge. When he first heard about it, he wondered if it was a man-made disaster. That was because only humans could supply such surging and continuous energy to the void storm. Earlier, Nai mentioned that a void storm appeared not long after Feng left, and he thought it was Feng's doing. Later, he learned that the void storm only appeared 100 years after Feng left, which confused him a little. If it was really Feng's doing, he would not have waited for 100 years before summoning the void storm. Or did Feng set up a nether storm chain that would last for 100 years? He still had a lot of questions about the void storm, but he couldn't find any answers right now. There were no traces left in the void for him to investigate. Therefore, he could only put it aside for now. Since this is the void corresponding to the center of the world, does that mean that the treasure left behind by Mr. Feng is here? Angor looked around. Apart from the boundless void, he could only sense the void storm not far away. There was no sign of the so-called treasure. Angor looked at Nai and saw her glowing golden eyes staring at the shrinking void storm in the distance. Angor's heart skipped a beat. The treasure can't be, Nai spoke slowly, you're right. The treasure is inside the void storm. Angor didn't know what to say. Back in the vine house, Angor already felt a little uneasy when he heard about the void storm behind the painting. The more he worried about something, the more likely he would run into it by accident. Now, his uneasiness had become reality. What's going on? Can you tell me more about it? Angor couldn't help but ask. Nai didn't hide anything and told him everything. To put it simply, the treasure was hidden in the void. Nai made a promise to Feng, so she never went near the treasure. He only left a flower of nether float in the void to observe if any void creatures entered by mistake and to prevent the treasure from being destroyed. The void was boundless, and it was difficult to run into a void creature. After so many years, Nai did not discover the appearance of any void creatures. However, the void creatures did not appear, but the void disasters did. 400 years ago, Nai was still training in isolation when the flower of nether float suddenly reacted. Thinking that a void creature was coming, Nai hurried into the void. Then, it saw with its own eyes that the place where the treasure was located was surrounded by a void storm. The void storm was still spreading, so Nai had no choice but to retreat. It thought that the void storm wouldn't last for long. It wanted to wait for the void storm to disappear before going to the treasure trove to see if it was affected. But what it didn't expect was that from that day onwards, the void storm had been stationed here and never left. Mr. Angor, you said the treasure is only surrounded by a void storm, right? So the treasure wasn't destroyed? Nai said, when the nether storm first appeared, it didn't invade the place where the treasure was, but it spread very quickly. I don't know what happened later. You can't see the treasure from here? Nai nodded. The treasure is still far away from here. It's at the center of the void storm. Even if the void storm shrinks to its limit, we still can't see the treasure. It's hard to say whether the treasure was destroyed or still exists. Despite Nai explanation, Angor still decided to try walking around the void storm. He wanted to see if he could find the treasure. If the treasure was still there, there was still hope. If it was destroyed, he didn't want to waste his time here. So, he began to walk around the edge of the void storm. When he was done, he was sure that Naimatsue was telling the truth. He rode on Tobi's back and circled around the void storm. Even with Tobi's speed, it still took him an entire day to walk around the void storm. This showed just how large the area occupied by the void storm was. It was impossible to observe the situation of the treasure trove from the periphery. Angor returned to Naimatsue with a disappointed look. Do you know how to get inside the void storm? Angor didn't have much hope, but he still asked. What do you think? Naimatsue rolled her eyes at Angor. Even the simplest calamity in the void was not something that could be easily dealt with. At least, Angor never heard of anyone who could survive a void storm. Since Naimatsue asked, he didn't think she could do it either. Now that he didn't know where the treasure was, and he couldn't enter the void storm, he was stuck in a deadlock. Maybe I can go inside the void storm after I break the bottleneck. Naimatsue spoke up. Naimatsue's words surprised Angor a little. He shifted his attention away from the void storm and thought about Feng again. The current situation seemed to be the worst-case scenario. But if Feng wrote a chapter of fate that included the Abyss Plane, the Wizarding World, and the tidal realm through the Book of Kale, why didn't he foresee the void storm coming? Angor thought that the void storm had nothing to do with Feng because he didn't know that the void storm was also inside the void storm. Since the treasure was inside the void storm, it might have something to do with Feng's plan. If Feng really did foresee this, and the void storm was also part of his plan. In that case, two certainties could be deduced. The first was that the void storm must be fine. Frost Desert and Naimatsue had both said that Feng was very reluctant to leave the treasures behind. These treasures were obviously very precious, and Feng would not set up a trap and let the treasures be destroyed by the void storm. Unless Feng was acting from the moment he left the void storm. But that didn't seem to fit Feng's personality. Feng was a bit of a prankster, but he always left some leeway. The second possibility was that there must be a solution to the void storm. If there was no solution to the void storm, there was no need to set up such a big trap. Then, what was the solution to the void storm? Feng once told Naimatsue that Angor was the key to her breakthrough. If Naimatsue was also part of the void storm's plan, then what Naimatsue said might be true. Naimatsue was the key. Once Naimatsue became a legend, she would be able to enter the void storm. If Naimatsue's theory was correct, then Angor had to go back to the original problem. How should he help Naimatsue? It didn't matter whether the void storm was part of Feng's plan or not. At least, Angor was sure that he wouldn't be able to get the treasure for now. Angor and Naimatsue waited until the void storm subsided before they returned to the vine house from the designated location. What are you going to do next? Naimatsue asked. Mr. Feng wouldn't set up an unsolvable trap. If the void storm is also part of his plan, there should be a solution. I want to stay here for a while. Can you let me? Of course. Naimatsue nodded. Naimatsue had already made up her mind. Since Angor was the key to her breakthrough, she might as well observe for now. Naimatsue still didn't want to give up. She still needed to rely on herself. Angor might be the key, but Naimatsue couldn't help her. With that, Naimatsue left. Naimatsue left a blue twilight flower outside the vine house. If Angor wanted to talk to it, he could use the flower to contact it. After Naimatsue left, Angor stared at the portrait in silence and fell into deep thought. Outside the lost forest. Inside the dark forest, Ygritte, Lorber, and Soren were discussing something in low voices. Chiobig flew to the top of a large tree and hid among the leaves. It seemed he was taking a nap. Dankros was the only one who stood in front of the lost forest and kept looking inside. Mr. Pat has been in there for 2 days. Will he be okay? Just as Dankros was thinking about this, Mayo Ygritte suddenly appeared behind him. You still don't want to admit that you're worried? Ygritte smiled. Dankros lost his temper as usual. I've said it many times. I'm worried about Mr. Toby. Ygritte gave Dankros a meaningful glance. I didn't say you were worried about Mr. Pat. Why are you overreacting? Dankros didn't know what to say. He humped and moved his hand away. I don't want to talk to you. After a moment of silence, Dankro saw that Ygritte was still there. He couldn't help but ask, "Is everything okay inside? Does Mr. Naimatsue hate aliens?" Ygritte chuckled. "I don't know what's going on inside. But I don't think Mr. Naimatsue hates aliens. At least she doesn't have any prejudice against humans." When Dankros heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, as it breathed a sigh of relief, it noticed that Ygritte was looking at it. It quickly muttered to itself, "Then Sir Toby should be fine." When Ygritte heard Dankros's words, he smiled and did not say anything. At this time, Big suddenly said, "The fog in the depths of the lost forest seems to have dissipated." As soon as Big said that, all the elemental creatures looked into the distance. Big, Lobel, and Belaying were all wind elemental creatures. They could fly in the sky and observe. Ygritte was also tall and could see very far. Only Dankros' small hand couldn't see anything. When Dankros was anxious, Ygritte extended a branch to him and signaled him to climb up. Dankros hesitated for a moment, but he still climbed onto Ygritte and looked into the distance. Big wasn't talking nonsense. The fog in the depths of the lost forest had indeed become thinner. As the fog faded, a towering vine slowly appeared in their field of vision. "Lord Ygritte, what's with that vine? Why is it so high? It seems to have pierced into the clouds," Dankros exclaimed. However, before Ygritte could reply, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out from the lost forest. "That's a vine tower." The moment the voice sounded, Ygritte was stunned. This voice is so familiar. Ygritte turned around with a stutter, looking into the depths of the lost forest. In the mist, a green snake revealed its graceful figure amidst the blooming flowers. Evening in the dream wasteland. Angor appeared in his own room in Pat Manor in Foundation City. The room looked exactly the same as it did in the real world. Not a single speck of dust could be seen. An oil lamp was still burning brightly, which meant someone had been cleaning the place even when he was not around. Angor felt much calmer now that he was back in his familiar space compared to when he was sitting in front of the vine house. Angor sat in front of the desk where he used to daydream when he was young. He stared at the flickering lamp and tried to think of a solution. He pondered for half an hour. He finally looked up when he heard footsteps outside his door. Dong dong dong. A brisk voice sounded from outside the door. "Young master, I'm coming in." "I'm sure the young master isn't in his room." "No need to knock. We'll just go in and add oil to the lamp," said the other voice, which sounded a little childish. "He's still the young master even if he's not here. That's the rule." Although he was reprimanding, there was no hint of blame in his words. It was obvious that the two outside the door had a very good relationship. Creak. The door was opened, and two young female servants pushed the door open and entered. They were chatting and laughing as they walked. They didn't see anyone inside until they entered the room. They were shocked at first, but when they saw the face of the person inside the door, the two maids immediately bowed and respectfully said, "Young master. We didn't think you'd come back," so, the maid with the childish voice quickly explained. But before she could finish, the other maid with the lamp interrupted her. "It's my fault. I should have asked for your permission before opening the door. Please punish me." Angor looked at the two maids. He didn't know the younger one, but he knew the one with the lamp. Her name was Aya, and she used to be Olga's servant. "Don't worry about it. It's nothing." Angor waved a hand and told them to mind their own business. Aya hesitated for a moment and nodded. She then walked to Angor with the lamp. The young maid immediately followed and skillfully turned on the oil lamp on the table. She held Piaohua so that Aya could smoothly pour out the oil. "Sorry for the trouble, young master. It'll be done soon. You don't have to light up the lamps when I'm not around," Angor said to Aya while she was pouring the oil. "Don't waste it," Aya said, "but this is what Maid Olga told me to do. Are you going to listen to Ollie or me?" Aya lowered her head. "I understand." Aya quickly finished pouring out the oil. She bowed and retreated, preparing to leave with the young maid. "By the way, Ori isn't in the manor. Do you know what she's doing?" Since Aya mentioned Ori, he remembered that he never saw Ori during his visits to Pat Manor. He wondered what Ori was up to these days. He could use God's view to find Ori, but since Aya was here, he might as well ask her directly. I don't know what maid Ollie has been up to lately. Aya lowered her head. Angor glanced at Aya. The woman was looking down, but Angor could tell that she wasn't telling the truth. Angor looked at the young maid. What about you? Do you know what Ori has been up to? Aya looked up at once, intending to signal the maid with her eyes. But before she could do anything, the maid spoke first. Young master, maid Ollie has gone to the karmic hunters, saying that she wants to become a monster hunter. The young maid's voice was obviously excited. When she mentioned the demon hunters, her eyes were filled with yearning. Angor was surprised by the answer. As far as he could remember, maid Ollie was a timid and gentle girl. Why would she choose to become a demon hunter who could turn into a monster? After the young maid explained Olga's current situation, Aya sighed inwardly. Why? Angor looked at Aya. Aya hesitated for a while, and then said apologetically, Young master, I know that Olga maid went to the evil hunters, but Olga maid didn't want to tell anyone. She especially didn't want you to know. Why? Aya, she hoped to continue serving young master, but young master is already a transcendent, so she told me that only those with transcendent powers could help young master. But it's not easy to pass the test and become a demon hunter. You might even die. So she told me to keep it a secret. Even head maid Mana didn't know about Ori joining Sin Hunters. Aya and the young maid were the only ones who knew about it. Aya and Ori were good friends, so Ori told Aya about it as soon as possible. But the young maid was different. When everyone was afraid of the existence of the demon hunters, she was filled with passion and interest towards the demon hunters. She was determined to become a demon hunter and would often wander around the base of the demon hunters. It was only when she met Olga that she learned the truth. Aya forgot to tell her not to tell anyone about it. Angor nodded without saying anything. I understand. You may leave now. Aya and Ori nodded and left. After they left, Angor decided to use God's view to look for Ori. Finally, he found Ori on one of the airships. The airship was decorated with Sin Hunter's emblem, which meant it was a special airship for Sin Hunters. Ori was sitting inside the airship, wearing a soft armor. Compared to the timid Ori who used to wear maid clothes, Ori was now holding a long sword and looking quite heroic. Angor carefully observed Ori and saw that she had not only joined Sin Hunters but also fused with the evil creatures. Angor looked away. He respected Ori's choice. However, it was impossible for Ori to rely on the power of a demon hunter to help her. Still, Ori could help Freud a little since she was a demon hunter. After all, the power of the demon hunters was more local. If they were to unleash their full power, they would be stronger than the wizards of the Dream Wasteland. Angor took out the Mother Tree communicator and tried to contact Freud through the tree cluster. He saw several unread messages as soon as he turned on the Mother Tree communicator. Some of them were from Sunders and his brother Leon. Angor put them aside and contacted Freud. Freud was online. Is there anything I can help you with, my lord? Usually, Angor would come to him directly when he entered the Dream Wasteland, instead of using the intercom to contact him. Since it wasn't a big deal, Angor didn't plan to talk to Freud directly. Instead, he contacted the tree cluster and told Freud about Ori. Olga? Was she recruited after the expansion of the evil hunting group? Please wait for a moment, sir. I've talked to Night Saber. Ori has been training with the karmic hunters since before they started recruiting new members, so I'm sure she'll be fine. She's been training for a long time now. Due to the appearance of the pink fog of sin, the camp built by the evil hunters is in urgent need of new blood to guard it. A few days ago, Olga accepted the flying attribute number 013 evil creature of the Old Testament Sato and successfully fitted in. So this morning, she boarded the airship and was sent to the front line. Sir, should we return the airship and send someone else to replace Ori? No. Just keep an eye on her from time to time. I see, Freud said. Is there anything else, sir? Angor was going to ask Freud about the situation in the real world, but since Freud didn't tell him, it shouldn't be a problem. That's all. He quickly thought about Ori, who used to be his maidservant. Let's hope you live a better life than before. Angor murmured to himself in the quiet room with flickering lights. A moment later, Angor picked up the Mother Tree communicator again and checked the messages he received. Among them, the Mother Tree Network Development Group sent him some suggestions and ideas. Sure. Angor gave them a quick glance. Angor didn't think some of the ideas were useful. But he didn't reject them. The Mother Tree Network was still undergoing internal testing, so he could do whatever he wanted. It was a path that no one had ever walked before, so it wasn't a bad idea to let them hit a wall. Angor believed that John, who lived on Earth in the Age of Information Explosion, must have noticed the flaws in some of the ideas as well. But he didn't mention them, which meant he had the same idea as Angor. Angor checked the messages in the group again. He skipped over Leona's routine reports about the construction of the new city. Angor skipped over the other useless information as well. Finally, he looked at the messages left by his elder brother Leon and Sunders. Leon's messages weren't really meaningful. Apart from daily concerns, Leon mostly talked about his recent experience in challenging Sky Tower. Still, Leon was his brother, so Angor had to reply to him seriously even if Leon only sent him some meaningless pictures. Of course, Leon couldn't send him any pictures right now. He was already doing it, but it was still difficult to do so. After asking about Leon's condition, he looked at Sunders' message. I'm almost done with my research. Sumesh's condition is stabilizing, and he can accept the new authority. According to the time of your message, Sumesh will take over the new authority in 7 days. The message was sent yesterday, which meant there were still 5 days before Sumesh would take over the new authority. Since Sunders wasn't online, Angor only replied with a got it and didn't say anything else. Seeing that he had finished reading all the messages and replying to most of them, he decided to put away the Mother Tree communicator. But before he could do so, he received a new private message. Tree Spirit asked, "Are you there?" Angor was wondering how Tree Spirit knew that he was online. I know you're here. You just replied to the development team. He checked the tree beside him and saw Kudodo talking. Angor had already agreed to the new development plan, and everyone should start working on it as soon as possible. Tree Spirit was also among the trees, and he had clearly seen Kudu's words. Angor wasn't going to pretend that he wasn't online anyway. Besides, Tree Spirit already told him that he had to reply. I'm here. What do you need from me, Mr. Tree Spirit? Tree Spirit said, I do have something to tell you. As Tree Spirit explained, Angor got a general idea of the situation. 2 days ago, Wise Man Shildeen received a login device from Rain after signing a short-term confidentiality agreement. After entering the Dream Wasteland, Wise Man Shildeen was quite curious about this place. From various sources and his own speculations, Shildeen learned that the Dream Welk of the Moonlight Coast was the main source of the new city's wealth of rare materials. After learning about the Dream Welk's function, Shildeen had been looking for Angor for several days. He even went to Tree Spirit for help. Judging from Shildeen's attitude, he probably wants to borrow your Dream Welk to pull something into the Dream Wasteland, but I don't think that's the case, Tree Spirit said. If he really does come to you, you need to think carefully. As a matter of fact, several wizards had asked him to use the Dream Welk to bring something into the Dream Wasteland when he returned to Brute Cavern. Among them were Leona, Ness, Wallace, Dumadin, and so on. Tree Spirit didn't send any of them a private message. However, Tree Spirit paid close attention to Shildeen's request, which meant there was more to it than met the eye. Angor asked the question he had in mind. Tree Spirit continued, Shildeen looks like a light wizard, but he's actually an unscrupulous dark wizard. He's an extreme man who has no bottom line. Even wizards from Brute Cavern like us can't escape from his traps. You need to know what he's asking you. In other words, Tree Spirit believed that Shildeen was trying to trick Angor. I understand. Angor didn't know much about Wise Man Shildeen. He only knew that Shildeen was Blackjack's teacher. However, Shildeen only took Blackjack as a student because of Blackjack's knowledge of runes. Sunders also warned Angor to stay away from Shildeen as much as possible. Now that Tree Spirit sent him a warning, Angor wouldn't ignore it. I'm glad you understand. I'll go check how they're working on the Mother Tree Network, Tree Spirit said. Tree Spirit was about to switch to the neighboring trees when Angor sent him another message. Mr. Tree Spirit, do you know how to survive the void storm? What did you just say? Survive the void storm? He was about to reply yes when Tree Spirit sent him a second message. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Even though Tree Spirit's words were plain and emotionless, Angor could still sense the doubt in Tree Spirit's voice. Is there really no way to survive the void storm? Tree Spirit saw Angor's question and knew that Angor really wanted to know the answer. Tree Spirit considered for a moment and replied, even rain and I have no choice but to retreat in the face of a void storm. I can't think of any way. Unless you have a space-type item that can reduce the risk of space collapsing, and it has to be a legendary grade item or above. Perhaps you can survive in the nether storm for a short period of time. Or maybe you have a mystery item that can ignore the property of space. But I've never heard of such a thing in Quolo's records. Don't think too much about it. On the first floor of Rose Aquarium. After replying, Tree Spirit wondered why Angor asked such a question out of the blue. Could it be that he's trapped in the void storm? If so, he shouldn't have the time to log into the Dream Wasteland, right? And he even had the time to talk to the development team about the latest update. That doesn't look like he's trapped in a void storm. While Tree Spirit was pondering, the door of Rose Aquarium was pushed open and Iron Granny walked in. Following behind her was a blue raccoon cat, Yuku. Tree Spirit looked up. Didn't you go to DeMartin's place to pick up the other two? Why is Yuku alone? Where's the traveling frog? Tree Spirit thought of something and frowned. Could it be that DeMartin has destroyed the traveling frog? DeMartin sure is reckless. It's only the first day of his research, and he already destroyed an elemental creature. Didn't he promise Angor? What are you talking about? The frog is fine. It just didn't come back with me. Huh? The frog didn't come back? Iron Granny nodded and looked at Yuku. You explain it to him. Yuli had been following Iron Granny around for the past few days. Compared to the others, Yuli trusted Iron Granny more. Not to mention, today was the first time they were going to DeMartin's lab. Iron Granny even came to pick them up. That was why Yuku didn't refuse when Iron Granny asked it to speak. After all, the traveling frog couldn't speak yet, so he could only rely on it to translate its meaning. Yuli said, the traveling frog said that it plans to travel alone before going to Sir Dimiton's place next time. Travel? Tree Spirit was stunned. It's really ambitious. Yuli said, the meaning of a traveling frog's life is to travel around. They rarely stop. That's why they're called traveling frogs. Tree Spirit was enlightened. Is that so? Yuli returned to Iron Granny's side. Iron Granny walked to the side and took a cup of fresh rose tea and an exquisite tea set. She sat down in front of Tree Spirit. Iron Granny asked while mixing the tea. I heard you mention something about a void storm. What's that about? Tree Spirit sighed and shook his head. It's not me. It's Angor. Before he could finish his sentence, Tree Spirit saw a new message pop up on the Mother Tree's interconnect device. While explaining to Iron Granny, Tree Spirit checked Angor's message. It was still a question related to the void storm. Then is there any way to use something similar to teleportation to pass through the void storm? Since Tree Spirit didn't hide the message, Iron Granny saw it as well. Why did he suddenly mention something about the void storm? Iron Granny frowned. Tree Spirit shook his head. Who knows? Tree Spirit told Angor that teleportation couldn't be used in the void storm. The void storm was caused by the collapse of space. If space itself was already collapsing, there was no way to teleport through it. Iron Granny looked at Yuli and asked, do you see void storms often at your place? Both Angor and Yuli never talked about their backgrounds. However, wizards like Iron Granny had a general idea about Yuli's background. After all, the disappearance of elements at the marginalized island was well known in the wizarding world. It was just that they didn't know much about it. Yuli understood that Iron Granny was asking if there was a void storm in the tidal realm. Yuli hesitated and asked, what is a void storm? Iron Granny gave a simple explanation. Yuli shook her head. Nothing like that. Besides, I've never heard of anyone who can travel through the void storm. Iron Granny understood that Yuli really didn't know anything about the void storm. She looked at Tree Spirit and asked, any news from Angor? Tree Spirit looked down. He's here. He sent me another question, and it's about Void Storm again. Why do I feel like he's fighting against void storms? Tree Spirit placed the device in front of Iron Granny. Iron Granny saw Angwar's question clearly displayed on the screen. Then, if you reach the legendary rank, can you survive in the void storm? Iron Granny asked in a low voice. Legendary? Did he run into a legendary creature? Tree Spirit was also curious, so he sent a message and asked, "What do you mean by legendary?" "Something like a legendary nature wizard," Angwar replied quickly. A nature wizard was an elementalist who specialized in wood arts. Tree Spirit and Iron Granny didn't think Angwar was talking about a nature wizard. But when they thought about Angwar's current location, they had an idea. Iron Granny, could it be a legendary level wood creature? No way. Tree Spirit couldn't believe it. But when he thought about Angwar's current location, Tree Spirit hesitated. Is there really such a creature? Both of them looked at Yuli, who remained silent. Iron Granny and Tree Spirit both knew that Yuli didn't want to talk about the tidal realm. Yuli was a tight-lipped person. She wouldn't talk about it even if they forced her. However, if Angwar really did run into a legendary wood creature, it would be very dangerous for him. Answer him. This time, you need to know what happened to Angwar, and whether he needs our help or not, Iron Granny said. They didn't ask Angwar about the details not because they didn't want to, but because they respected Angwar's decision. But now that a legendary creature was involved, they couldn't sit still anymore. If you're talking about a nature wizard with legendary wood abilities, Tree Spirit replied quickly. Then I can tell you clearly that it's still very difficult to survive in the Nether Storm. Only legendary wizards who have a deep understanding of space can enter the Nether Storm. Brood Cavern didn't have any legendary wizards now, but it had produced many of them in the past. Tree Spirit had lived for a long time and met many legendary wizards. Therefore, he wasn't a stranger to the power of legendary wizards. Generally speaking, only mystical space sorcerers have a way to stay in the Nether Storm for a short period of time. Others can't. What's going on your side? Why are you so interested in the Void Storm? Could it be that you're trapped in the Void Storm? Are there any legendary creatures around you? Tree Spirit waited for a while before he received a reply. I'm fine. I'm not trapped in a Void Storm. I just found the coordinates of a treasure, and there's a Void Storm there, so I want to know if there's a way to get inside. I don't see any legendary creatures around me, but there's a half-legendary creature. It's a little complicated. I'll tell you later. Angwar noticed Tree Spirit's concern and sent another message. Don't worry. It doesn't mean any harm. Even if it does, I'll find a way to get out. After reading Angwar's reply, Tree Spirit and Iron Granny decided to trust Angwar's judgment. After all, Angwar wouldn't have come to the Dream Wasteland if he really had something urgent to do. It was a good thing that he didn't run into any legendary creatures. Still, a half-legendary creature was still quite scary. Where did Angwar go? How did he run into a half-legendary creature so easily? Tree Spirit mumbled. Considering the current situation in the southern wizarding region, half-legendary creatures were already at the top of the pyramid, including Rain, Monchi, and Poseidon. It wasn't easy to run into such creatures in the wizarding world. Angwar said he's fine, but I'll tell Rain about it. Iron Granny stood up. I'm going back to the real world to help Rain guard the ruins. Iron Granny then gestured for Yuli to go play by herself. She then slowly disappeared from sight. Tree Spirit sent another message. Be careful. If there's really a treasure inside the Void Storm, don't worry about it. Just ask me if you need help. Okay, Angwar replied, and their brief conversation ended. Inside Pat Manor, Foundation City. Angwar put down the device and tried to recall Tree Spirit's words. He believed that Tree Spirit wouldn't lie to him, but what Tree Spirit told him was completely different from what he expected. He always thought that the solution phone left behind for him was Naimetsue. As long as Naimetsue became a legendary creature, she could easily take him into the Void Storm and retrieve the treasure. In this way, this game that involved 3 different worlds could be put to a perfect end. However, Tree Spirit's words shattered Angwar's fantasy. Even if a nature sorcerer were to advance to legend, it would be impossible for them to survive in a Void Storm. Not to mention an elemental creature, who only had limited abilities and limited knowledge. Even if Naimatsue became a legendary creature, she still couldn't enter the Void Storm. In other words, Naimatsue's breakthrough had nothing to do with entering the Void Storm. So, how should he solve this problem? Angor couldn't figure it out. If this was Fang's plan, there had to be a way out. It wasn't hard to find the cause in the game after learning the effect. But in the end, the most likely scenario didn't seem right. He thought for a while and came to a conclusion that there were only 3 possible reasons for this. The first was that there was something else he didn't know yet. Perhaps it was an external condition to break through the Void Storm. The second possibility was that Fang's plan didn't end here. Perhaps there was another new game that would allow him to break through the Void Storm. For example, to open the treasure, he had to clear the ice abyss and obtain the Argus secret key. Without the key, he wouldn't be able to find the treasure even if he entered the tidal realm. Similarly, he wouldn't be able to break through the Void Storm without meeting a certain condition. The third possibility was the birth of the Void Storm. Even Feng did not expect this. It was completely unexpected. Angor didn't have a clear preference for any of the 3 possibilities. All of them were possible. However, the last 2 possibilities, whether they were new or unexpected, could all be summed up in one sentence: he couldn't figure it out or solve it in the near future. Therefore, he decided to put the last 2 aside for now and focus on the first one. Perhaps there was something he overlooked in this game. He thought about what Tree Spirit told him when he first asked about it. You need a legendary space storage or some kind of mystery item to break through the Void Storm. At that time, Tree Spirit had only casually suggested it because in his opinion, it was simply impossible. But what if it was the correct answer? Maybe Feng left something like that somewhere in the tidal realm, and Angor just didn't notice it. Angor followed this train of thought. Where would Feng leave something like that? In the tidal realm, the only creatures who were close to Feng were Gentle Wind Uranus, Frosty Azure, and Namaquai. If Feng really left something behind, he probably left it in the hands of these 3 elemental creatures. Angor believed that it was Namaquai. After all, Namaquai was the most important elemental creature to find the treasure. Just like the ice ring Feng left for Frosty Azure, Angor assumed that Feng also gave something to Namaquai, but Namaquai didn't know what it was and thought it was just an ordinary item. Was it the key to breaking through the barrier? Angor began to imagine all kinds of possibilities. In the end, he decided to go see Namaquai and ask her if she really had something like that. If she didn't, he would have to keep looking. If worse came to worst, he would have to search through White Cloud Village, Mariah Ice Mountain, and Verdant Forest. With that in mind, he left the Dream Wasteland and prepared to meet Namaquai. Inside the Rose Aquarium, Rain's figure slowly became clearer. Iron Granny told Rain about Angor's conversation with Tree Spirit, and Rain immediately logged on to check what was going on. Compared to Iron Granny and Tree Spirit, Rain was more worried about Angor. Angor was one of the most important people in Brute Cavern. If something happened to Angor, Brute Cavern's future plans would be ruined. Rain already guessed that Angor went to a place filled with elemental creatures. However, Rain never thought that there would be an elemental creature stronger than level 2 Truthfinder, let alone a half-legendary one. Rain was still worried about Angor's safety even though Angor claimed that he would be fine. After all, only those who had reached such a level would know how terrifying it was. Rain really hoped that Angor would leave as soon as possible. However, when Rain entered the Dream Wasteland, Angor had already logged off. Angor didn't know that Rain was looking for him. After leaving the Dream Wasteland, he planned to leave the Vine House and look for nether floats left behind by Namatsue. He pushed open the vine-covered door and walked out. What he saw in front of him was a surging sea of clouds, and vines and flowers dotted the sea of clouds. He quickly found the flower of nether float among all the other flowers because it was quite eye-catching. It was a blue, rootless flower that looked weak and fragile. It swayed gently in the wind as if it would be torn apart by the chilly wind at any moment. The flower of nether floats floated up and down in the wind. However, no matter how strong the wind was, the flower of nether floats didn't get blown away from the sea of flowers. Angor easily approached the flower of nether floats and reached out his hand to touch it. However, it was at this moment that a strange feeling suddenly came from within. It was as if someone was secretly watching him from behind, and that secretly peeping gaze made the skin on his back tighten. Angor quickly turned around and didn't see anything behind him. That feeling of being watched also disappeared the moment he turned his head. He looked around but didn't see any traces of living creatures. There were only blooming flowers. Their withered petals were blown by the wind, dancing in the air like snow. Again. Angor frowned. This was the third time he felt being watched since he left White Cloud Sea. The first 2 times in the outside world were fine, but now in the core area of the Azure Forest, he actually felt like he was being watched. One had to know that the aura here was extremely terrifying. To be able to spy on them even in this kind of pressure, who could the other party be? Or could it be that Chiobig was right and the one who was secretly spying on him was actually Naimeitsue? But if it was Naimeitsue, what reason did it have to spy on him? Moreover, he was now on top of the vine tower made by Naimeitsue. The entire vine tower could be Naimeitsue's eyes. Why would it need to spy on him secretly? After a while, he took a deep breath and turned his back to the vine house. Several minutes later, when he didn't feel being spied on, he reached out a hand and touched the flower of nether float. As soon as he touched the flower, a faint glow emerged from the petals. These light spots looked like blue fireflies. They floated in the air and quickly flew toward a certain direction. Angor assumed that these light spots were like the sparks in the fire zone and the sand in Tusk Desert, which were used to transmit information. About 5 minutes later, Angor heard a rustling sound coming from the wind. When he looked back, he saw a small green snake carrying a bunch of blooming flowers slowly slithering up from the clouds and stopped right in front of him. "Do you need something from me?" Naimeitsue stared at Angor with her golden eyes. Angor nodded. "There is something I need your help with, Mr. Naimeitsue." Angor told Naimeitsue his theory. "You think Mr. Feng's item might have a way to break through the void storm?" Naimeitsue asked. "Yes. If Mr. Feng predicted the void storm, then there must be a solution." Naimeitsue spoke in a plain tone. "Your theory might be reasonable. But I can tell you for sure that Mr. Feng did not leave anything behind while he was staying in Xian Forest." Angor was a little surprised. In his mind, Feng left Uranus a secret hut and a bunch of paintings in White Cloud Village, and a unique ice ring in Maria Iceberg for Frosty Ethel. So, he should have left something behind for Naimeitsue as well. This wasn't what he expected. Naimeitsue continued, "I'm not sure. Actually, Mr. Feng did leave something behind." Angor looked at Naimeitsue expectantly. "But you've already seen what he left. The painting in the vine hut, and the knowledge he taught me. Other than that, there is nothing else." Angor already checked the painting in the vine hut carefully. Apart from the fact that it was used as a portal to travel to the void, he didn't find anything else. If Naimeitsue knew how to travel through the void, she wouldn't hide it from him. In other words, there was no hope for him. "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way," Naimeitsue said. With that, Naimeitsue turned to leave. But Angor stopped her. "Miss Naimeitsue, the Lost Forest is within your aura field. You should be able to sense anything that happens in the forest, right?" Naimeitsue replied, "Usually, I won't notice anything unless there's a huge energy fluctuation or something that attracts my attention. I usually don't pay attention to anything that happens in the Lost Forest." "Can you sense the strange energy waves?" Naimeitsue said, "That depends on what kind of abnormal wave it is." Under Naimeitsue's gaze, Angor told Naimeitsue about how he was spied on. Naimeitsue didn't respond right away. Instead, she wriggled her serpentine body and approached the flower of nether float. "Come back." As the petals scattered, the flower of nether float slowly descended from the sky under Naimeitsue's call. It finally landed on Naimeitsue's head. It looked like a flower crown that took root on Naimeitsue's head. After putting on the crown, Naimeitsue remained silent for a long time, as if she was trying to sense something. Several minutes later, Naimeitsue snapped out of her daze and tossed a blue petal into Angor's hand. At the same time, Angor saw a scene in his mind. It was the scene where he sensed someone watching him when he stepped out of the vine house, approached the flower of nether float, and quickly turned around. "Is this the scene you're talking about?" Naimeitsue asked. Angor nodded. "Yes." "Does the flower of nether float have a recording function?" Naimeitsue nodded and fell into deep thought. While Naimeitsue was thinking, Angor's mind was also wandering. Maitsue told Angor that the flower of nether float had the ability to record images, which lowered Angor's suspicion of Maitsue. Since the flower of nether float could record images, there was no reason for Maitsue to spy on him. More importantly, Angor had been feeling this way for several times already. The first 2 times were at the Sea of Gentle Waves, and the second time was at the Nameless Land. Both places were quite far away from Xian Forest. Both Ygritte and Palisania told Angor that Maitsue never stepped out of the Lost Forest. Even if Maitsue was a half-legendary, she would not be able to keep her eyes on someone who was thousands of kilometers away from her. Besides, Angor could not figure out why Maitsue was spying on him. If it was really Maitsue, it might make sense. But Maitsue was already in the Lost Forest, and she was still spying on him. Something was wrong. Therefore, Angor believed that Maitsue was not the one who was spying on him. Now that Maitsue was out of the picture, he began to look forward to Maitsue's reaction. He wanted to know what kind of answer she would give. Would it be able to discover the spies hiding in the dark? Several minutes later, Maitsue slowly looked up. I didn't sense anyone spying on you through the flower of nether float. Huh? Maitsue saw Angor's puzzled expression and explained, the flower of nether float is one of my abilities. It's an extension of my senses. You can think of it as the flower of nether float containing all of my senses, including touch, smell, sight, and perception. Through the flower of nether float, I can feel what it went through, and I can also immerse myself in the experience. Maitsue waved her tail again so that Angor could understand. The blue flower petal in Angor's hand turned into countless light spots that surrounded Angor. Inside the light spots, Angor felt as if he had returned to 10 minutes ago. However, his perspective changed. He was now looking at the flower of nether float that was floating in the air. Through the flower's perspective, Angor saw the vine house being pushed open. Angor walked out of the house and stood in front of the flower of nether float. The whole process, including the direction of the wind, the sound of Angor's robe being blown by the wind, and the faint fragrance of flowers in the air, were all reproduced in Angor's mind. Also, the flower of nether float's special ability enhanced certain senses, especially senses, which were stronger than Angor's own, allowing him to pick up more information. It didn't look like Angor's memory at all. Instead, it looked more like the full sensory immersion technology that John mentioned was still being developed back on Earth. Using the flower of nether float's perspective, Angor once again experienced what happened. However, just as Maitsue said, Angor quickly turned around to look for the one who was watching them in the dark. At that time, the flower of serene float did not sense anything unusual. The wind didn't change, and the fragrance in the air didn't get affected. Everything was perfectly normal. The only abnormal thing was Angor. Like a persecuted patient, Angor kept looking back and forth. From the flower of nether float's perspective, Angor really didn't look normal at all. After going through the flower of nether float, the light spots around Angor's body slowly disappeared. Maitsue reappeared in front of him. Do you understand now? In my perception, I didn't find anything wrong. Are you sure you're being spied on? If it was before, Angor wouldn't feel good about being doubted by Maitsue. But after going through the flower of nether float's perspective, Angor began to understand Maitsue's reaction. He did look strange to other people. I don't need to lie. I did sense someone spying on me, Angor said, and it's not the first time. Angor didn't mention the previous 2 incidents because he suspected Maitsue to be the spies. Now that Maitsue wasn't a suspect, he began to talk about his previous experience. Maitsue was also confused. Apart from you and your bird, the other elemental creatures didn't sense anything? Angor nodded. Toby only sensed it on the second try. And the second time, he didn't sense anything strange. Maybe it's some kind of curse of the evil eye? Maitsue asked. Maitsue once heard Mr. Feng talking about some undead abilities, including the curse of the evil eye. This kind of curse was also described in some horror stories. It would make people feel like they were being watched in the dark from time to time. This feeling of being watched in the dark would slowly accumulate, and eventually, it could even drive people crazy. I have some items that can help me detect negative effects. I'm sure I'm not being cursed. And the curse of the evil eye doesn't work on me. The curse of the evil eye was the weakest undead ability. It couldn't kill people directly. Even mortals who were affected by the curse of the evil eye would be fine. As long as they weren't too worried. Not to mention Angor. If it's not a curse, then the spies are only targeting you and your bird. Toby. Maybe it's some kind of special visual ability that can only be detected by the spies? Naimatsue asked. The purpose of spying is to make sure the spies can't see you. But if both of you can sense what they're looking at, they don't need to use this trick. According to our analysis, it's fast and stealthy. Maybe it's a powerful elemental creature with special abilities? Angor asked. Naimatsue shook her head. No, they're not. If there's such a thing among elemental creatures, I'll know. Also, according to what you said, the spies are already at the center of the Lost Forest. I was training in seclusion before, so I couldn't sense the outside world. But now, I'm not training. I can easily sense any strange elemental energy that shows up in the forest. I can tell you for sure that no strange elemental energy showed up in the forest after you entered. As the uncrowned ruler of Tidal Realm, Angor trusted Naimatsue's judgment. But if it's not an elemental creature, then who could it be? Did an extraterrestrial creature really come to Tidal Realm? For thousands of years, there hadn't been any visitors to the Tide Realm. Yet, after he entered, there was already a living being from the outside world? Was it really a coincidence? Or did the intruder follow him here? While Angor was still wondering, Naimatsue spoke again. Instead of guessing who it is, let's keep looking for clues and see where it's hiding. If it's really here, and it's spying on you, it must have left some clues behind. Naimatsue didn't know if there was such a thing as perfect concealment. However, if Angor could sense the intruder's presence, it meant the intruder wasn't perfectly hidden. There might even be a huge flaw. Finding clues might help him break through this predicament. As for guessing the intruder's identity? He would know once he caught the intruder. Naimatsue considered and once again immersed herself in the memory of the flower of nether float. This time, Naimatsue pulled Angor into the memory as well. Angor kept looking at the Angor in the memory and suddenly turned around as if he was possessed. But Naimatsue didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she replayed the memory over and over again. It seemed she wanted to catch the intruder even more than Angor did. This was understandable. If the intruder really existed and came to the Lost Forest to spy on Angor, it would be trespassing on Naimatsue's territory. Naimatsue had lived in the Lost Forest for so many years that she had a stronger sense of territory compared to other elemental creatures. Of course she wouldn't be happy about the intruder. After replaying the memory countless times, Naimatsue slowly said, "The flower of nether float's senses are my senses. Within the range of the Lost Forest, there are very few things that can hide from my perception. Even if it's just their aura, I'll be able to sense it. But it's strange. I tried to find the intruder from every angle, but I couldn't find it." Naimatsue stared at Angor and asked again, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Clearly, Naimatsue was still doubting whether Angor was telling the truth. "I'm sure someone is watching us from the shadows." Naimatsue gave Angor a thoughtful look. "If what you said is true, then there's only one possibility." "What?" "The intruder isn't here." Seeing Angor's doubtful expression, Naimatsue explained, "I've checked several times. There's no trace of that person's aura here, and the flower of nether float is also fine. So I'm sure that person isn't here." Actually, there was another possibility, which was that the spies had the ability to hide from the flower of nether float. If that was of course, the intruder must be at least a legendary. If it was really at the legendary level, then there was no need to discuss it. If the intruder isn't here, Matsue's intruder, Naimatsue still shook her head. Even if it's a long-distance investigation, there must be a source of fluctuations. But that is, the intruders, I can't. Then what is it? Angor muttered. If I can't find the intruder, it's very likely that the intruder is not in this world. Angor frowned. Not in this world? That meant the intruder was watching from another world. The only one he could think of was Shava from the Nightmare Realm. But he was quite familiar with Shava's behavior. She wouldn't do something like this, and even if she did, Angor wouldn't notice it. Also, the intruder didn't feel like Shava. But if it wasn't Shava, who else could have done it? Moreover, To be able to spy across realms, one had to be at least at the legendary level, right? Na-Metsue seemed to have read Angor's mind. The intruder doesn't have to be from two different worlds. Maybe it's from one world. If it's from one world, the intruder doesn't need to be a legendary. They can do it with some special means. How can a world? Angor was about to say something, but before he could finish, an idea flashed in his mind. You're saying the intruder is watching from the void? If he were to spy from the void, then it would indeed be a matter of two different worlds. Yes. Na-Metsue nodded without hesitation. But I don't think it's possible to do that even if we're in the void. If the other party is in the space corresponding to the tidal realm, or to be more specific, if the other party is in the space corresponding to your location, then the other party doesn't even need to be too powerful. All they need to do is strengthen their senses to detect you in the tidal realm. Na-Metsue's words were not without reason. If Angor wanted to return to the real world from the void, the first thing he would do would be to sense the coordinates between the real world and the void, which would be the location where he entered the void. If his senses were sharper, he would be able to sense the real world behind the coordinates. But he couldn't do that yet. He could only barely sense the coordinates. But if he became a truth-finder wizard or trained his spatial senses, it wouldn't be hard for him to do that. Angor considered for a moment. It's possible, but it won't be easy. More importantly, the intruder must know where I am in the real world. If he was being watched from somewhere else, Angor could say that there was a mole among Cub Big and Dangros, who secretly told the intruder his exact location. But they were in the Lost Forest. Only Na-Metsue and Palisanya knew where Angor was. Na-Metsue was no longer a suspect. As for Palisanya, even if it could go to the void, it wouldn't be able to locate Angor's location. This wasn't the first time they were being watched. The first time, Palisanya was still in Xian Forest, so it couldn't do that. How to find your current location is a problem. Na-Metsue continued, but it's just a guess. As for whether it's correct, we can go to the void and check. Maybe we can find some clues there. If the intruder did find some clues, they would know how to find Angor's location. As for how, they could figure it out later. Alright, let's go to the void. Angor nodded. The more he thought about it, the more confused he got. He had to check it out first. Next, he waited for Na-Metsue to open up a portal. But Na-Metsue didn't do anything. She just stared at Angor in silence. Time ticked by. When the wind blew the petals away twice, Na-Metsue finally broke the silence. I can't open a portal. With Na-Metsue's strength, she might be able to use all her strength to forcibly tear open the void and form a distorted void crack. However, it wouldn't be too big, and it would be very dangerous. Even Na-Metsue couldn't enter it. As for creating a stable space tunnel, Na-Metsue couldn't do it. Even if Feng Bui taught her how to do it, she still couldn't do it without mana. If Na-Metsue wanted to go to the void, she had to go through the passage in the painting. However, the painting didn't correspond to their current location, so Angor still couldn't figure out how to do it. Angor cleared his throat. I'll do it for you then. The first thing Angor learned after becoming a wizard was how to enter a void. It was important for him to escape. Since he wasn't in a hurry and didn't run into any danger, he didn't need to use any precious materials to open a plain passageway. He only needed to build a model and create a portal that led to his current location. The process took about 2 minutes. An ancient-looking door of light appeared in front of Angor. Angor and Na-Metsue stepped through the door together. Behind the door was a vast, dark void. This is the space corresponding to the cloud flower field, Angor said. Angor was on high alert when he entered the void, fearing that Na-Metsue's words might be true. However, he didn't find any hidden creatures within the range of his senses. There was no void storm like the one in the treasure trove either. Everything looked the same as other voids. Silence, darkness, and nothingness. It was as if everything was in chaos. Angor looked at Na-Metsue. He wanted to ask if she was wrong. However, he noticed that Na-Metsue's golden snake eyes were covered by a faint green light. The green light turned into mottled specks of light that slowly merged with the darkness around them. Angor knew that Na-Metsue was trying to sense their surroundings. He waited quietly without disturbing her. After a while, Nametsue finally opened her eyes. Angor didn't see any emotion in Nametsue's eyes. When he thought Nametsue didn't notice anything, Nametsue said, "There are traces of something unusual." Something unusual? Surprised, Angor followed Nametsue to a certain location. Under Nametsue's guidance, he carefully sensed the traces in the area. However, Angor wasn't as sensitive as Nametsue. He didn't find anything unusual. However, he sensed something between his eyebrows. His intuition told him that there was something wrong with the space ripple. His intuition couldn't prove it, but at least he knew that Nametsue was telling the truth. Something was wrong here. "Can you tell what's going on?" Angor asked. Nametsue shook her head. "Even if there are traces left, they're almost gone now. I can't tell what happened. And I can't tell what's going on." Because there really was a strange trace in the void, Nametsue also believed that there really was someone spying on them. Angor looked a little disappointed. "I'm sure he's not here anymore. It's too easy to hide a creature in the endless void. In other words, it would be very difficult to find the intruder now." Nametsue considered for a moment. "There's a way." Angor quickly looked at Nametsue. "Nametsue, I don't know what the spy's goal is, but since they've been spying on you so many times, they must have a way to lock onto your position in the tidal realm, and their target must be you. Do you think he'll give up now? He's been watching you 3 times already. Will there be a 4th time?" Nametsue didn't say anything, but Angor already knew what she was trying to say. Nametsue said, "I will hide a flower of nether float here. What you need to do is to stay near the vine house for a short period of time until the spies come for the 4th time." The previous 3 intruders had too many variables that he couldn't control. However, if there was a 4th time in the future, when he already knew that the intruder was hiding in the void and was on guard, he could reduce the number of possible variables to reduce the scope of the intruder. He could even find and lock onto the intruder. As long as Angor stayed close to the vine house, he would be able to control the intruder's location. Nametsue also left a serene flow in the void to record the intruder's location. As long as he could control the intruder's location, it would only be a matter of time before he found the intruder. That's if the intruder comes for the 4th time. "Do you want to give it a try?" Nametsue looked at Angor. Angor considered for a moment and nodded. "I'll give it a try." He was planning to stay in the vine house for a while longer to figure out a way to break through the void storm and get to the treasure trove. Since there was no conflict between the intruder and the intruder, he could work on both of them at the same time. Even if the intruder didn't come for the 4th time, it wouldn't take too much time either. Besides, Angor believed that the intruder wouldn't stop all of a sudden. Unless the intruder could find the hidden serene flow. "As long as I try to hide it, the serene flow won't be discovered so easily." Nametsue waved her green tail, and a serene flow floated out of it. Angor didn't know what Nametsue did, but the serene flow began to dim as if it was being corroded by darkness. In the end, it slowly melted into the void and disappeared. When the serene flow disappeared, Angor quickly tried to sense it. Nametsue was right. He couldn't sense the flower of ethereal floats anymore. Even Elmi couldn't detect it when he switched to the wood element. The intruder has to be at least a legendary creature to find the serene flow. You won't be able to do anything against a legendary creature. Nametsue continued, "Still, I don't think the intruder is as strong as a legendary creature. There's no need for it to spy on you so many times." For the next few days, Angor stayed in the vine house without going anywhere. He didn't leave, but he asked Toby to go to the Lost Forest once to deliver a message to Lobel and his other pets, telling them to stay in Cyan Forest and wait for his return. When Toby returned, he also brought a reply from Lobel and the others. Lobel and the other wind creatures didn't complain at all. Even Cubbig was waiting outside. Dankros, on the other hand, kept complaining that he wanted to enter the Lost Forest. Angor didn't care. He just treated it as a naughty brat's whims. Apart from asking Toby to deliver the message, Angor spent most of his time thinking. He had been thinking about whether there was any way to bypass the void storm and go to the treasure trove to take a look. Even if he could only see it from afar, he still didn't know if the treasure location was still there. If it was still there, he could at least calm down. If the treasure trove had already been destroyed by the void storm, he could still leave as soon as possible. However, he couldn't come up with a solution no matter how hard he tried. Let alone stepping into the void storm, he couldn't even send his spirit power into it. Time flew by as Angor racked his brain. 3 days later, it was a clear night. Angor was still sitting in front of the oil painting like a statue. All kinds of thoughts were flying around in his mind. Unconstrained ideas kept circling around in his mind, but no matter how novel and jumpy they were, in the face of the void storm that was as steady as a mountain, they were like a gust of wind that was scattered before it could even blow. They were completely ineffective. Angor rubbed his swollen temples. Is there really no other way? There was no external cause, and there was no inner meaning. The void storm was like an endless rift valley lying in front of them that they could never cross. Angor even began to wonder if the void storm was a fish that escaped the net in the game of fate. Did Feng not foresee the appearance of the void storm? Angor felt frustrated, helpless, and confused. Ugh. Angor sighed when he failed to solve the puzzle again. He felt like he had sighed more in the past few days than he did in a whole year. At this moment, gusts of cold wind blew gently into the house from the cracks in the wall that were woven by vines. The gentle moonlight was also torn apart by the cracks in the vines, scattering mottled light all over the room. Angor shivered in the cold wind, which cleared his mind a little. He thought about it for a while. Since he couldn't think of any answer for the time being, he might as well go out and get some fresh air instead of sitting here and sighing helplessly. With that in mind, Angor stood up, pushed open the creaky vine door, and walked out along the thick vines. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw thousands of clouds under the night sky in the distance. Along with the night wind, the clouds rushed toward him from afar like a rushing tide. In the blink of an eye, the originally clear garden at the top of the vine tower was covered by the appropriate amount of fog. Once again, the beautiful cloud garden was formed. Toby, who was dozing off in Angor's pocket, was also woken up by the sudden cold wind outside. The bird looked at the tide-like clouds and chirped in excitement. It flapped its wings and flew back and forth among the rolling clouds. The clouds covered the ground, and the sky was filled with stars. While Toby was attracted by the beautiful scenery, Angor leaned against the door and looked at the real tip of the vine tower. Behind the vine house, there was a slender vine that was 3 meters taller than the roof. The emerald green vine was now tightly bound by an emerald green snake. If not for the snake's raised head, it would be impossible to tell that there was a snake there just by looking at the color. It was as if they had merged into one. The green snake was Nametsue, no doubt. During the 3 days Angor stayed in the vine house, Nametsue came 3 times as well. Each time, it would come at night and leave in the morning. She did not disturb Angor. Instead, she coiled around the top of the vine tower and looked up at the starry sky. Just like the first time they met, he looked up at the starry sky. Angor didn't know why Nametsue liked to look at the sky so much. Maybe it was just like what the snake said. When looking at the vast sky, one would feel more insignificant and want to get rid of their insignificance. This was what motivated Nametsue to train day after day. Angor looked at Nametsue quietly while thinking about the difference between insignificance and greatness. Meanwhile, the snake looked up at the starry sky. The silence lasted for a long time. Angor didn't say goodbye to Nametsue. When he felt a little better, he planned to return to the vine house and think about other ways to enter the void storm. Before entering the vine house, Angor glanced at Toby, who was still in the distance. He was going to ask if Toby wanted to play or come back with him. But what he saw made him frown. Toby was wearing a pure white lace nightgown, moving through the clouds like a little elf. But at a certain moment, Toby suddenly froze. He looked hesitantly in a certain direction, his eyes flashing with a familiar confusion. Angor noticed Toby's strange look. He knew Toby like the back of his hand, so he knew something was wrong. She followed Toby's line of sight, but there was nothing but a cloud of mist. While Angor was wondering what was going on, a non-existent line of sight quietly fell on him. The Watcher is here. Angor quickly realized what was going on. He had been waiting for the creature hiding in the dark to spy on him for the 4th time, and it had finally come. Judging from Toby's condition, the Watcher must have been looking at Toby first. It didn't look at him until Angor looked away. Otherwise, Angor wouldn't have sensed it at all. Angor reacted quickly and violently the previous times. But this time, he calmed down a lot and didn't do anything. His eyes were as calm as ever, as if nothing was wrong. However, hidden under the calm surface was a series of hidden sounds. Since Angor was leaning against the door, he naturally used the vine house as a medium to release a message. While no one else noticed it, Na-Mei-Tsue, the creator and owner of the Vine Tower, sensed it immediately. Na-Mei-Tsue didn't do anything too drastic. She simply looked at the same spot where Angor and Toby were looking at. However, Na-Mei-Tsue didn't see anything as far as she could see, as if she had returned to her previous experience in the Flower of Nether float. The tiny spores in the air didn't tell her anything either. Since there was no trace of it in reality, there was no doubt that the peeper was looking from that direction, but in reality, its position was in the void corresponding to that direction. Na-Mei-Tsue lowered her head and sent a tiny ripple back to Angor, who was leaning on the door through the vine. Na-Mei-Tsue was telling Angor that the operation had begun. Without any hesitation, Angor quickly released the spell he had prepared. An ancient-looking door of light appeared in front of him. Angor sensed that the Watcher's line of sight on him was slightly disturbed. The Watcher must have noticed that Angor's door led to the void. The Watcher quickly looked away from Angor. However, Angor didn't care about such details. Using Spirit Whisper and the sequence of gravity, he dashed into the door like a bolt of lightning. Na-Mei-Tsue, who was coiled on top of the vine tower, also turned into a dashing arrow and followed Angor into the door. After a brief moment of weightlessness, Angor and Na-Mei-Tsue both appeared in the dark void. However, when she stopped, Na-Mei-Tsue looked around and found that the hidden person had disappeared. However, the energy ripples in the air were clearly visible. This time, Na-Mei-Tsue wasn't the only one who sensed it. Even Angor sensed it. He was here. But he ran really fast. Na-Mei-Tsue already extended her senses far away and still couldn't find any trace of the Watcher. It was obvious that the Watcher had already escaped after noticing the door. Since Angor planned this beforehand, it only took about 1 second for the Watcher to enter the door and travel through the void. Not only did the Watcher realize what was going on, but he also escaped from Na-Mei-Tsue's detection range. It was obvious that the Watcher was incredibly fast. Maybe he was even faster than the wind creature called Thuporio that Azurt taught him. If that was the case, it would be very difficult to catch him. As Na-Mei-Tsue sighed in her mind, she noticed that Angor was also frowning. It seemed that he was also disappointed about not being able to catch the Watcher. Although the other party ran very fast, this time, at least we can know who he is. Na-Mei-Tsue tried to comfort Angor. She could sense that the ethereal flower was still hiding in the dark. The stalker did not notice the flower's presence. With the ethereal flower's record, Na-Mei-Tsue would know who the stalker was. They couldn't catch the Watcher yet, but as long as they knew who the Watcher was, they could set up a targeted plan. Maybe they could catch the Watcher next time. As Na-Mei-Tsue spoke, she arrived at a certain spot in the void. With a gentle wave of her green tail, a glowing flower of nether float slowly emerged from the darkness and rotated slowly in the void. Instead of going back in time, Na-Mei-Tsue brought the ethereal flower to Angor, who was still in a daze. Seeing that Angor still didn't react, Na-Mei-Tsue didn't say anything. She activated the ethereal flower, which released light spots that covered both Na-Mei-Tsue and Angor's vision and brought them back to several seconds ago. After watching the scene a few seconds ago, Na-Mei-Tsue's usually calm eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment. What did she see? The answer was, nothing. Just like the last time he saw the flower of nether float in the cloud garden, when he looked back a few seconds, all he could see was a vast void. There were no signs of anyone spying on him, so it was impossible to find the other party's identity. If Na-Mei-Tsue didn't sense the energy traces left in the air, she would have thought that this was just a dream. Na-Mei-Tsue looked at the records of the flower of nether float suspiciously. She looked at it again and again. Na-Mei-Tsue didn't know how many times she replayed it, but she still didn't see anything. She couldn't confirm the Watcher's identity, but it wasn't completely useless. At least, Na-Mei-Tsue sensed a weak energy fluctuation somewhere in the void. When the energy fluctuation appeared, it was when Toby was being watched. However, Na-Mei-Tsue could feel the energy fluctuations, but there was still nothing there. Is the Watcher invisible? With this question in mind, Na-Metsue replayed the scene several seconds ago. After careful analysis, Na-Metsue was certain that there was a 90% chance that the person hiding in the dark was invisible. After confirming that the watcher was invisible, Na-Metsue replayed the scene several times, trying to find the watcher's silhouette using different information sources in the void, including the pollen from the ethereal flower. Na-Metsue replayed the scene many times, but she still failed. Before Na-Metsue tried again, Angor, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. No need. I know who it is. Na-Metsue was surprised. She was going to ask how Angor knew who the watcher was. But on second thought, the watcher must have been watching Angor for some reason. Maybe Angor already knew who the watcher was, so it wasn't strange for him to find out who the watcher was. You know him? Na-Metsue asked after some consideration. Not really. I just heard about him. I saw him once by accident. Na-Metsue didn't have much to do with this, but she did try her best to help him find the watcher. Angor didn't plan to hide anything from her and told her what he knew. As a matter of fact, I went through the door before you did, sir. I saw a small part of that person's figure when he left. You saw his figure? Isn't he invisible? Na-Metsue was puzzled. He's invisible, but only in terms of optical feedback, Angor explained. He has a physical form and a higher level of energy vision. While speaking, Angor created an illusion in the air. In order to give Na-Metsue a better view, he even made the illusion glow a little bit. Na-Metsue clearly saw that there was a very strange creature in the illusion. It looked like a translucent slime or a snot monster made of some kind of sticky liquid. Its body looked soft, and when it moved, the slime inside its body would also sway, giving it a bouncy feeling. What's that? This was the first time Na-Metsue saw such a strange creature. Angor explained, they're very special and rare creatures. Even in the wizarding world, not many people have seen them. They live in the void, and they're called a void traveler. You think it'll take the bait? Na-Metsue looked at Angor in confusion. After telling Na-Metsue about the void traveler, Angor released a series of energy ripples in the air. Na-Metsue thought it was a trap to capture the void traveler, but when she sensed the energy ripples, she found that Angor only used the energy to wrap up a short message. The message basically said, "Come to me if you need anything. Keep peeping and I'll get mad." At first glance, it sounded like he was comforting a toddler. Take the bait? Angor shook his head. No, I'm not trying to catch it. I just want to talk to it about why it keeps peeping at me. Didn't you say that void travelers are weak, cowardly, and can't communicate? Na-Metsue asked. You're right. Most void walkers don't have the ability to communicate with outsiders because of their low intelligence. However, the void traveler I saw earlier was different. Earlier, when Angor stepped into the light door, he saw a void traveler trying to escape. Unlike the other void travelers, this one was bigger and fatter. It was the special void traveler he saw at Boiling Gentleman's place, which was kept in a golden birdcage. Since Angor had a close encounter with the void traveler, he knew that it could communicate with it. Because of this, Angor decided to leave a message for the void traveler, telling it to come to him if it needed help. After all, Angor was the one who saved the void traveler from Boiling Gentleman. It was the dog's request, but Angor was the one who did it. Na-Metsue listened to Angor's explanation and asked, will the special void traveler listen to the message and come to you? Angor shrugged. I don't know. If the void traveler remembered what Angor did for it, it might come to him. Even if it didn't, Angor wouldn't mind. Just as he had said to Na-Metsue before, the individual strength of a void traveler was very weak. Even the enhanced version of the void traveler was not strong. Therefore, Angor wasn't afraid even if the void traveler tried to cause trouble. No matter how fast they were in the void, as long as the void traveler didn't stop spying on them, it wouldn't be hard for the void traveler to set up a trap to catch them. Angor knew how timid the void traveler could be, which was why he left the message as if he was trying to comfort a child. He was worried that the void traveler would run away out of fear of him. Na-Metsue gave Angor a thoughtful look. Angor was not sure if the man would come, but Na-Metsue had a feeling that Angor was very confident. Na-Metsue thought for a moment and did not ask any more questions. Instead, she said, do as you wish. Since void travelers are not strong and can only spy from a distance because of their racial ability, then I won't interfere in this matter. Nai Maitsue Maitsue. Nai Maitsue put, Nai Maitsue said, Maitsue's. If you need help, after Nai Maitsue finished speaking, her figure merged with the light door and then disappeared. Angor didn't stay in the void for too long. He strengthened the information ripples again and returned to the tidal realm. Back in the vine house, Angor sat in front of the portrait while thinking about the void traveler. The void traveler was weak, so Angor wasn't afraid. However, he was curious about why the void traveler would peep at him. Nai Maitsue asked the same question before. Maybe it wants something from me, but it's too timid. It only peeps at me for a second, but it still didn't take the last step. This was a speculation based on the void traveler's characteristics, but Angor still couldn't prove it. Also, he had another hypothesis. Why would the void traveler want something from him? Was it to repay him for saving its life? Or was there another reason? Apart from that, he also wanted to know how the void traveler was able to locate him. Every time Angor moved, the void traveler seemed to be able to locate him. Was that one of their abilities? Angor didn't know much about the void traveler, but he still had a lot of questions. He couldn't find an answer for them right now unless the void traveler saw the message and decided to meet him. Angor shook his head and decided to put these questions aside for now. In the end, the matter of the void traveler was a trivial matter that had nothing to do with the big picture. It was better to continue thinking about the void storm. While Angor was lost in his thoughts, a group of snot monsters that couldn't be seen by the naked eye showed up at the location where Angor left the message. These soft snot monsters were the void travelers. All the void travelers were gathered around an energy ball at this moment. They were like newborn babies who were curious about everything, especially the glowing energy ball, which was rarely seen in the vast void. More importantly, the energy ball wasn't aggressive. Instead, it released a gentle aura. However, they didn't stay around for long. An obviously fatter version of the void traveler walked over from the distance. Following its appearance, all the void travelers who were surrounding the energy ball consciously opened up a path for it to walk in. This special void traveler came to the side of the energy ball, observed it for a moment, and finally bumped into the energy ball gently. The energy ball immediately crumbled. At the same time, the information stored in the energy ball began to spread in all directions. All the void travelers sensed the information, but most of them didn't understand what it meant. Only the special void traveler fell into deep thought after receiving the message. After a while, it spoke, "He's angry. It's time to go see him." The faint voice reverberated in the void before it finally faded away. As soon as he finished speaking, the void travelers in the vicinity seemed to have received some sort of signal, and they all disappeared one by one. Only the eternal darkness of the void remained. The tidal realm. Day was gone, and night came. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. Angor was still sitting inside the vine house. He still didn't know how to enter the void storm. He sighed deeply when he sensed that the sky was getting dark. The wizarding world had existed for countless years, but none of the wise wizards found a way to enter the void storm. Angor was only a wizard who joined the wizarding world for less than 10 years. He was clearly overestimating himself by trying to challenge the authority of the wizarding world. I don't think I can enter the void storm with my current strength. Let's use Fang's trap as a basis to figure out how to solve this problem. Angor pondered. If he was still inside the trap, Feng must have left some clues behind. Since he couldn't find anything in Azure Forest, he planned to go back to Mariah Ice Mountain and White Cloud Village. Maybe he could find something there. However, he had to postpone his departure for another 2 days. Tomorrow, he would stay in the Dream Wasteland and let Sumesh take over the authority as promised by Sunders. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, which meant there were only 4 hours left until a new day came. Angor didn't know when Sunders would enter the Dream Wasteland. He had nothing to do in the real world anyway, so he might as well stay in the Dream Wasteland for a while. Angor stood up and went outside to look for Toby. He asked the bird if it wanted to stay in the real world or come with him. When he opened the door, he saw Toby standing beside a cluster of small yellow flowers that looked like small bells. This row of yellow flowers was known as the bluebell. The reason why it was called bluebell was because its petals were initially blue. However, as long as it received external stimulation, its color would change to yellow. Furthermore, within the flower core's bud, it would emit a clear and melodious sound. Each flower would produce a different sound when stimulated by external forces. It was like a natural scale. Ever since Toby discovered the secret of the bluebell yesterday, as a bird that loved music, he was immediately attracted by its characteristics. He stayed outside and used his beak to touch the different scales of the bluebell, playing music for the whole night. By the time Angor came out of the door, Toby still hadn't gotten bored. Angor didn't bother Toby right away. Instead, he stood by the door and listened to the sounds of the bluebell for a while. He had to admit that the sound of the bluebell was quite good. Even for a tone-deaf bird like Toby, the sound of the bluebell was quite pleasant to the ears. However, the pleasant sound was only relative. Listening to it for a long time would still be a burden to the ears. Angor couldn't take it anymore after listening for about 3 minutes. He stepped forward and interrupted Toby's performance. Under Toby's dissatisfied look, he told Toby about his plan to go to the dream wasteland. He was going to ask if Toby wanted to go with him, but before he could finish, Toby flapped his wings and chirped, "I know. I'll protect you. Go." With that, Toby couldn't wait any longer and once again immersed himself in the music of the bluebell. Angor understood that Toby didn't want to go to the dream wasteland. Every time Toby went to the dream wasteland, Angor would arrange for Toby to descend to Grea's side. Of course, Grea would take Toby to train whenever she saw him. Toby would rather spend his time in the real world than to be controlled and trained in the dream wasteland. Angor could also prevent Toby from descending to Grea's side. However, Grea was Toby's original master, and Toby was now following him in the real world. Angor hoped that Toby could spend more time with Grea in the dream wasteland. After all, Grea loved Toby as much as she could. Angor didn't expect Toby to be so hesitant about going to the dream wasteland. Maybe he should switch roles with Grea once in a while. Next time, Grea would be the bad guy, and he would be the bad guy. Maybe he could train Toby in real life so that the bird could get used to the new environment. But now wasn't the time to do that. Since Toby didn't want to go to the dream wasteland, Angor didn't try to persuade him. He returned to the vine house and prepared to enter the dream wasteland. However, before he could cast Dream Walk on himself, he suddenly noticed that the music had stopped. The melodious music of the bluebell suddenly disappeared. He was inside the vine house, but there were many cracks in the wall that prevented sound from entering. He also didn't set up a soundproof barrier. So why did the bluebell suddenly stop ringing? Did Toby get bored of playing? Or did Toby have something to do that prevented it from playing, such as eating and drinking? Angor waited for a while but still didn't hear anything. He considered for a moment and sent out a spirit feeler to check what was going on. The spirit feeler reached the outside world and saw Toby among the flowers. Toby was fine. Toby was tilting his head and staring at a certain direction with his red eyes. This action. Angor felt familiar. Toby did the same thing last time when he was spied on. Could it be that the Void Traveler was spying on them again? Puzzled, Angor activated his spirit vision and looked in the direction Toby was looking at. He was surprised when he saw what was going on. This time, it wasn't a Void Traveler spying on him. Instead, it was a Void Traveler who came to the tidal realm. And there was more than one Void Traveler. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 100 Void Travelers around the garden. If a wizard saw this, his or her eyes would probably fall out of their sockets. Up until now, there were very few records about Void Travelers in the southern wizarding region. There were probably only 2 or 3 articles that mentioned them, and they weren't even detailed descriptions. No one ever caught a Void Traveler because there were too few of them. They didn't have a fixed area to move around, and they were very good at escaping. Even if someone wanted to set up a trap to catch them, there was no way to do so. Furthermore, Void Travelers were extremely rare in the records, and there were actually hundreds of them here. If word of this got out, it would definitely be shocking. Among the Void Travelers, there was one that was very special. It was bigger than the others and stood in the center of all the Void Travelers, as if it was the king of all the Void Travelers. As for Toby, he was staring quietly at the special Void Traveler. They stared at each other for a while. When Angor's spirit feeler reached out of the vine house, the special void traveler seemed to have sensed it and slowly looked at the vine house. "I'm here." "It's you," Angor muttered as he sensed the familiar ripple coming from the spirit feelers. Angor's action caused the other void travelers to take a few steps back out of fear. Angor frowned but didn't say anything. When the void travelers finally calmed down, Angor spoke again. "Let's talk inside, shall we?" With that, he pushed open the door of the vine house and tried to talk to the special void traveler alone. However, when he opened the door, some of the void travelers backed away in fear. These void travelers were more cautious and cowardly than Angor expected. Only the enlarged version of the void traveler appeared relatively calm. "Or do you want to talk to me here?" The giant void traveler considered for a moment and sent out a spirit ripple. "All right, I'll go with you." Angor was about to say something when he felt a gentle breeze blowing past him. He looked back and saw the special void traveler already inside the house. Angor didn't show it on his face, but he was secretly exclaiming in his mind. He always knew that void travelers were fast. After all, even regular void travelers could escape from Rain and Iron Granny, let alone this special void traveler. Even though he already had an idea, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. The void traveler was so fast that it was terrifying. Angor took a deep breath and nodded. He then spoke to Toby. "You stay outside. Don't scare them." Toby seemed to understand the void traveler's behavior. Instead of responding with a chirp, Toby nodded at Angor. However, even such a small movement was enough to make the void travelers in Cloud Garden cower a little. Angor believed that Toby knew what to do, so he didn't say anything else. He didn't want to scare the voidwalkers again. Angor closed the door of the house. Angor and the special void traveler sat down opposite each other. Angor planned to set up a barrier to prevent sound from leaking out. However, since the void traveler couldn't talk, it had to rely on spirit ripples to communicate. "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Angor Pat. How should I address you?" "Names aren't important in our race. We all know who's who, and we'll never get it wrong." Angor raised an eyebrow. "But I'm not from your race." A hesitant spirit ripple reached him. "All right. If you must have a name, you can call me Woof Woof." Woof Woof? This word had no meaning in the common language of the wizarding world. It was an onomatopoeic word that generally referred to a dog's bark. "Nice name." Angor didn't mean it. Woof. Woof did not send him any message, but Angor could tell that Woof was pleased by his compliment. "Mr. Woof, or Ms. Woof, can you tell me why it's called Woof Woof?" Angor asked in a soft voice. Woof Woof referred to a dog's bark, which bothered Angor. There were no dogs in the void. Well, there shouldn't be any. So how did Woof come up with this name? Angor had an idea, and he needed to verify it. "We don't have a gender. If you must, you can call me Madam or Mr." Woof paused for a moment and continued, "That's what that person called me. If you want to know my name, you can call me that." "That person?" Angor narrowed his eyes and pointed at the air. An illusion suddenly appeared between them. It was a cute and adorable Dalmatian puppy. However, its cuteness was just a disguise. In fact, it was an unknown level, a living mysterious creature with a high degree of danger. The owner of the puppy was Tim, the famous minister of arms in the Nightmare Realm. "Is that it?" Angor asked. Woof nodded. "Yes." Angor pursed his lips. He already had an idea, but he still couldn't help but chuckle when the truth came out. He wondered if he should tell Woof that it wasn't the puppy's name. It was just a meaningless bark. Seeing Woof's pride and approval of the name, Angor decided against it. Ignorance was bliss. After exchanging names, Angor finally got to the point. "You were the one who kept looking at me from the void, weren't you? Why did you do that?" Angor was curious about the relationship between Woof and the puppy, but he still decided to start with the main topic. "We just wanted to find you." According to Wong Wong, they were only trying to find Angor's location. However, since Angor was always on the move, they had to check his location several times to find out where he was. "How did you determine my location?" He wondered if there was some kind of mark left on him that allowed these void walkers to locate him even though he was so far away. We can sense the general location of other creatures through their auras. This is also how we can escape from the predation of the Liani demon whale in the void. I've remembered your aura since the first time I saw you. Wolf paused for a moment and continued, but we can only vaguely sense your location. We can't pinpoint your exact location. The reason we were able to lock onto your position was because we obtained this. While speaking, Wolf spat out something small from its mouth. Angor took a closer look and saw that it was a strand of golden hair. As soon as he saw it, he was sure that it was his hair. His hair was in Wolf's hands. Angor frowned in confusion. Ever since he stepped on the path of wizardry, Sunders had warned him that the first thing he needed to do to survive in the wizarding world was to control himself well. Sometimes, a piece of your fingernail or a strand of your hair could become a medium for other wizards to curse you. Angor took Sunders' warning seriously. He was very strict about his own physiology. Not to mention his body fluid, even his pheromones had to be removed if there were no special circumstances. Angor was quite curious about the strand of hair in Wolf's mouth. The last time he lost his hair was when he was still an apprentice. His hair was burned by the fire spirit in Silent Hill. Also, Bogula, who was obsessed with blonde hair, was looking for him, so Angor simply asked for his hair to be shaved. Back then, Angor had already dealt with his shaved hair, so it shouldn't be left behind. But when did Wolf get that strand of hair? And where did it get it from? It's yours. Master gave it to me. Wolf answered before Angor could ask. When Wang mentioned Lord, he pointed at the illusion of the spotted dog in the air. The puppy gave you my hair? Angor asked again. Yes. Wolf nodded. Angor was puzzled. If Dalmatian gave it to Wolf, where did Dalmatian get his hair from? Angor didn't remember the puppy ever pulling his hair. Wait. As far as he could remember, Dalmatian had never pulled his hair before. But Dalmatian did swallow him whole back in Sleepless City. Back then, Angor saw all kinds of mystery signs in the puppy's stomach, which helped him create the manifestation of mystery. Angor fainted when he was in the puppy's stomach. If the puppy pulled his hair while he was unconscious, Angor wouldn't know. Besides, Angor wasn't sure if the puppy only pulled his hair. Did it get his body fluid as well? Angor recalled the banquet held by Nuka at the Mushroom Garden in Xianxia's land. At that time, the puppy showed up from the nightmare realm without warning. Angor wondered why the puppy suddenly showed up at that time. Could it be that because his body hair was in the Dalmatian's hands, the Dalmatian sensed that he was coming and thus descended? It was only a guess, and Angor was being overly confident. However, it was a fact that his hair was in the puppy's hands. Perhaps, his guess might actually be correct. Damn it. Taking advantage of me. Angor cursed in his mind. He was angry, but he still calmed down when he remembered that the puppy had helped him several times. Wolf did not know what Angor was thinking. He continued, with your hair, we can sense your location more clearly. We followed your trail and found this place in no time. I want to know when the puppy gave you my hair. Was it when it let you go at Seething Gentleman's place? Wolf shook his head. No. Not that time? Angor raised his voice a little. You met again after that? Didn't it go back to the Nightmare Realm? Did the puppy sneak out of the Nightmare Realm again? Sir summoned me, so I went. Wolf answered. Yes. Wolf nodded. However, the answer only confused him even more. You can go to the Nightmare Realm? Angor was surprised. If the Nightmare Realm is the strange world you live in, sir, I can go there, Wolf answered seriously. Since you've been to the Dalmatian world, can you tell me what it's like? Wolf considered and didn't refuse. Following Wolf's description, strange scenes appeared in Angor's mind. Wolf went to the puppy's territory directly because of its summon. He didn't go to other places, but Wolf already saw many strange things in the puppy's castle. Air that turned into puppet sounds when inhaled, rain clouds that cried and dropped plushies, statues that moved their heads on their own, headless cat girls that danced. From Wang's point of view, each of these seemingly absurd and unruly things actually possessed extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. Especially the headless cat girl who could dance. Just the aura she exuded was enough to make it unable to move. It must be noted that the Void Traveler didn't even bat an eye at Rain and Iron Granny's aura. In the face of boiling gentlemen, the group of Void Travelers could even join forces to resist. Besides, Wolf was even stronger than the other Void Travelers, which meant he was even more immune to auras. However, even Wolf was unable to move when facing the dancing headless cat girl. One could only imagine how strong the creature was. Perhaps a legendary? Or even higher. There were many strange creatures similar to the headless cat girl in the Dalmatians' territory. Wolf didn't see it with his own eyes, but he sensed the aura. Even if Wolf was bolder than other Void Travelers, it was not by much. In the face of such a terrifying thing, it did not dare to act rashly. After meeting the spotted dog, it hurriedly left that strange world. After listening to Wolf's story, Angor was sure that Wolf had gone to the Nightmare Realm. Angor couldn't think of any other place other than the Nightmare Realm. How did you? Angor looked up and was about to ask another question when he saw Wolf trembling violently. Wolf's soft, snot-like body was also trembling. What are you doing? Angor asked Wolf. Wolf was scared. Just the memory of what happened back then was enough to make the dog shiver. Wolf, that dancing headless cat girl is so scary, Angor considered for a moment before saying, that's not the scariest thing. Think about whose territory you're in. Wolf was taken aback. You're right. The scariest thing is, that Mr. Wolf looked at the puppy's image in the air and was a little distracted. Don't think about it. Let's continue. Angor woke Wolf up. Can you tell me how you got to the Nightmare Realm? Is it your ability, or something else? Wang pondered for a long while before replying with a mental wave, I can follow the aura to determine the target's location and travel through the void. Travel through space? It wasn't that he had never heard of such abilities before. However, they were usually the unique abilities of those terrifying void creatures. These creatures had mountain-sized bodies and unimaginably thick shells, which allowed them to travel through the void. Otherwise, there were too many unpredictable disasters in the void, which made it impossible for ordinary creatures to travel through space. But Wolf wasn't strong at all. How could it have such an ability? Is it your own ability? Or do all Void Travelers have similar abilities? Is this your own ability, or do all Void Travelers have similar abilities? Angor's question involved Wolf's privacy. Angor could tell that Wolf did not want to answer. Strangely, after hesitating for a while, Wolf finally gave the answer despite its reluctance. He was a little embarrassed to pry into Wolf's privacy, but after hearing Wolf's answer, he was shocked. The ability to travel through the void was something that all Void Travelers knew. However, there were still slight differences between different Void Travelers when it came to void travel. This was not obvious for ordinary Void Travelers. However, if one were to compare the Void Traveler with Wolf, one would be able to see a huge difference. Although ordinary Void Travelers could travel through the void, the distance they could travel would not be too long. If they encountered a calamity in the void, be it a natural disaster or a void monster they could not defeat, they would stop and take a detour. In other words, ordinary Void Travelers would not be able to ignore the disasters in the void. This was very similar to the wizards who used spatial tools or spatial spells to travel through the void. For example, when Granny Fingernail heard that Evo Sprit was suspected to be trapped in the box of reincarnation, she immediately followed a large fleet of mechanical airships into the void to search for the box of reincarnation. These mechanical airships could travel through the void to a certain extent. However, just like ordinary Void Travelers, they would have to hide when they encountered void disasters. Furthermore, they would consume a lot of energy and could not be compared to Void Travelers who had almost no energy consumption. Wolf's void travel was different from that of ordinary Void Travelers. If one were to say that an ordinary Void Traveler's ability to travel was a weak ability based on the law of space, that shuttling was a powerful ability of the laws of space. Its ability to travel was similar to the teleportation circle between planes. As long as it knew the coordinates of the other side, Wolf could ignore most disasters and directly carry out point-to-point displacement. One had to know that teleportation portals were set up by legendary-level space sorcerers and Magewrath warlocks at the very least. However, Wang had replaced the teleportation ability with his own body. Most importantly, it could ignore most of the void catastrophes. What if you run into a void storm? Can you go through it directly? Angor couldn't wait to ask this question. Woof Woof didn't know why Angor was so excited, but it still sent out a spirit message. Sure. A void storm is a relatively weak type of disaster. My teleportation skill can ignore it. Angor's eyes glowed. He had a strange idea. Could it be that Woof Woof was the key? What about void travel? Can you bring other people along with you? Wang Wang glanced at Angor. You want me to take you to the nightmare realm, Sir's world? Angor, he didn't deny it. He just looked at Wang Wang expectantly. No, there's no hope. Why not? Can't a void traveler take someone with him? Angor couldn't help asking. Woof Woof replied, normal void travelers can't. But I can. But I need a lot of energy to take you there. If I want to enter some special realms, such as the nightmare realm where you are, my lord, I need even more energy. I can't take you there. Angor was already regretting his decision, but Woof Woof's words gave him hope again. You don't need to travel between planes. If it's just short distance travel in the void, can you do it? Woof Woof, it depends on the distance. If you bring me along, how far can you travel through space? Woof Woof considered for a moment. Let's take this world as an example. I can travel across the entire continent with my friends. But if I take you with me, I can only go through this forest area. The forest area Woof Woof was referring to was the Azure Forest. The longest stretch of the Green Forest was only 100 miles. Based on this calculation, if Wang Wang brought him along, they could only travel a distance of 100 miles in the void. As far as Angor knew, the void storm was thousands of kilometers long. Could Woof Woof bring him into the storm? It would be difficult. What are you trying to do by asking these questions? Woof Woof noticed that Angor's expression kept changing when he asked about void travel, which was very different from his usual calm self. Angor didn't want to answer Woof Woof's question directly. He just wanted Woof Woof to carry him. After all, they didn't have any friendship before this. It would be too much to ask now. Angor considered for a moment and decided to hold back his urge. Even if he really wanted to ask for something, he should at least find out Woof Woof's intention and see if he could make a deal. I'm just curious. Is that so? Woof Woof didn't understand why Angor was asking about its secret ability. Woof Woof didn't believe him. Angor didn't answer Woof's question. Instead, he changed the topic. When I first met you at Boiling Gentleman, I asked you a lot. You didn't answer me at all, so I thought you didn't want to talk to humans. Looks like I misunderstood you. Wang Wang said, it's not a misunderstanding. I really don't want to talk to any humans. If it wasn't for my lord's orders. I wouldn't have come here. Angor wondered why Woof seemed to be so easygoing this time. Woof even told him something as private as void travel. After listening to Woof Woof's explanation, Angor realized something. That's the reason? Angor pointed at the spotted dog in the air. Wang Wang nodded. True enough. I asked you why you kept peeking at me, and you didn't tell me anything, Angor muttered in his mind before he continued, but I didn't tell you why you kept looking at me. Your answer is that you want to find me. You still haven't told me why you came to find me. Is there anything I can help you with? This time, Wang Wang gave a clear answer, my lord asked me to come here. Based on his conversation with Woof, Angor already guessed that it had something to do with Spotted Dog, so he wasn't surprised. Why did Spotted Dog send you here? Is there a reason? Woof Woof hesitated for a moment before its soft body slowly floated toward Angor. Angor hesitated for a moment. He didn't try to dodge the snot monster. Next, Woof Woof stuck its body to his face. It was literally sticking to her face. Its soft and elastic skin stuck to Angor's face like soft glue. Angor didn't know what Woof Woof was trying to do at first until he sensed a strange wave of information rushing into his forehead. The information wave was like a string that went straight through the material world and into the mind space of a higher dimension. Angor thought Woof Woof was going to attack him, but he soon sensed something familiar from the string. Woof Woof. Of course, it wasn't Woof Woof's name. It was the sound of a dog barking. Moreover, this barking sound was very familiar to him. A Dalmatian? Out of instinct, he focused his attention on the line. The woof woof from the other side grew louder, as if it was expressing joy. Judging from the barking, he was sure that it was a Dalmatian. Are you talking to me right now? Where are you? Woof 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 was still the same soulless barking. Angor was quite familiar with Spotted Dog's barking. Back at the mushroom garden, whenever Angor tried to ask something the dog didn't want to answer, the dog would bark like this and put on an innocent expression. It was similar to Toby's "I'm just a bird. I don't understand you humans." After spending more time with Toby, Angor's bird language reached the maximum level, and Toby no longer used such an attitude. But he couldn't do that to a spotted dog. Angor's dog language was at 0. As long as the spotted dog put on an "I'm just an innocent puppy" expression, Angor couldn't do anything about it. Since he couldn't get an answer from the string, Angor looked at Woof Woof, who was still sticking to his face. Perhaps Woof Woof noticed Angor's gaze, so it slowly moved away from Angor's face. As soon as Woof Woof left, the string in Angor's mind space disappeared again. What's going on? Angor looked at Woof Woof floating in front of him. I heard Spotted Dog barking, right? How did its voice reach my mind? Was it nearby? Or is this what Dalmatian wanted you to tell me? Woof Woof thought for a moment and returned to its seat to answer all of Angor's questions. As Woof Woof explained, Angor gradually understood what happened. It was indeed Spotted Dog who spoke to him through the string in his mind space. It wasn't Spotted Dog's voice recording or voice message. Instead, it was Spotted Dog's voice that was connected in real time, just like a phone call. Spotted Dog wasn't nearby either. It was still in the nightmare realm. This was even scarier than John's phone call. Someone was talking to someone from another world in real time. And it all came from Woof Woof's ability. Or rather, the ability of void travelers. Void travelers had a special ability that allowed them to connect their own kind through a special wave and integrate their minds into a single system. Even if they were extremely far away from each other, they could still communicate with each other in real time through this system. In Angor's opinion, this was a special kind of network. A network that only belonged to void travelers. Through this network, void travelers could learn from their companions which areas were affected by void disasters and which they couldn't travel directly. They could also learn which areas showed signs of their natural enemy, the Liani monster whale. Basically, before Woof Woof was born, this was the only function of void travelers' network. Void travelers didn't have high IQ. Even if they had such a magical network, they only used it for survival. In other words, they avoided harm by seeking benefits. After Woof Woof was born, it had an IQ that surpassed all other void travelers. Therefore, it carried out the integration of the network, gathering its companions who were scattered all over the endless void together through the network. The void travelers themselves were very weak, but when many void travelers gathered together and had a special network to command them, their lives became much better than before. Even if they encountered some void demons, they would be able to achieve victory under effective command. It should be known that they could only run away whenever they encountered any void demons. Woof Woof had become the brain of the special network, which attracted more void travelers to follow it. Later, when Wong Wong was hiding from a Liani demon whale, he came to Boiling Gentleman's territory and was captured. The other void travelers also gathered a large number of companions through the internet and went to Boiling Gentleman's laboratory to save Wong Wong. Thanks to Woof Woof's reforms, the network turned from a disaster map into a real information exchange network. The reason why Spotted Puppy asked Angor to take Woof Woof from Boiling Gentleman was because of this network. Later, Spotted Puppy asked Woof Woof to come to the Nightmare Realm so that it could establish a direct connection with Angor. The network was simple. A void traveler stayed by Spotted Puppy's side. Woof Woof would act as an intermediary server and receive messages from Spotted Puppy. Then, Woof Woof would relay the message to Angor and create a one-way network. The barking was indeed from Spotted Puppy. It was talking to Angor from the Nightmare Realm through the Void Traveler's network. Spotted Puppy asked you to build a network to talk to me? After hearing Woof Woof's explanation, Angor decided to ask about Spotted Puppy's intention first. Network? That's a creative word. Woof Woof paused. Yes, it just wants me to build a network. Didn't it tell you anything else? Like something to tell me? No, it didn't. Woof hesitated for a moment. Dalmatian did tell Woof to listen to Angor's orders as much as possible, such as not disobeying Angor. Woof didn't want to disobey Spotted Puppy, but it didn't want Angor to hear it. Is there really nothing else? Angor knew that Woof had something else to say, so he asked again. Woof shook its head. No. Angor narrowed his eyes. Fine. I'll ask Spotted Puppy directly. Let me talk to it. Woof didn't refuse and put its face against Angor's again. After a while, Angor slowly removed Woof's face. He did talk to Spotted Puppy, but he didn't understand it. How did you talk to Spotted Puppy? Where did you learn dog language? Angor stared at Woof. Woof was confused. What do you mean dog language? Sir talked to me directly. Angor finally understood what was going on. Spotted Puppy did it on purpose. If you don't talk, why did you ask Woof to build a network? You want me to listen to dog barks? Angor thought the dog had something important to tell him, such as some rumors about Shava in the Nightmare Realm. But to his surprise, the dog only created a barking network to greet him. From a scientific research point of view, this network had extraordinary significance. It connected two different worlds, and there was a lot of research behind it. But from a practical point of view, it was useless for now. But aside from Dalmatian's concerns, Angor was very interested in the Void Traveler's ability. He had heard about interplane communication before, but this was the first time he saw such a thing happening in real time. If he had to make an analogy, it would be like how the universe where Earth was located enabled real-time communication between planets. According to what he learned from the hologram tablet, real-time communication was not possible when John came to the wizarding world. Even the Moon, which was the closest planet to Earth, still needed a delay of more than 1 second to send a message to Earth. But when Angor talked to Dalmatian through the line, he did not feel any delay at all. Angor found it strange. Even if the Void Traveler could act as a super long-distance communication base station, there should still be some delay when traveling such a long distance. But Angor did not feel anything at all. Maybe the Void Traveler's ability was actually a way to receive information from a higher dimension. The fact that the line could reach into Angor's mind space proved this. It was important to note that the specific location of the mind space was difficult to determine, even for the scholars among the sorcerers. But almost all wizards agreed that the mind space was located in a higher dimension, just like the Soul Land. The fact that the Void Traveler was able to create a thread in Angor's mind meant that it had already reached the level of a higher dimension. It was only in higher dimensions that the adepts did not understand that such interplanar real-time communication could occur. He couldn't help but sigh at the fact that wizards didn't pay enough attention to Void Travelers in the past. Although the rarity of Void Travelers was the main reason, the arrogance of the sorcerers was also another reason. Void Travelers were too weak. They would show a timid side in front of any living creature. When wizards saw such weak creatures, they would naturally feel that there was nothing to be concerned about or studied. Even Angor himself didn't pay much attention to Void Travelers before this. Now that he thought about it again, he was speechless. A Void Traveler might be physically weak and not have much offensive ability, but whether it was tracking ability, Void Travel, or the Void Traveler's exclusive network, they were all very powerful abilities. This was especially true for the network built by the Void Travelers. If the wizards could master it, it would definitely be a major discovery of strategic importance. On this basis, there was a lot of room for manipulation, and there were also a lot of applications that could be developed. If there were more Void Travelers, or if the sorcerers and scholars had cracked the various mechanisms of the Void Network, it could even become an epoch-making supernova. Of course, it was still too early to talk about such things. Void Travelers would not obediently be tamed and studied. Back to their abilities. After learning about the various abilities of Voidwalkers, he no longer dared to underestimate them. Or rather, from now on, he would never underestimate any species. Weak was only relative. Some powerful creatures could not be seen with the naked eye. So Spotted Puppy only wants you to build a network. How long does it plan to keep the network running? Angor considered for a moment. Angor was asking how long Woof would stay here. If Angor wanted the network to last, Woof would have to be there to maintain it. Angor hoped that Woof could stay for a while longer. He really wanted to learn more about Wolf's abilities. If Wolf could stay with him, he might have a chance to study it. Also, he might need Wolf's help to deal with the void storm. Wolf replied, "Sir didn't say how long it'll last. But he wants to talk to you whenever you want." Angor complained in his mind. Did Spotted Dog want to talk to him whenever it wanted to? Was it going to talk to him in dog language? He did not want to complain, but he had to give the puppy a thumbs up. It implied that if Wolf was willing to follow the puppy's orders, it would not leave anytime soon. That was the only way to build a communication network. Then I'll have to trouble you for a while. Angor smiled. Trouble? Wolf did not understand what Angor meant at first, but it quickly shook its head. It's no trouble at all. I'll arrange for one of my kind to stay with you so that you can talk to Sir whenever you want. Huh? Angor was surprised. Just one of his kind? Didn't you say you're the only one who can build the network? Angor was confused. Yes. But I don't need to do it myself. I can ask my kind to contact me through the network. I'll contact Sir. In other words, Wolf was not going to be a receiver. It was going to be a transfer station. Angor's smile froze. I thought you'd stay. Wolf hesitated. I have other things to do. Wolf had made up its mind since the beginning. Spotted Dog did ask it to listen to Angor's orders as much as possible. However, Spotted Dog did not explicitly ask it to stay with Angor. Wolf respected Spotted Dog for certain reasons, but it did not want to lose its freedom. In Wolf's opinion, staying with Angor and not disobeying Angor was tantamount to losing its freedom. Wolf was the only intelligent void traveler. If Wolf lost its freedom, its kind's future would be even more difficult. It did not want to see that happen. But at the same time, it did not want to break its promise to Spotted Dog. So it decided to leave as soon as it was done. As for maintaining the network, Wolf would arrange an obedient companion to stay with Angor. This way, as long as Wolf stayed away from Angor, it would not be restricted by Angor's orders. Angor did not know what Wolf was thinking. He tried to persuade the dog to stay. But your kind can't understand me. Of course, Wolf knew that its kind was not intelligent enough. But it already had a plan, so it was not worried. Wolf moved slightly, and a void traveler about the size of Qingren's had appeared beside it. In Angor's vision, the void traveler still looked soft like a jelly. However, it was not completely transparent. Instead, it had a faint purple hue, like a crystal. It will follow you from now on. Wolf paused and continued, you just need to touch your forehead with your left index finger, and it will know that you need to enter the network. Wolf found the word network easier and easier these days, and it also felt that the word was very appropriate. I've taught it how to read this hand gesture. You can try it. Angor glanced at the purple void traveler. It noticed Angor's gaze and showed a bit of fear, but it did not back away. It was much braver than the other void travelers outside. Angor did not make any hand gestures. Since Wolf was so confident, it must have already discussed this beforehand. It can enter the network, but I'll need to give it some other instructions, which I can't express with simple hand gestures. Angor tried to persuade it again. Other instructions? What kind of instructions? Wolf was confused. I don't know when the puppy will contact me, so it must stay outside. You can't hide it, right? Wolf nodded. But if it stays outside, it can easily cause problems. That's because your race is known as void travelers in the human world. They're very rare, and many human sorcerers are very interested in you. If they see a void traveler around me, they might try to steal it. To protect it, I'll need to give it different orders. But what if it doesn't understand them? Even if I want to hide it, I'll need to give it different orders based on the current situation, and it still won't understand. That's just one of the scenarios. In reality, there are many complicated situations that come together. For example, when you travel through the void, you won't always have a smooth journey. Sometimes, you'll be forced to take a detour because of unexpected disasters. Sometimes, I won't be able to protect it when something unexpected happens. Everything Angor said was mostly made up. Even if he were to leave the void traveler outside, he could still use an illusion to conceal its figure and prevent it from being discovered by others. Therefore, it was very difficult for many situations to occur. Even if a dangerous situation were to occur, it would most likely have nothing to do with the Void Traveler. After all, no one in the wizarding world knew the value of the Void Traveler. Angor only told Wolf these things because he knew Wolf did not know much about humans. Wolf agreed with Angor's explanation. Still, Wolf believed that Angor's situation could be solved. You can hide it. For example, in a private space. Wang looked at Angor's bracelet again. It was easy for void creatures like them to find a hidden dimension. If the master wants to talk to you, I'll contact it through the network and ask it to leave your space. Angor frowned. You're saying it can enter my space storage freely? Wolf shook its head. No. A creature's space is very exclusive. It's different from the free space outside. We can sense it, but we can't enter it directly. Angor sighed in relief. If a void traveler could enter another person's space as they wished, it would be a very dangerous situation. There were many secrets hidden in his space, including the avatar of a demon. If something went wrong, he would lose a lot of money. Wolf continued, but your space has your own will. When it shows that it wants to leave, you should be able to sense it. That way, you can send the master's message in time without affecting your daily life. He was going to say that he couldn't sense the void traveler's presence in time, but Wolf seemed to know the characteristics of a private space and quickly covered this loophole. Angor couldn't find anything else to refute, but he didn't want to give up. But the world is unpredictable, and I'll need it someday. If it's only a medium between me and the puppy, it's nothing more than a tool. You don't want it to be a tool, do you? Wolf did not mind the loophole in Angor's logic. If you need it to do something, or if you want it to do something for you, I'll do it. You just need to enter the network and tell me when you need it. I'll contact it and let it know what you want. That was a really good move. Angor gave Wolf a meaningful look. Wang might have known what he meant, but Wang had already made his attitude clear. He would rather be a mouthpiece than stay behind. Since Wolf was willing to become Angor's messenger, Angor decided not to force it any further. He did consider using force to keep Wolf here. But, after learning about the Void Traveler's ability, Angor began to doubt whether he could do it. Even if he could, he would have to set up a trap in advance. Moreover, compared to trapping a Void Traveler, it might be easier to kill him. But Angor could not kill Wolf, and he did not set up a trap in advance. Still, he really wanted Wolf's help. After all, according to all the information he gathered, Wolf was the only one who could take people through the void storm. All right. Tell your kin to stay. Wolf's eyes flashed with joy. I have a small favor to ask. Before you leave, can you do me a favor? Since he was not familiar with Wolf, Angor planned to get closer to the dog first, and when the time was right, he would ask Wolf to help him through the void storm. But since Wolf seemed to be in a hurry to leave, Angor had no choice but to skip this step and get to the point. Of course, I won't let you help me for free. I'll give you something in return. As long as it's within my power, you can ask for anything you want. Angor did not know what Wolf wanted, but since he had a favor to ask, he had to show a sincere attitude. As long as Wolf's request was not excessive, he would try his best to fulfill it. This was probably the first time Wolf was asked to help by a human, so it didn't know what to do at first. What do you want me to help you with? Angor didn't hide anything from Wolf. He told Wolf about how he wanted to travel through the void storm. Wang was worried that Angor would make a difficult request, and it could not refuse. That would put Wang in a difficult position. However, after listening to Angor's explanation, Wolf sighed in relief. Traveling through a void storm wasn't too difficult for Wolf. I can help you, Wolf replied. Angor was glad to hear that. What do you want in return? I'll try my best to fulfill your request. Wolf shook its head. No need. It's not that big of a deal. Wolf was bound by Dalmatian to cooperate with Angor. As long as Wolf didn't leave this place, Wolf had to agree no matter how difficult Angor's request was. Besides, Wolf didn't think Angor's request was difficult at all. You don't want anything in return? So you're going to help me for free? Angor frowned. Were all voidwalkers this selfless? Woof Woof wanted to nod, but when it saw Angor's expression, it changed its mind. It's not for free. Just take care of it for me. The Woof Woof was referring to its fellow voidwalkers, whom it planned to leave as a tool for Angor. Also, consider it as compensation for spying on you in the void. Angor breathed a sigh of relief and accepted Woof's offer. Sometimes, free help was the most valuable thing for wizards. Sometimes, doing something for free meant exchanging favors, and there were plenty of cases in the wizarding world where favors could lead to serious consequences, such as death. Thank you for your help. They had finished their discussion, and Woof also wanted to leave as soon as possible. So, they decided to go and solve Angor's problem right away. The door of the vine house, which had been closed for almost an hour, was finally opened. As the door creaked open, the group of voidwalkers outside immediately went on high alert. As far as they were concerned, this place was too dangerous. Angor and Woof came out. The voidwalkers sighed in relief when they saw that Wang Wang was fine. However, they still did not let their guard down when facing Angor. Angor didn't mind. He knew that void travelers tended to suffer from severe paranoia due to their cowardice. Although they were a little too sensitive, this was also their way of survival. After all, in a place like the void, if they were not careful, the threat of death would always accompany them. Toby also sighed in relief. He flapped his wings and landed on Angor's shoulder. Next, he moved to Angor's ear and whispered something. Toby was also ridiculing the guts of these void travelers. Toby stayed outside because he wanted to play music. However, every time he touched the bell, the voidwalkers would react as if he was facing an army of soldiers. Toby didn't dare to touch the bell anymore, for fear that he would scare the voidwalkers to death, which would make it difficult for him to explain to Angor. Angor chuckled and stroked Toby's fur to comfort him. May I know where the void storm you speak of is? Shall we go now? Woof suddenly asked. Wait a moment, Angor said and looked at the floating flower floating in the air above Cloud Garden. A moment later, in the boundless darkness of the void, Nai-Matsue, whose body was glowing in a faint green light, looked at something beside Angor. She did not see any living creature in the light. However, when she focused her wood energy into her eyes, she vaguely saw a soft, snot monster lying on the ground. There was more than one. There were a large number of such monsters scattered within several kilometers. However, the one beside Angor was the largest of them all. It must be the only intelligent one among the voidwalkers. Can it really travel through the void and ignore the void storm? Nai-Matsue asked. It should be fine. Nai-Matsue nodded and looked at Woof. She seemed to have thought of something and her snake eyes began to glow. Under Nai-Matsue's stare, Woof also sensed danger and tensed up. Angor saw Nai-Matsue's curious look and flicked his forked tongue. Mr. Nai-Matsue, please don't do anything unnecessary. Nai-Matsue glanced at Angor. Don't worry. I just want to see what it can do. As soon as she finished speaking, Nai-Matsue's emerald green snake body emitted a lustrous light. Under this light, even though Nai-Matsue was in the void, a magnificent scene of hundreds of flowers blooming and petals falling like rain began to appear behind her. The beautiful scenery made Woof even more cautious. Thinking about what Nai-Matsue told Angor, Woof began to realize what was about to happen. Let me see how you can travel through space, Nai-Matsue's voice came from the dazzling view. Along with the sound came a leisurely pink petal. The petals were also glowing brightly and were flying toward Woof. Woof could sense a great amount of energy contained in the petals. If it touched Woof, it would be seriously injured. The petals moved so fast that they reached Woof in the blink of an eye. Wang Wang had no other choice and subconsciously activated void travel. Void travel did not have any obvious external effects, but in the energy vision, one could clearly see that Wang Wang's originally translucent body was beginning to be infected by the darkness. In the blink of an eye, it had completely merged with the darkness and disappeared from the spot. When Woof reappeared, it was already behind Nai-Matsue. This was Woof's instinctive reaction. When encountering monsters in the void, Woof would always move behind them first. This way, Woof would have enough time to react whether to attack or run away. Before Woof could check what was going on with Nai-Matsue, he saw a pink light coming from afar. Woof quickly looked in that direction. The flower petals that were flying toward Wolf didn't go to Naimatsue. Instead, they were stopped by a pair of hands. In other words, even if Wolf didn't use space jump, the pink petals wouldn't touch Wolf. The hands that stopped the petals came from Angor. As soon as Angor touched the petals, a large amount of pink light burst out. Wolf thought Angor was being attacked, and it panicked a little. After all, Angor only got hurt because he tried to block the petals for it. However, the pink light didn't last long. 1 second later, it disappeared. Wolf looked at Angor again and didn't see any injury. Angor was still holding the pink petals in his hand. However, the petals were expanding at an incredible speed until they turned into a bright red fruit. Angor looked at the fruit that looked like an apple in his hand and bit into it without hesitation. The fruit wasn't big, but it was still bigger than Angor's mouth. He shouldn't be able to finish it in one bite. But strangely, the red fruit deflated like a deflated balloon and turned into pure energy. Angor quickly swallowed it down. Not bad. Angor smiled at Naimatsue. The fruit wasn't a real fruit, but it did taste good. Its flesh contained pure natural energy, which would only bring benefits to Angor. Naimatsue looked back at Wolf, who was still in a daze. I didn't prepare it for you. Anyway, thank you for your gift. He knew that Naimatsue was still giving the fruit to him. After all, Naimatsue wanted to see Wolf using space jump, not the flower petals and the fruit. Furthermore, with the extremely cautious nature of void travelers, it was impossible for them to simply eat the food of strangers. Naimatsue didn't answer right away. Instead, she slowly moved to the side and looked at Wolf in the distance. This void travel is indeed beautiful, but can it really travel through the void storm? Angor didn't know how to answer right now. He had to try it out himself. Therefore, he waved at Wolf from afar, signaling it to come over. After listening to the conversation between Naimatsue and Naimatsue, Wolf realized that the snake didn't intend to hurt it, and that the flower petals weren't some kind of attack. Instead, they were some kind of fruit Naimatsue gave Wolf. Wolf didn't mind not eating the fruit. Even if it knew the flower petals were just a distraction, it still wouldn't eat them. After lowering its guard against Naimatsue, Wolf followed Angor's order and moved to him. When Wolf came back, Angor went straight to the point. He did not mention anything about what happened just now. The void storm over there is our target this time. Can you see if you can get through it? Wolf followed Angor's line of sight. Thanks to his years of living in the void, Wolf immediately noticed something strange about the space storm. First of all, the void storm was changing in a strange cycle. Sometimes it expanded, sometimes it shrank, just like the ebb and flow of a tide. This was the first time Wolf saw something like this. Secondly, it was too clean. A void storm was caused by the collapse of space. In the void storm, the collapse of space was too clean. Not a single fragment of space was left. Even after the tide receded, the reconstructed space barrier was still as clean as a mirror. This meant that the void storm had existed for a very long time. If the void storm had only existed for 1 or 2 days, there would have been fragments of the original void left behind. Only if the void storm had persisted for a very long time and repeatedly washed away the remnants could it be so clean. Earlier, Wolf didn't believe it when Angor told him that the space storm they were traveling through lasted for 400 years. But now, from all the signs, it seemed like it was possible. Even for Wolf, who had lived in the void for a long time, this was the first time he saw something like this. What's the problem? Angor asked again when Wolf did not answer his question. Wolf considered. It's fine if you only want me to go through the void storm. But I'm not sure if I can get through it with you. According to Wolf could only carry someone for 100 kilometers at most, while the void storm was at least 1,000 kilometers away. Wolf wasn't strong enough to carry Angor through it. Still, Angor didn't plan to travel across the entire void storm. He wanted to know if the treasure hidden inside the void storm was still there. You don't have to take me through it yet. Go ahead on your own and see if the void storm has completely expanded, or if there's a safe zone inside. Wolf, you mean that the nether storm here is a ring, and there are still places inside that have not been invaded by the nether storm? Angor nodded. If the void storm was part of Fang's plan, then the treasure trove shouldn't have been destroyed by it. But Wang Wang frowned and said in bewilderment, "How can a disaster like the void storm leave a pure land in the middle? I've never heard of such a thing before." "You've never heard of a void storm that can last for more than 400 years, right? The existence of this nether storm itself is very special. Perhaps it really is hollow inside?" Wolf didn't know how to refute Angor's words. This was the first time Wolf had seen such a thing. Maybe there was something special about it. With that in mind, Wolf said, "Then I'll go in and try." "Thank you," said Angor. Wolf didn't say anything. It nodded at Angor and slowly melted into the darkness, disappearing into thin air. After Wolf disappeared, Naimatsue slowly approached Angor. "It went into the void storm?" Angor nodded. "Did you feel it?" Naimatsue asked in a cold voice. "What did you sense?" Angor was confused. Naimatsue pondered for a moment. This void traveler's void travel is different. Earlier, Naimatsue observed the other void travelers and found that some of them also used void travel when Wolf tossed out the petals. Naimatsue could still trace their void travel, and she could even determine the final landing point of these void travelers through some of their energy fluctuations. But Wolf was different. Naimatsue couldn't sense anything when Wolf traveled through the void. It was as if Wolf had truly disappeared from the world. Maybe Wolf is teleporting in a higher dimension? Angor thought about the string that reached into his mind space. A higher dimension? Naimatsue didn't understand. Angor briefly explained some of the theories that wizards had about higher dimensions. To put it bluntly, wizards would categorize all unknown phenomena into a new dimension that was only defined but never discovered. Naimatsue still couldn't understand Angor's explanation. Wolf was strong, but it was still an elemental creature trapped in the tidal realm. A higher dimension. What is it like? Naimatsue asked. I've never seen it before. Who knows? Angor couldn't help but think about the strange world where he learned the Gate of Illusion, and the long tunnel he went through when using the special effect of the Gate of Illusion. Were these two places in a higher dimension? He didn't know, but he still had a chance to find out. End of chapter 2280. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.